Chapter 806, The Arrival of Hyoshui Ningyuan. I can nurture the sword energy that is infinitely close to the attack of Emperor Wu. And not just one, I can nurture thousands of sword auras at once. The weapon spirit of Slaughter Sky Sword Sheath said, besides, I can also fight. Without the Emperor Burning Clan controlling me, my combat power is equivalent to a 9 Tribulations martial immortal. That's not bad. Su Lang nodded, thinking that if this scabbard was promoted to an Emperor soldier, wouldn't it be able to nurture an Emperor sword energy? And it can nurture thousands of sword auras. If it is in a war, it can be taken out as a peculiar, automatic rifle, fired frantically and covered with firepower. This is a weapon for group warfare. It's a pity that it takes a lot of time to grow a powerful sword chi, which is not as good as the Xian cannon. As long as the energy is sufficient, the cannon can be fired at any time. The biggest function of this scabbard is to nurture the sword man. But Su Lang did not want to be a sword man. First of all, once you become a swordman, you will reject other sword weapons. Su Lang could not bear the Yudian sword, although Yudian sword is currently only a primary fairy weapon, but its essence is really too powerful. As long as the defense is only a trace, it will be killed by it. Moreover, it itself is tough to death, even better than the defensive immortal level of the same level. Once its level is raised, it is a super killer, simple and crude, without fancy, and no disadvantages. In addition, the Burning Heaven Emperor scripture was adapted from the Refining Classics. Although it was claimed to be complete, no one knew whether there were any defects, and Su Lang did not dare to take any risks. Finally, how ugly is the swordman? Since you can't carry a sword, I won't force you. Su Lang curled his lips, then put the Slaughter Sky Sword Sheath into the storage space. After this episode, Su Lang put the Burning Heaven Emperor Sutra, originally intended for cultivation, into the Cold Palace, extinguishing the idea of cultivation. Su Lang took out a lot of materials and continued to refine the parts of the super-humanoid weapon. After obtaining all the wealth of 2 quasi-emperors and dozens of martial immortals and thousands of quasi-immortal great sages, Su Lang's materials are currently inexhaustible. Therefore, he changed the super-humanoid weapon composed of more than 10,000 parts to 120,000 parts. This also means that Su Lang is about to refine 120,000 immortal artifacts. A fairy artifact was already a goal pursued by junior and intermediate martial arts, but in Su Lang's plan, it was just a small part. This will be an extremely vast project, but it can be expected that when it is completed, the results will be terrifying. Su Lang refined more than a dozen immortal parts. And at this moment, a group of people came outside the fairy palace, a large group of people. At a glance, there are densely packed warriors overwhelming the sky, and the whole world is covered in black, with more than 100,000 people. They all knelt on the ground, headed by 2 quasi-immortals. The next servant Zunshui, please see the Lord. Second servant Ningyuan, please see the Lord. Zan Xiaopingxian and Ningyuan Zunxian knelt in front of more than 100,000 people, with respectful expressions, and loudly begged to see Su Lang. It seems that Zan Xiaopingxian has been well dressed, has a wonderful body, a pleasant appearance, and looks very beautiful. The hundreds of thousands behind Wushan Xuanshui and Wushan Ningyuan are the quasi-sages and the pinnacle warriors gathered from the 9 great saints such as Beijing and the Kushuixian clan. There are basically 5,000 people in each of the 9 great saints, and there are more people in the Colosseum clan than the 9 clans combined. Have they finally brought the quasi-sages and the peak martial gods they gathered? Su Lang gently swept the crowd with his spiritual thoughts, and did not go out. Instead, after finishing the refinement of this fairy-level part in his hand, Shi Shiren walked out of the fairy palace and appeared in front of Zan Xiaopingxian and the others. The next servant, Zunshui, pay respect to the Lord. Seeing Su Lang, Wushan Wushui once again bowed deeply. Looking down from the top, there was a holy light in the wide neckline. Second servant Ningyuan, see the Lord. Ningyuan Wushan watched his nose, and heart, and seriously bowed down to Su Langsheng. Hunshui, do you really think I am a good person? Su Lang waved his hands with black lines, you two get up. The 2 quasi-immortals spoke in unison, and then stood up. Seeing that Su Lang had no response, Zan Xiaopingxian couldn't help but feel a little lost. When collecting the materials of the 9 clan and the Chushan clan, she did not forget to inquire about the information of the Yaoqi Saint clan. From the Bu population, she knew that Su Lang did not have any powerful female subordinates for the time being, so she wanted to show herself, hoping to get Su Lang close. But now, Su Lang is obviously not interested in her. Chapter 807. Make them holy together. Zan Xiaopingxian and Ning Yuan Zunxian stood up. But the quasi-sages and the pinnacle martial gods behind them did not dare to get up, still crawling humbly on the ground, like the ants at the feet of Su Lang. Looking at these hundreds of thousands of people, Su Lang nodded in satisfaction. Ning Yuan Zunxian, doing a good job. The servant is terrified. Ning Yuan Zunxian was praised, and immediately bowed to Su Lang again. There is nothing to be afraid of. Things are done beautifully. I will not only praise you, but also reward you. This is a rule immortal crystal, given to you. I hope you will break through the martial immortal as soon as possible. Su Lang smiled and threw a regular immortal crystal to Ning Yuan Zhuanjin. This rule fairy crystal was obtained by killing Wanyu Wushan. Both Wanyu Wushan and Dingbo Wushan belong to the Colchicum tribe, and their regular crystals are naturally the most suitable for the quasi-sages of the Colchicum tribe. Before, Su Lang gave Dingbo Wushan's rule immortal crystal reward to Du Zunxian. Regulations. Rules fairy crystal. Ning Yuan Zunxian, holding the regular fairy crystal, was so excited that he couldn't help shaking. The servant will thank the Lord for his generous gift, and will be more cautious and serious in the future. He immediately knelt on the ground, his expression enthusiastically grateful for Su Lang's generous gift. Okay, get up. Su Lang nodded and smiled, approachable. Aside, Zan Xiaopingxian stared blankly. She never expected that Su Lang would have given Ning Yuan a regular fairy crystal at hand, and her eyes would burst with envy. The hundreds of thousands of quasi-sage martial gods who were kneeling on the ground were also thunderous and numb. They weren't even martial saint, and of course they couldn't help being shocked when they saw the legendary treasure like Rule Shanjing. Soon, Zan Xiaoshan reacted. She also came to report on her duties, collected materials from the 9 saints and the Chushan, and came to hand in. This is also a credit. The servant has collected the materials from the 10 places. Zan Xiaopingxian immediately knelt to the ground and offered a holy space ring. Please look at the Lord. Su Lang nodded, picked up the ring, glanced at it, and put it in the storage space. Although there are many things in the ring, it is just like that in Su Lang's eyes. He got the possessions of 2 quasi-emperors and dozens of martial immortals and thousands of quasi-immortals, which was more than 100 times more than the things in this ring. Su Lang glanced at Zan Xiaopingxian, still admiring him. The servant should do it. Zan Jushan's expression of joy and anticipation offset some disappointment. A reward for merit. I don't favor one or the other. I also give you a regular fairy crystal. Su Lang smiled, and handily gave the rule Shanjing obtained from Qian Zihu to Zan Xiaopingxian. Qian Zihu's immortal level practice is, Wanai Pelong Xian Ju. The general direction of the rule attributes is the same as that of the Chushan tribe, and it is also very suitable for Zan level immortals. Thank you for the gift. Zan Xiaopingxian got the rule immortal crystal and was extremely happy. He knelt down on the ground again, and his loose neckline dropped again. Su Lang rolled his eyes silently. Get up. Zan Xiaopingxian and Ning Yuan Zunxian both stood up and stood with their heads down respectfully, their faces filled with excitement that could not be concealed. The hundreds of thousands of quasi-sages and war gods below are also frantic. Looking at Su Lang aloft, how much they hoped to be appreciated by Su Lang and be rewarded by Su Lang. This was the first time they had seen Su Lang, but it was such a short time that made them return. The quasi-sages, the gods of war. Su Lang looked at the crowded group of people below and said, presumably you already know that this time you are called here to make you holy. Today, I will take you to cultivate secret places and collectively become holy. As soon as this remark came out, most of the warriors below suddenly became upset. Summoning them to become holy together, they did know that the news came from the Biu tribe, and the 100 Wars Saint tribe, Fishuang Saint tribe, and Lianhua Saint tribe adjacent to it. But they don't really believe it because there are really too many people. More than 100,000 people want to be holy together. What an incredible thing, not to mention the Kanglan continent, even the more powerful other continents, throughout the tens of millions of years, hundreds of millions of years of history, absolutely never happened. But now, this news was spoken by Su Lang himself and confirmed it. The Lord really want to make them holy together. Chapter 808. The biggest party. 100,000 people are sanctified together. Thinking of these words, all the quasi-sages and the Valkyrie present trembling all over, swallowed fiercely. They didn't know what way Su Lang would make them holy. But sanctification is a very difficult thing. All of them asked sanctification to try their best, but they were still unable to cross the sky. Therefore, even if the master's method has some drawbacks, they are completely acceptable. What's more, judging from the news previously inquired, the previous batch of martial sages who guarded the Sea of Sky after becoming sacred did not have any sequelae. All of them were excited and couldn't wait. However, in front of Su Lang, they still tried their best to suppress their emotions so as not to lose their attitude and anger the great master. Su Lang's words continued to be heard. Sanctification has been a big hurdle for eternity. I don't know how many Tianzhou has risen at the end of the Wei dynasty, unstoppable, but finally stuck at this step, living and dying. However, for me, sanctification is really too simple. The 100,000 or so of you present can be easily sanctified without exception. It's just that you have to pay your own price for this opportunity to live, but all those who become holy must turn in their souls to show their loyalty. And I will try my best to train you and let you go higher and farther on the road of martial arts. These are the meeting gifts for you after turning in the soul fire. Speaking of this, Su Lang waved his big hand, and a bright Tianhe suddenly appeared in the sky. Everyone couldn't help but look up, only to see a Milky Way in the sky overwhelming the sky, and the stars flickered. A series of regular visions are like waves, rising and dying in the Tianhe, endlessly reciprocating. That is, the Milky Way made up of pills. Looking at that Tianhe river, Zan Xiaopingxian and Ningyuan Zunxian instantly thundered and stunned. That is a galaxy made up of countless elixirs, and it is full of holy-level elixirs, quasi-elixirs, and even elixir. And all of them are perfect quality pills. Looking at these pills, the two quasi-immortals were more shocked than when they saw the regular celestial crystal. The key is that this number is really too much, it is beyond their imagination. Even the two well-informed quasi-sages were so shocked that they were speechless, and the hundreds of thousands of quasi-sages were even more stunned, as if they had become demented clay figurines. So many pills. Who is the master, who can take out so many pills in an instant? These pills are ours, all of us. The Lord will reward us with them. Unbelievable, unimaginable, we can get such a favor. The Lord is definitely the most generous Lord since the ages. Oh my God. This is so unreal, I don't dare to do it in my dreams. Stormy waves rose in the hearts of everyone, and thoughts flashed through their minds. At this time, a loud shout came. Are you waiting to give up your soul? But it was Xiaopingxian who screamed and awakened everyone. Hundreds of thousands of people came back to their senses, trembled fiercely, and revealed enthusiasm in their eyes, and immediately rushed out of their souls. More than 100,000 points of golden soul fire flew out from everyone's foreheads, and floated up like a spectacular swarm of fireflies. These souls converge in one place, flowing to Su Lang like a river. From now on, you will be my servant. Su Lang smiled slightly, his thoughts moved, the elixir in the sky suddenly turned into a great meteor shower, and it fell on the hands of everyone in the crowd. The Zan-level immortal and Ningyuan Zunxian also have rewards. They received a dozen elixir, and they were so excited that they could not count. The two quasi-immortals took the lead, and hundreds of thousands of people all knelt on the ground, grateful to Su Lang for giving the pill. By this time, no words could express the gratitude in their hearts, but they had to clasp their heads under Su Lang's feet and be ready to give Su Lang his life at any time. Su Lang smiled and took a shot with his big hand, grabbing the golden river of soul and heart, and putting it all into the sea of knowledge. I saw that under the sun, more than 100,000 soul ghosts suddenly appeared on the empty ground. They sat on the ground one by one, receiving the sun's rays, like devout fanatics. Chapter 809. Welcome the return of the Patriarch. These pills can help you become holy, but they are not the only means, nor the best means. The sanctified one needs to understand a rule. I will take you to cultivate the secret land now. Keep your minds at bay and don't act rashly. Su Lang's faint voice fell in everyone's ears. Immediately, he took a step forward and stepped into the void. A strange net of illusion emerged from under Su Lang's feet, and immediately spread in all directions, covering everyone. A huge spatial fluctuation came, and Zan Shui and Ning Yuan felt the terrifying fluctuation, and couldn't help swallowing their mouths nervously. It was Su Lang who used space rules to pull it out of the surface of space. The purpose, of course, is to take everyone to Fengaling Race New City. Hundreds of thousands of people, if you use the teleportation array, you don't know how much time it will take. It's better to use the space rules directly and bring everyone to move. To tear the space and move, even Wu Sheng who doesn't control the space rules can do it, such as Chu Xiaobei. But it was very difficult and dangerous. If you were not careful, you would die. If Chu Xiaobei hadn't been forced to a desperate situation, he would never risk it. The warriors of the Six Dao Immortal clan who pursued Chu Xiaobei were afraid of dying in the cracks in the space, so they did not dare to pursue them. But for the current Su Lang, tearing space transmission is like walking, simple and safe. Even with hundreds of thousands of people, it is not too difficult. Not only did he comprehend the rules of space, but his true combat power also reached the level of the Three Tribulations Martial Immortal, and it was a piece of cake to take some Valkyrie through space. The strange virtual net under Su Lang's feet among the hundreds of thousands of quasi-valley gods gradually began to twist, and finally formed a void. The surrounding spatial grid suddenly changed and returned to normal. Everyone looked around in a daze, only to see that they had come to a strange place. Here is the sky of a big city. People come and go, but they are not found. Where is this? God, we were motionless, we moved out of thin air. This is the Lord's method, how amazing, great, and terrifying. This should be the rules of space, and the Master is the master of the rules of space forever. The Lord is so powerful, it is a great honor for me to serve him. When everyone was horrified, they couldn't help whispering, and occasionally looked at Su Lang, eyes full of awe and enthusiasm. A martial sage flew up from the city, as well as more than a dozen sages. When they came to Su Lang, they respectfully bowed, respectfully welcomed the return of the patriarch. These are the xianxia who has broken through the realm of martial saint and some newly promoted martial gods. At this time, the hearts of xianxia and others were thumping wildly. No way, there are hundreds of thousands of quasi-saints below. The previously huge Fengaling clan was only Wangfukan a quasi-sage as the patriarch, but now Su Lang actually brought over 120,000. This is equivalent to 120,000 Fengaling clan chiefs, how spectacular and terrifying. Star, congratulations. Seeing that Yan Hingxing had broken through to the martial sage realm, Su Lang was also very happy and congratulated him. Because Yang Xingxing is the second martial sage after the human race set foot on the martial arts civilization. After only 2,000 years, he was sanctified, and placed in the Kandlan continent. He was also a leader among Tianzhou. Yan Hingxing said modestly, "Thanks to the pill given by the patriarch, otherwise I would not be able to break through to the martial sage realm so easily." Su Lang laughed and said, "Without my pill, you can quickly break through Wu Sheng, but the time will be a little later." Yan Hingxing was humble again, saying that without Su Lang's medicine, he was afraid that it would be a lifelong bottleneck. Yan Hengxing has extraordinary talents. It is definitely not an ordinary infinite-level genius. It must have other advantages. Maybe I can focus on training him. Su Lang thought, and asked Yan Hengxing, "When you broke through Wu Sheng, what rules did you understand?" "Returning to the patriarch is a virtual rule." Yan Hingxing smiled. "The virtual rule is quite rare." Su Lang was surprised, and he also understood this rule, which was regarded as the corresponding rule of 9 stars purple rainbow fantasy. This is a very mysterious rule, much harder to comprehend than basic rules like gold, wood, water, fire, and earth. It seems that Yang Xingxing is indeed a genius. Chapter 810. Goodbye Beckham Rushui and Slim. I want to take these people to Blue Star to practice. Su Lang smiled. "You will go to Blue Star with me later, and leave the defense here to your subordinates." Yan Hingxing took the lead immediately. Su Lang smiled, then encouraged the dozens of war gods of the wind spirit race and human race, and rewarded them with the pill that they could use. Seeing that Su Lang had so many martial sages and quasi-sages as his subordinates, but still did not forget them, all the warriors were immediately grateful. "Next, follow me to the space-time channel." Su Lang stretched out his hand and a layer of formation barrier automatically opened, exposing the space-time cracks behind. It was the first time that the hundreds of thousands of people present saw the cracks in time and space. Time and space cracks are not the same as space cracks. It exudes a more dangerous atmosphere, and everyone can't help but feel terrified. Su Lang gave an order, and Yan Xingxing immediately rushed into the crack of time and space, followed by a large quasi-sage behind. Soon, hundreds of thousands of people disappeared in the cracks of time and space. Su Lang also walked in Shi Shiren. In addition to taking everyone to practice, He also went to Blue Star to see Chu Xiaobei's 3 daughters, and by the way led the sanctified warriors back to Kanglan continent. Passing through the cracks of time and space is only a momentary matter. When Su Lang appeared again, he saw Xianxia standing there respectfully. The tens of thousands of quasi-valley gods were looking around with excitement, as if there was something exciting in the air. Su Lang knew that they felt the rules of manifestation. Is this the secret place of cultivation that the Lord said? All the rules here are easy to manifest and comprehend. It is definitely an advanced world far beyond the Kanglan continent. Let me wait here to comprehend the rules. Taking the pill for cultivation is a great opportunity given to us by the Lord. This is an upright method of sanctification without any side effects. I feel that my bottleneck has loosened, and I will be holy soon. Hundreds of thousands of people were talking noisily, although their voices were very small, but together they were like thunder. Su Lang did not stop them, letting them discuss there. Gradually, everyone stopped talking, and then knelt down to thank Su Lang. Soon, hundreds of thousands of people knelt in front of Su Lang quietly. Su Lang smiled kindly, let everyone get up, and then took them to the small island specially used as a place for cultivation. The arrival of hundreds of thousands of people shocked everyone on the island. On the island, nearly 10,000 warriors looked up at the sky, only to see the dense quasi-sages descending like raindrops. Is it a new servant recruited by the Lord? There are so many, hundreds of thousands. People from the Bayesian tribe. No, I also saw the Colchicum tribe. The quasi-sages of the Colchicum tribe have also become servants of the Lord. Can it be said that the Lord has already subdued the Colchicum tribe? The Chuquan clan has all worshipped, and the other 9 clans are probably already under the command of the Master. These people come from a more powerful saint race than us, and even a fairy race. We must work harder to cultivate, otherwise sooner or later we will be surpassed by these latecomers. There was a lot of discussion on the island. At this time, the hundreds of thousands also fell on the island. The originally small island suddenly became a bit crowded, and some quasi-sages simply sat on the surface of the sea and began to practice directly. Everyone was eager to cultivate, and the whole island quickly calmed down. Su Lang looked at the hundreds of thousands of warriors below, and nodded in satisfaction. He moved his body and appeared on the top of the mountain on the highest point of the island. Yan Hingxing smiled intentionally, and did not rush to chase after him. On the top of the mountain, Chu Xiaobei, Ji Rushui, and Murong Shenxian are all here. As soon as Su Lang appeared, Ji Rushui ran over and plunged into Su Lang's arms. Su Lang hugged Ji Rushui, only to feel that this girl had developed a lot. Her body was soft and boneless, and she couldn't help but want to hold her for a while. On the side, Murong looked at this side with a slim face and blushing, a little eager to move, but because he was shy, he didn't dare to ask for a hug. But Chu Xiaobei rolled his eyes and looked at Su Lang, looking wary of a pervert. However, the longing in her eyes is also hard to conceal, and the uprightness in her mouth is not too cute. Chapter 811, Use Rules to Empower. I haven't seen you in 3 days, like every 3 autumns, everyone come and hug. Su Lang laughed, then stepped forward and took Murong Shenxian into his arms and hugged him. When it was Chu Xiaobei's turn, she stared at Su Lang like a vigilant fold-eared cat, as if I would bite you when you came. But Su Lang ignored her fierce gaze and hugged her. Chu Xiaobei's body stiffened suddenly, then softened. It's been a long time since I hugged you. Feeling the fullness of his heart, Su Lang couldn't help but smile. When Chu Xiaobei heard these words, she suddenly thought of the period when she was picked up by Su Lang. She was seriously injured at that time, so she could only be held or carried by Su Lang, and she was together everywhere. Huh, pervert, let go, don't take advantage of me. Recovering from the memory, Chu Xiaobei snorted proudly and broke free from Su Lang's arms. With her earning, Su Lang immediately felt the magnificence. He couldn't help but look at the moon in the sky and exclaimed, "This moon is really white and big." Chu Xiaobei and Rushui Shenxian didn't know why Su Lang praised the moon, but women's intuition made them feel a trace of dirt. Su Lang smiled faintly, then glanced at the 3 women, and said with a smile, "Your cultivation results these days are pretty good. It's all due to brother Su Lang." Ji Rushui smiled brilliantly, and Murong Shenxian and Chu Xiaobei kept nodding their heads. I saw that Chu Xiaobei had broken through to the quasi-immortal, and Ji Rushui and Murong Shenxian had also broken through to the level of the censored of war. Su Lang smiled and said, "Since you have broken through the barrier, then I can continue to instill in you the repair. Ji Rushui had a lively temper, and suddenly jumped up happily. Of course Murong Shenxian and Chu Xiaobei were also elated. Although Chu Xiaobei had already broken through to the quasi-Xian, in addition to the lack of rules, her cultivation was far from reaching the peak of the quasi-Xian. You know, under normal circumstances, it takes more than 1.6 million years for a quasi-immortal to accumulate the cultivation base that can break through to the martial immortal. Even if Chu Xiaobei had a pill from Su Lang, it would take a long time to accumulate enough cultivation. Now Su Lang wants to inculcate her cultivation base, she of course is willing. Start with Rushui first. Come here and sit down and let my brother love you well. Su Lang smiled brightly, let Ji Rushui sit in front of her, and then stretched out her hand against her smooth forehead. The system, start the cultivation base initiation. With a move in Su Lang's heart, Ji Rushui's body was immediately injected into Ji Rushui's body. As before, once these cultivation bases entered Ji Rushui's body, they immediately became her own cultivation bases, not even the process of refining. The cultivation base required to go from the censored of war to the quasi-sage is also difficult for ordinary gods to accumulate, and it takes 10 to 20,000 years. But for Su Lang, it doesn't take a second to save up. His current cultivation speed is really terrifying. Of course, Su Lang wouldn't instill all that many cultivation bases into Ji Rushui all at once, but would rather slow down to avoid something wrong. Sitting in front of Su Lang, Ji Rushui's aura grew stronger with Su Lang's indoctrination. The first breakthrough came, and Ji Rushui broke through to the intermediate Valkyrie. Then, there are senior war gods, peak war gods, quasi-sage levels, and quasi-sage peaks. But this is not over yet. System, start rule empowerment, specify, space rules, for indoctrination. With a thought, Su Lang began to instill the rules of space in Ji Rushui. He wants to raise Ji Rushui's cultivation base to the level of quasi-immortality in one go. And the reason for choosing the space rule is because when Ji Rushui's cultivation base skyrocketed, the martial saint space would definitely expand accordingly. In this process, the space rules can better stabilize the wuxia space, so that there will be no problems. If you instill the rules of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth, and even death, fate, etc., it will basically be of no use to the wuxia space, and it will be easy to go wrong. Ji Rushui closed her eyes tightly, and suddenly felt a mysterious power appearing in her mind, imprinted into her soul, and then integrated into her body. She felt it was the power of space. Chapter 812, Quasi-Shangji is Snow Murong Slim. This should be the rules of space that Sister Xiaobei said, and Brother Su Lang actually let me directly understand the rules of space. My martial god space has expanded. It's a huge martial god space. No, it should be called martial god space now. I have already broken through to the martial god level. In the hands of Brother Su Lang, I broke through from the martial god to the martial saint level in the blink of an eye. When Ji Rushui was horrified, she was excited. However, she still forcibly held back, fearing that it would disturb Su Lang. At the same time, Chu Xiaobei and Murong Shenxian on the side, as well as Xianxia waiting in the sky, looked dumbfounded, motionless, like sculptures. Raise the Valkyrie to the martial sage level at your fingertips. The rules. There are no rules. You can also promote the censored of war to martial sage. What a tactic against the sky. Ji Rushui perceives a familiar feeling. A lot of gentle power is injected into his body, and it is slightly hot, which makes people unable to help but excited. The cultivation base initiation begins again. Chu Xiaobei, Murong Shenxian, and Xianxia Star blankly watched Ji Rushui's cultivation soaring. 1-star martial sage, 2-star martial sage, 3-star. 9-star martial sage, quasi-sage peak. Chu Xiaobei and Murong Shenxian had experienced cultivation base initiation, but they were also shocked. Yan Hingxing is like an ordinary person seeing a ghost, his eyes are bulging and bloodshot, and his face is covered with incredible expressions. I won't say anything from Wuxian to Wuxiang. From Wuxiang to Zushan Pinnacle, even Wuxia Tianzhao can take hundreds of thousands of years to do it with various powerful auxiliary methods. But now, Su Lang has created a quasi-immortal with his fingers. This method is completely beyond imagination. Su Lang slowly retracted his right hand. But Ji Rushui still closed her eyes tightly, motionless, still trying her best to get acquainted with the new power. Suddenly upgrading from the censored of war to the immortal, the gap is too big, it can't be described as a million times. Ji Rushui opened her eyes, I am afraid it will bring a 12-level storm. Su Lang also knew that Ji Rushui would definitely not be able to control the power of the immortal in a short time, so he immediately arranged a set of formations beside Ji Rushui. This set of formations can protect Ji Rushui. Besides, it is to prevent Ji Rushui from losing control of his power and destroying the island casually. You know, there are hundreds of thousands of quasi-saints on this island. If this is accidentally destroyed, the loss will be great. After setting up the formation, Su Lang looked at Murong Xianxian and smiled faintly, come on Xianxian, it's your turn. Ah, am I going to be a quasi-immortal too? Murong Xianxian's voice trembled slightly. Su Lang smiled, don't be afraid, it won't hurt. Murong Xianxian felt like she was dreaming. She was originally just a small martial artist on the Blue Star. After following Su Lang, she was promoted to the censored of war. She already felt that her life was too fantastic. And now, Su Lang wants to make her a quasi-immortal. Murong Xianxian came to Ji Rushui and sat on the ground. Anyway, Ji Rushui is separated by a formation, and it won't bother her. Su Lang put his right hand on Murong Xianxian's forehead, and began to initiate. Just like when giving Ji Rushui an initiation, first raise the Slender's cultivation base to quasi-sage, then instill the rules of space, make him holy, and then promote it to the quasi-sage peak. All this was done instantly, as fast as a sip of water. After Murong Xianxian became a quasi-fairy, Su Lang also arranged a formation to protect her. In the sky, Yang was shocked to numbness. He began to doubt whether the world was fake, whether he was dreaming, doubting what kind of illusion he had fallen into. Chu Xiaobei was also shocked. Although she had seen Su Lang's cultivation of the second daughter last time and had experienced it personally, she still couldn't help asking, Su Lang, Rushui and Xianxian, there will be no problem, right? As long as there is a trace of risk or defect, I will not do this. Su Lang smiled and shook his head, next, it's your turn. I won't favor one another, but I want you to be covered in rain and dew. Come on, just know the poor mouth. Chu Xiaobei gave Su Lang a white look, but still came to Su Lang excitedly and sat down cross-legged. Chapter 813. The most beautiful scenery in the world. Wait for Chu Xiaobei to sit down. Su Lang couldn't help lowering his eyes, and suddenly saw Chu Xiaobei's neckline. Wow, what a great light. What are you looking at? Chu Xiaobei raised her head vigilantly and stared at Su Lang fiercely. No, nothing, just saw the most beautiful scenery in the world. Su Lang laughed, sitting cross-legged, facing Chu Xiaobei, staring with big eyes. It's squinting every time, I'm so disgusted. Chu Xiaobei rolled his eyes and closed them, hurry up. In this posture, people who didn't know thought she wanted Su Lang to kiss her. However, Su Lang knew that if he really dared to kiss him, he wouldn't know that this kitten would blow up its fur. I'm coming. Su Lang looked straight, stretched out his right hand and pressed Chu Xiaobei's forehead. In the next moment, he initiated the cultivation base initiation. Because Chu Xiaobei was already at the quasi-celestial level, Su Lang only needed to raise his cultivation base to the quasi-Xian peak. Therefore, the cost of cultivation is not much, and when converted into time, it is very short. Just a second or two. Su Lang stopped instilling cultivation. And Chu Xiaobei's cultivation realm has also completely reached the pinnacle of quasi-immortality. At this moment, Chu Xiaobei only needed the power of complete rules to break through to the level of Wuxian. At this point, Chu Xiaobei didn't want to catch the Rule Immortal Crystal and was imprisoned by those mediocre and martial immortals, so he could only comprehend it by himself. But this time is different. Su Lang has the ability to instill the power of rules. Bei, tell me. Su Lang's soft voice entered Chu Xiaobei's ears, what kind of power of rules do you want? I will pass it to you. Hear this. Chu Xiaobei suddenly felt that his soul was shocked. You mean magic horse? Chu Xiaobei opened his eyes and stared at Su Lang incredulously. You want to pass the rules to me? This is too fake. There are traces of the martial art history of Kanglan mainland Shanghai to instill such things as the cultivation base. Many warriors with advanced cultivation bases have the means to instill cultivation bases for the younger generations of their disciples. It's just that compared to Su Lang's method, it's completely like fireflies in the sun, and cannot be compared. But things like instilling rules never happened. From the birth of Kanglan continent to today, absolutely never happened. Comprehending the power of rules is an extremely difficult thing, and the biggest shortcut is to use the rule fairy crystal. There is no other way. But Su Lang actually said that he could instill the rules at this time. This really made Chu Xiaobei couldn't believe it, couldn't imagine it. Calm down. You still suspect me? The corner of Su Lang's mouth raised slightly, and he asked, which one of the things I did is not earth-shattering, huh? What do you think? What you do is truly earth-shattering. Refining perfect holy level pills, immortal level pills, sacred implements, immortal implements, Naxian tribe, swordsmanship. Chu Xiaobei whispered in a low voice, suddenly feeling a little funny in his doubts. I even suspected that Su Lang was an unreasonable and unpredictable super abnormality. It's boring to ask yourself. I believe you. Chu Xiaobei smiled bitterly. I should be like Ru Shui Shenxian, unconditionally trusting whatever you say. Yes, this is good. Su Lang smiled. Come on, tell me, what rules do you want? I believe you can transmit the rules to me. Chu Xiaobei supported her smooth chin and asked, but, have you understood a lot of rules? If I remember correctly, it didn't take many days for you to break through to Martial Saint. I am also different in understanding the rules. I can understand a rule in about a minute. Su Lang smiled. However, transmission rules require a lot of effort. At present, with my ability, I can do things like transmission rules up to 10 times a day, and now there are only 8 times left. Chapter 814. Let you be arrogant. Sure enough, everything is unreasonable. Understanding a rule in 1 minute really makes ordinary warriors desperate to doubt the speed of life. Chu Xiaobei said, in addition, you can only transmit rules 8 times now, because you have transmitted rules to Rushui and Shenxian before, so that they can successfully break through to the martial arts level, right? I did send them the rules before. Su Lang nodded. Moreover, there are still relatively rare space rules to ensure that their martial saint space will not have problems during the expansion process. Space rules. After hearing Su Lang's words, Chu Xiaobei couldn't help but his eyes lit up. You actually understand such a rare rule. Actually, the space rules are just so-so. The corner of Su Lang's mouth raised slightly, and his face was full of brilliant smiles. The same mysterious rules. I also comprehend death, destiny, yin and yang, spirit, light and darkness, withered glory, etc. Chu Xiaobei looked at Su Lang in front of him, only to realize that under his squint surface was really too mysterious. Su Lang smiled and said, all right, let's talk. What rules do you need? I have now understood the 5-element rules, and even some other subsidiary rules, such as ice and rock, are all very common. I didn't understand the mystery rules you mentioned, or pass them to me. Chu Xiaobei looked at Su Lang with scorching eyes. This arrogant little cat actually showed a hint of flattery at this moment. Oh, no matter how arrogant you are, you can't escape my palm, ha ha ha. Since you want it all, then I will give it to you. Su Lang smiled in his heart and said immediately, just beg you not to look at me like a pervert in the future. Chu Xiaobei nodded eagerly, like a kitten meowing. Su Lang did not make things difficult for Chu Xiaobei, nodded, and put his hand on Chu Xiaobei's forehead again. System, start rule empowerment. Su Lang's heart moved, and he first passed the rule of space, which is the rule that is tall and the most important, to Chu Xiaobei. Chu Xiaobei could not help being surprised when he felt a strange and regular energy flow into his mind and imprinted into his soul. She was immersed in the mystery of the space rules. The space is divided into 3 layers. The metric line, the grid network. Chu Xiaobei murmured in a low voice. She had a certain understanding of space rules, but at this time she saw a deeper mystery, and she was suddenly even more surprised. The transmission of the space rules is complete. Next, I want to transmit the second rule. This rule is called the spiritual rule. Su Lang reminded him that when Chu Xiaobei was ready to accept the rules, he began to transmit the second rule. As Chu Xiaobei gradually understood the spiritual rules, her mental power immediately began to grow. After the transmission of the mental rules, her mental power has grown more than 10 times than before. Are you ready? I'm going to transmit the third rule. This one is called Yin Yang. Su Lang had already transmitted 8 rules to Chu Xiaobei, all of which were extremely practical and mysterious and difficult to understand. The comprehension of these 8 rules made Chu Xiaobei one step closer to the realm of Wuxian. From today, the 3 of you have been by my side. Su Lang smiled and said, I can transmit rules 10 times a day. I think it won't be long before you can be promoted to the realm of Wuxian. Chu Xiaobei nodded happily. Every one of Su Lang's transmission rules is perfect, but it doesn't carry side effects like regular fairy crystals. Without the side effects, Chu Xiaobei would of course be happy to accept it. You will practice more fighting skills in the future. By the way, also teach Ji Rushui and Marong Shenxian. Su Lang knew that the battle of the mainland in this era was coming soon. Although he would not let the three women fight easily, but in order to prevent them from happening, he still intends to let them learn the art of fighting. The most important thing is to exercise conviction and enhance self-confidence, so as not to have strength in time, but not to show it. Chapter 815. Cultivate Xianxia. Chu Xiaobei also knew this, and immediately readily agreed. You should also consolidate your cultivation first. I'm going to meet the genius of my clan now. Su Lang nodded, and arranged a formation for Chu Xiaobei to protect her. I don't need it. Inside the formation, Chu Xiaobei wrinkled her nose and hammered the formation fiercely. As a result, the formation was motionless and couldn't help humming sadly. The strongest defensive formation that Su Lang can deploy now has reached the level of a quasi-emperor. Because he learned the seal formation at the entrance to the emperor's forbidden area. You know, that seal formation is of Wudi level. Taking only a part of it, it merged into the previous Kangkong Phantom Immortal Array and Kolchakam Clan Immortal Array, and also advanced its defense power to quasi-emperor level. In the future, I will visit those emperors more and learn more about the formation. Having a thought to form a formation, the formation is also one of my super killer moves. Su Lang thought so, turned his head and spoke to the star Xianxia in the sky, letting him come down. Xianxia salutes respectfully. Seeing Su Lang's anti-sky methods, his eyes were strange at this time. He seemed to think that Su Lang was disguised by an old monster, or had taken the house. His thoughts were similar to those of the Wuxians who were newly invested in Su Lang's command, thinking that Su Lang was a great being that had awakened in the long river of time. However, thinking that Su Lang was so perverted from beginning to end, Yan Xingxing's weird thoughts quickly disappeared. Star. Presumably you have seen it too. My Rushui and Slender have been promoted to the level of quasi-immortality by me. Su Lang smiled and said, calling you to come down is also to improve your cultivation level. After all, I now have many powerful people, and my clan must also have a capable warrior. The patriarch wants to raise my cultivation base to quasi-xian. Yan Xingxing stared, excited and unbelievable. He knew the identities of Ji Rushui and Marong Shenxian, as well as the identities of Chu Xiaobei. The first two are the women who followed Su Lang since Su Lang's last days, and they were also one of the reasons why Su Lang set foot on the Kanglan continent. Chu Xiaobei seemed to have a lifelong friendship with Su Lang, and the two were almost inseparable. And he Xianxia just donated some materials and exercises to Su Lang, and in the end defeated the Fengling clan completely relying on Su Lang. If he puts a peach on Su Lang, it is also in the battle, those exercises and materials. But later, Su Lang entrusted him with an important task and presented him with more holy level exercises and even powerful sacred artifacts, which was already rewarding him, and it was 1,000 times in return. Such kindness has already made him grateful. But today, Su Lang even gave him an opportunity to use magical means to improve his cultivation level. And all this is still in the case that he has not turned in his soul. He Xianxia couldn't think of how he could repay this huge kindness. Only take fate for Li and report to Su Lang. You are a genius of my human race, whether you are talented, resourceful, or talented in combat, you are all outstanding. Su Lang smiled, so, I won't let you bury, I want you to shine. The patriarch's favor, the star has only one life to repay. Yan Xingxing knelt on both knees, his expression frenzied, and he began to force his soul out. Stop it, I don't need your soul, and this shouldn't be the way you and I maintain trust. Su Lang smiled and shook his head. Furthermore, handing over the soul's heart will consume some of the soul's origin, you stop. As soon as this statement came out, Yan Xingxing burst into tears. He knelt at Su Lang's feet, with his head on the ground, showing his loyalty. Su Lang raised his hand and immediately helped him up. As a real strong man, you can't kneel down at will. Xingxing only kneels for the patriarch in this life. Yan Xingxing's voice was sonorous, and he knelt down again. Kneeling Su Lang, he came from his heart, and did not compromise his belief and backbone. Okay, I saw it. Su Lang laughed and said directly, you sit cross-legged now, I want to instill in you the repair. Chapter 8:16. I just skin it habitually. Yan Hingxing took the lead, and then sat down properly. Su Lang put his hand against his forehead and immediately used his cultivation base to instill. Suddenly, Yan Xingxing's aura surged, suddenly rising from a one-star wusheng to a quasi-xian realm. Xingxing, thank the patriarch. Yan Hingxing felt the powerful force, tried to control it, and squashed at Su Lang. Get up first. You are already a quasi-immortal, the next step is wuxian. In terms of the power of rules, you still lack a lot. Although I can instill the power of rules here, you can't slack off. Su Lang said solemnly, I hope that next time you come here, you won't be the same as you are now, only to understand one or two rules. Stars will never shame. Yan Xingxing nodded, his eyes full of determination. At the same time, he was extremely shocked by Su Lang's ability to instill rules. In the end, this shock turned into worship and fanaticism. Before leaving this time, I will upgrade my formation. This is the formation key, I have refined it in advance, you keep it away. Su Lang nodded and said sternly, remember, the blue star can't be lost, go. The blue star, and even the entire solar system, are the core fragments of the infinity realm, and they are a treasure of inestimable value. After Su Lang reaches wuxian, he will come and collect everything here into wuxian's inner boundary. If the Yan star is there, the blue star is there. Yan Hingxing took the formation key and turned around and rushed into the crack of time and space. In a blink of an eye, an afternoon passed. Su Lang also didn't care about the three quiet and lovely girls, but took out the furnace and refined a large number of fairy-level parts. In this process, among the hundreds of thousands of quasi-sages below, more than 10,000 people broke through, crossed the sky, and became a martial sage, not bad. Su Lang smiled faintly and paid attention to the outstanding people among them. The most outstanding are those martial sages who understand the special rules. One person even understood the rules of space. However, Su Lang did not summon them immediately, but let them continue to consolidate. Chu Xiaobei has already left the barrier. Although she is still locked in the formation, she has completely controlled her power. The rules that Su Lang instilled were really easy to digest, so Chu Xiaobei was able to control them in such a short period of time. Let me out. Chu Xiaobei lay on the barrier of the formation and slapped the formation angrily. All right. Now let you out. Su Lang smiled dumbly, waved his big hand, and withdrew the formation. Chu Xiaobei snorted and looked at Ji Rushui and Mirong Shenxian. Then, he turned around and snorted at Su Lang, motioning for Su Lang to release her good girlfriend. The main thing for the two of them is to control power. Su Lang smiled and said, I am still not at ease, to prevent their unintentional destruction. Do you look down on me? Chu Xiaobei squeezed her small fists proudly, I can watch them alone. Ooh, I was pleased before, now that you turn your face in a blink of an eye and don't recognize anyone, dare to attack me. Su Lang raised his eyebrows, pretending to clean up Chu Xiaobei. Don't. Chu Xiaobei was crying with a pretty face, and waved his hands hurriedly, I just skinned it habitually, I was wrong. Su Lang smiled blankly, unexpectedly Chu Xiaobei would admit defeat. Dead perverts are murderous. Chu Xiaobei stuck out his tongue and muttered aside. You mean a censored horse? The corner of Su Lang's eyes twitched. This girl really hadn't been in the house for 3 days. Nothing. I said you are so handsome, the kind of scumbag. Chu Xiaobei chuckled and said what she had learned from the Blue Star City. She and Rushui Shenxian didn't practice all day, and occasionally they would go shopping, so they learned a lot of culture from the Blue Star, of course. Compared with the Blue Stars 2,000 years ago, there are still many cultural gaps between the Blue Stars at this time. Therefore, Su Lang casually said some jokes, let alone Chu Xiaobei, the two natives Ji Rushui and Mirong Shenxian didn't understand it. Chapter 817, Destroyer Beautiful Girl. Count you acquaintance. Su Lang shrugged helplessly, and immediately waved his hand, removing the formation of Ji Rushui and Mirong Shenxian. The breath of the second woman set off a storm. Seeing this, Chu Xiaobei immediately cast a spell to block the power like snow and slender. What you said, you will take care of Rushui and Shenxian from now on. Su Lang glanced at Chu Xiaobei and said, if the two of them can't control their strength and cause any serious consequences, I will not punish them, only you. Okay, I know. Chu Xiaobei rolled his eyes. At this time, Ji Rushui and Mirong Shenxian had already recovered. So strong. Ah! When Ji Rushui woke up, she clenched her fists and planned to stand up, but when she moved her feet, she rushed to the sky. Rushui, do you want to be so fierce? Chu Xiaobei was holding her forehead speechlessly. Rushui's control of power was much worse than she had imagined. Fortunately, Xianxian is in good control. With that in mind, Chu Xiaobei looked at Murong Xianxian, but when she saw her on the ground, she also planned to stand up. However, under that hand, a huge crack has appeared. The only peak on the island split in half. Under the mountain, those martial sages and quasi-sages who were cultivating were awakened one after another and looked towards the peak in surprise. There was also a quasi-sage who was so frightened that he broke through to Wushang. Chu Xiaobei looked at the other half of the mountain, dumbfounded. Xianxian, your control of power is even weaker. Aha, I never fight. Murong Xianxian smiled awkwardly. Although she used to have a cultivation base like Shui Gao, she has always been a meditation host, hiding in the peaceful eastern city to make alchemy. On the other hand, Ji Rushui ran away for so long under the chase, until he was rescued by Su Lang. Ji Rushui in the sky flew back again. But looking at her flying, it was like a violent intercontinental missile, and the space it traveled was distorted. This way, it is completely a beautiful girl of the censored of destruction. Slowly, Chu Xiaobei immediately flew up, hugged Ji Rushui, and brought her back to the ground. However, before she landed, she saw Murong Xianxian step forward. Stop, don't move, Chu Xiaobei screamed, flew over and hugged Murong Xianxian. Su Lang laughed as he watched from the side, and cast a gloating look at Chu Xiaobei. Chu Xiaobei snorted proudly and tilted her small face to one side. Su Lang has a bright smile on his face. Oh, someone hugs left and right in the future, it really makes me envious. This is the truth. Before Rushui and Murong Xianxian control their power, Chu Xiaobei had better hold them all the time, otherwise raising hands and feet would cause great damage. My family Rushui and Xianxian will surely control their power soon. Chu Xiaobei snorted coldly. Ji Rushui quickly agreed and grabbed Chu Xiaobei's hand to express his gratitude to Chu Xiaobei for trusting herself. But she obviously didn't pay attention to controlling her power. And she didn't realize that her current strength was already at the same level as Chu Xiaobei. Without precautions by Chu Xiaobei. It hurts, but I have to show that nothing happened. Chu Xiaobei gritted her silver teeth, and then quietly circulated her spiritual energy, blocking Ji Rushui's power. Moreover, she must always pay attention to prevent herself from hurting Ji Rushui. Of course the same is true for Murong Xianxian. Chu Xiaobei discovered that this could also exercise her own control over power. It turns out that my control of power has not reached the level of nuances, I still have room for improvement. Chu Xiaobei's beautiful eyes flashed with amazement, and suddenly he didn't feel bitter about taking care of Rushui Xianzhen's errands, but rather happy. To this, Su Lang could see it. He controls the rules of the spirit, and is a Sunri-level mental power, and his observation ability is so strong that it is not easy to use it to observe words and colors. The three of them get along well in this way. Presumably soon, the three of them will be able to achieve perfect control of power. Su Lang thought silently, and immediately stepped forward and said to the three of them, we should leave here too, and wait for me to summon Wu Shang. The three women naturally had no objections. They wanted to go back to Kanglan continent, anyway, staying at Blue Star is useless. Chapter 818. 7,000 Martial Saints. There are about 17,000 people in the new batch of Wushang. But nearly 10,000 of them have just broken through. This group of people not only need to consolidate the realm, but the previous accumulation may not be completed yet, and they can continue to progress at an extremely fast speed. Therefore, Su Lang planned to keep this group of people at Blue Star, practice for a while, and then come and take them away next time. In order not to disturb the other warriors who are practicing, Su Lang used his spiritual power to summon those martial sages who had made little progress one by one. A martial sage opened his eyes, rose from the crowd, flew into the air, and came to Su Lang. They didn't dare to be level with Su Lang, they only dared to stand at Su Lang's feet and gather in the air. It's time for you to break through the martial saint and return to Kanglan continent to guard. Su Lang looked at these 7,000 martial sages and said lightly. All the martial artists shouted in unison. In Su Lang's order, they did not give up at all. Moreover, most people really want to return to Kanglan continent. Because they have been holding back in the quasi-sage for too long, during the period they received some ridicule. Going back this time, it is considered to be a good return home, can be a good pretense, let those who have looked down on them with admiration. Su Lang nodded, leading Chu Xiaobei's 3 daughters and flew towards the crack in time and space. At this moment, Chu Xiaobei still hugged Ji Rushui and Mirong Shenxian tightly, hugging left and right, which looked very interesting. After passing through the cracks in time and space, Su Lang used his methods to upgrade the formation of the new city. At this time, the strength of the formation guarding the new city reached a terrifying quasi-emperor level, and even if no one was guarded, Blue Star was almost in no danger of safety. Unless Emperor Wu comes in person, or someone invites the emperor to attack. Of course, it does not mean that there is no need for guarding here. In such an important place, there is no shortage of eyes and ears at all times. And Yangxingxing is one of Su Lang's eyes and ears. After setting up the formation, Yangxingxing came out to send it off specially. Su Lang smiled and used the rules of space, covering more than 7,000 people and disappearing directly from the place. The holy city of Yaoqi. In the Sea of Sky, a huge but stable spatial fluctuation came. Su Lang took the 3 of Chu Xiaobei and more than 7,000 martial sages to emerge. Li Shenyang ran out to greet him first. Servant worship the Lord. Li Shenyang looked fanatical, as if a fanatic had seen his god. During this time, Su Lang continued to improve his cultivation and comprehend the rules. Li Shenyang controlled a clone of Su Lang, and his combat power also increased. Moreover, he is still in control of so many mysterious rules, which he could not even think of before. Su Lang smiled slightly. Li Shenyang was regarded as one of his fingers, and he was quite valued. Li Shenyang saluted again, then got up, stood aside, and saluted the 3 daughters of Chu Xiaobei. The more than 7,000 martial sages looked at Li Shenyang, knowing that he was Su Lang's confidant, and couldn't help being awed. Of course, the 3 daughters of Chu Xiaobei who can be saluted by Li Shenyang are even more of an existence that everyone is in awe of them. That is the woman of Lord Su Di. The 4 quasi-immortals of Yaoqi Yanfa, Tianyanji, Chirimuju and Biyulan, as well as the Chushui tribe Zunshui and Ningyuan quasi-immortals, also came from the Sea of Sky one after another. It turned out that Xian Xiaopingxian and Ningyuan Zunxian did not leave after Su Lang took hundreds of thousands of people to Blue Star. They nominated themselves and met Li Shenyang and Yaoqi Yan Fa, hoping to help guard the Sea of the Sky and perform in front of Su Lang. 2 quasi-immortals from the Immortal clan came to the door, and Li Shenyang and Yaoqi Yan Fa agreed. Naturally, Su Lang knew about this. The servant is late, please punish the Lord. Yaoqi Yan Fa, Zan Shaoshenxian and others knelt in front of Su Lang respectfully, looking ashamed. It's important for you to guard the Sea of Sky. Get up. Su Lang nodded, very satisfied with their attitude. Yaoqi Yan Fa and others got up. Their eyes couldn't help but look at the 7,000 martial sages behind Su Lang. They had seen Su Lang return with the sanctified crowd 2 or 3 times, but at this time, seeing the more than 7,000 martial sages, they were still horrified from ear to ear. Chapter 819. Ascension to the Sea of Sky. More than 7,000 martial sages. In addition, the number of martial saints who are already guarding the Sea of Sky has exceeded 10,000. Except for Yao Kai Yan Fa and others, Zan Shui and Ning Yuan Zunxian were even more shocked. They have lived for so long, and it is the first time they have seen so many Wu Sheng appear together. After a while of horror, they looked at the martial sages carefully and found that these martial sages were basically from the Yaoqi, Biu, Tianyan and Chiri tribes. After sharing, each clan has more than 1,000–2,000 martial arts. You know, there are only 80 or so at the peak of the Kolchakam tribe. The number of nearly 2,000, this is terrible data. These martial sages, I'm afraid they were originally quasi-sages of those 4 races. After following the master, they got the chance. Chi was promoted to the martial sage realm. They are really lucky. That's not right, but those quasi-sages of our Chushui tribe have also received gifts from the Lord. It won't be long before they come, and there will be 60,000 more martial arts. Sage of 60,000 martial arts, I couldn't even think about it before, and I didn't even dare to do it in the dream. But after following the Lord, such unthinkable things have become true. The Lord is really shocking and weeping. The 2 of me should also perform well, and we must use the rules of the fairy crystal to enter the realm of martial arts as soon as possible. Otherwise, if it is useless to the Lord, even if the Lord does not abandon me and wait, I will have no face to wait. Well said. Xian Xiaopingxian and Ningyuan Zunxian were muttering discussions there. Su Lang has already handed over 7,000 martial sages to Yaoqi Yan Fa and asked him to take it with him. Su Lang said, Li Shenyang, let all the people in the Sea of Sky come out. Li Shenyang took the order, and then went down with Yaoqi Yan Fa and others to shout out all the people in the Sea of Sky. There are more than 2,000 martial sages, as well as some martial gods. From now on, those warriors will be replaced, and the warriors who guard the Sea of Sky will be at least at the martial sage level. But before that, Su Lang also had to evolve the Sea of Sky. Small sea, Su Lang thought, and the spirit of the Sky Sea suddenly flew out. Qi Ling Shaohai shouted loudly and came to Su Lang. Su Lang was full of black lines. Although this guy was a little mature, he still couldn't change his birth habit and always shouted. However, Su Lang has given up treatment to Shaohai, so let him shout enough. Go and put your body away and take it. Su Lang gave instructions to Shaohai, and Shaohai bounced back to agree. Without seeing any movement from Shaohai, the vast and boundless sky and sea body instantly turned into a snowflake with the size of a palm. This is the body of the Sky Sea. Now it is the second tribulation immortal tool. With the formation, half of the defensive ability has reached the level of the 6 tribulations martial immortal. It's time to evolve you. Su Lang grabbed the Sea of Sky and gave the evolution order. Ding. Consumes the fairy level material Zishao Yanyang Shanyu 10, Extreme Sage Shanluo 20, Arctic Wangshan Stone 20, Waying Qiyu Yu 20, Xiaoying Wushangquan 40. Saint level refining material. Wusheng Soul 20, Xuanshijunyan 100, Mingxin Sacred Jade 100, Xingyu Hard 100, Shocking Amethyst 400. Ding. Consume. The Sea of Sky has evolved successfully. In an instant, the Sea of Sky flashed light and was promoted to the 3 tribulations immortal tool. But Su Lang did not intend to end this way. Anyway, there are a lot of materials now, how can it not evolve to a higher level as a fairy weapon to guard the lair, therefore? Next, Su Lang evolves the Sea of Sky a full 7 times, directly reaching the rank of Quasi-Emperor. In terms of consumption, the most distressed Su Lang was the soul of Wusheng and the soul of Wushan. The soul of Wusheng consumed a full 500 shares, and the soul of Wushan also consumed 3. But of course the gain is far more than the effort. The defensive power of the Sea of Sky itself has directly reached the rank of Quasi-Emperor. Not to mention, Su Lang immediately arranged a new Quasi-Emperor level formation for it, adding the two together. It was not that Emperor Wu could not break the defense at all. Qi Ling Shaohai has also gained tremendous benefits in this evolution, with a lot of clever eyes and obviously a great increase in wisdom. However, its mantra still couldn't be changed, and it kept shouting Su Lang Num with excitement on the side, and it caused Chu Xiaobei's 3 daughters to laugh so hard that they could not stand up. Chapter 820. You become stronger and darker. Okay, it's time to unfold the main body and protect one side. Su Lang stretched out his hand to play Ling Shaohai, and then threw the snow-like Sky Sea in his hand. A blue ray of light bloomed from the snowflakes, like a strange blue sun, directly covering the entire land. Wherever the blue light passes, all are the guardian scope of the Sea of Sky. Not only the entire Yaoqi area is covered, but the Qiri and Tianyan areas are also covered. Even across a large area, he came into contact with the territory of the Biu clan. The land of our 2 clans has finally been guarded by the fairy. Qiri Muju and Tian Yunji were too happy to speak clearly. Although Su Lang arranged fairy formations for the Qiri and Tianyan tribes, they still admired the Yaoqi tribe, who was guarded by the Sea of Sky. At this time, seeing that the guardian scope of the Sea of the Sky included the land of his own race, of course he was extremely happy. In addition to Chaisun Muju and Tianyunji, most of the 7,000 martial sages also have red eyes, which is grateful. With the guardianship of the quasi-imperial soldiers, their race is basically no more crisis. And now, the envious person is the turn of the Zan Shenxian and Ningyuan Zunxian. They already admired the Yaoqi clan's guardianship of the Sky Sea, and at this time the Sky Sea was promoted to the quasi-emperor soldier, and they were even more envious. The coverage of the Sea of Sky is not bad. When it is promoted to the emperor soldier, there must be another qualitative leap. Su Lang showed a satisfied smile on his face. At that time, the territory of the 10 races including Chu Shui will be completely covered. His gaze fell on Li Shenyang. Priority is given to choosing a martial artist with a higher cultivation base to guard the Sea of the Sky. The remaining martial sages are evenly distributed among the Chushui, Biu, Bayesian and other tribes to guard one side. Quote. The Sea of Sky only needs more than 3,000 guards, but now the number of martial saints is close to 10,000, and it can't be used up. So, just send it out to guard all places. Li Shenyang knelt to lead the command. Su Lang nodded, turned and walked towards the fairy palace. Seeing this, Xiao Hai shouted and chased him all the way. Su Lang twitched his mouth, stretched out his hand. Go, call out. Xiao Hai was shot into the body of the Sky Sea by Su Lang immediately. Haha, you are so cruel. Chu Xiaobei hugged Ji Rushui and Mirong Shenxian behind and smiled. That's your son, oh no, maybe it's your daughter. You can be your skin. Su Lang rolled his eyes and flew straight into the fairy palace. Cut. Chu Xiaobei curled his lips in disdain, hugged like snow and slender. Beauties, let's go shopping. It's been a long time since I visited the holy city of Yaoqi. Yes, I heard that the Baixian tailor's shop has new styles. I plan to buy 1,000 pieces of clothes and put them together. The three girls flew into the city below, transformed into ordinary women, and started shopping. No way, if you don't pretend, everyone in the street will retreat to Sanxi, Liao is uninhabited, and will go shopping. After Su Lang entered the fairy palace, he took out the Yudian sword. Wow, master, you miss me again. Xiaoyu's appearance is a sorrow. No one is normal. Su Lang rolled his eyes and said, stop talking nonsense. I want to help you get promoted. You are too weak now. Hearing that Su Lang was about to be promoted, Xiaoyu suddenly closed his mouth happily. Ding. Consumes Xuanming Pear Flower Heart 10, Qibao Anger Stone 20, Typing Eternal Jade 30. Saint Level Refining Material Bingfeng Tianwu Stone 50, Tianyu Holy Soil 50, Jade Girl Everlasting Hate Stone 60, Wusheng Soul 30, Valkyrie Soul 100. The Yutian sword has evolved successfully. Guanghua flashed, and Yutian sword directly evolved from the 1 Tribulation Immortal tool to the 2 Tribulation Immortal tool. I'm stronger, so amazing. Xiaoyu herself also received a strong support, became smarter, and immediately became happy. You have become stronger, and you have become black. Su Lang picked up the Yutian sword, and saw the white sword body. The black lines became denser, and more white had been swallowed. Chapter 821, Turns. Out they are back. I turned black, I turned black. Seeing this scene, Xiaoyu on the side turned around anxiously. However, it suddenly stopped again, and said in amazement, Master, my name is Yutian Sword, black is normal. It makes sense. Su Lang smiled dumbly and nodded. At this moment, Xiaoyu suddenly turned from worry to joy, as if he was about to speak sorrow again. I want to give you a promotion. Su Lang stopped Xiaoyu and gave the evolution order again. As a result, it was another consumption, and the Yutian sword was evolved to the level of the 7 Tribulations Martial Immortal. It wasn't that Su Lang didn't want to continue to be promoted, but because the spirit of Wu Sheng was consumed too much. At the same level, the cost of evolution Yutian sword is almost twice that of evolution Sky Sea. Su Lang still had to keep the parts of the Wusheng soul to refine the super-humanoid weapon, and he couldn't spend all of it on the Yutian sword. What's more, the 7 Tribulations Immortal tool level Yutian sword is completely enough. With its characteristics, Su Lang might even be able to hack to death with a single sword. Just keep refining parts. Su Lang collected the Yutian sword, and Xiaoyu, who was immersed in the joy of growing up, disappeared. Just when he was about to take out the Qi Ding and start refining, he suddenly noticed that some souls were emitting strong emotions. Su Lang took a closer look and found that it was originally the new warriors of the Slaughter Tower and Wuk Immortal clan. They seem to have finished handling their own affairs, and are seeking to see themselves through their souls. Moreover, through the fire of soul, Su Lang also sensed that they seemed to be blocked by something, but there was no sense of crisis. So they came back. I would have left them a contact method for sending a jade card if I knew it. Su Lang shook his head, immediately closed his eyes, and dispatched all the clones and the treasure hunting flying. Countless pairs of eyes appeared in various places. Su Lang immediately saw the warriors of the Slaughter Sky Tower and Wukexian clan. They gathered together and had already come to the vicinity of the Biu clan, waiting outside the guarded area of the Sky Sea. Because Xiao Hai didn't know them, and they were a group of powerful martial immortals and quasi-immortals, Xiao Hai would not let them in. A large group of them are waiting outside the sky, a full 13,000 people. Yes, it is more than 10,000 people. Originally, there were only 36 Wuxians who had taken refuge in Sulang, and 2,800 quasi-sages. But after they returned, basically everyone brought more warriors. These warriors are their Taoist companions or disciples, or relatives, but without exception, they are at least the great sage level. Because they thought that the Emperor Lang might look down on the 2 weak warriors, so they didn't bring them. These 10,000 people were amazed at the blue light in front of them. Heaven, from here, it is simply a blue sun. This is the land belonging to Emperor Lang. In addition to the sun and the moon, there is also this round of blue sun. I can feel that this is a defense deployed by a defensive quasi-imperial soldier. It's really amazing. Yes, defensive fairy weapons are rare, let alone quasi-imperial soldiers, and they seem to have powerful formations on them. As far as I know, many emperors only rely on formations to guard the gates, and Emperor Lang will possess such a rare treasure. Senior Yuong, there are quasi-emperor soldiers stopped. When will we see Lord Langdi? Lord Langdi is the supreme emperor of Wu. How can we see if we want to meet? I can only wait respectfully. Looking forward to Lord Langdi's call. This statement is reasonable, this statement is reasonable. Everyone talked a lot, but they weren't anxious, instead, they felt like a pilgrimage. Su Lang heard a faint cough. The sound was not loud, but it fell into everyone's ears. It's Lord Langdi. Everyone followed the sound and saw an avatar of Su Lang exuding the atmosphere of the three tribulations martial immortal suspended in the air, overlooking everyone. Chapter 822, Quasi-Emperor Power. Waiting to see Lord Langdi. Headed by a group of martial immortals, more than 10,000 people paid their respects. During the period, the warriors who had never seen Su Lang couldn't help but look at Su Lang a few more times, but they were immediately caught by the old man around him, making them not rude. The avatar Su Lang nodded, and turned to face the direction of the Sea of Sky. Shaohai, don't open the barrier yet. The Sky-Sea barrier immediately opened a passage. It was the weapon spirit of the Zun Emperor soldiers that opened the channel. The weapon spirit of the quasi-emperor weapon must be an ancient existence that has lived for tens of thousands of years. Yes, maybe we can trace the era of Emperor Wudi of the 9 revolutions 10 million years ago. More than 10,000 people walked into the passage and occasionally talked with their spirits, talking about their guesses. But where did they know? The Sea of Sky was only promoted to the quasi-imperial soldier 10 minutes ago, and its age had not added up to a month. Everyone entered the area covered by the Sea of Sky, and followed Su Lang's clone to the Yaoqi Saint clan. This large group of people was numerous and powerful, and it immediately attracted the attention of many people. Many warriors panicked, thinking that the enemy had invaded, and rushed to report to the guards everywhere. But Su Lang's order has come down, and the guards everywhere know that they are his own, and they are not panicked. They quickly suppressed the commotion. But the speech cannot be stopped. People everywhere are discussing that group. The person in charge should be Lord Su Lang's clone. My neighbor's second uncle's nephew's Taoist couple works in the core of the exchange building. I have seen Master Su Lang's clone and painted a portrait. I have seen it. I have also seen the portrait of Lord Su Lang. It is really handsome and extraordinary. Who dares to say that I am handsomer than Lord Su Lang? I am the first to refuse. Those behind the avatar of Lord Su Lang are terrifying, and various rules and visions arise wherever they pass. At least they are all great saints. I have seen the description of Wuxian. The dozens of martial artists who followed the Master Su Lang clone are definitely Wuxian. Oh my god, so many Wuxians are looking forward to Master Su Lang, it's really awesome. In addition to the ordinary warriors who are discussing, the quasi-immortals and martial sages who guard the various places are also secretly communicating. These people are new servants accepted by the Lord. Those in front are martial immortals, those in the rear are quasi-immortals and great sages. Anyone jumps out, I am not an opponent, am I going to be eliminated? Do you want to keep up with the Lord's steps? It's too whimsical, how arrogant the Lord is. One day he will throw us far away. Yes, but we should also try our best to cultivate and be a useful person. We can't apologize for the Lord's favor. Ha ha ha, you are too discouraged. With the Lord, I will be able to reach the level of martial immortal one day and serve for the Lord. It's reasonable, the cultivation base is not comparable, but in terms of psyche, we absolutely cannot be compared by those newcomers. Countless people are talking about it. More than 10,000 people from Luntianlu and Wukexian clan have already arrived outside the fairy palace. In the Sea of Sky, Yaoqi Yan Fa and others looked over, and were shocked by these newcomers. Su Lang took the clone and appeared in front of everyone as his deity. As soon as he appeared, more than 10,000 people immediately knelt down, respectful and humble. Su Lang glanced, observed each of these 3,000 people, and looked at their attribute panel. Suddenly, everyone's information was well understood. Among this group of people, Wuxian had a total of 42 people. The souls of 36 people have been controlled by Su Lang, and there are 6 people who have basically nothing to do with the Wuxian clan. They are personal friends of some Wuxians who were later brought by Amway. In addition, there are more than 13,000 people, a total of 3,682 quasi-immortals, and 10,800 great sage-level warriors. This group of people, except that there is no quasi-emperor, their combat power has surpassed any quasi-emperor organization. And now, all this group of people belong to Su Lang. Su Lang's forces also raised to the rank of quasi-emperor in an instant. Chapter 823, Daughter by Horse Bone. Su Lang looked at the strong man who knelt down below and nodded in satisfaction. In particular, this group of people has 2 martial immortals of the 8 tribulations, 3 martial immortals of the 7 tribulations, and there are even more people under the 6 tribulations. Wuxian is already a master in the Kanglan continent, and the 8 tribulations Wuxian is truly a top-notch master, second only to the 9 tribulations Wuxian, Zhundi and Wudi. Under my cultivation, these 2 people will surely grow into quasi-emperors soon, and then I will have quasi-emperor servants. Su Lang thought silently, and immediately let the 2 8 tribulations martial immortals come out. Servant worship the Lord. Suddenly, a man and a woman walked out of the crowd and knelt under Su Lang's feet. Of these 2, one was named Yuang Wuxian. Yuang Wuxian is the 8 tribulations fairy of Wuxian clan, an ancient fairy who has cultivated for 6 million years. It was her who gathered everyone together to meet Su Lang together, so as not to run over one by one and easily disturb Su Lang. I have to say that she is very delicate. The other person is named Wuxian. Yes, this person is named Emptiness, and he looks like a pale face with kidney deficiency. Su Lang immediately remembered the young man who hired some aunts to carry the sedan chair in a certain movie. This made Su Lang couldn't help but take a few more glances. However, Su Lang also knew why this person was known as the Void Wuxian. Because he understands the rare rules of space and the rules of emptiness, it is truly empty. I originally planned to take Xiao Lucian and Li Filo as servants. Su Lang said indifferently, but they regretted it halfway, and I took a layer of skin and threw it aside. As soon as this statement came out, both Yuang Wuxian and Wuxian looked tight. Now, you are also considered the strongest warriors under my command. But I still can't get it, so I plan to promote you to quasi-emperors and do things for me. Su Lang continued to speak, and the plain words fell in everyone's ears, which was tantamount to thunder on the ground, making everyone deaf and dizzy. Master Langdi unexpectedly wants to give Yuang and Void Senior Zhundi chance. Nonsense. Lord Langdi said that he was directly promoted to the quasi-emperor, and he forced his cultivation to a higher level. My God, as far as I know, Senior Yuang and Senior Void have been in the 8 tribulations Wuxian for tens of millions of years. The bottleneck that has not been able to break through for so long is like a thin sheet in the eyes of Lord Langdi, paper. Master Langdi's methods are beyond our imagination. However, I really envy Yuang and Senior Void. No, the quasi-emperor is invincible under Emperor Wu, and the entire Kanglan continent is not much. Everyone couldn't help but communicate with their mental strength and vent their shock. The Yuang Wuxian and Wuxian, who were the parties, opened their mouths in disbelief, and their jaws were about to fall. As ancient immortals who have lived for millions of years, both of them have become human spirits, but now they are too shocked to speak. Su Lang's reward is really too heavy. If Yuang and Kongshu were to cultivate by themselves, it would take 3 or 4 million years to reach the position of quasi-emperor. Maybe it will stay stuck until you die of old age. But now, the dream realm can be reached in an instant, and happiness comes really suddenly. The 2 quickly recovered from the surprise. The way of martial arts, pay attention to gradual and orderly progress, accumulate thinly. Like quick fixes, most of them have big shortcomings, even fatal crises. This is the view that Yuang Wuxian and Wuxian had been engraved in their souls since they were young, and they couldn't help but worry a little at this time. Although they didn't show a trace of expression, Su Lang could also perceive a clue through his soul fire. You 2 don't need to worry. My method will not cause any side effects to you. Su Lang smiled and said, After coming over to be promoted tomorrow, you too can choose another Emperor-level exercise to practice. The reason why Su Lang wanted to upgrade these two quasi-celestial beings was because they really lacked high-end combat power, and secondly, they wanted their daughters to buy horse bones. Let the new warriors see the benefits, surrender their souls, and work conscientiously. Anyway, the cultivation base doesn't need money, and the cultivation base from Yiji Wushan to Zhundi can be accumulated in less than a day, so why not do it? Chapter 824, I am not the actor. By this time, Wushan Yuong and Wushan Wushan heard Su Lang's words, and their faces immediately became ashamed. Servants shouldn't be suspicious, please be punished by the Lord. Since you take the initiative to ask for punishment, then go to the east and the north. Su Lang nodded, and did not say anything impunity. As for why it is located in the northeast instead of the southwest, it is because the west is an uninhabited area of ice and snow, and the south is also an uninhabited rift valley. There is really nothing to guard. In the east, there is a vine tortoise Donghai and Ziming Emperor clan, and to the north is the Emperor's forbidden area. Beyond the Emperor's forbidden area is the mainland headquarters. There are many strong people and need to be guarded. Yuong and Wushan Wushan suddenly bowed their heads again, tears of gratitude. They can be said to be developed this time. Not only can they reach the Zun Emperor directly, but they can also obtain the Emperor-level technique. It is not an exaggeration to say that it was their first adventure in their lives in 5 or 6 million years. Su Lang nodded and looked at the more than 10,000 warriors. Since you are here, you should know that only by surrendering your soul can you become my servant. If you have regrets now, you will leave by yourself. In fact, I know that some of you may have been sent by some forces to inquire about the truth, and I will not embarrass you, so let's go. The mighty power of the Wudi forces is very amazing. The control of information is also particularly scary. Such a big change has taken place in the south, even in the barren land. It has already been transmitted to the ears of all forces through ears and eyes. What's more, the Slaughter Heaven Tower and Wu-Wei Immortal Clan instantly disintegrated in the eyes of the public, and it attracted the attention of unknown people. But because of the mystery that Su Lang showed and the strange methods that were completely invisible, the martial emperors also regarded him as a master of the same level, and did not rush in. But they have to inquire about the reality. Among these 10,000 people, there are indeed people sent by various forces. 3 warriors came out, and all 3 were quasi-immortals. As soon as these 3 people came out, the warriors of Amway and others were shocked. This is the spies of other forces, but they are brought to Lord Langdi. It is really worthy of death. However, Su Lang was not very angry. The villain Zongmu, Lord Honglian Wudi asked me to say hello to Lord Langdi for him. This Zongmu Zunxian knelt on the ground, bowed his head respectfully, and expressed kindness. Then, he raised his head and asked cautiously, Master Honglian also asked me to ask Master Lang. But 9 million years ago, the actor who died in the Black Demon Mountain. The actor. Su Lang raised his eyebrows, and couldn't help but spit out in his heart, God is the actor. But he also knew that there was indeed such a number 1 emperor in the history of Kandlan continent. Not because this Emperor Wu is good at acting, but because this Emperor Wu has many clones and his figure is everywhere, he was called the actor. Su Lang's current feature is that there are many clones, which are very similar to the movie Emperor, so Emperor Wu Honglian would guess like this. Go back and tell Honglian Wudi that I am not the actor. Su Lang left a faint sentence, however, the actor's accomplishments in clones are not in my eyes. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone immediately felt the domineering and self-confidence in it. The movie Emperor can be said to be the Emperor Wu who is best at Kandlan continent. Since the actor fell on the Black Demon Mountain, there has never been a person like him who is good at Avatar. But at this time, Su Lang said that the movie Emperor's clone technique was not in his eyes, it was really arrogant and overbearing. However, speaking of it, Su Lang's avatar technique is indeed better than anyone else. Dare to ask anyone who can have a full 60 clones exactly like the deity. No one can do it. The movie Emperor can't do it either. His clones may be more than Su Lang, but the quality is 1,000 miles worse. Moreover, in terms of quantity, Su Lang could also make up for it with the treasure hunt flying ducks. There are as many as 2.86 billion in number, so the actor can have so many clones. Anyway, those weak clones only have the ability to inquire about intelligence, and the treasure hunt flying glider can not only do what these clones do, but also do better. At least, under Emperor Wu, no one can kill the treasure-hunting flying wing. Therefore, in the art of clone, the famous actor was directly crushed by Su Lang. Chapter 825, Zhao Di, just when everyone was shocked and awed by Su Lang's words. Okay, you can withdraw. Su Lang waved his hand and looked at the other two. Which forces do you two come from? The two are a man and a woman, although they are quasi-immortals, but in a respectful manner, there is a sense of self-confidence and calmness. The little girl's name is Tai Yi, from the Baiyu Emperor clan. The female quasi-Shanji gave a salute. Two woody adults let me say hello to you. Everyone was shocked. The Baiyu Emperor clan, but a big family of double emperors, is also the best among the emperors, much stronger than the Honglian Emperor clan. Even the White Moon Emperor clan is here. This shows that Su Lang has indeed received much attention from Emperor Wu. However, this is not over yet, and more shocking things are still to come. I saw the man step forward and bowed deeply at Su Lang. Zhao Di, son of Emperor Zhao Qin, pay homage to Senior Emperor Lang. This sentence is like a censored of thunder from the sky, knocking everyone out and tender. Tianel, the bloodline of Emperor Wu is here. You know, Emperor Wu's direct bloodline can be regarded as a future Emperor Wu. What is even more shocking is that Emperor Zhao Qin Wu is one of the 9 Emperor Wu in the Emperor Wu Palace, almost from the era of Emperor Wu Zun. Emperor Zhao Qin Wu, to a certain extent, can represent the Emperor Wu Palace. The weight of the Wudi Palace is much heavier than the Baiyu Emperor clan. Those martial arts who know some inside information can hardly discuss themselves. Words such as Emperor Zhao Qin Wudi, Emperor Wu's Palace, and the bloodline of the imperial family kept popping up. The quasi-immortal who had come to Su Lang by and Li Zhaodi stared even more like a dream. He had a good friendship with Zhao Di, but he never expected that Zhao Di was the son of Emperor Wu in the Emperor Wu Palace. This is the super second generation hidden in the crowd. In the entire Kandlan continent, how many second generations can be compared with Zhao Di? However, everyone is also very confused. As the son of Emperor Wu, with such a noble status, how could he personally take risks and come to explore an unknown powerful existence? Su Lang listened to everyone's discussion and also knew the identity of Emperor Zhao Qin Wu. Therefore, he was also very confused. So, Su Lang asked, "Please also say hello to Emperor Zhao Qin Wu for me, but I'm curious why you came here in person. For this kind of thing, just send someone here." Zhao Di smiled awkwardly. "My mother thought you were the actor too. Back then, my mother and the actor had a very good relationship, so she sent me here because of her desire." That's it. Su Lang couldn't laugh or cry. "Sorry, I will disappoint Emperor Zhao Qinwu." At the same time, he also smelled a little gossip. This Emperor Zhao Qinwu and the deceased movie Emperor, I am afraid it is not just that they have a good relationship. Su Lang looked at Zhao Di again. Emperor Zhao Qinwu was from the era of Emperor Wu of the 9th Revolution and lived for thousands of years. But Zhao Di is just a quasi-celestial, and his age is not too big, at most tens of less than a million years. So who was Zhao Di born to Emperor Wu Zhao Qin? Doesn't Zhao Qin like movie kings? Gee, it's really curious. Sir Mother has been looking for a way to resurrect Lord Actor, but there has been no progress. Recently, I heard the news of the suspected movie Emperor. I don't know how happy it is. It's a pity. Hey, Lord Langdi laughed. Zhao Di smiled bitterly and shook his head, and immediately bowed to Su Lang. Zhao Di is uninvited. It's really rude. I'm disturbing Emperor Lang. I will visit him with Haoli again. This is to say goodbye. Su Lang didn't leave him, and smiled. You are welcome to be a guest. I will send you an avatar to see you off. Su Lang thought. A clone appeared. The avatar smiled at Zhao Di, and nodded, as if I was at ease with you. Zhao Di looked at this clone and was very surprised. Chapter 826, Curious about my origin. This clone seems to have personal feelings and personality. This is very different from the traditional clone. Under normal circumstances, the deity does not allow the clone to have wisdom. It is easy to go wrong, and even betray the master. Moreover, it seems that the avatar of Langdi who spoke to me before is probably not controlled by his deity, but has extremely high wisdom, and talks with me there. My god, this Langdi is really crazy. He still generates wisdom, character, and emotion from his clone. However, maybe it is also the boldness of the Yigao people. He said before that the avatar of the actor is not in his eyes. I still don't believe it. It seems that it may be so. A trace of horror rose in Zhao Di's heart. but he quickly suppressed it. After all, he was an emperor, well-informed, and knew many strange things. Master Langdi, this junior is leaving now. Zhao Di packed up his mood, said hello, and flew to the outside of the sky. Su Lang's clone followed closely, with a familiar look, as if he wanted to chat with Zhao Di. In fact, Su Lang sent a clone to send Zhao Di, one for Zhao Di's safety. After all, he was the son of Emperor Wu. In case something went wrong, Zhao Qin would definitely go crazy, and Su Lang didn't want to provoke Emperor Wu at this time. Second, it was because Su Lang wanted to use the clone to see where and what the Emperor Wu palace was like, and then try to see if he could see Emperor Wu Zhao Qin. Now Su Lang can be regarded as standing at the tip of the pyramid on the Kanglan continent, and one day he will deal with those ancient Wudi, so it is better to understand earlier. Thirdly, I wanted to secretly learn the Emperor rank formation technique to make up for my own shortcomings. With the success in one thought, after learning the Emperor's formation, Su Lang's combat power will be extremely terrifying. Of course, the premise is that the materials are sufficient. Zhao Di was escorted by Su Lang's clone and disappeared from everyone's sight. Su Lang's gaze fell on the Taiyi Zunxian of the Baiyu Emperor clan. Two martial lords Baiyu sent you to come to me, are there important things? The female quasi-immortal said cautiously, there is nothing important. But, curious Lord Langdi. Curious about my origin, Su Lang smiled faintly. He suddenly emerged, occupying the barren land south of the Emperor's forbidden area, and no one is curious about where he came from. Taiyi Zunxian nodded respectfully. In fact, it doesn't hurt to tell you. Su Lang said, I come from the Blue Star human race, which is considered to be from mainland debris. The identity problem will one day be faced. Because the Kanglan continent and the Jingtian continent have fought so many times, they even fought the Kanglan continent. During this period, there have been many incidents in the Jingtian continent left on the Kanglan continent. Su Lang's identity is unclear, as if he suddenly jumped out of a stone, it is inevitable that people will doubt. Coupled with his various miracles, it is likely to cause some Wudi's greed and bring disasters. Su Lang is confident that he will reach Emperor Wu's realm soon, and even surpass them, but before that, he still needs to be careful. After all, Su Lang had to comprehend more rules and form the best Wuxian inner world before he dared to be promoted to the immortal rank. These all take time. Throwing out a little identity and letting a group of Wudi investigate them will be able to stabilize them for a long time. At least, 10 days and a half months is completely possible. After Su Lang lost his identity as the Blue Star human race, he kept silent. Tai Wuxian knew that Su Lang didn't want to say more, and he didn't dare to ask further. He could only salute and said, thank you, Lord Langdi, for informing. If you and Zongmu are fine, go back. I will visit Emperor Wulian and Emperor Baiyu when I have a chance. Su Lang showed a sense of despair. Well, I will send you an avatar too. With that, two clones emerged again. Thank you, Lord Langdi, for sending me away. Zunxian Tai and Zunxian Zongmu knew that Su Lang was driving people, so they didn't dare to defy, and after saluting, they left. The three warriors from different Wudi forces have all gone. They took away some of Su Lang's information, and even everything they saw in Yaoqi Holy City. Chapter 827, Take in more powerful slaves. But there are people who are spies. Su Lang glanced over the remaining 10,000 people, and said lightly, I will give you a chance at last. No one speaks. Obviously, they were all planning to hand in their souls and heart, and surrender their lives to Su Jie. Su Lang nodded, then give up your soul and heart when you wait. The tens of thousands of warriors immediately bowed down, forced their souls to burn, and handed them to Su Lang. Su Lang caught the fire of over 10,000 souls and threw them into the sea of knowledge. From now on, Su Lang will be the supreme master of these warriors. Their every move, even a trace of mood swings, a thought flow, as long as Su Lang thinks, can easily detect it. No matter what status they were before, they all became Su Lang's loyal deadmen at this time. It's great that you can come and trust me. I will not treat you badly, I have my own reward. Su Lang smiled and spilled hundreds of thousands of pills, which accurately fell into the hands of the warriors who had just handed over their souls. I will be crushed for the Lord. Oh my God, a spiritual elixir of perfect quality, my shackles are finally about to be broken. All of this was given by Lord Langdi, and I will always remember this moment. Tens of thousands of people knelt at Su Lang's feet, tears filled their eyes with excitement. Now you wait to choose the exercises. I have burned many copies, a total of 143 copies, everyone can choose 2. If you have selected it before, you can select it again. After Su Lang finished speaking, everyone couldn't help but talk with spirit. There are not only immortal level pills, but also immortal level exercises, which is exactly the same as the predecessors said. Although I have cultivated to the realm of wuxian, I have always suffered from not having a fairy level technique. Now that I am fine, the Lord has given me 2 books at random, and I chose them at random from 143. 143 immortal level exercises have really refreshed my 3 views, and the Lord also rewarded the Emperor level exercises to Yuong and Void Senior. This is a masterpiece that other Wudi can't do. Yes, following Lord Langdi, our path of cultivation will surely be smoother countless times. Before the war on the mainland comes, we will definitely be able to cultivate to a higher level, and then we will be able to guard the territory for the Lord and defeat the puppies of the Mirror Sky continent. Everyone was in high spirits and very excited. After choosing the exercises, you can choose to stay in the Fairy Palace in Ling to practice, or you can go to Blue Star to understand the rules, and I will send someone to guide you. Su Lang dropped a word and released a clone, even if he turned and returned to the Fairy Palace. Although these 3,000 people are at least at the level of the Great Sage, they are definitely the most suitable for guarding the Sea of Sky. But this group of people have basically been stuck in the current state for a long time, and they have also accumulated a long time. Therefore, Su Lang planned to let them practice for a period of time, break through the realm, and then call them. In addition, the previous martial sages have just entered the Sea of Sky to guard, can't they be driven out now, right? It seems we have to find something to do for this group of people. Su Lang murmured, then took out the cauldron and began to refine immortal parts. Yaoqi Yan Fa and the others couldn't help but feel a little worried when they watched more than 10,000 strong people follow Su Lang's avatar to choose the exercises. They also worried that they could not keep up with Su Lang's pace. I am waiting for not only the pill method given by the Lord, but also the rules of the immortal crystal. I must break through to the realm of wuxian as soon as possible. Although there are dozens of wuxians in that group, once we break through wuxian, we can be considered as standing in the first echelon and can do more for the Lord. Can't fall. Yaoqi, Chiri, and Xuanshuining Yuan, all of them recklessly practiced with the regular fairy crystal. Su Lang sensed their emotions and thoughts from the fire of his soul, and couldn't help but smile brightly. Of course he will not forget these loyal old men. Chapter 828, Su Lang's Library. With a slight smile, Su Lang focused on Yu Hong and the others while refining fairy level parts. Yuong, Kongshu and other wuxian and Zunxian have followed his clone into a partial hall of the Fairy Palace. This is Su Lang's newly built library. In this library of books, rows of bookshelves are neatly arranged, almost forming a different kind of forest. On the bookshelf are all the exercises that Su Lang has collected so far. There are all the techniques from the king level to the immortal level, and I don't know how many 10,000 in total. Yes, there are so many exercises. Because after Su Lang's clones burned the immortal level exercises, there was still a lot of time. So simply burned all the exercises Su Lang knew. This place has become Su Lang's collection of exercises. More than 10,000 people including Yu Hong, led by the clone of Su Lang, came directly to the place where the copy of the immortal level exercise was displayed. When passing the holy level cultivation technique area, many Wu Sheng Zushan all stared intently and dumbfounded. They also practiced 2s and 3s of the saint level exercises themselves. How could they have seen these 5 or 6,000 at once? However, although everyone was shocked, they did not stop. Because there are more advanced immortal level techniques waiting for them in front. Compared with the immortal level exercises, the holy level exercises are just like mud pills on the ground. These 10,000 people finally came to a dozen rows of bookshelves. These bookshelves are unique, made of very rare materials, and are full of crystals and spirits. On the bookshelf are solemnly placed jade slips of exercises. These jade slips are made of immortal level materials and can perfectly record immortal level techniques. This is the immortal level technique that the Lord has rewarded me. God, the 143 immortal level exercises sounded shocked to me, and seeing it with my own eyes, I was shocked to the point where my brain was blank. No, I had a dream before. I dreamed that by chance I got a fragment of a fairy level exercise, and I woke up with a smile, but I didn't expect to see so many real fairy level exercises with my own eyes today. It's like dreaming. Brother Dao, pinch me and see if I am dreaming. Everyone whispered, their gazes kept sweeping across the exercises, watching the introduction of the exercises displayed in front of the exercises. They were so excited that they swallowed their saliva. The immortal level exercises are all here. If you can turn in the immortal level cultivation technique that is not here, you can take one more. Su Lang said indifferently. The following sentence was addressed to the 6 new martial arts. Through the attribute panel, Su Lang knew what exercises they had cultivated. Not all of these 6 people have immortal level exercises, and only 2 of them have 1 each, and they are exercises with relatively common 5-element attributes. But what Su Lang fancy is not the attributes of these 2 exercises, but that they are not synthetic immortal level exercises and can be used to synthesize emperor level exercises. The servant is willing to donate 1 immortal level exercise and 3 holy level exercises. A Wuxian stepped forward, took out his jade slip from the inner boundary of Wuxian, and respectfully presented it to Su Lang. Servant also willing. Another martial arts immortal also hurriedly handed in his practiced exercises. It was not Su Lang's order to hand in the exercises, but they still did not dare to violate it. Because they also know that Yu Hong and other seniors have turned in all the exercises, and even all the belongings. Moreover, for them, to exchange an ordinary immortal level exercise for a higher level mysterious immortal level exercise is completely bloody. Su Lang took the exercises presented by the 2 martial immortals and glanced at it. One is titled, Golden Silk Immortal Ju, and the other is, Golden Silkworm Fairy Feather Sutra. I just didn't read the holy skills. Yes, not bad. Su Lang nodded, pointing to the bookshelf and said, you should come forward in batches to choose the exercises yourself, but remember that you must not copy each other, otherwise, you will die. If everyone chooses the exercises but copies them to each other, then the restriction on choosing 2 exercises for each person is like a fake. And Su Lang not only controls the souls of everyone, but also looks at everyone's attribute panel. If someone leaks the exercises to each other, they will know it instantly. Chapter 829, Excited Warriors. The crowd responded in unison, saluting respectfully, with awe and excitement on their faces. Immediately, Yuang Wuxian and Wuxian Wuxian did their part to assume the responsibility of maintaining order. They divided more than 13,000 people into groups of 30. According to the level of cultivation, they went forward to choose the exercises in turn, and there was a time limit, so they could not hesitate all the time. 30 people, including Yuang Wuxian and Kongxian Wuxian, stepped forward to select the exercises, and looked at the books of the immortal level exercises. Their eyes were lost. The immortal technique of life, birth and immortality. The rule of life, my God, I actually saw such a rare technique. This is swordless immortal scripture. This is the signature technique of the Lord Slaughter, and I even let me wait and choose at will. This technique, Brother Dao, I am the person of the Slaughter Heaven Tower. I advise you to read the exercise introduction before you decide. It is good to have no sword immortal scripture, but this, soul burning soul and solitary lamp Ju, is also an extremely rare exercise method. It is also the exercise method of the Slaughter Lord, but it is too difficult to practice. The true art of the 9 turns of the immortal sun. The immortal level exercise that specializes in spiritual power. My realm is limited by spiritual power. With this exercise, I will definitely be able to break through to the realm of Wuxian. This, Sacred Book of Reincarnation Immortal Eyes, is also good, but unfortunately it needs the racial talent of the 1,000 eyes to exert the strongest power. Everyone was walking around in front of the bookshelves in excitement, constantly flipping through the introduction of each exercise, and choosing their favorite exercises. More than 10,000 people in the back craned their necks to look, their faces full of expectation. Soon, Yuang, Kongshu and other martial arts all finished choosing the exercises and received copies of the exercises. The avatar of Su Lang filled the vacant copy of the exercise technique, and then asked the next batch of warriors to choose. In this way, a group of warriors stepped forward with excitement to choose the immortal level exercises, and their faces were joyful like sunflowers. In the refining room, Su Lang watched this scene and suddenly moved in his heart. I can synthesize pills, materials, and exercises. But now there are only pill and material weapons in the exchange system, and no exercises. If I add the exercises to it, I will definitely get more exercises, and there are certainly no lack of strange holy level exercises with special rules. Even if it doesn't, if there are more low-level techniques, the probability of synthesis will increase accordingly. These exercises are not high level, they are only saints, but what I lack at present is not the exercises, but the rules that can be understood. In this way, I can understand more rules faster, be promoted to the immortal level as soon as possible, and pursue a higher emperor level. Su Lang thought silently. The rules he had understood at this time were already sufficient for him to break through to the martial immortal level, but if he wanted to achieve the most perfect martial immortal foundation, some rules were still lacking. At this time, a solution to this problem has emerged. Holy level exercises are easy to complete. In this way, it is more convenient for me to comprehend the rules. It is not like a fairy level exercise. It takes a day to practice to understand the rules. Su Lang thought for a while, showing a slight smile. With a thought, he sent Li Shenyang to his side. Li Shenyang respectfully and enthusiastically knelt in front of Su Lang. Su Lang nodded, "Go and call Bai Yulin." Li Shenyang left immediately, and soon called Bai Yulin over. The two knelt at Su Lang's feet, respectfully, as if worshipping a god. "You are here because I want to make some adjustments to the exchange building." Su Lang smiled, "But before that, Bai Yulin, I want to improve your cultivation base, your current realm is too low." Biu Lin is the patriarch of the Biu clan, and the fourth largest saint clan that has been subordinate to Su Lang. He is reliable, but his cultivation base is low. He was originally a 7-star martial sage, although he worked hard to cultivate and made breakthroughs with huge resources, he was only an 8-star martial sage. At this time, Su Lang didn't need money for his cultivation base, so he planned to improve Bai Yulin's cultivation base. Ah, the servant thanked the Lord for the generous gift. Bai Yulin had a look of excitement, his forehead buckled on the ground, it was red with a knock, but it was sweet. Chapter 830. Exchange House New Business. Immediately he stretched out his hand and pointed at the center of Bai Yulin's eyebrows, and then used his cultivation base initiation. Suddenly, I saw Bai Yulin's cultivation level soar directly from the 8-star martial saint to the quasi-Shang realm. Li Shenyang on the side looked surprised. The Lord is just that, but it has saved the Bai Yulin at least 200,000 years of hard cultivation. Next, it's business. You can take these exercises and call Xianxia Yan Fa, Wangfukan and other 4 quasi-immortals to reproduce them in large numbers. I want to add the exercise conversion system to the exchange system, just take the world exercises for my own use. The exchange ratio is set at 20:1, from low to high, except all levels of exercises. The highest of the exercises exchanged can be exchanged for the immortal level exercises, but only a dozen of the most common of the 143 immortal level exercises. As for the specific exercises, I have already noted them. In addition, the copy of the exercise method that should be burned cannot be left. For each immortal level exercise method, at least 10,000 copies are burned. While talking, Su Lang took out the exercises. Countless exercise jade slips flew out like snowflakes and fell in front of Li Shenyang and Bai Yulin. "Wait, please." Li Shenyang and Bai Yulin knelt down to lead their lives. They have participated in the establishment of exchange systems in various places. Adding the conversion of exercises to the current system is completely handy. This is why Su Lang asked them to do this. Su Lang waved his hand, Li Shenyang and Bai Yulin walked away respectfully. In fact, the lowest level technique that is beneficial to Su Lang's comprehension of the rules is also the holy level. Because the censored level in the exercises below it do not involve the power of rules, and it is useless to understand the rules. However, Su Lang still incorporated the censored level in the skills below it into the exchange system. The purpose of this is to favor ordinary martial artists, so that everyone can practice more advanced techniques, so that the overall strength of the subordinate forces can be improved. Those low-level warriors seem weak, but they have the largest number and great potential, and they will be useful someday. Even if it was of no great use, there would be no loss to Su Lang, and it was considered a good thing. Li Shenyang and Bai Yulin took countless copies of the exercises given by Su Lang and searched for the 4 quasi-immortals of Yaoqi Yanfa, Wangfukan, Chirimuju, and Tianyan, and burned the exercises together. The Lord hasn't forgotten that I am waiting. Yes, the Lord asked the new martial artists to choose 2 immortal level exercises, but let me wait to burn all the exercises. All 143 immortal level exercises can be watched. Not only that, there are more than 5,000 holy level exercises, tens of thousands of god level exercises, and even lower level exercises are countless. Haha, when I have burned these exercises, will it be called a living library? That's that, haha. Yao Yan Fa and others had been discussing with Su Lang's quasi-immortals a long time ago, laughing, and began to burn the exercises. However, Li Shenyang and Bai Yulin chose their staff to deploy the exchange system in various places. The 4 exchange systems of New City, Yaoqi Holy City, Biu Holy Nest, and Chushuixian Lake where Fengling tribe and human races live together must join the exercise exchange business. As for the exchange buildings that were originally located in the Holy City of Chiri and the Holy City of Tianyan, they will be merged into the Holy City of Yaoqi. Because Yaoqi Holy City is already the head of the 3 cities, and the central area where the Sea of Sky is located, its status is even higher than that of Kolchakam Lake. The efficiency of Li Shenyang's work is very fast. The 4 quasi-immortals such as Wangfu can also burn the exercises very fast, especially when recording low-level exercises, they could burn a copy in a few seconds. Su Lang's idle clones were not idle either, they were all burning the exercises. After half a day, the exchange system has been added to the exchange system in various places and opened directly. The news that the exchange building can exchange exercises spread like wildfire, causing a sensation everywhere. Chapter 831, Young Man So Ambitious. My God, good news, good news. It is said that the exchange building can exchange exercises. 20 low-level exercises can be exchanged for a higher-level exercise. What? In this way, wouldn't it be possible for me to wait for 20 God-level techniques to exchange for a holy-level technique? This is impossible. How rare the holy-level exercises are, it is not comparable to the divine-level exercises. What's impossible? My aunt's neighbor's daughter works in the exchange building. These are all personally said by Lord Shenyang. And, it's more than that. As long as you have a holy-level exercise that is not available in the 20 exchange building, congratulations, you can redeem a fairy-level exercise. Master Shenyang is the confidant of Master Su Lang. He upholds Master Su Lang's will and activates the conversion of exercises. It must be Master Su Lang's order. In this way, if it is said that it can be exchanged for the immortal level exercises, it will be able to exchange the immortal level exercises for so long. Master Su Lang is so kind to us, it is a great blessing to be able to exchange pills, materials and weapons, and now I can exchange exercises. Yes, yeah, I have nothing to repay Master Su Lang. I only have to pray for Master Su Lang every morning and evening, and wish him an early ascent to the top of the Kanglan continent. Of course, if Master Su Lang needs my weak body to be broken into pieces, I am also a predecessor, so happy. Yes, when I can do something for Master Su Lang, I will do my best to complete it, so that I can live up to the favor of the adults. It's a pity that I have not yet been qualified to be Master Su Lang's servant. At least I must be a quasi-saint to be qualified as an alternate servant. I must practice hard and become Master Su Lang's servant as soon as possible. Haha, the young man is very ambitious. I am optimistic about you. My family has a 28-year-old woman. Do you want to go to my house for dinner? The atmosphere is vigorous in all cities and places, and it is more lively than the grandest festival. Countless people are praising Su Lang's achievements, and in groups of 5, they have gathered enough exercises and rushed towards the exchange building. Those who don't have an exchange building in the local area will gather together and take the newly built teleportation array to the nearest exchange building to exchange their exercises. All of a sudden, the already overcrowded exchange buildings in various places almost burst. There was news that someone redeemed the first exercise from the exchange building, which was a rare holy level exercise. This immediately ignited everyone. There was also a tsunami-like noise everywhere. For Su Lang, the holy level exercises were already eliminated. But for the general public, the holy level exercise is the highest level that can be touched. Cherish the exercises most. As everyone knows, many great sages, quasi-immortals and even martial immortals have only practiced the holy level exercises. The things that Su Lang has fallen into disgrace are rare treasures in the eyes of the world. At this time, the first holy level exercises were exchanged, just as if they had beaten people with blood, allowing more people to squeeze into the exchange building. There was another news coming from the exchange building in Chushuixian Lake. There was a group of people who exchanged for a fairy level exercise method that was not available in the 20 exchange building. As soon as the news came out, he was shocked from Chushuixian Lake to the Fengling race. All of them opened their mouths, their eyes protruding, in disbelief, and collectively lost their voices. Su Lang was also a little surprised. He knew that someone would definitely redeem the immortal level cultivation technique, but he didn't expect someone to redeem it so soon. It seems that this barren southern land still hides some good things. I've searched the holy level exercises once, and I can actually draw out 20 of them, which is not bad. Su Lang nodded in satisfaction, and then directly passed the 20 holy level exercises back from the clone that served as the core of the exchange building. These 20 holy level exercises are nothing strange, none of them corresponds to the power of the rules Su Lang needs. Therefore, Su Lang just glanced at it and combined it into 2 immortal level exercises. The synthesized immortal level technique is also relatively ordinary. Not enough, it is directly thrown to the clone to burn a copy, and then thrown into the library and exchange building. He inspected the situation of the 4 exchange buildings again and found that more and more holy level exercises had been exchanged. This also means that Su Lang has obtained many god-level techniques that he has never seen before. Chapter 832, First Sight of the Red Lotus Imperial City. The opening of the exchange building is still short. You can save it for a few days and nights, and when there are more exercises, you can collect them for synthesis. Su Lang smiled, temporarily set aside the affairs of the exchange building. His eyes fell on Yu Hong and the others. These 10,000 people have all selected the exercises, standing or sitting one by one, all reading crazy with jade slips. They are already hungry and thirsty for these exercises, so once they get the exercises, they immediately start to look. Among this group of people, there are also many holy level techniques. I'm too lazy to put it away, it's too ugly to eat. When they get out of the Tibetan scripture pavilion and know the exchange building, they will naturally come up with exercises to exchange them. Anyway, these guys even belong to me, and there is nothing to lose. Su Lang looked away, unfolded his mental power, and found Chu Xiaobei, Rushui and Xianxia. They went to the street for a long time, and then went to the sea of kelp in the sky. Teaching Xiaohai was something they agreed to, so occasionally they would visit Xiaohai to teach this little mentally retarded device. Perhaps, someday it will no longer yell, "Ma ma ma," it means it is mature. The 3 daughters of Chu Xiaobei teased Xiaohai and had a great time. Seeing this, Su Lang felt relieved, and while refining fairy-level parts, he used perception sharing to connect with the clone that escorted Zongmu. Because Zongmu was sent by Emperor Honglian Wu, and the Emperor Honglian was the closest to Su Lang's sphere of influence, I planned to look here first. Moreover, the Wudi Palace and Baiyu Emperor clan where Zhao Di and Tai Yi are located are still far away, and they won't be able to reach them for a while. At this point, after using perception sharing, a scene appeared in front of Su Lang. The avatars of Zongmu and Su Lang flew in the sky. The former was a little behind and looked respectful, expressing his respect for Su Lang. Both of them just arrived on the territory of the Red Lotus Emperor clan. A border town appeared not far away, which was regarded as the southernmost city of the Honglian Emperor. 1,000 miles away, there will always be a farewell. Zongmu saluted the avatar of Su Lang and said, "I have arrived at the site of the Red Lotus Emperor clan, and I am already safe, and I dare not to bother the Emperor Lang to send it away. Anyway, I don't have anything to do, so I'll send it to you again, just as if I'm out for a tour. Moreover, the deity didn't call me back. If I go back without authorization, I'm afraid I will be beaten." The avatar of Su Lang was a little bit off-putting, with a carefree look. The main purpose of his escorting Zongmu here was to take a look at the formation of the Red Lotus clan and then learn a secret. So of course I won't leave here. Since Lord Langdi said so, the junior dared to walk with the adults again. Zongmu nodded respectfully. Master Honglian Wu must also welcome Master Langdi to be a guest. The two walked into the small town, without stopping, directly into the legendary array. Arrived. Honglian Emperor City. In a certain mountaintop teleportation formation, Zongmu looked into the distance, and Su Lang also looked at it. A very magnificent vermilion lotus appeared in the field of vision. This red lotus is suspended in the air, and a single petal is enough to cover the sky and the sun. The size of its body makes it impossible to see the edge at a glance. The avatar of Su Lang unfolded the Shiri-level spiritual power far surpassing the same level, and it was the whole picture of this red lotus. This red lotus was as big as the sea of sky, and when it was unfolded, it enveloped the entire 4 sacred areas. Numerous petals stretch out, and the edge of the petals hangs down and floats with the constant force of rules. Below the giant red lotus, there is a huge city on the ground, 100 times larger than the holy city of Jade Lake. It seems that the entire land has become the foundation of this city. Su Lang's attention was not on the city, but at the Red Lotus. This Red Lotus was cast by the rules of the fire system, formed into a physical object, and became the nest of the Great Red Lotus. It is a rule treasure in itself, no less than the existence of imperial soldiers. Furthermore, there is also a self-destruct feature similar to that of the god of meteorite thunder. Once it explodes and destroys the sky, the Emperor Wu of the same level will fall into it if he is not careful. Su Lang observed in silence, thinking to himself, Emperor Wu is really not good at his peers, each has powerful means, and this is just a card from Emperor Wulian. I don't know how terrifying the real combat power of this Emperor Wu who pushed the fire system rules to the limit. Chapter 833, Honglian Wudi Ni Chenzhou. While thinking, Su Lang carefully checked the Red Lotus with mental power, mainly to find the formation above. Unfortunately, there is no formation on this regular Red Lotus. It is a pure treasure condensed from perfect fire rules. Perhaps, arranging the formation on this Red Lotus is superfluous. If the formation of other attributes is arranged, it will even cause a series of conflicts, which is even worse. What a good treasure! Su Lang smiled faintly, and before Zhang Mu could speak, his eyes fell on the city under the giant Red Lotus. This city is boundless, it is a veritable imperial city. The city is also dominated by red, and there is no city wall, but the formation is used as a barrier. The scene in the city, because of the barriers of the formation, became vague, difficult to inspect, and even mental power could not detect it. However, Su Lang was not interested in the scenes in the city at this time. His eyes fixed on the guard formation. It was a combined formation, consisting of 3 Emperor-level formations, 72 Immortal-level formations, and 4,900 Holy-level formations. Different from the rule of Red Lotus treasure, this formation has mixed attributes and has various kinds. The warrior who arranged the formation must have the knowledge of the Emperor-level formation mage, but this formation was still full of flaws in the eyes of Su Lang. Many of the formations are very obscure, even forcibly mixed, leaving serious problems. Even without the ability to control the formation, Su Lang had a way to attack the weakness of the formation, gradually paralyzing it. Of course, this requires a lot of effort and a lot of time, and it is totally thankless. Su Lang ignored the weaknesses of the formations, analyzed the entire giant imperial formation, looked at each formation and learned all of them. The 3 Emperor-level formations, the 72 Immortal formations and the 4,900 Saint-level formations have all been learned by Su Lang. As long as the materials are sufficient, he can arrange them all with a thought. Finished learning the formation, Su Lang looked at Zhongmu. This quasi-immortal stayed there all the time. It seemed that because of his shallow cultivation and low status, he did not dare to talk to Su Lang. Seeing Su Lang looking at him, he bowed down and saluted and asked, "Dare to ask Lord Lang if he wants to enter the city, and the younger generation will report to Lord Honglian Wudi." Su Lang smiled and was about to refuse. A black figure appeared on the Red Lotus Rule Supreme, a few flashes, and came to Su Lang. Unexpectedly, the Langdi Taoist friends will visit the Red Lotus Imperial City in person, and please forgive me if you missed it. The person here is a middle-aged man, his height and face are about the same as ordinary humans, and his ethnicity is characterized by lotus-shaped pupils. He is dressed in black mysterious clothes, simple but not simple, wearing a crown of vermilion lotus, and long dark red hair. As for his identity, from the rule of Red Lotus, he looks like a master, and he also calls Su Lang a Taoist friend. It goes without saying that he is the Red Lotus Emperor. Honglian Wudi. It seems to be approachable, not overbearing. It was the first time that Su Lang saw the real Emperor Wu. He couldn't help his expression, then silently opened the opponent's attribute panel. Name, Ni Chenzhou. Race, Honglian Emperor Clan. Realm level, 2nd rank Wudi. Attack level, 2nd rank Wudi plus. Defensive level, 2nd rank Wudi. Shenfa level, 2nd rank Wudi. Endurance level, 2nd rank Wudi. Spirit level, Realm of Kongni. Mastering the exercises, Red Lotus Sutra. Red Lotus Jiao Shidi Sutra, Emperor level. Shaocheng Wushang Farong Shanju, Xian level. Perfection, Wugo Hao Ti Shanju, Xian level. Perfection, No Xie Luo Shen Zhen Jing, Xian level. Consummation, Saitagarba, Xian level. Consummation, Jingchen Xian Jing, Xian level. Consummation. Ni Chenzhou. You owe a beating. The name is a little bit happy. With a hint of playfulness, Su Lang analyzed the attributes panel of Emperor Wu Lian. Chapter 834, Spiritual Realm Kongni. Unparalleled Capital. Sure enough, if you want to become an emperor, you have the highest probability of being an emperor. After all, you are an emperor. I don't know how many years Ni Chenjo has lived, and he has only reached the second level of Emperor Wu. It seems that Emperor Wu's realm can hardly be ascended to the sky. The spiritual realm Isempti Nirvana. This is the spiritual realm after the sunlit realm. I don't know what characteristics it has. After emptiness, what realm will it be? There is only one emperor level exercise method, and it seems to be inherited from the ancestors. Also, those who can hold multiple emperor level exercise methods must be the best among Emperor Wu. Ni Chenjo is obviously just an ordinary Emperor Wu. There are 5 immortal level exercises practiced, no more, no less. It seems to be a series, and there is no other 5 element attributes. It seems that Ni Chenjo is more worried about the conflict of exercises. Yes, he was originally the emperor of the fire system, so he naturally wanted to specialize in the purest fire system rules. While Su Lang was looking at Ni Chenjo was also looking at Su Lang. Is this the clone of Emperor Lang? I don't know what exercises he has cultivated, he has so many rules and powers, it's so complicated. It seems, in addition to the 5 element rules, I have comprehended a lot of more profound rules, and there are even more spatial rules. Di Langdi, is this a martial immortal who wants to cultivate this clone into a perfect foundation, as a second flesh body? But this is too weird. Ordinary Wuxian also comprehend the 5 elements rules and other necessary rules, plus some derivative rules. At most, if you can comprehend some other rules that are easier to comprehend to supplement, you have already exhausted your mind, and your life is near, and you have to give up comprehension of rules and concentrate on breaking through the realm. More Wuxians just reach the threshold of breakthrough, understand the 5 elements rules and various necessary rules, and directly seek breakthrough opportunities. The more rules there are, the more conflicts there will be, unless all the rules that are close to the real world can be perfected to solve this problem. Furthermore, if this clone is to be regarded as a second flesh body, it is most likely to become an emperor again in the future. But Emperor Cheng needs to choose the rule road. Generally, only one is enough to pursue it with his life's efforts. The more and deeper the rules of comprehension, although it can play a role in comprehending by analogy, but incomprehensible and inaccurate, it is an obstacle to the consolidation of the road. It's impossible for Emperor Lang to not know this. Maybe he just want to cultivate this clone into an existence that is invincible in the fairyland. But, what's the use of just being invincible in martial fairyland? It's not as good as a finger of the deity. Regarding Su Lang's avatar, Ni Chenjo saw a lot of things that ordinary warriors couldn't see, and thought about it a lot. At this time, he was a little puzzled. Not enough, he was not too entangled. Emperor Wu is invincible in the Kanglan continent and will basically not fall. Therefore, in the long years, it is normal to make some incredible attempts. However, Emperor Honglian Wu didn't know that Su Lang's clone was exactly the same as his deity. He thought that this clone was just a special case of Su Lang's deity to experiment, but he never thought that Su Lang's deity was like this. It seems that a long time has passed since the Emperor Wu Lian stepped into the air to meet the two. But the collision of thoughts was only an instant, and after thinking so much, it was actually a blink of an eye. Long admiring the name of Emperor Honglian Wu, Su Lang smiled. When I saw it, it was really extraordinary. Langdi is overwhelmed. Ni Chenjo also smiled kindly. Friends of the Taoist come from afar, it's my distinguished guest. I have to treat him well. Come, let me go to the city for a while. His purpose of coming here has been achieved. He originally planned to leave here, but he didn't expect Emperor Wulian to run over to meet him. At this time, Emperor Honglian Wu invited him to take a look inside the city, but he couldn't refuse. So, let's go into the city and have a look. Just look at how extraordinary this magnificent Wudi city is. Ni Chenjo stretched out his hand to ask, and then led the way. Su Lang followed suit with a smile on his face. It seems to be taking care of Su Ji's avatars. Cultivation base is still shallow, so Ni Chenjo walked very slowly, just like an ordinary person walks. Chapter 835. Shopping with Emperor Wu. The two walked in the air like this, slowly walking towards the Red Lotus Imperial City. As for Zongmu, although he can be appointed by Ni Chenjo and his identity may be unique, he is not yet qualified to walk with the two emperors. Well, Even though Su Lang is not Emperor Wu, everyone thinks so now. The three messengers did not return, but the information had been sent back long ago. Even the Emperor Wu Palace recognized the identity of Emperor Wu Su Lang. Of course, all Wudi still had doubts about the origin of Su Lang, the new Wudi. Therefore, although Emperor Wu of Honglian was kind, he did not take Su Lang to his Red Lotus lair as a guest, only to his imperial city. The two came outside the Red Lotus Emperor city. Entering the city is naturally very simple. Ni Chenjo said hello casually, and the warriors who guarded the formation were busy opening up. Someone flattered, but was driven away by Ni Chenjo. Ni Chenjo changed for a while, no longer what he was like before, as if he didn't want to cause a sensation in the city. Let's start walking from this south gate. Ni Chenjo smiled and invited Su Lang to go forward with him. When I arrived in the city, the scene inside was clear at a glance. Everywhere I saw peculiar high-rise buildings, row upon row, ridges and mountains, no less than those prosperous cities of Su Lang's previous Blue Star. The wide streets stretch from east to west, north to south, and ordinary roads are 8 lanes wide. Even in small alleys, there are 2 lanes wide. The ground is all paved with jade, exuding a touch of aura. In the eyes of low-level warriors, this is a good thing. The buildings of the Red Lotus clan are mostly decorated with red lotus flowers, and even the buildings themselves use the appearance of red lotus. The iconic building in the imperial city is a huge lotus building with a total of 900 floors, which is connected to the bottom of the ruled red lotus. In places such as squares, there must be huge red lotus and red lotus statues of Emperor Wu himself. They are tall and magnificent, making people look up. Looking down on the whole city from a height, it is like looking at an endless sea of red lotus. Su Lang and Ni Chenjo walked side by side on the street, like other ordinary warriors. Look around. On the streets, warriors come and go. It can be said that god-level warriors walk all over the floor, and noble-level warriors are inferior to dogs. There are also many saint-level martial artists, and Su Lang even saw a martial immortal. The warriors here seem to like to raise a spirit beast similar to a unicorn. This spirit beast is white all over, but has 4 hooves vermilion, a red crown and horns on its head, and its ears are like lotus petals. When they opened their mouths, 2 rows of fine red teeth could be seen. However, not all appearances are like this, and some have variegated colors and seem to be impure. This kind of spirit beast has very strong potential, ranging from king rank to censored rank, and even holy rank. The martial immortal that Su Lang saw was riding a holy spirit beast, and the surrounding martial artists were all envious and awed. Look at the surrounding shops. There are all kinds of industries, no less than the prosperous city of Su Lang's previous Blue Star. How is my city? Ni Chenjo saw that Su Lang looked left and right with great interest and couldn't help but asked with a smile. At the beginning of the establishment of this city, he has spent a lot of effort. If he can get the approval of another martial emperor, then he will be very happy. It's really majestic, more prosperous than any city on my mainland fragment. Su Lang didn't save Ni Chenjo's face, not to mention that this city is indeed good. The mainland debris resources are limited, and Langdi must be restricted. But now that it has taken root in the Kanglan continent, it must be a prosperous city soon. Although the south is relatively barren, with the Lang Emperor, it is easy to make certain changes. Ni Chenjo was talking with a smile. He was not disdainful or even mocking because Su Lang was born into a remote lump-like, mainland fragment. He is Emperor Wu, not a second-generation junk. He needs to beat others to gain a sense of superiority and accomplishment. Listening to Jun's words, I am somewhat inspired. The south is indeed barren. I was negligent before, but now I want to change it. Su Lang nodded. Although he is not Emperor Wu, he can still do a lot to transform the south. At least, just for the item of gathering spirits, even Emperor Wu Honglian would be too late. Chapter 836. Langdi must be careful. The two chatted and continued to stroll forward. Su Lang looked at the surrounding buildings and secretly learned the formation above. It is a pity that the formations in this city may have been arranged by the Emperor-level formation mage, so the types of formations are only those. Su Lang has discovered some new formations, but they are not new and useless. Ni Chenjo mentioned things about the Lanchanlu and Wuxia clan. I heard that Slaughter Tower and Wuxia race competed for the Emperor's forbidden inheritance key, but I don't know why they offended Langdi. The Emperor Lang punished Xiao Lushan and Li Filo, and accepted their subordinates as servants. Ni Chenjo was playful. You know, although the Tushinlu and wuxian clan are known as independent forces, they actually have the shadow of the emperor behind them, so Langdi must be careful. Haha, I had already guessed. Su Lang calmly smiled faintly, I just don't know what forces are behind them. This matter is very easy to inquire. Therefore, it is okay to tell Langdi Taoist friends. Ni Chenjo said with a smile, the emperor-level force that is close to the Tuantian Tower is the Yaojin Emperor, and the emperor-level force that is close to the wuxian is the Tianian Emperor. I'm here for the first time. Su Lang smiled slightly, I don't know much about these two emperor-level forces. Ni Chenjo understood, and nodded. The Yaojin Emperor is located in the north, and its influence is stronger than mine, the Red Lotus Emperor. The realm of Yaojin Wudi is probably the third-rank martial emperor, maybe it has broken through the fourth rank. He was a good friend of the second generation of Emperor Burning Heaven. Later, Emperor Burning Clan fell. He took action and saved a bloodline, that is, the ancestor of Xiao Lushan. Xiao Lushan's ancestor was also a spirited person, unwilling to live under the fence, and became independent. After a pause, Ni Chenjo continued, the Tianian Emperor is also the Northern Emperor, not far away from the Yaojin Emperor, and they are equally powerful. The origin of Tianian Wudi and wuxian tribe is that Tianian Wudi once borrowed Wuxians, Taichu Wukushandian, which seems to be for the children of a certain tribe. Su Lang nodded and asked again, however, since Emperor Wu Lian also knows that these two quasi-imperial forces are involved with the two imperial forces, why does he still acquiesce in them to have the qualification to fight for the key? This is probably because the two forces in the imperial clan are the least involved. Emperor Honglian Wu smiled, the rest of the quasi-imperial forces, as powerful as they are, hold more. Oh, that is to say, almost all the quasi-imperialist forces are involved with the emperor-level forces. Su Lang smiled, Lushanlu and wuxian clan are equivalent to choosing the taller one from the short ones. That's what it means. At this time, the Slaughter Tower and Wuk Immortal clan almost dispersed all at once. Emperor Wu Lian nodded, although Xiao Lushan and Li Filo share the keys and compete with each other. Emperor Lang couldn't be regarded as intervening in the inheritance of the emperor's forbidden land, but the Yaojin Emperor and the Tianian Emperor might not give up. They would not target Langdi on the surface, but secretly they couldn't tell. Thank you Honglian Wudi for reminding. Su Lang knew this was the kindness of Emperor Wu Lian, so he nodded in thanks. He also knew why Emperor Wu Lian would do this. The Red Lotus clan and Su Lang's forces are separated by only an Emperor Forbidden area. Now that the Emperor Forbidden Land key has appeared, sooner or later the Emperor Forbidden Land will be open for exploration. After the exploration is completed, according to the example of the Forbidden Land in the past, the inheritance is taken away, and the Forbidden Land will merge into the world. At that time, the Emperor's Forbidden Land will disappear, the Emperor's Death Zone will also dissipate, and the forces of the Red Lotus Emperor and Su Lang will formally border. With the idea of one more friend than one enemy, Emperor Wu Lian sold Su Lang a favor. Anyway, those words he said were not difficult for Emperor Wu to inquire, and the Emperor Yaojin and Tianian could not blame him. The two continued to walk forward, and stopped when they passed a giant square. A 1,000-meter-high statue stands on this giant square, which is exactly the statue of Ni Chenjo. The statue stands among the red lotus, looking into the distance with deep eyes. On the ground of the square under his feet, quasi-sages and martial sages were sitting cross-legged, concentrating on cultivation. Chapter 837, is this sentence. This is the holy image I set up. The holy image is made with special materials and methods, and the fire rules are easy to manifest. As long as the peak martial gods and quasi-sages can comprehend the rules of the fire system here, and strive to become a martial sage, the martial sage can continue to understand the rules of the fire system and improve himself. Not only did I set up a statue of becoming a god, but also a statue of becoming a censored and a statue of being immortal. The functions are the same, and they are aimed at warriors below the Valkyrie and Great Sage level. Honglian Wudi Ni Chenjo's face showed a little complacency. This is my ancestral secret technique. The 6 emperors in the middle of the mainland have this kind of welfare. Although the rest of the emperors have similar methods, they are far behind my 3 statues. Seeing Ni Chenjo's triumphant appearance, Su Lang smiled and complimented him. Ni Chenjo suddenly smiled brighter. But he never expected that Su Lang had more powerful methods to assist his subordinates in becoming a holy and immortal. The blue star alone surpassed Ni Chenzhou's image of sanctification. Not to mention that Su Lang also has the ability of rule empowerment, which is against heaven. If he is willing, he can get 10 subordinates of martial saint in one day. If the 10 regular initiation opportunities are used on a quasi-immortal, a few days will be able to create a martial immortal with a solid foundation. However, Su Lang still got a hint from Ni Chenzhou's approach. The embracing wood is born at the end of the mill, and the 9-story platform rises from the soil. Although low-level warriors are weak, they are the foundation. Su Lang had the ability to inspire others to become saints and immortals at this time, but he was still lacking in helping the people below become gods. For the vast majority of warriors, the censored of war is an unstoppable sky. Su Lang established the exchange building and opened the exchange of pills and exercises, which brought great training assistance to the martial artists. The most important thing about Catcher is the lead of space. This is the biggest problem. Going back, we must find a way to solve the problem of the warriors comprehending the space guide. Su Lang thought in his heart, after solving the space attraction, the number of Valkyrie will inevitably increase, and there will be more and more saints. For me, the benefits are also many. The two crossed the square and continued on. Ni Chenzhou took on the previous topic. I heard that Emperor Lang had accepted the martial artists of the Slushenlu and Wuxian clan and gave them a very heavy reward. Su Lang nodded and said with a smile, "Haha, I am short of people, so I can only buy horse bones for my daughter." It's more than a daughter buying horse bones. When Emperor Langdi makes hundreds of thousands of elixir of perfect quality, each has 2 immortal level techniques, how thick? That Yuang Wushan and Wushan Wushan are even more valued by Emperor Lang. They have to personally raise their cultivation base and reward them with the Emperor level exercises. This is really a masterpiece that I can't think of. Ni Chenzhou tweeted, Emperor level exercises, Emperor Lang will reward his subordinates at will. I'm really amazed. For Emperor Wu, the Emperor level exercises are also extremely rare. Ni Chenzhou also has only one ancestral copy of Honglianjiao Shidi Jing. Only he knows this exercise, and has never shared it with anyone, even the closest people. But Su Lang rewarded the Emperor level exercises to his subordinates who had just surrendered. From Ni Chenzhou's point of view, this is like exchanging endless treasures for the loyalty of a beggar. He was even a little angry. Feeling that Su Lang is violent, he shouldn't do that. Yuang and Wushu serve me with their souls and hearts, and be my slaves. I will naturally not treat them badly. Su Lang smiled noncommittently. In addition, that Emperor level exercise is actually quite ordinary, nothing great, so I will reward it. However, these words made Ni Chenzhou stiff and his eyes widened. Friend Langdi, what did you just say? Su Lang was also taken aback. I said, Yuang and emptiness or soul. No, the next sentence. Ni Chenzhou looked at Su Lang like a ghost. Su Lang couldn't laugh or cry, said, in addition, that Emperor level exercise is actually quite ordinary. Ni Chenzhou shouted loudly, then looked at Su Lang dumbfounded, Emperor level techniques are common. Su Lang nodded, a little surprised. No, how can the Emperor level exercises be ordinary? Isn't this a contradiction? The Honglian Wudi said excitedly, each of the Emperor level exercises is a peerless treasure, and it is of infinite value. The Red Lotus Emperor Wu is indeed right. Su Lang smiled and said, but my Emperor level exercises are a little worse than other Emperor level exercises. Other Emperor level exercises? Ni Chenzhou was full of disbelief. Langdi, you don't only have one Emperor level exercise technique, you have 2. Or even 3. Chapter 838. I see the same thing as Langdi. In Ni Chenzhou's view, every Emperor level exercise is extremely cherished and extremely rare. The value of each Emperor level exercise method is almost the same, it is difficult to estimate. Unless you really have multiple Emperor level exercises and compare them carefully before you can see the level. From the words of Su Lang, Ni Chenzhou noticed that Su Lang had multiple Emperor level exercises. Su Lang didn't have any idea of concealing either, and he smiled. I do have 3 Emperor level exercises, 2 of which are mine, and 1 of Shao Lushan's Burning Heaven Emperor Sutra. Burning Heaven Emperor Sutra. Ni Chenzhou opened his mouth, his face was surprised. Langdi forced Shao Lushan to hand over the Emperor level exercises. Su Lang smiled noncommittently, it's not just the Emperor level exercises, I let them use their whole family to redeem their lives before letting them go. I originally thought that Emperor Lang, you just broke up the Slaughter Tower and the Wuk Immortal clan, but I didn't expect that you actually forced them to hand over their techniques. Just to break up the power organization, there is still room for maneuver. Ni Chenjo looked at Su Lang with a complicated expression. At this point, the Yaojin and Tianyan emperors will not let it go. By the way, the exercise technique that Langdi Garlic rewards Yuong and emptiness is the Burning Heaven Emperor Sutra. It's not the Emperor Burning Heaven. It's my other Emperor level technique. Su Lang's expression remained unchanged, and he looked calm and calm. It's not like Burning Heaven Emperor Sutra. Ni Chenjo nodded and said, this way, there is still a little leeway. Su Lang suddenly laughed and said, the reason why I don't plan to reward the Burning Heaven Emperor Sutra is because I suspect that the exercise is insecure, not to leave any room. When these words came out, Ni Chenjo suddenly felt that Su Lang was a little proud. The Yaojin Emperor clan is powerful, and the Red Lotus Emperor clan does not want to provoke him. As soon as this Emperor Lang stepped into the Kanglan continent from the fragments of the mainland, and occupied a corner of the land, he dared not take the Yaojin Emperor clan into his eyes. Emperor Honglian Wu is not interested in Emperor Burning Heaven. Su Lang continued. You want to know why I suspect that this exercise is not safe? It's really curious. It stands to reason that the Emperor Burning Heaven has been passed on for so long, and there have been several emperors of Wu. If there is a problem, I don't believe it. Ni Chenjo nodded and said, but since Emperor Lang has said that there is a doubt, I want to hear what it is. Ni Chenjo himself only possesses one Emperor level exercise, and has never been exposed to the second Emperor level exercise from beginning to end. Therefore, now that the great opportunity is in front of him, how can he let it go? The Burning Heaven Emperor Sutra was actually adapted from a certain Emperor level refining classics. The idea of this exercise is to refine the weapon. After the adaptation, it is to cultivate oneself as a treasure of weapons. In this way, although the sword makes a slant forward, it is a bit strange, but it always feels that it does not belong to the right way, and the number of times this exercise is perfect is also limited. Therefore, I don't believe that this exercise is really perfect. Su Lang smiled and said, as far as the perfection of the exercises is concerned, the ordinary Emperor level exercises in my mouth are better than the Emperor Burning Heaven. The Burning Heaven Emperor Sutra was actually adapted from a refining classic. Ni Chenjo was a little surprised and a little shocked. Improvement and self-cultivation are basically irrelevant. The first generation of Emperor Burning can actually integrate them and adapt them into the Emperor level exercises. It is really amazing. However, the exercises adapted from the refining classics may really have hidden dangers after practicing. This point is similar to that of Emperor Lang. That's why, this exercise is actually useless to me. Su Lang smiled, then turned his gaze, staring at Ni Chenjo. I don't know if Lord Honglian Wu is interested. No matter how you say this technique, it is also biased towards the fire system rule avenue, and may be useful to Emperor Wu Lian. Ni Chenjo was shocked. Langdi, do you want to trade Emperor Burning Heaven to me? Chapter 839, Brother Lang, wait for me. Although the two were discussing the topic of Emperor level exercises, but Ni Chenjo never thought that Su Lang would take the Emperor level exercises as a commodity transaction. In his concept, the Emperor level exercises are invaluable, and it is impossible for anyone to trade them. Even if the exercise may be flawed, no one will trade it. However, the Langdi in front of him broke his concept. Why is Red Lotus Woody surprised? The Burning Heaven Emperor scripture is useless to me, so I might as well exchange it for some benefits. Su Lang laughed and said, I just don't know if Emperor Wu Lian is willing to trade with me. After all, if you want to trade, you not only have to pay a certain value of treasures, but also risk offending the Yaojin Emperor. Ni Chenjo's eyes were pierced and flickered slightly. Emperor level exercises, why didn't he want to see the second one? At this time, the once-in-a-lifetime opportunity is in front of him, it depends on how he chooses. He also knew the risks involved. He also knew the purpose of Su Lang's use of the Emperor-level cultivation technique to trade with him. In short, it is to use a practice technique to draw the distance from his Ni Chenjo, and it even means to pull him into the water. But Su Lang didn't conceal all of this, and he almost understood everything. If Ni Chenjo agreed, it would be equivalent to forming an alliance with Su Lang against the Yaojin Emperor and the Tianyan Emperor. But he didn't know. Su Lang only meant to form an alliance, and he didn't take it seriously. What he values most is what good things can be exchanged from Ni Chenjo. It is best practice, a lot of immortal level practice. The Honglian Emperor clan has a long history, and its size is not known how many times that of the Tushinlu and Wuxia clan. Ni Chenjo only has one Emperor level exercise, but there must be many immortal level exercises. If it can be obtained, it can be used to synthesize a brand new Emperor level technique, and it will be completely profitable. Just when Ni Chenjo hesitated, to be frank, I don't plan to cherish the ordinary Emperor level exercises. If Emperor Honglian Wu wants, I can exchange both exercises. Su Lang smiled and stepped forward. Emperor Honglian Wu does not have to rush to make a decision, you can consider it first. Ni Chenjo stood there, looking at Su Lang's back, shocked. 2 Emperor level exercises, they have to be exchanged. Is this Langdi crazy? Or in other words, he himself is still very afraid of Yaojin and Tianian Emperor clan, so he has to rush me into the water. However, he doesn't seem to be afraid of the Yaojin Emperor and the Tianian Emperor. If he is really afraid, it is not right to return the exercises directly. He can also leave a copy of the exercises himself. It is also Emperor Wu, and the Emperor Yaojin and Tianian will not say much. It's impossible for him not to think of this. Could it be that he really just wants to use the exercises in exchange for treasures and make friends with me? In his eyes, the Emperor level exercises are not valuable treasures, but goods that can be exchanged for benefits. Ni Chenjo was a little entangled. He stood there for a while, his gaze looking at Su Lang's back became more and more strange. Strange to strange, Ni Chenjo quickly made up his mind and would never let this great opportunity pass. The 2 Emperor level exercises will definitely make him go further. Brother Lang, wait for me. Ni Chenjo smiled and walked forward quickly, walking side by side with Su Lang. How? Lord Honglian Wudi. The corner of Su Lang's mouth twitched, revealing a small smile. Hearing what Ni Chenjo called him, he knew that Ni Chenjo had already agreed. Of course, I still have to ask out of courtesy. Brother Lang, don't be so unhappy, just call me Honglian from now on. Ni Chenjo was a little excited and spoke quickly. Brother Lang is going to exchange 2 Emperor level exercises for what? Gong Fa. Su Lang also didn't sell Guanzi, and said with a smile, I only need the immortal level exercises, and 100 immortal level exercises will exchange me for an Emperor level exercise. I can give you the original of the Emperor level exercises, you can burn it yourself, and then return the original to me. Chapter 840, Conscience. Ah, as long as the immortal level cultivation technique. Ni Chenjo was very surprised. He originally thought that Su Lang was going to exchange for his Honglianjiao Shidi Jing, or at least exchange for an Emperor level treasure. But he never thought that Su Lang actually only needs immortal level cultivation technique. Although the value of 100 immortal level exercises is incalculable, it is still a level lower than the Emperor level exercises. Immortal level exercises and Emperor level exercises cannot be compared, and no matter how many immortal level exercises, it is logically inferior to an Emperor level exercise. In addition, there is another point that shocked Ni Chenjo. How sincere is that Emperor Lang is willing to take the original and burn it for him? Su Lang's deity's cultivation realm is only a quasi-immortal, and it is very difficult to burn the Emperor level exercises, so it is better to let Ni Chenjo do coolies. I just want immortal level cultivation technique. Su Lang smiled and said, if Honglian is willing to exchange your Emperor rank technique with me, I would be happy too. My family's ancestral practice, I won't take it out and change it. Ni Chenjo smiled apologetically, to be honest, Brother Lang, you have suffered a great loss when you trade with me like this. Julian's conscience is really great. Su Lang smiled happily, if you are really troubled, please compensate me with some Wusheng soul, Wushen soul or something. After he upgraded the Sky Sea and Yudian sword, Wusheng's soul was a bit lacking, so he planned to add a wave from Honglian Wudi. Presumably, the Emperor Wu who has lived for a long time must have collected a lot. Compensation, compensation, compensation. Ni Chenjo was very excited and said, can I take a look at the exercises first? I'll just take a look. Su Lang smiled and nodded, then waved his hand and placed an isolation formation beside them. Immediately, he took out a huge book with a large door, which was exactly the book that recorded the Burning Heaven Emperor Jing. This is the classics of Emperor Burning Heaven. Because it was perfected by Emperor Burning from generation to generation, so there is no real original. This is the original. Su Lang smiled and put the door panel classics in front of Emperor Honglian Wu, just look at what you said. Just take a look. Emperor Honglian Wu nodded solemnly, then turned to the first page, glanced at it, and then looked away. Just looking at it, he knew that this was indeed an emperor-level exercise. Moreover, there is a breath of time passing on it. It must be an ancient artifact that has been passed down for many years. Can you see the second one? Emperor Honglian Wu looked at Su Lang, looking forward to the unknown emperor-level exercises. I can do nothing. Su Lang nodded, accepted the Burning Heaven Emperor Sutra, and then took out a 3-inch tall humanoid shadow. The human figure is slender, with long hair on his back, and his face is blurred, and he can't see men and women. There are countless golden threads with special laws on it. It is the original of the Emperor-level exercise method, Emperor Phase Without Beginning Sutra. This is the original Emperor-level exercise technique. Ni Chenzhou's voice trembled slightly. This was the first time he lost his state in hundreds of thousands. He who owns the ancestral, Red Lotus photograph, he knows that the value of the original and copy of the Emperor-level exercises are different. How mysterious is the Emperor-level exercise, and how much mysterious knowledge is inside? Although the burned copy can be said to be complete, it lacks artistic conception, and even some inconspicuous but very important aspects are missing. Only the original document records the most perfect Emperor-level technique. Su Lang's voice brought Ni Chenzhou back from shock. Ni Chenzhou looked at it again and found that Su Lang had taken back the original Emperor-level exercises. It's all good exercises, especially the latter one. It is hard to imagine that Brother Lang actually said that it is an ordinary Emperor-level technique. Ni Chenzhou licked his lips, his eyes hot. I don't know what the name of the exercise is. What is the rule? That exercise is called Emperor Phase Without Beginning Sutra. Su Lang smiled and said, it is an Emperor-level exercise of Thirod of Power. Chapter 841, Make a Huge Profit. Emperor Phase Without Beginning Sutra. Good name, good name. Excited and excited, Ni Chenzhou said quickly, I'll exchange the immortal grade cultivation technique with Wuxian Soul and Lang brother. As he said, he felt like he was afraid of Su Lang's repentance, and suddenly stuffed a bunch of exercises in front of Su Lang. In addition, there is also a gourd-shaped primary fairy. There are a total of 221 immortal level exercises here, all of my immortal level exercises, including my own practice. Some belong to my own clan, some are obtained by accident, but most of them are obtained by killing the enemies of Jingtian continent. This gourd is an immortal tool that specializes in storing the spirits of the censored of war, and the soul of the censored of war. It contains all of my collection. Let's give it to you, Brother Lang. Ni Chenzhou took out something, finished speaking quickly, and stared at Su Lang closely. These 2 Emperor-level exercises, Honglian, let's burn them. By the way, you work hard and burn me 2 more copies of the Imperial Phase Without Beginning Sutra. I will reward the moon rainbow and emptiness for use. With a wave of his hand, Su Lang gathered all the things on the ground into the storage space, and then handed the 2 Emperor-level exercises to Ni Chenzhou. I can't wait, Brother Lang, wait a moment. Ni Chenzhou took the exercises and immediately sat on the ground regardless of his image and began to read the exercises. Come slowly, this is an Emperor-level technique, so I can't rush it. Su Lang smiled and shook his head, and then sat down too, waiting for Ni Chenzhou while finishing the immortal-level exercises. This time, a total of 221 immortal-level exercises were obtained. All are non-synthetic natural techniques, which can be used to synthesize Emperor-level techniques. Last time, when Su Lang synthesized the Emperor Phase Without Beginning Sutra, he upgraded to 7 immortal-level exercises. Later, in Kangshu Pavilion, Wuxian presented the Lu Li Xianju and Golden Silkworm Fairy Feather Scripture. All the non-synthetic immortal-level techniques add up to exactly 230. These exercises can synthesize 23 Emperor-level exercises. Moreover, those immortal-level techniques are not bad, and there are many rules that correspond to my needs. Su Lang was a little excited. With these techniques, the day to step into the martial arts level is not far away. However, he did not immediately start synthesizing the Emperor-level exercises. Instead, I plan to carefully consider and choose the right technique to see if I can synthesize a better Emperor-level technique. After finishing the exercises, he immediately checked the Gourd Fairy. This is an immortal device that specializes in storing and nurturing souls. It is called the Thousand God Pot, which is similar to the Dark Soul Xuanyu banner that Su Lang once owned. However, The Yinhun Xuanyu banner is just a garbage sacred artifact, far less than a Velis hair from the Thousand Gods pot. Su Lang probed inside with mental power and found that there were densely packed dead souls. The soul of Valkyrie is 800,000, the soul of Wusheng is 80,000, and the soul of Wushan is less, only a few dozen copies. Oh, good news. There is not much difference between the soul of Martial Saint who refines superhumanoid weapons. The tens of thousands that are lacking can also be replaced with sacred artifacts, and later they can be evolved into immortal artifacts. To be honest, he really made a huge profit this time. And Emperor Wu Lian felt that Su Lang had suffered a great loss, and felt that he owed Su Lang a favor. Put away the Thousand God Pot Fairy. Su Lang looked at Ni Chenzhou and found that he had been addicted to the exercises. The Emperor level technique is extremely mysterious. He probably needs a lot of time to burn it. This clone doesn't need to be guarded at any time. With a whisper, Su Lang withdrew his perfect possession, and his consciousness returned to his deity. The meeting with Emperor Honglian Wu didn't last long. At this time, it was still early, and there was still not a short time before it got dark. Su Lang checked the situation at Jiaodi and Tai again and found that they were still on their way. The Kanglan continent is very large, and there is not a teleportation formation anywhere, and there are very few who control the rules of space, so it is a troublesome matter to hurry. It seems that they may not arrive at Wudi Palace or Baiyu Emperor clan tomorrow. While thinking about it, Su Lang withdrew his attention and began to refine the parts of the superhumanoid weapon. Chapter 842, Only One Hand Makes Zhundi. His movements became more and more adept. The refining efficiency is much faster than before. 40 to 50 parts can be refined in 1 hour. However, this speed is still a bit too slow in Su Lang's view. Because the plan for the superhumanoid weapon has been changed once, the number of parts has increased from more than 10,000 to 120,000. At this speed, it takes 3 months to finish the refining without sleep, which is really too slow. Even if some parts are duplicated, you can use the refining function of the system to do it, and the 3-month time can only be shortened by a third. 2 months is still too long. Unfortunately, this is the fastest speed. I don't have an immortal craftsman under my command. Even if I do, I don't worry about the parts one have trained. Su Lang sighed helplessly and continued to do his hard work. By dawn, Su Lang had refined 600 to 700 parts of fairy artifacts. Just when he didn't plan to rest and continue refining parts, Li Shenyang ran over and said that Fairy Yuang wanted to ask to see Su Lang. I don't know what is wrong with her. Just right, you can also improve her cultivation. Su Lang nodded slightly and ordered Li Shenyang, go and call Wushan over. Servant. Li Shenyang bowed and retreated. Not long after, Yuang Wushan and Wushan were brought to Su Lang. The two Eight Tribulations martial immortals respectfully knelt at Su Lang's feet. Yuang, what's the matter? I will say later. Su Lang looked indifferent. Calling you to come together is to fulfill my promise and wait for you to improve your cultivation base. Yuang, you come forward. Fairy Yuang cautiously came to Su Lang and knelt down again. Su Lang didn't say much, pressing directly on Yu Hong's forehead with his hand. Being pressed against Su Lang's forehead, Rao is. The Yuang fairy, also a little nervous. In her mind, she kept wondering what way Su Lang would use to improve her cultivation, how many days it would take. But before she could think of 1, 2, 3, she suddenly felt a huge energy poured into her body. That is a kind of energy that directly integrates into one's own cultivation base without digestion, as if it should be one's own cultivation base. What an anti-sky method is this? Fairy Yuang's eyes widened, her expression unbelievable. She felt that her long-standing cultivation base was like a wild horse running out of the way, rushing towards the realm of 9 tribulations Wushan. That kind of speed is really too fast, it's as if one's body is full of it all at once. Immediately afterwards, the bottleneck broke open, and Yuangwu immortal body uploaded to break through the fluctuations. She officially broke through to the realm of 9 tribulations Wushan. This also made her feeling of being jammed disappear suddenly, feeling a sense of loss. However, it didn't take long before the feeling of being jammed came again. Then there was another breakthrough. Yuang Wushan broke through to the realm of Zhundi. Su Lang was still exporting wildly, and the cultivation base was poured into the Yuang female fairy without any money, pushing her cultivation base to the peak of the Emperor Zun. The aura on Yuang Wushan's body finally stagnated, firmly at the pinnacle of Emperor Zun, no weaker than Xiao Lushan and Li Filo. Li Shenyang's expression remained unchanged. In his opinion, any miracle happened to the Lord as reasonable. But Wuxia was dumbfounded, and even his eyes fell off. From Immortal's cultivation to the present point, Void clearly knows how difficult it is to cultivate. Especially in the realm of Wuxia, if there is no adventure, even if the resources are abundant, it is difficult to make progress. After arriving in the 8 Tribulations martial immortal realm, it is even more like touching the ceiling. It seems that the achievement of this life is just like that. However, now he saw with his own eyes a martial immortal who was in the 8 Tribulations realm at the same time as himself, soaring directly from the 8 Tribulations martial immortal to the pinnacle of quasi-emperor within a dozen breaths. What a heaven-defying, what a dream. Everything looks fake. Fairy Yuang felt the same way, and she wondered if she was dreaming. It wasn't until Su Lang withdrew her hand that she slightly recovered. Empty, it's your turn. Su Lang turned to look at Wuxia. Chapter 843, Rebirth of the Heart of the Emperor. Wuxia seemed to have lost his soul, and came to Su Lang in a daze. His mind was so shocked that he was a little bit overwhelmed. The emptiness. Wuxia drank a sip of ice in the hot summer, and he immediately awakened. Because Su Lang resisted his forehead and began to instill the repair. Su Lang withdrew his hand, and Wuxia's cultivation base was also elevated to the pinnacle of quasi-emperor. My realm, my strength. Wuxia felt the majestic power in his body, and the deep sense of reality made him tremble with excitement. Servant, thank you Lord. But there is life, never hesitate to die. Wuxia slammed down and almost knocked the floor. Fairy Yuang also knelt down and kowtowed to express her gratitude. Although she wasn't as excited as Wuxia, she was so excited that she couldn't speak. Su Lang said lightly, do you still remember? I said I want to give you an emperor-level exercise. Remember. Remember, Wuxia tremblingly said. Wuxia nodded, a light burst in his eyes. Originally, I was going to give you the emperor-level exercise, Emperor Phase without beginning sutra. But, because I made a deal with Emperor Wu Lian, the exercise was originally given to him to burn a copy. Su Lang smiled, so, I can only reward you with another emperor-level exercise. Wuxia is very Wuxia. Oh no, it should be said that he is a quasi-emperor. Emptiness Zhundi and Yuang Zhundi were nervous to death when Su Lang spoke. Especially when Su Lang said halfway through, they all had a cardiac arrest. After only listening to the first few sentences, I thought I couldn't get the emperor-level technique, but I didn't expect a big turning point later. This exercise is called Emperor Heart Reincarnation Record. Su Lang's voice fell into the ears of Yuang Zun Emperor and Kongshu Zun Emperor, followed by a black plate with gold patterns printed in his vision. It is the size of the palm of the black plate with gold patterns, and it is covered with dense and numerous golden patterns. Even if you use mental power to observe, you don't know the number at all. Rao Shi Yuang and Void have reached the realm of quasi-emperor, and when they first saw the main body of Emperor Heart Reincarnation, they were a little dizzy. The two of them condensed the spirit of 12 points, tried to check the golden disc, and immediately felt the endless mystery above. This is the emperor-level technique. And it's the original exercise, not a burned copy. Master Langdi actually rewarded me with an emperor-level technique. Such a great grace can only be repaid by death. The same thoughts appeared in the minds of Yuang Zun Emperor and Kongshu Zun Emperor, and their faces also showed excitement and admiration. You take this exercise together to study and practice. I have some friendship with Julian. You don't need to guard the north. You will go to guard the Fujigitokai together. While talking, Su Lang threw the inscription disc to Wuxia Yuang. He couldn't practice the practice of the reincarnation of the emperor's heart for the time being, and it was very difficult to burn, so he simply left the original to them. Anyway, if you want to practice in the future, just take it back and have a look. Yes, your servant obeys. Empty and busy bowing to thank you. And the fairy moon rainbow was a bit hesitant to talk. Yuang, just say anything. Su Lang looked at Yu Hong with a gentle smile. Yu Hong hesitated for a while, and said, the slave maid wants to go back to the Wuk Immortal clan. The empty Zhundi on the side was stunned at once. Li Shenyang was also surprised, and immediately frowned slightly, somewhat dissatisfied. This Moon Emperor Zhenhong, who had just received a reward from the Lord, wanted to leave and return to the Wu Immortal clan. Tell me, why do you want to go back? Su Lang asked indifferently. Didn't he think that Yu Hong Zhundi didn't know good or bad, because Yu Hong had even handed over his soul and heart, and it was impossible to act indiscriminately like losing his wisdom. Chapter 844, Bridgehead Wuxia Clan. The reason why the slave servant wants to go back is to establish a stronghold in the north-central mainland for the Lord. The Lord has bestowed me a visit to the Wuxia clan when I return to deal with personal affairs. Wuxia clan has been made things difficult by previous enemies because it has no power to guard, and the situation is now very bad. And Li Filo is also missing. He has never returned to the Wuxia clan to expel his enemies. The people in the clan have already complained. The slave and maid will receive the Lord's great favor, and reach the quasi-emperor. Once they return, they will be able to command the immortal clan, adding another help to the Lord. The south is barren after all. With the power of the Lord, it will definitely deter the quartet. Sooner or later, if you go to the central and northern part, the Wuxia clan will be a good bridgehead. Furthermore, the slave maid speculated that the Yaojin and Tianian emperors might be dissatisfied with the Lord, and the Wu-Wei immortal clan is also in the central and northern part. Although they can't resist the emperor, they can also inquire for some intelligence. When Yuang Zhundi said something, the emptiness of Zhundi suddenly realized, and Li Shenyang's expression also became better. Wu-Wei Shanzu is indeed a good bridgehead. In that case, you can go back to the Wuk immortal clan. Su Lang nodded. There is no need to guard the vine tortoise Donghai in emptiness. Go with Yuang, and one of my clones will also go with you. The proposal of Emperor Yuang Zun is very good. Of course, Su Lang was not content to live in the southern corner. Su Lang is bound to win the northern part of the mainland, and even the entire Kandlan continent. Although it is still too early to mention these, it is a precaution to set up a bridgehead in advance. Emperor Yuang kowtow to thank you. In fact, she is selfish, that is, the people of the Wu-Wei immortal clan, she can't just watch their decline and extinction. Of course, she had already expressed this clearly, and Su Lang knew it, and didn't mind. From now on, there is no shortage of immortal clan. Although you two are quasi-emperors, you may not be independent. Su Lang continued, I will arrange for some Wuxians to go with you to increase their strength. The Wuxia clan that is now located in the northern part of the mainland is an empty nest. Except for Li Filo, all the great sage, Zunxian, and Wuxian have all been put under Su Lang's command. Emperor Zhenhong Yuang and Emperor Zunxuan passed by alone, they were polished commanders, and it was not easy to use their abilities. In addition, those martial celestials staying in the Sea of Sky is of little use, it is better to send some past to support Yuang and Void. Presumably, those Wuxian immortals of the Wuxia clan are more willing to go back. For Su Lang's arrangement, Emperor Yuang was very grateful, and Emperor Zunxuan felt that the Lord was really sympathetic to his subordinates. Unlike Xiao Lushan, even if he had more trust in his subordinates, he was cold and high above him. Su Lang dispatched a clone and asked the clone to take Yuang and Void Zhundi to select the manpower. Li Shenyang also bowed and planned to retire. But Su Lang stopped him. Li Shenyang bends down in fear. A big power needs a steady stream of fresh blood. These fresh blood, in addition to soliciting from outside, is produced from within. Now our foundation is relatively large. There are 13 saint races, 1 immortal race, and there are countless warriors. However, most of these warriors have been stopped before the realm of martial god. It is difficult to go further. I intend to change this status quo. Su Lang looked at Li Shenyang and said with a smile, the censored of war condenses the space guide, which involves space rules. However, where the censored of war gets the power of rules, he follows the steps by drawing the gourd and condensing the inspiration of space, but knows the nature of the inspiration of space and does not know why. But if you understand the rules of space, you can trace the origin, know the essence of the space guide, and a faster way to understand it. I stay with you because I want to give you a task. You have to do your best to find a way to become a censored more easily. After speaking, Su Lang looked at Li Shenyang lightly. The servant must complete this task. Li Shenyang solemnly knocked on Su Lang's commander. Su Lang smiled and nodded, and led him. Go down to work. Chapter 845, Baiyu Emperor City. After practicing for a while, Su Lang used perfect possession to control the clone that escorted the Baiyu Emperor clan's messenger Tai Yi. The Baiyu Emperor clan is northwest of here, near the deserted, icy and snowy west of Liao. The imperial city was built on a huge snow mountain. This snow-capped mountain, or a mountain range, cuts across the world like a wall of the world. The size of the White Moon Imperial City is even larger than the Red Lotus Imperial City. It can be seen that the Snow Mountain is such a huge monster. If you compare Mount Everest with the previous Blue Star, it is equivalent to a small mound than Mount Tai. The Bayou Emperor City built on the huge Snow Mountain is an open city. Anyone can enter, there are no restrictions. Looking around, streamers flicked across the sky, coming in and out of the city like a school of fish. Just looking at this scene, you can feel the strong sense of mixing. This shows that the Bayou Emperor clan is a race with extremely strong self-confidence and extremely strong ability. Tai Yi had arrived at the Wudi city of the Bayou Emperor clan, and Su Lang's clone was by her side. What a miracle city! Su Lang looked at the endless snow-white city and couldn't help but admire. Zunxian Tai Yi didn't seem to have the courage to talk to Emperor Wu Su Lang, but he kept nodding his head. Su Lang knew why this quasi-immortal who was originally polite and talkative was like this. It's entirely because the personality produced by this clone is a bit strange, and it even babbles constantly on the way to censor Tai Yi, teasing others, and frightening Tai Yi. In this regard, Su Lang was also dumbfounded. I don't know if you are lucky enough to meet Emperor Wudi, the twins of Emperor Bayou. Looking at the Bayou Emperor City, Su Lang muttered to himself, then turned his head to look towards Tai Yi. Lord Langdi probably won't see it, but it's not that the Bayou Emperor has a high self-esteem and deliberately neglects adults. Zunxian Tai Yi took a breath and said cautiously, the two Emperor Wu have been in retreat for a long time. Several Emperor Wu came to visit, but none of them saw them. Su Lang nodded, then you go and come back to life, I will stroll around Bayou Emperor City by myself. Tai Yi Zunxian bowed in relief and flew away. As soon as Su Lang moved, he flew forward, and soon merged into a river, composed of escape light. This river is made up of warriors, densely packed, flying in the sky, and it really shows what is called a fantasy world. Su Lang entered the city smoothly, and no one even came to investigate. Walking on the streets in the city, Su Lang found that although there were a lot of people, it was not messy, and it looked very organized. A large number of people of different races walked on the street. Those with horns on their heads, those with blooming foreheads, those with wings on their backs, those with 4 arms, those with a long tail on their buttocks. Su Langduo glanced at the long-tailed girl, and remembered the foxtail tribe he had seen in the Jinwen clan teleportation array. Looking at the warriors of different races coming and going around, this scene is somewhat similar to the original one. Su Lang walked around slowly and found that the cultivation resources here are indeed much richer than those in the south. After walking a few steps in this way, I saw several materials that I had never seen before. And among the various resources, the resource of refining was the most abundant, which made Su Lang couldn't help but have the idea of fishing here. My super-humanoid weapon just lacks a lot of materials. Although the resources of the 13 saints in one immortal land are all collected through the exchange building, and sooner or later I can gather it, but it will take time to accumulate after all. In addition, I have already learned the formation of the Red Lotus Emperor clan secretly, and there is still here, and there will be the Emperor Wu Palace later, but I did not have enough materials after learning the formation, which is really a pity. There are many kinds of refining materials here, the quantity is large, and the price is generally low. You can do a wave. Su Lang licked his lips, and could no longer suppress this thought. However, he didn't forget the business, and planned to learn the formation of the Bayou Emperor City first. So he rose into the air and flew towards the center of the Bayou Emperor City. The Bayou Emperor City is open, but it also has a place that is not open, that is, the administrative center, here, where there are the Bayou Emperor clan warriors who are responsible for managing the city and deterring those with ghosts. Su Lang soon arrived in the center of the city. There stood a huge gate straight into the sky. At first glance, it looks like an enlarged version of the Arc de Triomphe, but the carvings on it are completely different, revealing an ancient feeling. Chapter 846, 5 Elements United Imperial Formation. This giant gate is a real imperial soldier named Bayou Emperor Sect. Before the 2 White Moon Emperor Wu retired, they placed it in the White Moon Emperor City and guarded the whole city. The weapon spirit of the Imperial Army is clear about the actions of all the warriors in the city, which can be called a super-intelligent monitoring. Once an enemy is found, the Imperial soldier will directly take action to obliterate it. Unless Emperor Wu comes, no one can hold an Emperor soldier. The White Moon Emperor Gate is the reason why the White Moon Emperor City is open to everyone, but it is very stable. At this moment, Su Lang was staring at the Baiyu Emperor sect. It was the first time he saw a real imperial soldier, so he was very interested. Through the weapon recognition function, Su Lang saw the Baiyu Emperor's gate thoroughly from bottom to top, from left to right, from inside to outside. It's worthy of being an emperor soldier. My quasi-imperial soldier, the Sea of Sky and the Scabbard of Slaughter Heaven, are far behind them by more than 10,000 miles. Su Lang stared at the Baiyu Emperor's door with beaming eyes, and continued to chuckle. He suddenly felt a coercion falling on his body, a kind of death crisis swept through and enveloped his body. In the coercion, there is still a little shy feeling. Are you ashamed? Is it because I was seen out? But you are just a door, why should you be like a pure girl? Su Lang secretly complained, and then rolled his eyes again, and found that the spirit of the Baiyu Emperor's door really looked like a girl. She seemed to be censored, entrenched in the sky, looking down at Su Lang, threatening her life, not allowing Su Lang to look at her again. Tisk Tusk, dare to threaten me. After Xiaoyu evolves into an emperor soldier, I will bring it over and let it use Sao language to teach the spirit of the Emperor Baiyu sect. Su Lang curled his lips, retracted his gaze, and immediately walked aside around the Baiyu Emperor gate. There stood a white palace. The palace seems to be unattended, but if you feel it carefully, you can notice that there is spirituality sweeping around all the time. Su Lang has been detected by 5 or 6 Wuxian-level mental powers. However, Su Lang only stood in the distance to admire the palace, so the martial arts did not expel Su Lang. Su Lang was looking up at the palace. To be precise, he was looking at the formation. This palace is equipped with the Emperor-level exercises and Immortal-level exercises that Su Lang needs. At this time, the formation method converged, and the coverage was very narrow, but once there was a war, it would immediately cover the entire White Moon Emperor city. Su Lang took the formation and peeled off the cocoon and saw it through. The White Moon Emperor clan is indeed a more powerful emperor than the Red Lotus Emperor clan. This United Emperor rank formation is also stronger than the formation of the Honglian Emperor clan. It consists of 5 Emperor-level formations and 120 Immortal-level formations. All formations are the most common gold, wood, water, fire, and earth attributes. But don't look at the attributes that are very common. The attributes of the 5 elements are intertwined, regenerate and restrain each other, and are endless, extremely difficult. Once it can't be destroyed by crushing force, then this formation will be able to heal continuously, never want to break the formation by attrition. Even if there is only one fairy-level formation at the lowest level, a complete United Emperor formation can be derived from this formation. This actually already has the terrifying ability of a trace of blood rebirth. In this regard, Su Lang couldn't help but applaud, because this United Imperial formation has been completely learned by him. Next, just to earn a wave of refining materials, and then go back to the old nest to set up the formation. Su Lang left the tall palace with an excited smile. Walking down the street, he touched his chin, thinking about how to earn materials, or use the previous method to refine finished products in exchange for materials. That's too slow. Besides, Su Lang is busy refining the parts of super-humanoid weapons. Where can he refining goods to sell? Think about it. Walking into the bustling streets, Su Lang gradually had a plan. Build an exchange house. However, the exchange ratio needs to be adjusted. We cannot give benefits to strangers here. They are not mine. We must first look at the value difference between low-level materials and high-level materials. While thinking, Su Lang walked into the material shop next to him. No one came to meet and introduce. The prices of materials are clearly marked. Su Lang's mental strength swept away, and he knew all the material prices. He walked out of the store, entered another one, and conducted market research in the same way. Chapter 847. The shopkeeper is crazy. He visited most of the material shops and had a clear understanding of the value of low-level materials and high-level materials. Comparing the highest-level God-level materials with the lowest-level Holy-level materials, the value of the latter is basically more than 50 times that of the former. The difference in value between Saint-level materials and Fairy-level materials is even greater, more than 100 times. The difference in value between the Fairy-level materials and the Emperor-level materials is more than 1,000. In other words, 1,000 pieces of the best Fairy-level materials may not necessarily be exchanged for one piece of the lowest-level Emperor-level materials. Perhaps it was precisely because of this that Xiao Lucian risked his life to hide the Emperor-grade materials. Tisk tisk, I am really kind to the warriors under my command. Su Lang smiled. The exchange rates he set up in the 4 places of Yaoqi, Biu, Chushui, and Xincheng were all 20 to 1, which was too low. However, Su Lang did not intend to change it. Anyway, it's also earning. It doesn't matter if people earn less. Su Lang determined the ratio of this new exchange building, and the ratio of material exchange for each level is different. Moreover, he only deals with materials above the censored level. The ratios were set at 50 to 1, 100 to 1, and 1000 to 1. If the value difference is too great, Su Lang will also increase the ratio. Anyway, he has the function of treasure recognition, so he can see the value of the item at a glance. After setting the ratio, Su Lang spent 1 million fine jade and bought a 3-story building in the most prosperous area. He sent a clone, turned into a virgin, and went outside to solicit business. The shopkeeper is crazy. I need to replace low-grade materials with high-grade materials. The ratio is incredible. 50 kinds of god-level materials can be exchanged for holy-level materials, and 100 kinds of holy-level materials can be exchanged for immortal-level materials. While the shopkeeper is still going crazy, don't miss it when you pass by. The 2 avatars shouted outside, and they immediately attracted a lot of attention. What are you shouting? It's said that the shopkeeper is crazy, and exchange high-level materials for low-level materials. How is it possible? Who can do business here? Who is not a human being? It is strange that they are crazy. The percentage set in their shop must be ridiculously high. You guessed it wrong, the ratio set by others is low. As long as 50 pieces of god-level materials can be exchanged for a holy level. What are you running? Listen to me. After listening to you, the materials will have to be replaced. Those who can open a shop here are not ordinary people, and it is definitely not a lie to dare to shout such slogans. Therefore, the warriors said they didn't believe it, but their bodies rushed towards the store. In the shop, Su Lang temporarily transferred those clones who were burning copies of the exercises. Let them change into various appearances, like tellers, sitting behind the counter, waiting to receive customers. Soon, the warriors poured into the shop like a tide. The shopkeeper, the exchange ratio you said is true. Hello, I have 50 god-level materials, I hope to exchange for the same holy-level materials. Get out of the way, I want to change fairy-level materials. A group of warriors crowded at the counter, some were consulting, and some were directly asking for exchange. The avatars of Su Lang ignored those warriors who were skeptical, and directly began to handle business for those warriors who wanted to exchange. The first warrior exchanged 139 ordinary saint-level materials for 1 immortal-level material. The other warriors suddenly knew that the ratio mentioned before was not an accurate figure, but was adjusted according to the value of the item. However, this is still profitable, and it is also a huge benefit. As long as the ratio is less than a number, they can earn a piece of material out of thin air. The warriors who saw the benefits went crazy and started to exchange materials. Su Lang watched this scene in secret, only hating that he had too few clones, and he couldn't be too busy. But fortunately, the martial artist is very efficient, so the exchange rate is very fast. In Su Lang's storage space, there seemed to be a waterfall falling from the sky. The waterfall was composed of endless materials. Chapter 848, Fire of the Sky. Su Lang's shop quickly became famous in the Baiyu Emperor city. More and more people come to exchange. There were even wuxian stepping into the air, lining up the crowd, bringing thousands of immortal-grade materials to exchange for emperor-grade materials. For these wuxians who jumped in line, Su Lang didn't let them get out of the line. After all, these are all big fat sheep, 1,000 celestial-grade materials. How many materials can be synthesized in Su Lang's hands? If Wu Xian who was bombarded ran away, wouldn't Su Lang lose? What's more, this is a world that talks about fists, and the privileges of advanced warriors are everywhere. The exchange shop business is in full swing. Although people do not understand why the shopkeepers here do such a losing business, it does not prevent them from taking advantage. Su Lang looked at these fat sheep with joy in his heart. Seeing that the exchange business here has been on the right track, Su Lang used his perfect possession to control a clone far in the far north. This clone is the one who escorted Zhao. Unfortunately, Su Lang did not see the Wudi Palace through this clone. The avatar of Su Lang escorted Zhao to a snow-white far north, with magnificent aurora hanging in the sky. Then 2 quasi-emperors flew from the Aurora to greet Zhao Di. After the 2 quasi-emperors received Zhao Di, they did not intend to invite Su Lang clone to be a guest at Wudi Palace. Obviously, after learning that Su Lang is not the actor, Zhao Qin was very disappointed, and naturally did not want to see guests when he was in a bad mood. Su Lang withdrew this clone with some regrets, and his consciousness returned directly to his deity. The exchange business in Baiyu Emperor City for a long time brought me a lot of high-level materials. Su Lang looked at the materials in the storage space, thinking about arranging an emperor rank formation for the Sea of Sky. And this formation is dominated by the 5-element United Imperial formation obtained from the Baiyu Emperor City, and the 3 emperor formations obtained from the Red Lotus Imperial City are combined to form a Super Emperor rank formation. Su Lang's formation skills are countless times higher than that of the formation masters who set up the 5 elements of the Baiyu Emperor City and the United Imperial Formation, and are even higher than those of the Red Lotus Imperial City. Therefore, these 2 sets of joint formations are simply mud pills needed at will in his hands, and he can knead whatever he wants. However, before that, Su Lang had another plan through the 5 elements United Imperial Formation. At present, the Sea of the Sky is already a quasi-emperor level immortal weapon, but the Guardian scope is only the land of the 3 saints. This range is far less than 1/5 of Su Lang's forces. From the beginning of the Biu clan, to the death zone of the Emperor in the north of Chushixian Lake, there is no strong formation to guard. Once an enemy comes in, there will be a piece of erosion immediately. Therefore, Su Lang wanted to take advantage of this time to update the formation, and by the way, also guard the land of Chushan Lake. The approach is simple. In order to cater to the upcoming joint emperor rank formation, Su Lang plans to refine 4 more quasi-emperor soldiers. The Sea of Sky belongs to the water attribute quasi-imperial soldier. Then, by refining the Jinmuhuotu quasi-imperial army, he can correspond 1-to-1 with the 5-element imperial formation and exert the strongest power. Su Lang temporarily put aside the refining of super-humanoid weapons and began refining 4 new quasi-imperial soldiers. These 4 quasi-imperial soldiers are similar to the Sea of Sky, and the refining process is also very similar, but the materials used are different. Therefore, Su Lang quickly refined the second weapon in Theoski weapon series. Just after being refined, it was a quasi-immortal weapon, and immediately Su Lang used the weapon evolution ability to evolve it into a quasi-imperial soldier. This quasi-imperial soldier has a fire attribute, and its body is also snowflake-shaped, but its color is fiery red, which Su Lang called it the flame of the sky. This time, the spirit of the instrument, don't be a little mentally retarded. In Su Lang's expectant eyes, a brand new spirit appeared. Qi Ling still looks like a crystal bun, without a face, just a simple dumpling. It is full of joy and agility, and it is very curious about its surroundings. Moreover, it seems to be very impatient and has the characteristics of fire. With the lessons learned, you can't talk casually this time. It would be bad if you let it learn to shout. Su Lang closed his mouth, observed the spirit of the sky flame, and named it Xiaoyan. Soon, he planned to take it back and start refining the third weapon. Chapter 849, all with minor mental retardation. Accompanied by a ma, excited Xiaohai appeared in front of Su Lang. It excitedly flew around the new spirit, Xiaoyan, exuding the joy of seeing the same kind. I fork, why is this stuff here? Su Lang's complexion was dark, and his instinct was bad. But before he had time to react, he saw the new device spirit Xiaoyan, wriggling, transforming his facial features exactly like Xiaohai. How did Xiaohai's 5 senses come from? It is like Su Lang, pinching its face. So now, Xiaoyan's face is exactly the same as Su Lang. At the same time, it also learned Xiaohai's mantra, shouting, ma, and even louder than Xiaohai. This Nima, why is it like this again? How can the quasi-emperor soldiers refined by my dignified primordial realm refiner still mentally retarded? Su Lang stared with a pair of eyes, and the corners of his mouth twitched constantly. With the thought obviously something is wrong, Su Lang began to think about why this happened. He first thought of the weapon spirit of the Emperor Baiyu Gate. It was an instrumental spirit who turned into a girl, with complete intelligence and perfect personality. Then there is the spirit of the Slaughter Sky Sword Sheath, although it is not smart, but it can talk appropriately. Looking at Yudianji and Xiaoyu again, he was overly clever and he kept talking all day long. There is also the spirit of the White Jade Fairy Palace, quiet and quiet, like a lady. Finally, Su Lang thought of Xiao Pao again. There seems to be something wrong with Qi Ling Xiao Pao's wit, and he always likes to yell, "Fire cannon." After some summary, Su Lang finally found some rules. It seems that all weapons made by combining parts have something wrong with their spirit. On the other hand, the Yutian sword, the White Jade Immortal Palace, the Slaughter Sky Sword Sheath, and the White Moon Emperor Gate, their wits are all relatively normal. The essence of these weapons is a whole, not a combination of parts. Su Lang suddenly realized. Then, he looked a little sad. It seems that the remaining 3 5-element weapons in Theoski series are all with minor mental retardation. Moreover, the superhumanoid weapon is composed of 120,000 parts, and I am afraid that it will not raise a large mental retardation. Su Lang's eyes twitched when he thought that the superhumanoid weapon that ruined the world had an abnormal mental retardation spirit. That has to be watched at any time, otherwise, in case of a whim and tear down the house like Erha, wouldn't it be over? But even if he knew that the 3 artifact spirits that were about to appear would likely be minor mentally retarded, Su Lang had no choice but to continue refining. After all, the flames of the sky have been refined, so you can't give up halfway, right? Fortunately, Chu Xiaobei and the others can bring these spirits. Su Lang took a deep breath and took out a series of metallic materials, intending to refine the gold of the sky. However, at this moment, pleasant system prompts resounded through my mind. Ding! Burning Soul and Solitary Lamp Ju has reached the founding level. Ding! The Immortal Code of Immortality in the beginning. Ding! The Secret of the Wish has reached the founding level. There are a total of 7 system prompts, which means that the 7 exercises that Su Lang placed before have been practiced. Su Lang quickly put down the materials in his hands, looked at himself and checked the changes. He only felt 7 strange energies appearing in his body, running along the limbs in hundreds of skeletons, blending into every cell, and infiltrating the martial saint realm. In the end, these 7 energies merged into the sea like a big river, disappearing into Su Lang's body. My combat power has increased again. Su Lang could clearly feel that he was in control of a more powerful force. However, he was not busy opening the attribute panel to view it, because the rules corresponding to these exercises have not yet been understood. Su Lang has understood the rules corresponding to Burning Soul and Solitary Lamp Ju, and Frozen Jade Immortal Yuan Junlu, and choosing them is of other use. There is no corresponding rule in the great beginning of the Immortal Code. It is entirely because Su Lang wants to try to see if he can improve his aptitude. The remaining 4 books are the Immortal Code of 10,000 Qis, the Immortal Ju of Life and Immortality, the Immortal Ju of Futian, and the Secret of Wish of Immortals. The corresponding rules are the Rules of Qi, the Rules of Life, the Radiation Rules, and the Rules of Willingness. At this time, the practice of the exercises is completed, and the rules can be understood. Chapter 850. Comprehend the Rules of Life. Su Lang waited for this moment for too long. Although it has only been a day, he just feels that for a long time. It took less than 10 minutes, and Su Lang understood these 4 rules one by one. Immediately, the 4 heaven and earth rules merged into Su Lang's body, and Su Lang suddenly mastered these 4 heaven and earth powers. The rules of Qi increase its energy reserves geometrically, and it has the effect of enhancing the energy texture, and even improving the body. The rule of life corresponds to the rule of death, so Su Lang can see the breath of life more clearly. Unfortunately, the rules of life comprehended at this time are very superficial. Su Lang couldn't give the breath of life to the dead and turn them into creatures. That method is too bad. Su Lang estimated that if he became an emperor with the road of life, he might be able to create creatures out of thin air. But I am afraid it is impossible to create a wise creature out of thin air like the Lord Nua in Su Lang's previous life of the Chinese god family. Su Lang now masters the rules of life, and can see the breath of life more clearly. Seeing the breath of life, mastering the rules of death can also do it. But to master the rules of death, you can only see the breath of life in general, and have the means to strip it and annihilate it. The breath of life is a collective term, there are many types. Su Lang, who has mastered the rules of life, can separate or merge the breath of life with little difference. To put it simply, this is a very abnormal healing ability. The breath of life in a severely wounded and dying life is very weak. After Dan is replenished, it is like adding blood on the spot. It takes almost no time to restore health. This ability can also be used on oneself. Su Lang thought of his clone for the first time. With a thought, he summoned a clone to his eyes, and used the rules of life to check it. Turn out. The breath of the clone's birth is exactly the same as the breath of his own birth. In other words, Su Lang can use the clone as a great medicine to take when he heals his injuries. It sounds a bit evil, but it is an important whole card. Although Su Lang has the two heaven-defending abilities of swallowing clone and death replacement, the healing ability of the rule of life seems redundant, but it is not. Because of Su Lang's clones, only 30 can be used to swallow and die, and the other 30 are clones that can only be used for fighting. Once Su Lang used the devouring clone, with only one clone as a substitute for death, he still encountered a close battle. Then, the avatar became Su Lang's super battery life drug. The breath of life of a clone incarnation can completely fill Su Lang with blood. In this way, the 30 clone avatars also possess the ability of death substitution, in disguise. Even if necessary, Su Lang could ingest the breath of life similar to his own from other creatures to heal his wounds. But that has the meaning of eating people. Unless it is an enemy, when Su Lang is less than a billion people, he will definitely not do that. The mastery of the rules of life makes me almost conducive to the land of immortality. Or if you can become an emperor with the great way of life. Tisk tisk, it's really tempting. Su Lang licked his lips with excitement, and immediately checked the two rules behind. The first is the radiation rule. Radiation is everywhere, and it can be called a basic rule of the world. It has a strong ability to increase Su Lang's spell attack. Radiation is invisible in quality, invisible to the naked eye, but it carries terrifying penetrating energy, which is hard to prevent. In Su Lang's view, the radiation rules are equivalent to adding a strong spell penetration attribute to him. This greatly increased Su Lang's combat power. Let's talk about the rules of willingness. Su Lang felt that this rule would be very important from the beginning. After grasping at this time, I know that it is really very important. The rules of wishing power are related to the incense of sentient beings. But all creatures have souls, and every thought, any thought, will exude aspiration. Aspiration itself has no attributes and has nothing to do with fighting. But it can be called omnipotent almighty energy. As long as it gathers to a certain level, the controller can do everything with it, and even live forever. Chapter 851, Cogito ergo sum. The ancients have a cloud, I think, therefore I am. It means to achieve eternal life with the power of aspiration. Even if you die, you can be reborn as long as you are thinking of it. Living beings fear me, love me. Any emotions will turn into incense and aspirations, and gradually gather for the main purpose. The horror will gradually manifest after reaching the realm of Emperor Wu, possessing the universe of life, and becoming the master of the world. Of course, the side effects of Yuanli are also extremely difficult. May the power is gathered by the thoughts of sentient beings, it has infinite possibilities in itself, but its essence cannot be ignored. Its essence is chaotic, disorderly, and elusive. Immortality achieved by means of, I think, therefore I am, is not true immortality. The thoughts of sentient beings are like chaos, which will obliterate the mind of the immortal person, causing him to lose himself, and gradually become the real existence in the mind of sentient beings. Even the power of willingness, which is completely transformed by positive emotions, is too complicated and it is impossible to escape the inferiority. This is a terrifying double-edged sword. Su Lang sighed, but his expression was still excited. In any case, Yuanli has everything possible. After finishing the functions of the 4 powers of rules, Su Lang opened his attribute panel. Attack level, 5 tribulations Wuxian. Defensive level, Wuxian of 5 tribulations. Shenfa. Level, 5 tribulations Wuxian. Endurance level, 4 tribulations Wuxian. Is the technique still immortal? Would you like to name it? Forget it. The increase in combat power is pretty good, 1.5 small realm, almost ascending to the next level. Su Lang nodded in satisfaction, then set his gaze on the immortal code of immortality. At the beginning, he chose this exercise method because he wanted to try to see if he could improve his aptitude. At this point, after the exercises were finished, he was about to try. Dare to use the name, Taichu, don't let me down. Su Lang showed expectation, then closed his eyes, and started to operate this immortal level technique. 1 hour passed. Lying on the peat, It's useless at all. It's a good idea to improve your qualifications. Su Lang couldn't help standing up and spitting, because his muddy body aptitude had not improved at all. It really doesn't move, there is no sign of improvement. Su Lang was almost out of anger. After a long time, he comforted himself, saying, even the immortal level exercises can't improve my aptitude. It seems that my aptitude must be very, very extraordinary. Maybe it's better than unparalleled, but it's just not reflected. Thinking like this in his heart, Su Lang himself didn't believe it. Quan should comfort myself. With a little disappointment, Su Lang looked at Burning Soul and Solitary Lamp Ju. The Burning Soul and Solitary Lamp Ju is a fairy-level practice involving the origin of the soul. It was obtained from Shaolution and has a long history. Its awesomeness lies in the ability to burn soul, to enhance the soul's origin. The origin of the soul is something that Su Lang has come into contact with so far. They are all means to consume soul origin. But apart from this burning soul, Su Lang had never heard of the means to enhance the soul's origin. This shows that this method is really rare, and the benefits are huge. However, the cost of using the burning soul is also very scary, and the spiritual power will directly drop to a large realm. This is really too difficult for other warriors to bear. But for Su Lang, the spiritual power of a great realm will soon be replenished after a sleep. This is not an exaggeration. Su Lang's one-key training speed is so fast that it only takes 10 hours to accumulate the spiritual power from the realm of sunshine to the realm of Kongni. Chapter 852, Burn the Soul. His spiritual power has been accumulated, and he is waiting to burn his soul. It's a little scary to see the introduction of the exercises. Su Lang swallowed. He knew that burning soul must be so painful, the kind that hurts the soul. However, he had already decided. After hesitating for a while, Su Lang closed his eyes resolutely, and launched Theosul burning method. Suddenly, it seemed as if an invisible flame rose out of thin air from the sea of consciousness, burning the billions of silk ribbons hanging in the void, and marching madly toward the sunshine. In an instant, Shiri was burned, and the surface showed a melting state. And Su Lang himself made the first scream after coming to this world. Can't help it at all. It's so painful. Fortunately, the rooms are separated by formations, otherwise Su Lang's screams might spread throughout the land of the Three Saints. Time just disappeared little by little. Su Lang was already limp on the ground, his clothes soaked in sweat. His complexion was very gray, his eyes were very loose, he looked like he was seriously injured. However, Su Lang did not faint anyhow. He got up from the ground, sat cross-legged on the futon, and began to see the sea inside. I saw sparse golden silk ribbons hanging in the void in the broad sea of knowledge, just condensing. The sunny sun, shining on the sea of consciousness directly becomes the luminous moon, with pits and craters on the surface, which is dark and unclear. It really dropped to a big realm directly. Fortunately, I have a key practice. The spiritual realm will be restored to the sun in a few hours. Su Lang took out some mental power pills, and immediately stopped caring about the sea. He took out more than 200 immortal level exercises, and while selecting the 7 exercises to be practiced next, he divided them into categories. 10 books and 10 were put together to prepare the emperor level exercises. In terms of rules, the rules I now understand have become more and more perfect. The rules that have not been understood are mostly derivative rules or unpopular rules that seem to be of little use. These rules, I only need to practice some synthetic holy level exercises to understand them, and there is no need to specifically select the fairy level exercises corresponding to the rules. The immortal level technique chosen this time should be focused on improving combat power. Su Lang pondered, and then chose 7 immortal swordsmanship. This is a complete set of fairy level swordsmanship collected by Honglian, 1 fairy level swordsmanship, only 1 move, 7 exercises, only 7 moves, very rare. The names are Broken Life and Death, Broken Yin and Yang, Broken 5 Elements, Broken Sun and Moon, Broken Heaven and Earth, Broken Void, Broken God Form. These 7 swords can be called breaking 10,000 magic with swords, and even have a hint of emperor level exercises. The first 3 swords dealt with the rules of life and death, yin and yang, the 5 elements, and its subsidiary rules. Just breaking the 5 elements will be able to do nothing. The last 4 swords and swords are all big kills. Breaking the sun and the moon is almost a long-range attack, and even the sun and the moon can be cut down with 1 sword. Breaking the world, it is a large-scale coverage attack, and it can be practiced to the extreme, or it can destroy a small world with one sword. Breaking through the void, specializing in the inner boundary of wuxia, invisible and without a trace, with a point of breaking the surface, practicing to the extreme, even the life and universe of Emperor Wu can pose a threat. Breaking the form of the gods, slashing the body and soul directly, the strongest single attack, a sword will destroy the gods. Originally I planned to use the source of the exercise technique to deduce my own moves. But with these 7 immortal level exercises, the deduction of moves has to be postponed again. I don't know how far the 7 swords can be if they are fused and cast. I'm afraid it is an emperor. The corner of Su Lang's mouth raised slightly, showing some expectation. He placed these 7 exercises on the Wushu villain, and then his eyes on the 200 immortal level exercises. It's time to synthesize an emperor rank technique. Su Lang put the different types of exercises in front of him, a total of 23 piles, each with 10 books. System: Start Gong Method Synthesis. Su Lang picked up 10 of them and issued instructions. Chapter 853, Mingguang Wanji Emperor Jing. Ding. After the synthesis is completed, you will get the Emperor level exercise, Zhenyu Emperor Jing. With the appearance of the system prompt, a stubborn stone appeared in Su Lang's hands. This stubborn stone does not seem to be any different from the ordinary stone on the side of the road. But this is the original technique of Zhenyu Emperor Jing. The seemingly ordinary stone, every particle on it, every stripe road, contains endless truths of laws. It is the rule of the road that returns to the basics and completely manifests in front of you. And the rule road that this exercise directly refers to is the road of power, just like the Emperor Phase without beginning sutra. However, the two are somewhat different. Dishang Wuxi Jing is completely biased towards offense, while Zhenyu Emperor Jing is biased towards defense, which is a technique that can be attacked and defended. The idea of his practice is to use force to control the universe, let him attack and not move. Single quote. Simply put, it is an emperor-level technique that tends to increase defense power. Su Lang nodded silently. This 4th emperor-level exercise technique is a good exercise technique. Su Lang put the original exercises of Zhenyu Emperor Jing into the storage space, then took 10 exercises and continued to synthesize. The remaining 22 emperor-level exercises were also synthesized. Basically, they are all 3 types of emperor-level exercises of strength, 5 elements, and wind and thunder. However, Su Lang had been carefully classified, so he finally got a very special exercise. This book is called Mingguang 10,000 Realms Emperor Jing, which is a double avenue exercise method, pointing directly to the avenue of light and the avenue of radiation. The technique originally looked like a bright white pearl. Its light is soft and not dazzling, and it is like holding a warm light bulb in your hand. Su Lang pondered this exercise carefully, and immediately discovered its horror. This double Dao exercise has 2 forms, which can be divided into positive and negative. Once the frontal form is unfolded, infinite rays of light will be emitted, containing strange radiation energy, covering a huge area. All creatures that are shrouded will be given a positive state, and they will feel comfortable and multiply their combat power, which can speed up the healing of their injuries. But this frontal form is not only a positive state for friendly forces, it can also be used on enemies. Once the enemy is irradiated by that light, he will feel very comfortable, full of energy, and his combat power will increase sharply. However, if things go on like this, people who are not determined will involuntarily reverence, give up struggle, lay down their weapons, and worship the ground. This is a weird hypnosis, or assimilation, ability. It seems to be good for the other party, but in fact it has assimilated the other party as his own. This ability is simply against the sky. The negative forms of the exercises are somewhat abnormal and cruelly distorted. Once the practitioner casts it, it will immediately undergo a terrifying mutation, and may become 3-headed and 6-armed, or it may be like a ghost, or even a human form. Not only the appearance will change, but the inner mind will also be affected, becoming extremely frenzied and almost irrational. In short, if you develop a negative form, you will become ugly from the inside out. But the benefits are also super awesome. After unfolding the negative form, depending on the extent of the unfolding of the form, the combat power can be increased by 10 times 100 times, and you can master a tyrannical, radiation fire. This kind of radiant fire is also invisible and innocent, penetrating against the sky, and can almost ignore the enemy's magic defense. Once the enemy is burned by the radiation fire, it will not only be injured, but will also become as ugly as the person who uses it with unbearable pain. Moreover, the enemy will not increase its combat power, but will be greatly weakened, and will even drop from a large state to a large state. In that way, it is almost the same as being dead. This exercise is really awesome. The Shuang Dao exercise is better than the previous 4. Su Lang looked at the luminous beads in his hand, his eyes flashed with excitement. Suddenly, his expression changed, as if thinking of something. Chapter 854, It's incredible. The frontal form, radiating thousands of miles, makes the creatures put down their weapons, kneel on the ground, and enjoy the light. Hiss, how is this so similar to the legendary land of Buddha? In the legend, those Buddhas with great powers, don't they just go where they go? Where are the Pure Land, the land of Buddha? All creatures will no longer fight, live in peace, and worship the Buddha fanatically and worship. There are also negative forms, with 3 heads and 6 arms, strange shapes and evil spirits, which are very similar to the legendary Buddhas. Moreover, there is irradiation fire, which is invisible and innocent, making people extremely painful, but it only weakens its combat power and does not damage its life. Just keep him struggling in pain. Isn't this similar to the legendary karma fire? Those great evil spirits, don't they just want to fall into the censored of karma and suffer forever? Road of radiation, is it the root of ancient Buddhism? Radiation and Buddha can actually be linked together. This sounds nonsense, but when you think about it, radiation has a terrifying function, which is to induce mutation. Positive induction can make plants taller and more luxuriant, and when used on animals, it also has a positive effect. Isn't this the positive form of the Mingguang myriad realms? On the other hand, the negative form is to lead the mutation toward the negative. Those 3 heads and 6 arms, with black bumps on the top of the head, and even blue-faced fangs, don't they look like malignant mutations? This makes sense, it's incredible. The more Su Lang thought, his eyes widened and he looked incredible. However, he quickly came across. The blue star is the core fragment of the infinite realm. This is the real fragment of the transcendent world. Those ancient myths are probably true. It's just that the blue star separated as fragments, the spiritual energy declined, the path of cultivation was cut off, and those ancient legends were regarded as false myths. The legendary Buddha is probably a real existence on the land of the boundless realm, and has the power to become an emperor on the radiant road. Su Lang stared at the sky, and suddenly became very interested in the unreachable boundless world. Put away the Mingguang 10,000 Realms Emperor Jing carefully. Su Lang suppressed the excitement in his heart and began to refine the remaining 3 pieces of the Sky series, quasi-imperial soldiers. With the experience of refining Xiaohai and Xiaoyan, Su Lang's refining speed has become faster. The 3rd quasi-imperial soldier, the Sky Forest, is officially born. Its external appearance is the same as Xiaohai Xiaoyan, with 12 stems in a regular snowflake shape. However, its color is apple green. The spirit of the Sky Forest quickly jumped out, the same crystal bun appearance, as always, a little mentally retarded. Su Lang named him Xiaozhen, and threw it to Xiaohai and Xiaoyan. Anyway, there are too many lice and it doesn't itch. Xiaohai Xiaoyan is called Su Lang as ma, and it doesn't matter if one more Xiao Sen is added. Su Lang spent a little more time refining the mountain in the sky, and the gold in the sky, and named them hills and little gold, respectively. Now, the 5 minor mentally retarded are all alive. They faced Su Lang's face, lined up in a row in the order of birth, and flew around in front of Su Lang, constantly shouting, ma. Su Lang originally thought that he had seen it through, and he looked away. But seeing this scene, he still rolled his eyes weakly. Su Lang recruited 4 clones and asked them to take Xiaoyan, Xiaomori, Zhaoshan, and Xiaojun to the southeast, northwest and northwest. There are exactly 5 quasi-imperial soldiers in the Sky series. The center is guarded by the Sea of Sky, and the other 4 guard the southeast and northwest respectively. They are each other's horns, keeping the borders of Su Lang tight. Although the south is equivalent to the Grand Canyon of Death, there is no threat. But if he didn't guard him, Su Lang would feel that his back was empty and always uncomfortable. Maybe he has become a little cautious and steady. Chapter 855. Arrange the 5 elements imperial formation. it took a few minutes for Su Lang to arrange Xiaoyan's 4 quasi-imperial soldiers. The clone took the quasi-imperial soldiers and dispatched it, throwing it out, and letting it expand the protective range on its own. Not long after, the entire southern part of Kanglan continent was brought into Su Lang's hands. Including the Protoss farther southwest of the Fengaling tribe, the Grand Canyon of the south, the shore of the East China Sea, and the uninhabited glacier area in the west. In these 4 directions, there are actually many forces that Su Lang has not contacted. For example, to the west of the Yaoqi Saint clan, there are 3 rare Saint clan, each commanding some Protoss. They are poor and backward, and they are not well informed. However, those 3 holy races have martial sages anyway, and it is also known that Yaoqi and the only immortal race in the south have been included in the rule of Langdi. Therefore, they knew that they could not resist Su Lang, and had expressed their surrender heart long ago. It's just that Su Lang has been very busy and has not met them. At this time, the 5 quasi-emperor soldiers of the Sky series completely enveloped the south, and they were all included in Su Lang's rule. Of course, Su Lang did this series of things without telling others. And the barriers deployed by the 5 quasi-imperial soldiers in the Sky series have also become transparent, and almost no one has noticed the abnormality. Even if someone finds out, there are only a few, and they are all confused and don't know what happened. Su Lang still has a sense of accomplishment for the completion of the 5 quasi-imperial soldiers of the Sky series. However, the south is a bit barren after all. Warrior civilization lags behind the central part a lot, and is far behind the north. Although I won't stay in this small pond in the south for long, I still have to clean it up. First, the 5-element imperial formation is arranged for the quasi-imperial soldiers in the sky, and then the super spirit gathering formation. There is also a way to become a censored for Li Shenyang to think about. I don't know how he did it, but before that, you have to synthesize the earned materials again. While thinking about it, Su Lang took out a lot of materials and began to synthesize. I have to say that the open city of Baiyu Emperor City is really too prosperous, and the materials are too rich. In less than a day, Su Lang had already earned countless materials. In addition to the previous surplus, the formation of the 5 Sky quasi-imperial soldiers is completely sufficient. Soon, Su Lang walked out of the White Jade Immortal Palace with the synthesized materials and came to the top of the Sea of Sky. To set up the Emperor rank formation, let's start from the Sea of Sky. Su Lang was suspended high in the sky, and his mental power unfolded, covering the body of the sky and sea. Success in one thought. A light flashed in Su Lang's eyes. The next moment, in the storage space, a large amount of Emperor-grade materials disappeared in pieces. 1. Formation appeared out of thin air, like a chain linking one after another, and like a giant net spreading around the sky from the Sea of Sky. The place where the blue light of the Sea of Sky is full of formations. But this is only a part of it, it is just an imperial formation with water attributes. Su Lang immediately set off to the north, and set up an Earth attribute United Imperial Formation for the Sky Mountain. Immediately, it was the Fire attribute Imperial Array of the Flame of the Sky, the Metallic Imperial Array of the Sky Gold, and the Wood attribute Imperial Array of the Sky Forest. If this huge project is done by another Emperor-level mage, its construction period will be calculated in units of at least 100 years. But Su Lang only took tens of minutes to finish all the arrangements. I have to say, one thought forms a formation is really horrible. It takes no time to arrange the formation, and all the time is used by Su Lang on the road. At this time, the formation was completed, and the entire sky south of Kanglan continent was replaced by Su Lang's formation. If Emperor Wulian Wu saw such a huge combined formation, his eyes would fall out of shock. When the other Emperor Wu met, he would be so shocked that he couldn't speak. Because it is really huge. The imperial formations of other imperial clans also enveloped the city of Emperor Wu. Its scope is equivalent to hundreds of Yaoqi holy cities at most. But Su Lang's formation has enveloped the entire land, more than thousands of Jade Lake holy cities. Chapter 856, 5 Elements Heaven. This is a real change of heaven. And this piece of sky formed by the 5 quasi-imperial soldiers and a set of unprecedented super-united imperial formations possesses unparalleled defensive power. Emperor Wu below rank 4 must never break through. Even the 4th rank Wudi who stepped into the middle level of Wudi could hardly break this sky. Like Red Lotus Emperor Wu, even if he mastered the terrifying Fire Avenue, he couldn't break this united imperial formation. This powerful sky barrier is called the Five Elements Heaven. According to the words of Emperor Wulian, Emperor Wudi Yaojin and Emperor Tianyan are at most four-turned Emperor Wudi. With the Five Elements Heaven, Emperor Wudi Yaojin and Emperor Tianyan are no longer a threat to my lair. The warriors in my Five Elements days have also been able to concentrate on training and grow stronger. Seeing the Five Elements Heaven, created by his own hands covering the entire south under his feet, Su Lang couldn't help but smile. It's the arrangement of the spirit gathering formation. Su Lang moved his gaze away from the Five Elements sky, and cast it to the higher sky. There is a dazzling array of stars there, shining incomparably, billions of times more than the Milky Way in the blue star sky. The reason why it is called Heaven and Earth Reiki is because there are two main sources of Reiki. First, it is the Earth, which comes from the land of the Kanglan continent, and the land south of the Kanglan continent is relatively barren, so the aura is relatively thin. Secondly, it is the sky. From the sun, the moon and the stars in the sky, all places in the Kanglan continent are treated the same, they are all the same. My land in the south is itself defective. Even if you build a spirit gathering array on the ground, it is like a fairy palace spirit river, gathering the aura in one place. Although it is not killing chickens and eggs, it is equivalent to cutting the meat from your thighs to eat. In the long run, there will be no harm. Therefore, if you want Bailey to be harmless, you can only replenish the earth with the sky, take in the energy from the sky, and replenish the southern land. Su Lang is well acquainted with the basic laws of heaven and earth related to energy, such as the rules of light, the radiation rules, and the rules of qi. He naturally knows what the spiritual energy in the sky is, how to guide it, and how to condense it for his own use. He quickly developed a formation method that could cover the surface of the Five Elements sky, continuously absorbing the energy of the sun, moon, and stars in the sky, and then transform it into pure aura of the sky, pour it into the Five Elements sky, for the martial artists to practice. This formation is somewhat similar to the solar panels of the previous life. Unexpectedly, in this world, I actually embarked on the new energy path in a ghostly manner. The world is really amazing. Su Lang smiled, and then began to arrange the formation. This kind of energy concentrating formation, he called the xianxia spirit formation, is a fairy-level formation. The energy in the sky is difficult to absorb, so even the formation must be at the immortal level before it can be absorbed. It is not less difficult to lay out the xianxia spirit array than the Five Elements Heaven. Because the Five Elements Heaven is formed with the Imperial Rank formation as the core, the Immortal Rank formation and the Holy Rank auxiliary formation. As for the Xianxia spirit formation, all of them are immortal level formations, covering the same area as the Five Elements Heaven. Su Lang wants to set up a whole sky of heaven sensing spirit formation. Fortunately, he already knew that he was going to face this difficulty, so he designed the Xianxia spirit array to be very large. An immortal level xianxia spirit array can cover the area of about 100 Jade Lake Holy City, which is already comparable to some small emperor level arrays. Su Lang only needs to arrange hundreds of thousands of immortal formations to complete this terrifying project. Hundreds of thousands of immortal formations. Fortunately, when I designed the celestial spirit formation, I also considered the material issue. The materials used in each formation are relatively small. However, the materials to be consumed are also terrifying. I am afraid that a lot of materials from the superhumanoid weapon project will be used. Su Lang licked his lips, and finally decided to arrange the heaven shooting spirit array first and move the superhumanoid weapon plan back. Anyway, the superhumanoid weapon still lacks so many parts, so I am not in a hurry. After making up your mind, Su Lang began to arrange the heaven shooting spirit array. Chapter 857. The Southern Land Cheered. Just like arranging the Five Elements Heaven, it only takes tens of minutes to arrange all the heaven shooting spirit formations. Both the Five Elements Heaven and the Xianxia spirit array are transparent. In the eyes of ordinary warriors, it seems that they don't exist. They can clearly see the sun, moon and stars in the sky, and even floating clouds through the formation barriers. People have become accustomed to these as usual. Suddenly, many people discovered that the sun, moon, and stars in the sky seemed to be dimmed a lot. The unknowing martial sages, quasi-immortals, and even the martial immortals under Su Lang's command changed drastically. How is this going? The sky has changed. Is it because the Jingtian continent has come over? Impossible. If the Jingtian continent starts a war, it is impossible for us Wudi on the Kanglan continent to not know. Yes, our Kanglan continent is not without spies in the Jingtian continent. There are some changes in the Jingtian continent, and it is absolutely impossible to hide from the Emperor Wu. Then, what the censored is going on? Go, fly up and have a look. Suddenly, a strong man rose from the ground and flew into the sky. Among them, in addition to Zhu Xian and Wu Sheng, Zhu Xian, Hong Shu, Xingtai and other Wu Xian are on the list. Their speed was very fast, and a few breaths turned into tiny black spots in the sky. But just when everyone wanted to continue flying upwards, they bumped their heads on a barrier of formation. This is the formation barrier. God, what kind of formation is this? I ran into it and it didn't move at all. Who has set up the formation? Why is it set up in our sky? These formations are too horrible. Whether Emperor Wudi can arrange them, Lord Langdi should have arranged them. It turns out that Lord Langdi arranged it. I don't know why this formation is arranged in the sky. This formation is indestructible. Is it used for defense? No, it's too high unless it can connect to the ground, but how high it is? This formation has been extended beyond the scope of my mental detection. I don't know how wide it is. This must be a super giant formation. Don't speculate about the Emperor's intentions, I will know if I wait to ask Shenyang, Wangfu and other adults. After everyone guessed, they got the correct answer. But they still didn't know what Su Lang meant for this formation. In the persuasion of some people, everyone flew to the ground. But did not wait for them to land. The deity Su Lang, the deity refines the 5 elements of quasi-imperial soldiers in the sky, and arranges the 4-turn imperial formations to guard the southeast, northwest, and Middle Earth, covering all areas in the south. Since this time, all parts of the south have been guarded by the imperial formations and quasi-imperialist soldiers, so there is no need to worry about foreign invasion. In addition to this, the deity refines the celestial spirit formation, ingests the aura of the sky, the sun, the moon, and the stars, and pours it back into the southern land to increase the concentration of the aura. You can cultivate as a good student to meet the battle of the mainland. Su Lang's voice spread across the entire southern land through the 5 elements imperial array. Countless people know the great achievements of Langdi. Countless warriors of different races are all cheering. Langdi, from then on, Emperor Wu will guard me too. Langdi, it is said that he ruled more than a dozen powerful saints, as well as a great immortal clan, also kneeling at his feet. I am now a warrior under Langdi's command. I heard that the Langdi was very generous. What exchange houses have been established in various places? It is said that low-level materials can be exchanged for high-level materials. I've always wanted to see it, but there are hostile races all around, and I can't leave the population at all. Now everyone is attached to Lord Langdi, they are their own people, and the race dispute will stop. Lord Langdi is really great. With one person, he can stop the world's disputes and bring the Baixian race into one. He is the first true emperor of our southern continent. Langdi dominates the south, and he has refined 5 quasi-imperial soldiers, established the imperial formation, and ingested the spiritual energy of the sky for us to practice. It is really convincing. I even feel that the aura around me has become stronger. It is indeed the imperial formation established by Lord Langdi. Langdi is really the benefactor of our billions of warriors. It's not just our martial artist, the aura becomes stronger, and all creatures are good. Emperor Lang, this is the common people, isn't it? From now on, I will bow down to Dongfang and pray for Langdi. Chapter 858, Complete Homecoming. The warriors talked a lot and were extremely excited. Because the bottom warriors are the most, they don't know much about the imperial soldiers and imperial formations. They only know how powerful they are, but don't know how powerful they are. Therefore, they are more concerned about the changes that have occurred or are about to occur around them. For example, the war with neighboring races will stop because of the great unification. For example, the aura around them will become stronger. For example, there is a chance to go to the legendary exchange house. Relative to the bottom warriors, the high-level warriors were stunned. People like Li Shenyang, Wang Fukan, Yao Qi Yanfa, as well as Xingtai Wushan, Zushan, Hongshu and other Wushan, were all shocked to speak. They never expected that their lord had refined the 5 quasi-emperor soldiers without saying a word, and also arranged the imperial formation. While guarding the south, they also ingested the spiritual energy of the sky and poured it back into the earth. Quasi-imperial soldiers. There were 4 more in one go. The super-large imperial formation enclosed the entire south directly, and even a small village in the Gada has been guarded. There is also a formation method for ingesting the aura of the sky, which also covers the entire southern land. Oh my god, how long will it take to complete such a magnificent project? Lord Langdi spent countless treasures and precious time while they were happily cultivating, silently and painstakingly doing so much for the creatures on the southern land. How great this is! Many warriors, such as Wangfukan and others, instantly reddened their eyes and knelt down facing the White Jade Fairy Palace. Zhu Xian, Hong Shu and other warriors who were compelled by the situation and lured by their interests to worship Su Lang's subordinates were also moved with tears in their eyes. It turned out that he was such a Langdi, while mysterious and powerful, so generous, so kind, so selfless. The warriors who worshipped Su Lang's subordinates such as the Tuantianlu and Wuxia clan, they surrendered their souls, and they were indeed able to do things faithfully, but there were more or less knots in their hearts. But at this time, it was all frozen. Everyone, completely home, everyone's emotions seemed to be different. Having that cult and fanatical soul has more enthusiasm, haha, good thing. Su Lang, who had returned to the White Jade Immortal Palace, immediately sensed the changes in the hearts and minds of everyone, and couldn't help but smile. Su Lang accepted the fanatical worship of everyone with peace of mind. It is indeed easy for him to refine the quasi-imperial soldiers and arrange the formations without any hard work, but his intentions are not fake. Su Lang also sincerely hoped that the southern land, where he stopped, would become better and better. And his plan to change the southern land is not over yet. Li Shenyang. With a smile on his face, Su Lang summoned Li Shenyang. As soon as Li Shenyang appeared, he knelt down without saying anything. At this time, he was almost in a state of insane fanaticism. Woke up, Su Lang smiled faintly. What happened to the godlike method I asked you to ponder? Damn the servant, I only thought of a little bit for the time being. Li Shenyang refused to get up, with his head on the ground, ashamed and dying. Just have a clue. Go down and keep thinking about it. Su Lang smiled and said, by the way, let Wang Fuqin return to Lanxing and bring back some Wushengs who have broken through but are temporarily unable to make progress. These martial sages will be arranged in the 4 sky quasi-imperial soldiers, or guard some cities. In addition, these martial sages can also make the small races in the remote areas more clearly and more truly experience the rule of Su Lang. The name of Langdi will become more popular. After Li Shenyang left, Su Lang was going to find Chu Xiaobei to see how she, Rushui and Shenxian would react when they saw themselves. Besides, there is one more thing to do to Chu Xiaobei. Chapter 859, Return to the Realm of the Sun. As soon as Su Lang stood up, he was stunned. A system reminder came to his mind. It turned out that the spiritual power realm dropped due to the burning of the soul can already be restored to the level of the sun. Tisk tusk, my cultivation speed is fast. If you change someone else, you will not have to practice hard for tens of millions of years before you can recover. Su Lang thought happily, and immediately issued instructions, breaking through the spiritual realm. Su Lang's spiritual power state was restored to the sun. In the sea of consciousness, dense golden silk ribbons hang in the void, and the sun shines like the sun over the entire spiritual world. However, it is still a bit worse than before. After all, Su Lang's previous spiritual realm had reached the peak of Shiri, and he had just restored the realm of Shiri at this time. I will burn souls once again when my spiritual energy cultivation base is accumulated to the peak. Su Lang thought silently. He experienced a soul burning, and besides the painful death to life, he also felt great benefits. His current state of spiritual power is equivalent to the level of the first day of the sun, but he can already catch up with the time he has not burned his soul. It is conceivable that when the cultivation level becomes a little higher, he will definitely be able to surpass his previous self. Moreover, the growth of the soul's origin is still not obvious, and the effect has not been prominent. After burning the soul a few more times, I must be able to see a significant special effect. Burning souls are quite a sign of nirvana rebirth, and they are getting stronger and stronger. I expected it. Su Lang smiled, then his body moved, spreading his mental power, and found Chu Xiaobei's third daughter. They were sitting around the table 3 times, teasing the 5 spirits on the table. Those weapon spirits are like crystal buns, each with Su Lang's face, jumping around on the table. Who is not the weapon spirit of the 5 quasi-emperor soldiers? Su Lang was not surprised as to why the 4 quasi-emperor weapon spirits that had been thrown to the southeast, northeast and northwest were here. Because he knew that the quasi-imperial soldiers must have used the super-major formation of Wuxia as their communication channel. A passage, it gave me some inspiration. In the previous life, the Emperor Shi's book had the same text, the cars had the same track, and the unified weights and measures. I ruled the southern land of the Kandlan continent, and it is time to strengthen the communication, unify the writing language and even various weights and measures. Su Lang touched his chin and smiled slightly. At this time, the southern land had just unified, containing hundreds of different races. Because the land is too wide to imagine, even a small, censored, race has a sphere of influence comparable to a continent on the blue star. Every small race is so big, and the big race is even wider. The place is too big, everyone has their own center, and is full of hostility to the surroundings. Even if it is not hostile, they basically stay away from each other. Therefore, the various races are very indifferent to cross-racial communication. This is why Su Lang finally found a ragged super teleportation formation in the Fengaling clan. The transportation is inconvenient, and the cultures of different ethnic groups are becoming more and more independent. Except for the common language in the martial arts, other aspects are almost different. Except for a few of these races, they share a common language, and most of them use their own language and customs. The huge gap between language and customs has created a strong obstacle to the exchange of civilizations of all ethnic groups. The history of Kandlan continent is more than thousands of years. But in such a long time, the progress of martial arts civilization has been very weak. This is the result of each other behind closed doors. The transportation construction in the southern land is very simple. As long as the ready-made 5 elements sky is used, a perfect transportation network can be set up. Through this transportation network, people can travel from the extreme west to the extreme east in an instant. As a result, all geographical barriers will disappear, and hundreds of races will be in close contact. And this is also the basis for me to unify the language, weights and measures, and even customs. If I unify the language, so that all races in the southern land can communicate, civilizations can merge and progress. Although this is not a benefit that can be seen in the short term, when the benefits become prominent, I don't know how far I have reached. But this move, driven by time, will surely bring earth-shaking changes to the southern land. Perhaps, in the distant future, the center of Kandlan continent will no longer be the north, but the south, which is regarded as barren. And I will be like the first emperor on the blue star, whose name will be engraved in everyone's heart forever. Su Lang thought about it, as if seeing the scene where the southern land was completely integrated from the outside to the inside, his smile couldn't help but become brighter. With this clue, we will face a problem. Chapter 860. Ancient books 2000 years ago. So, which language should I use? Wuxian clan, Autumn Water, Yaoqi, Biu, Tianyan. No, I am the leader of the human race, and I should carry forward the civilization of my human race. To be precise, it is my great Chinese civilization. Those beautiful words, beautiful poems, and beautiful music will spread all over the southern land. I am afraid that this task will be difficult to complete by myself. As I dominate the south, I should let the race that belong to me appear in the eyes of everyone. I don't know what kind of sparks the blue star culture will collide with the culture of these hundreds of races. There was a strong expectation in Su Lang's heart. However, he was still going to see Chu Xiaobei and the others first, and moved back the idea that he had thought up temporarily. Xiaobei, like snow, slender. With a thought, Su Lang directly used the space rules to come to the 3 women not far away. Looking at the girls with their own characteristics sitting around the table, Su Lang's mouth twitched slightly, revealing a touch of evil charm. I don't see you for a day, like 3 autumns, I really miss it. Ah, great pervert power. Brother Su Lang, you are here. Brother Su Lang, come sit down. When Chu Xiaobei, Rushui and Xianxia saw Su Lang, they were immediately surprised, and an expression of excitement appeared on their small faces. Su Lang was very happy about this. Come to think of it, the 3 of them must also know that they have refined the quasi-imperial soldiers and arranged the grand deeds of the 5 elements heaven. They must adore me more so that they are so excited, hee. Little Salong, please greet Mama. Chu Xiaobei stood up and shouted at the 5 crystal buns with an excited expression on his face. Rushui and Xianxia also smile with inexplicable excitement. What the hell? Xiao Su Lang. Hearing this, Su Lang couldn't help but trembled. What the hell? What have these three women taught Qi Ling? Just when Su Lang was stunned, the crystal buns, headed by Xiao Hai, lined up neatly on the table, facing Su Lang's face, shouting in unison, Ma Ma Rui, Ma Ma Jishang, urchin. Cross. This is so poisonous. Su Lang rolled his eyes and almost spurted out a mouthful of old blood. This is so special. What's going on? How can there be the style of court drama? I'm so generous. It seems that brother Su Lang has indeed read the ancient books of Blue Star's ancient times. Seeing Su Lang, the three daughters of Chu Xiaobei couldn't help but roll their eyes and laughed happily. What are you guys? Su Lang covered his forehead with a speechless face. Frankly explain, what on earth did you see and what messy things did you teach the spirits? An ancient book from Blue Star 2000 years ago. Last time I bought it with Rushui Shenxian when we were shopping at Blue Star. It's so thick. Moreover, the book is still an isolated copy, it is about to decay. We hurriedly carved it into the jade slip. While talking, Chu Xiaobei took out a jade slip and handed it to Su Lang. Blue Star's ancient book 2000 years ago, isn't it the age before my rebirth? That kind of court style. Could it be? The corner of Su Lang's mouth twitched, and he turned over the jade slip with mental strength, and he suddenly stagnated. Sure enough. It really is a female frequency Gongdu online novel from a previous life. Su Lang felt that his whole body was not well. How? Does it look good? Chu Xiaobei smiled. I heard Wang Fukan say that there are a lot of dug up on the Blue Star, and we are going to buy it soon. Looks great. Su Lang couldn't bear to sweep the three women's happiness, and the corners of his mouth twitched and said, however, you still have to focus on cultivation, you know. Know it. Anyway, this book is not long, and you can finish reading it with a sweep of mental strength. Chu Xiaobei looked disapproving. This kind of interesting book is also a kind of mediation in the boring life of cultivation. Sister Xiaobei is right. Ji Rushui and Mirong Shenxian immediately agreed. I cross, these two good girls have been following Chu Xiaobei for a long time, and they have begun to hide. Chapter 861. Why don't you praise me? No, I have to find an opportunity to educate. Su Lang thought this way, and then planned to persuade the three women again. But Chu Xiaobei suddenly smiled. I plan to read more of such an interesting book, and then write a lot of books, so as to benefit the world's warriors. Day. The corner of Su Lang's eyes twitched, and he almost spewed out another mouthful of old blood. This Nima, where is the warrior who will benefit the world? Is it to poison the world warrior? Seeing Chu Xiaobei's serious look, Su Lang felt that he couldn't persuade him to come back. Oh, forget it. Anyway, just to enrich the spiritual life, let her go. Su Lang curled his lips helplessly, and immediately thought, unexpectedly, a lot of things from Blue Star 2000 years ago have been passed on to the present. I don't know if the sand sculptures on the internet have survived. If they were spread to the Kanglan continent, what kind of scenery would it look like? Quote. Su Lang suddenly changed his expression. Network. Internet virtual network. For Su Lang, the term internet is also only used in his previous life. 2000 years ago, the spiritual energy was revived, the world changed drastically, technology was hit hard, the cultivation civilization rose, and the internet disappeared, but now, Su Lang already has the ability to rebuild the network. Wuxingtian, a giant array covering all wilds and wastes, can not only build a transportation network covering the entire territory, but also a virtual network. Of course, the nature of this virtual network is completely different from the previous life. Its principle has 2 points, the formation method and the spiritual power of the warrior. Directly use your mental power as a network cable, connect the port of the formation, and access the virtual network. I'll go, this is absolutely okay. Su Lang widened his eyes, touched his chin, and thought to himself, the construction of a virtual network, coupled with the transportation network, can definitely make the spread and integration of civilization reach an abnormal level. However, virtual networks are naturally harmful, for fear that warriors are addicted to the internet and become lazy in their practice. Moreover, this will also completely spread the human civilization, including the Blue Stars, ancient civilization, more than 2000 years ago. Some of the civilization of the era where I was in my previous life will also be passed down, those novels, paragraphs, etc. I don't know what will happen to the Kanglan continent, which has a simple folk customs and only seeks the way of a martial artist. Chu Xiaobei, Rushui and Xianxia couldn't help being confused when they saw Su Lang's stunned look. Hey, Su Lang, I said I want to write a book, why don't you praise me? Chu Xiaobei asked with a dissatisfied face, pouting her mouth. Amount. Good ideal. The book is very good, I support you. Su Lang came back to his senses, said with a smile on his face, but secretly said in his heart, if the virtual network is really established, labor and capital will pull 100 boasting groups for you, and boast that you will take off. HMPH, this is almost the same. Chu Xiaobei raised her chin proudly, revealing a slender and graceful collarbone. Seeing this, Su Lang couldn't help taking another look, and then glanced down. This woman is good except for a little skinny. Look at this watery eyes and tender body. So greedy, suckling. Brother Su Lang, what are you looking at? The voices of Ji Rushui and Mirong Xianxian came one after another, with a hint of playfulness in the soft and soft. I'm afraid I'm going to fall into the Asura field. Su Lang secretly said something bad, and said with a smile, it's nothing, just see if your cultivation base has grown. Brother Su Lang can really laugh. It's only 2 or 3 days since you taught us the cultivation base last time. Xianxian and I haven't mastered our strength, where can we grow? That's right, the look in Su Lang's eyes just now seemed to be unstoppable even with immortal weapon level clothes. Don't know what you are looking at. Ji Rushui and Mirong Slim had a playful look, they sang and made peace, their eyes gleaming. Of course, they are not eating Chu Xiaobei's jealousy. They have long been on the line with Chu Xiaobei, and they have learned skin. At this time, they just wanted to tease Su Lang. Chapter 862, The Three Daughters. Aha, I just see if your control of power has improved. Su Lang laughed and thought to himself, sure enough, have you learned how to hide? If you dare to tease me, I will tear up your clothes and see enough. The old good girl is a little skinny, and Su Lang wants to correct it. Fortunately, Ji Rushui and Mirong Xianxian were slightly affected by Chu Xiaobei, and they were still good girls in essence. Therefore, he ridiculed Su Lang for 1 round, and immediately became obedient in the 2nd round. Brother Su Lang, although we haven't fully mastered our power yet, we no longer can step on the ground with 1 foot and defeat the city wall with 1 punch. Brother Su Lang, we are not good, we have controlled such a powerful force in such a short time. The 2 women grinned and asked Su Lang for credit, acting like a baby. Good, amazing. Su Lang smiled and nodded, secretly asking what have you done? The earth was trampled through, the city wall was broken, which city did you harm? Of course, Su Lang just thought about it, he wouldn't question the 2 good girls Rushui and Xianxian. This is all the credit of Sister Xiaobei. Sister Xiaobei said that blocking is worse than sparse, instead of forcibly restraining, it is better to release your strength to your heart's content. So we went to an abandoned city and practiced the moves there. It was very enjoyable. Ji Rushui looked like she was falling into memories, and there was a hint of obsession in her smile. Chu Xiaobei on the side showed a triumphant expression. Is this girl obsessed with power? In the future, you won't become a horrible existence that looks like a petite loli, but is actually a strange girl. Su Lang thought about it, and then looked at Mirong Xianxian, with a similar look. They suddenly gained powerful strength, breaking the mountains and rivers and smashing the earth. Perhaps they would really be addicted by the refreshing feeling. This situation has both advantages and disadvantages. The advantage is that they can motivate them to practice hard and gain strength. The downside is that she may become the strange girl in Su Lang's imagination, the censored of destruction girl. With their 2 well-behaved personalities, the possibility of becoming a destroyer girl is too low. Su Lang thought to himself, therefore, there are still more benefits, I'm thinking about it too much. Su Lang smiled and said, Xiaobei will take you to practice and master your strength. This is very good, but you must also pay attention to your own mentality. You must be stable and restrain the desire to destroy. Yeah, I know. Ji Rushui and Mirong Xianxian nodded obediently. Chu Xiaobei smiled triumphantly. Su Lang, don't worry, I will teach you like snow and slender. Su Lang nodded, his gaze glanced over the 5 crystal buns and spirits, his heart said, I hope you can teach more. Su Lang looked straight and said, I have refined the 5 elements quasi-emperor soldiers, arranged the 5 elements heaven, and brought the entire southern land under his command. Soon, I will move the human race to the Kandlan continent. As my native clan, in the eyes of the world, the human clan will be a great emperor, and one cannot do without a powerful martial immortal. Although Yuang and Kongshu are quasi-emperors, they are not humans. I want humans to have Wuxian and quasi-emperors. I want the world to know that the human race is as powerful as I am alone. Su Lang, you refined 5 quasi-imperial soldiers. Brother Su Lang, you have arranged the 5 elements heaven. What is the 5 elements heaven? Brother Su Lang, you actually have the entire southern land in your bag, so amazing. Brother Su Lang, are you going to move the human race to the Kandlan continent? We will definitely become stronger and not let other races look down upon the human race. When the 3 daughters of Chu Xiaobei heard Su Lang's words, their faces were shocked, their eyes glowed, and they looked like little fans. Lying down. The whole world knows it, and you have to tell me personally to know. The reason why I came to you was to see how you adore me, but you realized in hindsight that I really can't laugh or cry. Su Lang murmured in his heart, still looking serious on the surface. After a pause, Su Lang said, yes, the southern land is unified by me, and the human race is about to settle in. You can't be looked down upon, you must have Wuxian Zudi. The 3 of you, and xianxia, are my established candidates. Before that, I will improve your realm and combat power as soon as possible. Chapter 863, You just marry me. In fact, there is a personal choice, that is Li Shenyang. But Li Shenyang didn't need Su Lang to deliberately improve his strength. In addition to being a servant, Li Shenyang is also a special clone of Su Lang, and his combat power will always follow Su Lang's pace. Of course, his combat power is only Su Lang's daily combat power, not the combat power after the outbreak. Is there still me? Chu Xiaobei's expression moved, and he hesitated. I'm from the Xuanyu clan. Do not. The corner of Su Lang's mouth twitched, and he smiled. You are a human now, well, you just treat yourself as marrying me. Bah, what nonsense, pervert. Chu Xiaobei looked at Su Lang fiercely, as if I was about to explode. But Su Lang looked at her just like she was, her big beautiful eyes clearly didn't get angry at all. Damn, the ill-spoken integrity is committed again. Su Lang smiled, and then said, now with me, you are the closest to Wuxian, so I still have to give priority to improving your strength. Are you going to instill rules in me again? Chu Xiaobei's eyes lit up and he was quite excited. Chu Xiaobei has received Su Lang's 2 rules installation, plus the rules he has mastered. So far he has mastered more than 20 rules. This level is 1 in a million among the quasi-immortals. If an ordinary quasi-immortal could reach this step, he could wake up with a smile in his dreams, and he would have broken through to Wuxian a long time ago. However, Chu Xiaobei wanted to become an emperor, and even becoming an emperor was not the ultimate goal. Above Emperor Wu, there are also the Great Emperor, Godless level, and the Realm of the Beginning. That is the pinnacle of martial arts. To chase the pinnacle of martial arts, you must have a deep enough foundation. Ordinary quasi-immortals become immortals by virtue of a few rules. Although they seem to be powerful, they are like rootless duckweed between heaven and earth, and there is never the possibility of becoming an emperor. There must be sufficiently perfect rules in order to cross the moat and become Emperor Wu. Su Lang knew that the Emperor Wu, who was the best in the history of Kandlan continent, had 49 rules to become immortals. That person was the Emperor Wu, who was one of the inheritances of the Emperor's foot forbidden ground, and he became the Emperor by virtue of his adventures. To help Chu Xiaobei lay a perfect foundation for Su Lang, dozens of rules are definitely not enough. However, it is not necessary to comprehend all the 3,600 rules. 3,600 is an imaginary number, and the rules of the world are far more than that. In addition to the main rules, there are countless derivative rules, and there is not much need to understand these derivative rules. Because at the stage of Wuxian, you can fill the inner boundary of Wuxian with matter from the boundless universe, and develop towards the direction of life universe. This substance refers to everything that exists in the world, such as earth, metal, air, water and fire. In the process of filling, those unfamiliar derivative rules that have not yet been comprehended will gradually be perfected, and they will be comprehended when the time comes. Of course, even if you break through Emperor Wu and form the universe of life, it does not mean you have understood all the rules of the world. Emperor Wu became emperor with various avenues, and his universe of life differed greatly according to his avenues. For example, the life universe of the avenue of fire must focus on the rules of the fire system. Flames are everywhere in the life universe, and all kinds of flames, and even creatures are flames. This is a shallow, humble, and incomplete universe. Compared with the boundless universe, Emperor Wu's universe of life is full of loopholes. However, Emperor Wu was also a member of the insignificant creatures. Compared with the universe of life in the boundless universe, it was too difficult to be a human being. Moreover, Emperor Wu was the first step to step into the realm of the Creator. If you can continue to walk and reach the end, maybe the universe of life will turn into a second infinite universe. In Su Lang's view, if Chu Xiaobei has the potential to go on and reach the end, he should understand 360 rules in the quasi-immortal stage. These rules include dozens of main rules, as well as more than 300 unfamiliar rules and important derivative rules that are difficult to comprehend. At this time Su Lang had already comprehended the main rules, only the unreliable rules and derivative rules. At this point, Su Lang was already preparing and had a plan. After the 7 complete sets of immortal sword art were completed, he would start the plan. What's right now? It is to help Chu Xiaobei understand the rules and lay a solid foundation. In addition to instilling rules, there is one other thing. Wait a moment. Su Lang looked at Chu Xiaobei, who was ready, smiled, and then stretched out his right hand against her smooth forehead. Chapter 864. Evolution Flying Fairy. Chu Xiaobei closed his eyes, waiting to receive the rules, and by the way felt the temperature from Su Lang's hands. This guy is getting stronger and stronger. In the beginning, he was an ordinary martial emperor, but now he has become the ruler of the southern part of the Kandlan continent. Looking back, it has only been a few months from the beginning to the present, which is incredible. Thinking like this in her heart, Chu Xiaobei felt a strange force of rules transmitted from Su Lang's hands, and immediately stopped thinking about it, condensed her mind, and held her breath. The first rule is transmitted. The rules of life. It turns out to be so advanced, such a mysterious and obscure rule. This guy still can't make sense as always. Chu Xiaobei sighed in her heart that if she were to comprehend the power of these mysterious rules, she might not be able to comprehend it for tens of thousands or 100,000 years. The second rule was instilled in Su Lang's palm again. Then, Article 3, Article 4, up to Article 10, such a short time for a cup of tea. With the help of Su Lang, Chu Xiaobei comprehended 10 rules and saved dozens of millions of years of hard cultivation. You consolidate it first. Also, give me Xiaobai. Su Lang smiled at Chu Xiaobei, then looked at Ji Rushui and Marong Shenxian. Give me both of you flying treasures. Brother Su Lang is going to help us upgrade the flying treasure. Ji Rushui said excitedly, yes, we are all quasi-immortals, my cotton candy is no longer applicable. I also think my pink wings fly too slowly. Marong Shenxian said in sympathy, I might as well fly in the air by myself. Chu Xiaobei was taken aback for a moment. Is there another thing you said, is to promote our flying treasure? This is just taking advantage of your free time to consolidate your cultivation base, and make time for promotion. Su Lang smiled, the other thing is to give you a surprise, just wait, hee. Mysterious. Chu Xiaobei rolled her eyes slightly, but she couldn't help but become curious. Ji Rushui and Marong Shenxian looked at each other and said in unison, Brother Su Lang, what about us? Some, rain and dew. Su Lang smiled and nodded, then took the 3 women's flying treasures. The first piece, the high-level sacrificial artifact, Xiaobai, is a white phoenix, noble and elegant, and is full of immortality. The second piece is Ji Rushui's pink marshmallow, a top artifact with a lot of functions. The third piece, the translucent pink wings flying treasure of Marong Slim, is also a top artifact. These 3 flying treasures carefully refined by Su Lang at the time were already behind and could not keep up with the pace of the 3 women. Now the 3 girls are all quasi-immortals. If it's an elementary fairy, it should be able to barely control it. After all, these 3 treasures have taken into account the cultivation of the 3 women, can use energy spar as energy, and also have the function automatic driving. If it is promoted to the immortal level, with the device spirit, its ability Toadopalat, is absolutely superb, and there is no need for users to worry about it. Su Lang thought about it, and immediately began to promote these 3 treasures. The 3 flying treasures in Su Lang's hand have all become primary fairy artifacts. For Su Lang at this time, the cost of the materials was nothing short of drizzle. Let's look at 3 primary fairy artifacts. Their appearance has basically not changed, and the types of functions have not changed, but their strength has increased more than thousands of times. Moreover, the Qi Ling was born. In Su Lang's eyes, these three flying treasures all possess the breath of life, and belong to a special kind of creature. Because the refining method of these three flying treasures still uses parts to splice, Su Lang is a little worried that their spirits will be wrong. I saw a dumpling-like spirit flying out of the three primary fairy artifacts. Awesome. Ji Rushui and Murong Shenxian couldn't help but their eyes burn when they saw the cute dumpling spirit. When Xiao Hai and the other 5 spirits on the table saw them, they yelled with excitement, and they were going to meet these 3 new companions. Chapter 865, Time to Tell You. I will not let you harm these 3 pure spirits. Su Lang stretched out his hand and Xiao Hai and other Qi Ling disappeared from his fingertips. So cute. Ji Rushui had already held the spirit of the marshmallow fairy and felt its aura. Murong Shenxian also held the spirit of the pink wing fairy in his palm, looking like a pet. As for Xiao Bai's spirit, he flew onto Chu Xiaobei's head, who was closing his eyes and consolidating, and lay softly on top of Chu Xiaobei's head. The 3 spirits did not chirp or behave strangely. They were all well behaved. It seems that there is nothing wrong. However, according to the rules summarized, all fairy artifacts with spliced parts are slightly mentally retarded. Su Lang frowned slightly, and immediately stretched his eyebrows. How did I forget that although these 3 flying treasures were spliced with parts, they didn't use many parts. This makes their mental retardation very, very mild, even without mental retardation. Thinking of this, Su Lang was immediately relieved. But he didn't know, he was too early to be relieved. Seeing the 3 spirits as no problem, Su Lang returned the flying treasure to the 3 women. When Ji Rushui and Murong Shenxian got the fairy-level flying treasure, they suddenly looked like little girls receiving gifts. They were extremely happy. They named their flying fairy spirits, Xiaomian and Xiaofen. Then the 2 immediately urged the flying treasure to fly into the sky. Ah, so fast. Brother Su Lang, so fast, so exciting. Rushui and Shenxian screamed with excitement, driving the flying fairy through the air. The speed of the flying fairy can be faster, almost 2 or 3 times that of the ordinary primary wuxian, and dozens of times that of the quasi-xian. Rushui and Shenxian controlled the flying fairy to fly everywhere, almost like teleporting. Su Lang looked at the 2 from below. A faint smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Rushui and Shenxian had enough play, so he took the flying fairy and returned to Su Lang. It just so happened that Chu Xiaobei had already consolidated. In fact, to consolidate, it is better to adapt to new forces. It's a step further from the immortal level. Chu Xiaobei opened his eyes, revealing his excitement. She felt the soft dumpling spirit above her head, and couldn't help but feel happy. Has Xiaobai been promoted to the fairy rank? Great. Chu Xiaobei pulled Xiaobai Qi Ling from her head, flattening it and rounding it with surprise on her face. His movements were very skilled. Hey, why are you so skilled? Su Lang smiled inwardly. Could it be that he often does breast enhancement massage for himself? Or did it for Rushui and Shenxian? Thinking of that scene, Su Lang couldn't help but show evil charm. Chu Xiaobei seemed to feel Su Lang's strange gaze, snorted arrogantly, and then threw Qi Ling into the body of the fairy. Aha, nothing. Su Lang said, haha, it's time to tell you what I said before. What's the matter? Not only Chu Xiaobei, Rushui and Shenxian also approached with curiosity. Come on, Beckham, stretch your head out. Su Lang beckoned with a mysterious expression on his face. What are you going to do? Chu Xiaobei was uncertain, but still stretched his head over. Immediately, she found that Su Lang put his hand on her forehead again. Do you want to instill rules again? Chu Xiaobei was taken aback. Why didn't you instill it all at once before? Rushui and the slender face looked at each other, but also confused. Not instilling rules, but techniques. Su Lang clicked the corner of his mouth, and gave instructions to the system in his heart. The system instilled the Ice Jade Fairy Yuan Junlu to the designated object. Ding! The empowerment function is activated. Chu Xiaobei felt that a large amount of information appeared out of thin air in his mind, and without waiting for a closer inspection, it merged into the depths of his soul. It was instantly clear at a glance. This is Frozen Jade Fairy Yuan Junlu. Chu Xiaobei was surprised. I actually mastered this immortal level technique in an instant, and my proficiency reached the perfect level. Chapter 866, Use exercises to empower. It's not just the consummation level. A faint smile appeared at the corner of Su Lang's mouth. Look carefully. It's not just perfection level. Chu Xiaobei glared at him. It was already the limit for the secret path technique to reach consummation. Could it be better? However, she still listened to Su Lang's words and carefully checked the frozen jade immortal Yuan Junlu. Upon closer inspection, Chu Xiaobei immediately noticed the difference. It's really not just a complete level. The true meaning and mystery that I have mastered are more profound and perfect than those recorded in the classics. Chu Xiaobei opened her mouth in surprise. This is a brand new realm of proficiency. A new level of proficiency. Rushui and Xianxia were also extremely surprised. Su Lang smiled. This level of proficiency is called the founding level. Founding level, is it the limit that the founder of the exercise technique can practice too? Yes, in addition to the original emperor level exercises, the rest of the exercises will more or less be incomplete or deleted during the circulation process. Only the founder version is the most complete version at the beginning. Chu Xiaobei's voice trembled with excitement, and his gaze at Su Lang was even more burning. She had been curious about the medicine sold in Su Lang gourd before. At this time, I felt very pleasantly surprised, and there was a little happiness. Rushui and Xianxia also knew that the true record of the frozen jade immortal Yuan Junlu was an immortal level exercise practiced by Chu Xiaobei. Seeing that she suddenly raised her exercise proficiency to an unprecedented founding level, she couldn't help but some envy. However, Su Lang said that everyone has a share, and if they want it, Su Lang will naturally give it. I also prepared an immortal level technique for you. Su Lang waved at Rushui and Xianxia. Come on, I'll pass it to you. Ji Rushui and Mirong Xianxia immediately happily ran over, and put their little faces in front of Su Lang. Rushui, come first. The exercise I prepared for you is the immortal Ju of birth. After mastering this technique, even if you haven't mastered the rules of life yet, you will gain extremely powerful battery life and healing abilities. While talking, Su Lang stretched out his hand against Rushui's forehead and activated the initiation function. After a breath, the empowerment is completed. Ji Rushui's temperament changed suddenly, full of endless vitality, bringing her youthful and lively temperament to the limit. Just being close to her will feel like a spring breeze, very comfortable. What a powerful technique! Ji Rushui was amazed, but she didn't use it rashly, but first adapted to the new technique and new power, very well behaved. Su Lang smiled lightly and turned to look at Mirong Xianxia. Xianxia, what I have prepared for you is the immortal level exercise, the immortal code of immortality in the beginning. This is not a combat technique, but a special technique that can improve aptitude. After practicing this exercise, you can increase your aptitude to an indispensable level by cooperating with the resources I gave you and using the methods inside. The immortal code of immortality in the beginning cannot change Su Lang's turbid body aptitude, but it can change the aptitude of others. Although Mirong Xianxia's qualifications were also top-notch, it was a bit worse than wuxia. Su Lang got a good way to improve her aptitude, so naturally she wanted to improve her. Of course, this exercise method can also raise the exercise method to the perfect level. Don't even think about such a talent as an emperor with unparalleled qualifications. Otherwise, Wuxian clan is not Xian clan, but emperor clan. It's still super strong. Mirong Xianxia listened to Su Lang's words, and his heart was immediately moved. In Blue Star Oriental City, her qualifications are excellent, but here, she is full of qualifications. Not to mention martial god, even the martial god, and most of them have no lack of qualifications. At this point, she is somewhat inferior, and she never wants to talk about her qualifications. At this time, Su Lang instilled the cultivation technique to improve her aptitude, which undoubtedly hit her heart. Chapter 867, Su Lang is angry. Stop talking, close your eyes. Su Lang's gentle voice came, and immediately covered her forehead with a warm palm. Slender nodded heavily, and closed his eyes. Su Lang will pass the immortal code of immortality to Mirong Xianxia. Mirong Xianxia first obtained the exercises, and sat there with his eyes closed, carefully examining the exercises, and was familiar with the exercises. Seeing that the three women are familiar with the exercises, Su Lang nodded in satisfaction. In fact, Su Lang originally wanted to try to directly indoctrinate them with 10,000 ways to one, unnamed, a super fairy level exercise that combines 3-digit exercises. However, after careful calculation, he found that only he himself could practice this fusion exercise. Because he has the foundation for practicing this exercise, the bonus function, momming furnace, you get when you Just activate the one-click martial arts function. But Chu Xiaobei and the others don't have this cultivation foundation. If they forcibly instill the unnamed immortal level exercises into them, the result will definitely be gossip and death. Finally, after careful consideration, Su Lang chose different exercises for the three women. When instilling exercises to them in the future, you must always pay attention to the types of exercises. You must choose carefully, think twice before acting, and never pursue quantity. They don't have a melting pot of 10,000 laws. If there is a conflict or something, they will be over. Su Lang thought about it, and then returned to the refining room to continue refining the parts of the super-humanoid weapon. Just an hour later, suddenly Chu Xiaobei came to the door in a hurry. Su Lang asked a little strangely, "Do you have any questions about the exercises?" "Just look at it." Chu Xiaobei looked a little nervous. She took out a jade card for communication and handed it to Su Lang. Communication jade card, could it be? Su Lang squinted his eyes, his gaze swept across the jade card of transmission, and he suddenly chilled. "I saw the letter on the jade slip. Chu Xiaobei, I can be regarded as getting your contact information for sending the jade card. You escaped from the Immortal Clan silently, at ease, but we were in a catastrophe because of you. You ignore the whole family of Xuanyu warriors, just for the life of Go Quan, escape from the Immortal family and offend the Emperor Luoyu. Although the Luoyu Emperor clan didn't do it himself, there were many lackeys who were willing to lead the Luoyu Emperor clan. The Xuanyu Immortal clan and the Six Dao clan do not share the same sky. They have been fighting for many years. They were originally evenly matched, but they secretly received the support of unknown forces, presumably the Luoyu Emperor. Not only that, there are two Immortal Clan Juyan and Shifeng trying to please Luoyu Emperor clan and come to attack Xuanyu Immortal Clan. The Xuanyu Immortal Clan lost a city in a day, sank in a place at night, and the warriors were killed and injured countless, all thanks to your Chu Xiaobei. You selfish and wicked girl, the Xuanyu Fairy clan is so miserable, I can't wait to kill you. Everything starts because of you. If you still have some conscience, immediately rush back to the Xuanyu Immortal Clan, and then go to the Luoyu Emperor clan to bow your head to confess your sin and pray for forgiveness." The whole piece of this eloquent letter is full of slanderous remarks that are high above and insulting Chu Xiaobei, which makes people angry. "Xiaobei, which censored sent you this message?" Su Lang took a deep breath. The jade card in his hand had been crushed into powder. Since the battle of Wuyong Devil's Cave, he hasn't been so angry for a long time. Even if Xiao Lucian and Li Filo wanted to do something on him many times, his mood was as calm as water. But this letter insulting Chu Xiaobei completely offended him. Murderous aura has spread in Su Lang's expression, and the gentle eyes that are usually used are already frozen. In the tone between the lines in this message, it should be Wushan Xuandai, the great elder of the Xuanyushan clan. Chu Xiaobei was angry, but it was a little complicated. That old thing is not all wrong. I am indeed the cause of it. It is all because of the crime. Chapter 868, Cut his head with a sword. You are not the cause. The cause of the disaster is the Luoyu Emperor clan. At the same time, it is also the weakness of the Xuanyu Fairy clan. It's the Luoyu Emperor who is bullying the weak and wants to use crooked ways to seize your unparalleled capital. It is the old miscellaneous hares like Zondai who have no ability to resist the enemy, which led to the Xuanyu Immortal clan falling here. You are not wrong from beginning to end, even if there is not a single trace. You are an unparalleled qualification and a blessing of profound jade. The disaster is because they cannot resist the enemy, cannot protect you, and cannot allow you to grow smoothly. It is a ridiculous word to be guilty of a crime. It is the reason and excuse that the strong are greedy and want to bully the weak. The greedy heart, the bullying heart, is the biggest cause. It should be ruthlessly and completely destroyed. Zondai Wushan old miscellaneous Mao, who has thrown all the responsibility on you, is really weak, incompetent, brazen, and extremely ridiculous. Zondai, this old miscellaneous hare, is too far behind the patriarch of the Xuanyushan clan who dared to bear the pressure of the Emperor Xuanyu Wushan. When Su Lang interrupted Chu Xiaobei, he didn't want Chu Xiaobei to be wronged, so he simply assumed the responsibility that he shouldn't bear. Chu Xiaobei also felt reasonable after hearing Su Lang's words. It is clearly that the Emperor Luoyu clan covets his unparalleled qualifications, and his intentions are sinister, even out of sight. Everything was wrong with the Emperor Luoyu clan. As for the old miscellaneous Mao Zondai, he couldn't hold back the pressure. On the contrary, he insulted Chu Xiaobei, this junior, which was really cowardly expression. that. Now that the Xuanyu fairy clan is in great trouble, should I go back? Chu Xiaobei hesitated very much. She had a bad time with the Xuanyushan clan, but could not forget the family members who raised her, nor could Xuanyu Wushan resist the pressure of the emperor and let her escape. Of course I want to go back. Old Zondai insulted you so much, he wanted to kill you. Then I will go back with you and kill the old miscellaneous Mao and the warrior attached to him. Then the three immortal races of Ludao, Julian, and Shifeng were destroyed again, and finally the sword pointed to Emperor Yuwu, the old Yin force, and cut his head with a sword. Su Lango stood up, full of murderous aura, his eyes were raging, as if he was about to devour the world. Seeing that Su Lang was so angry for himself, Chu Xiaobei wanted to point his sword at Emperor Wu, and he was immediately moved. Let's set off now, I feel sick when that old man survives an extra second. Su Lang stepped forward, grabbing Chu Xiaobei's thin waist, the space under his feet shook for a while, and the two figures suddenly disappeared. At this moment, a thought suddenly flashed in Chu Xiaobei's heart, this guy, haven't held me for a long time. Su Lang and Chu Xiaobei appeared in the sky outside Baiyu Emperor City. This open imperial city is not only very prosperous, but also one of the hubs connecting all parts of the world. There are teleportation arrays to the various emperors, including the Luoyu Emperor. Su Lang hugged Chu Xiaobei with a reddish complexion and walked out of the space metrical channel. The martial artists in the sky around him flew around in succession. Oh my god, that is a martial censored who has mastered the rules of space. What a powerful space rule, that powerful spatial fluctuation can be controlled and suppressed to the level of a mirror surface. This Master Wushan is really powerful. Look, the woman in Wushan's arms is also a quasi-immortal adult. The quasi-immortal is probably the strongest among all quasi-immortals I have seen, and only that powerful Wushan can possess such an excellent Taoist companion. Yeah, I am really envious, and I don't know if I will have the opportunity to enter the realm of Wushan in this life, as strong as that. Adult, don't dream of it, you are hundreds of thousands of years old, you are only 6 stars of Wusheng, and want to chase the realm of Wushan. Give you 10 million years, you can't compare to that adult. Hey, although you are very mean, I am speechless. While everyone was discussing, Su Lang took Chu Xiaobei and flew into the city. This is Baiyu Emperor City. What a big city, what a prosperous city. In Su Lang's arms, Chu Xiaobei had a pair of beautiful eyes. Although she was born in the Xuanyushan clan attached to the Luoyu Emperor clan, she was kept in a small circle for cultivation since she was a child. So she has never seen the imperial city. When Su Lang came to the Baiyu Emperor City, he secretly admired, and it is no wonder that Chu Xiaobei would be amazed. This city is really big and very prosperous. To build such an imperial city, it won't happen overnight. Su Lang's expression was faint, but if you like it, I will call Luoyu Emperor City and give it to you. Chapter 869. Feel nothing. Chu Xiaobei was stunned, take Luoyu Emperor City and give it to me. Yeah, if you want it. He originally didn't want to offend Emperor Wu, because the difference in strength is too great, even if he is invincible, it is difficult to kill Emperor Wu. But now it's different. Su Lang has mastered so many emperor rank formations, just by refining the formations, he can trap a martial emperor alive. Chu Xiaobei stuck out his tongue in amazement. To smash an imperial city at the quasi-Xian level, I am afraid that only you in the world dare to think so. That was an imperial city, the lair of the Luoyu Emperor clan. In the history of tens of thousands of years, Emperor Wu's city has been conquered only a handful of times. Basically, it was only after Emperor Wu fell that his descendants could not defend it before being captured by the enemy. But now, Emperor Luoyu Wu is alive and well. He is in existence dominating billions of living beings. Chu Xiaobei also knew that Su Lang would not do things that were uncertain. At this time, even though Su Lang seemed to be only at the immortal level, and his usual combat power could reach the martial immortal level at most, he really wanted to throw his whole cards, maybe how powerful it was. In order to rescue Ji Rushui and Marong Shenxian, Su Lang managed the evil martial sage level power in Wuyong Demon Cave in a mere realm of king martial arts. Su Lang is a big pervert who cannot be calculated by common sense. Since he said he wanted to take down Luoyu Emperor City, he was very sure. Give me an imperial city. This is probably one of the best gifts in the world. When Chu Xiaobei thought of this, his surprise gradually turned into surprise. Out of consideration for Su Lang, Chu Xiaobei still said, Su Lang, if it is unnecessary, let's not offend Emperor Luo Yu to death. After all, he is a Emperor Wu. Now that the battle of the mainland is about to break out, if you really want to kill Emperor Yu, I am afraid that the Emperor Wu Palace, Zan Daotai, Qingyu Emperor Realm and other forces will not agree. Emperor Luo Yu is also a veteran Emperor Wu. He can't be killed, but he is offended to death, which would be a great disaster. Quote. Su Lang had just gained a foothold in the southern land, and he was regarded as a rising star in the Kandlan continent. And Emperor Luo Yu is a veteran Emperor Wu. In addition to his own power, his connections are not comparable to Su Lang. If he can't be killed, it will be really troublesome. Su Lang still didn't plan to let Emperor Luo Yu go. Someone is bullying us, do we have to be patient? A sneer appeared at the corner of Su Lang's mouth. Emperor Luo Yu is indeed a veteran emperor, with a deep influence and strong connections. Maybe a few emperors will help him. But what if I kill him in a short time? Let his background make it impossible to expand his network. At that time, Luo Yu is dead and can't come back to life. Those Wudi will still find me desperately. I'm afraid, seeing that I killed Emperor Luo Yu, I only dared to drop a few curses in my heart, but didn't dare to be my enemy, because they were also human, and they were also afraid of death. Quote. The murderous aura in Su Lang's voice became stronger and stronger, and in his words, Luo Yu, the superior Emperor Wu, had already been sentenced to death. Kill Emperor Wu Yu Luo in a short time. If this can be done, it will work. Chu Xiaobei looked at Su Lang with brilliant eyes. You are now sure to kill Luo Yu, your strength has grown too fast. It has been less than 2 months since she met Su Lang. But Su Lang has soared from the Wuwang level to the point where he can kill Wudi, which is incredible. The General Wudi, even the fastest, would have to go through 5 or 6 million years of painstaking practice before he could accomplish this great cause. Actually, my combat power has not reached the realm of Emperor Wu. Su Lang said lightly, what I can do is to use external means to kill Emperor Wu. That's also very scary. Chu Xiaobei was speechless. Slaying Emperor Wu with a quasi-Xian level is definitely a feat of no one before and after. Su Lang shrugged his shoulders with a smile. I have done too many feats of this kind, and I don't feel anything. Chapter 870. Arrived at Xuanyu Fairy Clan. You are a miracle machine. Chu Xiaobei nodded and said with deep conviction, anything that is impossible will become possible when you put it on your body. Don't praise me like that, I will float. The corner of Su Lang's mouth raised slightly, and he immediately pointed to the Emperor Dao in the Baiyu Emperor City. The teleportation array is to the west of the Emperor Soldier. Is that door an Emperor Soldier? Compared to the existence of Emperor Wu, guarding the entire White Moon Emperor City, it is really powerful. Chu Xiaobei looked at the Baiyu Emperor's gate in surprise, then looked to the west, and saw a large hall of cold ice stretching for dozens of miles. That place is the transfer hub of Baiyu Emperor City, connecting major cities. I will refine the imperial soldiers in the future. Moreover, it's not just an emperor. Su Lang smiled lightly, and immediately flew away with Chu Xiaobei in his arms, and fell in front of the Hall of Frost Ice. People come and go, fish and dragons are mixed, you can see many powerful races on the Kandlan continent. People of low-level races are basically not qualified and capable to come here. Although Chu Xiaobei was a warrior born and bred in the Kandlan continent, he also gained a lot of knowledge. Su Lang put Chu Xiaobei down from his arms. Then he used imaginary rules and other methods to disguise himself and became a handsome man in white fluttering. The main reason was that Su Lang was worried that Emperor Luo Yu had already seen his portrait, and if he just passed by, he might be shocked. His impression of Emperor Luo Yu is just a name, and he needs to know more about this person. After completing the disguise, the two walked into the main hall and found the teleportation array to the Xuanyu Immortal Clan. Emperor Luo Yu is going to kill. But before that, he still killed the disgusting old Zan Dai and spit out his anger, and then rectified Chu Xiaobei's name. The teleport flickers. Su Lang and Chu Xiaobei mingled with a group of travelers and disappeared from where they were. The two appeared in the middle of the Kandlan continent, in the territory of the Xuanyu Immortal Clan under the Luo Yu Emperor Clan, and in the sub-city far away from the Xuanyu Immortal City. The Baiyu Emperor City was mixed with dragons and fish, and did not manage it because of its strength. But the Xuanyu Immortal Clan is not so emboldened. It not only sets up the teleportation array in the sub-city, but also sets up a large number of detection methods to conduct security checks on the warriors who come and go. What's more, the Xuanyushan clan suffered a big loss in the recent battle with the Ludaoshan clan and lost a lot of land, so the security check is extremely strict. Su Lang focused on the rule of imaginary, supplemented by various other rules, and the disguise he made was not detectable by the Xuanyu Immortal clan's means. However, Chu Xiaobei did not pretend, nor did she need to pretend. She didn't need to be sneaky when she returned to the Xuanyu Fairy clan. After Su Lang and Chu Xiaobei walked out of the teleportation array, Chu Xiaobei, the Wusheng Xuanyu clan guarding the teleportation array immediately recognized her. Because under the preaching of Xuandai Wushan, Chu Xiaobei's portrait of this curse has spread throughout the entire Xuanyushan clan. At the same time, the old miscellaneous Mao also publicized his cause theory, making everyone know. Those stupid Xuanyu clan people also think that Chu Xiaobei's cause caused the evil Luoyu Emperor clan to encounter a catastrophe. Seeing that the Xuanyu clan is about to be crushed, Chu Xiaobei, you are back, the martial saint yelled again, not seeing the gentleness of the same clan, but deep hatred. The surrounding Xuanyu clan people also changed their expressions, and looked at that Wusheng along with the sound. What? Chu Xiaobei is back. Where is that stinky bitch? Get out of the way, that selfish girl killed my father, I want to kill her. This person even dared to come back, grab her and hand it to Emperor Luoyu, the catastrophe of our Xuanyu Immortal clan will immediately disappear. Yes, grab her, don't let her run anymore. One by one Xuanyu clan warriors rushed from around, looking at Chu Xiaobei viciously. Those foreign warriors looked good at the show, holding their arms and pointing aside. Chapter 871, A Faint Word. That's Chu Xiaobei. Sure enough, she looks pretty, it's no wonder that the Emperor Luoyu would like her. What do you know, the people of Emperor Luoyu are not attracted to her because of her beauty. Why is that? I don't know, but I know that she is really sad. As a goddess of the Xuanyu Fairy clan, she was hit by a catastrophe. The people of her clan didn't want to resist, but wanted to catch her and send her out to eliminate disaster. Xianxia is a sensible person, but Xuanyu Immortal clan has no choice. In any case, it is a cowardly act. If I energetically the Immortal clan, I will definitely rebel against the clan, and I will never regret it even if it is destroyed. Dali Immortal clan is really strong. Su Lang and Chu Xiaobei stood there, watching what happened in the hall. Those martial artists of the Xuanyu clan who were madly surprised and cruel, like evil dogs. Those disgusting men who are salivating and greedy for beauty. Those martial artists who show pity and stand by. There are some who make sense, but they are few. Chu Xiaobei lowered her head slightly, and gently squeezed her fists. She was often bullied by people from other lines. At this time, those insults were already in sight. Su Lang's face was like ice, with murderous aura in his eyes. In just a few words, the surrounding Black Jade warriors had rushed over and surrounded Su Lang and Chu Xiaobei. However, what shocked them was that Chu Xiaobei and the man next to him exuded a quasi-celestial aura. How did she become a quasi-immortal? Isn't she a 7-star martial saint? She has only escaped for 2 months, and she has become a quasi-immortal. Fake, it must be a bluff, trying to scare us. Don't move rashly, surround them first, and wait for Palace Master Xuaneng to come. One by one, the Xuanyu clan warriors stopped and surrounded Su Lang and Xiaobei from a distance. Palace Master Zhan Heng in that population stepped into the air and looked down at Su Lang and Chu Xiaobei. Chu Xiaobei, come with us. This Hallmaster Xuaneng who sits in this teleportation hall is a martial immortal. He was righteous and awe-inspiring, and the look in Chu Xiaobei's eyes seemed to be a sinner. Immediately this person glanced at Su Lang, showing a warning, and then moved away with disdain. Catch it, hurry up with us and bow your head to confess. As he said, 2 great saint-level warriors rushed up and reached out to grab Chu Xiaobei's arm. In their opinion, Chu Xiaobei would not dare to resist with the presence of the martial immortal, Palace Master Xuaneng. Zhan Heng Wushan is out, then Chu Xiaobei will be taken away. The man next to him doesn't know who it is, he seems to be a quasi-immortal, but it is a pity that he is vulnerable in front of Wushan, so he dare not say anything at this time. It's a pity that a beautiful and powerful female quasi-immortal will end up. The warriors around watching the show whispered and talked. Let everyone stunned, something terrifying happened. A faint word came out of the handsome man next to Chu Xiaobei. The voice was not loud, but it reached everyone's ears. Accompanied by the voice, there is an invisible force of terrifying rules. Seeing those two wushengs who stretched out their hands to capture Chu Xiaobei's figure, the light in their eyes dimmed directly, turning into two corpses, and fell to the ground with a plop. Formed in a circle, the Xuanyu clan warriors who surrounded Su Lang and Xiaobei also fell to the ground at the same time, with no breath. Not only these fierce Xuanyu clan warriors, tens of thousands of people stood in the huge teleportation hall. Among these people, anyone who spoke harshly to Chu Xiaobei fell dead immediately. Because most of them hold the mentality that they are not afraid of making a big deal, so there are many people who speak no words. Each warrior fell on the ground, in different postures. At this moment, 2/3 of the people in the hall died. Chapter 872, You Can Try. How could they suddenly die? Brother, why did you fall, die? Dead. No, how is this possible? I clearly didn't feel any power. It's the power of the rules of death in teleportation. Chu Xiaobei and the man have started, one of them has mastered the rules of death. Oh my god, killing 2/3 of the people in the hall at once is too cruel. Speak carefully. They were killed because of their rude words, don't fall, dead. One after another, the living people screamed and screamed in fear. Because many of the dead have friends of these people, they are very dissatisfied. But these dissatisfied people immediately chilled in Su Lang's thoughts. He was in anger at this time. Who would dare to offend him? There is only one word in the end: death. At this time, more than half of the living people died. What Valkyrie, what martial sage, what quasi-immortal, whatever your realm, all belch. When the remaining warriors saw this hellish scene, they were immediately frightened and trembling constantly, almost urinating. But they dare not run away. Who knows if the act of escaping will offend the opponent and be killed directly by others. All the people alive in the hall stood trembling and cautiously, their mouths seemed to be sewn on, and they did not dare to make a sound. There is one exception, that is the howlmaster of the teleportation hall, the Wushan Xuaneng suspended in midair. He was stunned there, obviously also shocked by what happened suddenly. The disdain in his eyes immediately turned into horror and raging anger. It is not that Su Lang cannot kill this person, but wants to keep him and let him be a dog that leads the way. This Xuaneng Wushan obviously didn't think so. He thought that Su Lang could not kill him. After all, even if the opponent mastered the terrifying power of the rule of death, his realm was only a quasi-fairyland. Dog bastard, how dare you kill my subordinates and so many innocent warriors? Today, I will smash your corpse into 10,000 pieces first, and bring Chu Xiaobei back to the clan, waiting to be sent off. The furious Zhan Heng Wushan pointed at Su Lang's nose and cursed, his eyes raging, his face twisted and hideous. Will I be broken into pieces? Su Lang pouted noncommittal. You can try. Dare to be arrogant when you die. Zhan Heng Wushan screamed, and directly hit Su Lang with a punch. He is a martial immortal of the three tribulations, carrying the power of terrifying rules, with the fiery red rule vision, and punching down, as if to destroy the mountains and rivers. Many warriors standing in the surrounding halls bleed from Chichao under this powerful force, and fell to the ground. They stared at Wushan Xuaneng's punch with wide eyes, only to feel that it was the strongest punch in the world. Under this fist, that young quasi-immortal will undoubtedly die. However, the next millisecond, Zhan Heng Wushan's terrifying punch hit an inexplicable barrier halfway through, making a deafening noise. He was like a steamed bun fast hitting an iron plate. His rushing figure came to an abrupt end, and he smashed into a distortion and bounced off instantly. Wushan Xuaneng slammed into a teleportation formation in the main hall uncontrollably, splitting it to pieces. How can that be? Who is blocking me? What is blocking me? Lying in the broken teleportation array, the anger in the heart of the embarrassed Zhan Heng Wushan was like pouring a basin of ice water, directly extinguishing most of it, replacing it with a thick disbelief and deep horror. In his opinion, Su Lang definitely couldn't stop him from punching. Then, there must be a powerful Wushan secretly shooting. The other party seems to have only 2 people, but in fact, there are 3 people, or even more. It must be so. No, you must ask for help. Xuaneng Wushan trembled all over, and immediately sent a message for help. The survivors standing in the hall were also shocked with bulging eyes. The punch that destroyed the mountains and rivers didn't even reach the corner of the young quasi-immortal's clothes, and even his hair was not blown away, it was directly blocked and flew away. What a defensive method is this? Chapter 873, Xuaneng kneels down and begs for mercy. Xuaneng Wushan, a mere waste, dare to use the name Heng. Su Lang moved, he looked at Wushan Xuaneng disdainfully, and raised his right hand lightly. A group of terrifying mixed rules power emerged out of thin air, directly surrounding the stunned Wushan Xuaneng. He really did it. There is no secret existence. He is just a quasi-immortal, how can he be so powerful? These are the power of rules, the power of mixed rules. The gravity of gold, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, thunder, ice. There are a lot of other powers of rules that he has never seen before. How many rules did he understand? Moreover, the strength of the power of these rules clearly surpasses the 3 calamities, reaching the 4 calamities. No, it is the 5 calamities. Quote. He is a 5 tribulations martial immortal, he is disguised as a quasi-wonderland. Wushan thought flashed through the horrified Wushan Xuaneng, and the whole person was instantly enveloped in despair. He knew that under the power of this group of rules, he would never survive. Don't kill me, I was wrong, I am willing to surrender. Please, let me go, Zan Dai Wushan instructed as to arrest Chu Xiaobei. Zan Heng Wushan abandoned all dignity and directly knelt on the ground begging for mercy. This made the surviving warriors stunned. That's the superior Wushan. The entire Xuanyu fairy clan does not know how many billion li, how many billion people are, but Wushan has only a few. This Xuaneng Wushan can be regarded as one of the 5 rulers of the Xuanyushan clan, but at this time he knelt in front of the young man and Chu Xiaobei so humble, begging for mercy like a dog. Such a scene almost shattered the 3 views of all survivors. Let you go, hee, if we are caught by you, what will happen? Su Lang's cold voice spread throughout the hall, like a cold current, making everyone tremble. I know it was wrong. Please forgive me for my life. I am willing to rectify Chu Xiaobei's name. The disaster of the Xuanyu immortal clan is not caused by Chu Xiaobei, it is just a grudge with the Ludao immortal clan. Zan Hengwu immortal eyes showed despair, but he still asked for mercy. This was his only way to survive, and it was also his way to delay time. I hope the great elder can come soon. He thought, what did you do earlier? With a move of Su Lang's finger, a trace of thunder-type rule was suddenly drawn out of the force of the rule, and it fell on Wushan Xuaneng. Zitza, the terrifying thunder and lightning erupted from the invisible force of the rules, and instantly enveloped the surrounding tens of meters, forming a terrifying thunder field. But the existence in the thunder domain was wiped out in an instant. Zan Heng Wushan was pierced by thunder and lightning through his limbs, flesh and blood, and immediately convulsed like a goat. Su Lang controlled the power of thunder and lightning to the level of 3 tribulations martial immortal plus, which could bring extremely strong pain and damage to Zan Heng, but it would not cause death in a short time. This is torture and punishment. Su Lang wanted to play this Xuaneng Wushan completely, and let him be the lead dog after he was no longer able to resist. A loud shout of anger came, like a thunderbolt in the blue, and violently penetrated into this hall where only Zan Heng screamed. Su Lang raised his head and saw a stream of light fall, turning into a lean old man with white hair. The old man was cracking, his temples were violently blue, and his old face was twisted like a tree bark. Looking at the property panel again, it turned out to be the old Zan Dai who sent an abusive message to Chu Xiaobei. This old miscellaneous hair reached the 5 tribulations, and the combat power was also the 5 tribulations, ordinary and mediocre. Garbage, waste, old miscellaneous fur. Su Lang glanced at Zan Dai Wushan with disdain. The raging thunder and lightning not only kept on, but also added a trace of fire rules, burning Wushan Xuaneng screaming. I let you stop. Zan Dai Wushan was so angry that Chichao was smoking. Not only do you not stop, but you dare to insult me. I will teach you a lesson today. Lao Zamao knew that Su Lang was not a quasi-wonderland on the surface, but he didn't think that Su Lang was better than him. Angrily attacking him, he directly regarded Su Lang as Zinan Wushan. In a rage, Zan Dai Lao Zamao folded his hands into palms, slammed Su Lang with one palm, and slammed the force of the rules surrounding Wushan Xuaneng with one palm. Chapter 874. A mouthful of old blood burst out. I saw the power of 2 ice rules emanating from the palms of Xuandai. Wushan, like a thunderous anger dragon, running through the entire hall. Wherever the ice system rules along the way, it seems that even the space has become a glacier, not solidified. Those warriors who survived in the hall stared at this terrifying scene, as if even their souls were going to be frozen. As expected to be the great elder of the Xuanyu immortal clan, the 5 tribulations martial immortal who will last forever. Such a terrifying attack, the young man is afraid that he can't stop it, he is going to be planted. This thought flashed through the hearts of the surviving warriors. They seemed to have seen the scene where Su Lang was turned into an ice sculpture, and his body was broken to pieces. Zandai Wuxian even felt that Su Lang could not stop his blow, and was already thinking about catching Chu Xiaobei and taking the Luoyu Emperor clan to plead. Waste that has lived for millions of years. For so long, I haven't fully understood the ice rules. Su Lang's sneer echoed in the hall. He raised his hand and tapped it lightly. Something that horrified everyone happened. I saw that the 2 ice rules issued from the Xuandai Wuxian palm suddenly stopped when they were about to hit Su Lang, and the power of the rules surrounding Xuaneng Wuxian. Not only that, the lingering, deep cold ice rules came back fiercely in the next moment. Like a terrifying tsunami, it flooded the river, overwhelming the sky, and with unparalleled momentum, it is many times stronger than the ice rules issued by Zandai Wuxian. How is this possible? Old man Zandai burst into death, his eyes staring out. The Xuanyu fairy clan is famous for the rules of the ice system, and he is sanctified by the ice system, and is mainly based on the ice system, forging the road to the martial arts. Ice rules are his best rule power and the most powerful means of attack, but now, his best and most powerful aspect was easily surpassed by a mysterious young man. The opponent's knowledge in the rules of the ice system is even more powerful than that of his veteran Wuxian. But even if it is unbelievable, old man Zandai can hardly deny that the fact is right in front of you. Moreover, that powerful ice system rule force will put him to death in turn at this time. Ice Jade World. Without even thinking about it, old man Zandai instantly displayed his strongest defensive moves. I saw an ice-like jade barrier unfolding from him, as if opening up the space, forming a world of its own, free from external intrusion. Small bugs. It's just a move that relies on the characteristics of the inner world of Wuxian, and you don't even have space. What kind of world do you dare to claim? Su Lang curled his lips in disdain, a cold light flashed in his eyes. In an instant, it was as if countless, infinitely long, and infinitely thin lines emerged from the space, crisscrossing and enveloping Xuandai Wuxian. This. Space rules. You, who are you? The ice system rules are better than me, and you also master the space rules. Zandai Wuxian's eyes burst violently, and his eyes were full of deep shock and fear. Although his defense of the Ice Jade Realm is strong, what he fears most is the rules of space. Moreover, this trick is still used in the inner world of Wuxian. Once it is broken, he will immediately be backlashed. He was already unable to fight back at this time, and could only watch his Ice Jade Realm in despair instantly being cut to pieces by the rules of space. It's like a horrible laser net cuts a bunch of cheese. Without any barriers, it cuts it to pieces. Zandai Wuxian seemed to hear a muffled noise from the inner world of his Wuxian. The next moment, he was full of vitality and blood, and a mouthful of old blood burst out suddenly. Lost. 5. Tribulations. Xuandai Wuxian, the great elder of the Xuanyu clan, was defeated and spurted. Oh my god, who is that young man? He is so tough. It's horrible. Not only has the ice rules even more subtle than Xuandai Wuxian, but also has extremely rare spatial rules. Those surviving warriors stood there stiffly, numb with horror in their hearts. Chapter 875, Imprisonment and Torture. The seemingly powerful Wuxian Xuandai couldn't even hold 2 moves in front of the young man. Xuaneng Wuxian, who was tortured by the rules of the thunder system and the rules of the fire system, was also desperate. He originally thought that Zandai Wuxian could easily rescue him, but never expected that Wuxian Xuandai would be equally vulnerable to the young man. It's over, everything is over. Zandai Wuxian felt desperate, as if the pain in his body had increased. When they saw the young man step forward, his voice was indifferent. Old Zandai, miscellaneous Mao, when you spoke insultingly and insulted Chu Xiaobei, you didn't expect to have today. Zandai Wuxian trembled and his heart was full of fear. If he knew that Chu Xiaobei had such a powerful guardian of Wuxian around him, how could he dare to insult so unscrupulously? I am afraid that I dare not even criticize, but dare to complain a few words. Su Lang faintly looked down at Zandai Wuxian. You know it was wrong. It's a pity it's too late. As soon as this remark came out, Wuxian Zandai's pupils suddenly shrank. He wants to kill me. This guess makes Zandai Wuxian cold, like falling into an ice cave. He hadn't experienced this horrible life and death crisis for a long, long time. Even when fighting with the martial immortals of the 6 Dao Immortal clan, they never felt the breath of death. But now, the smell of death suffocated him, Escape. The word, money damage, loves you in Zan Dai Wuxian's heart. Without thinking about it, he didn't even have any scruples about the injuries on his body. He directly turned into a escape, burst out at the fastest speed, and fled outside the hall. Old dog with broken leg, where can he escape? Su Lang sneered coldly, not even bother to move his fingers. With a move of his heart, he once again revealed the rules of space. Countless spatial rhythm lines emerged, and the entire hall condensed fiercely, like a prison that suppressed everything. The ice system rules are repaired to the depths, and it seems to solidify space. But Su Lang's move was the solidification of the space itself. The seemingly thin and invisible metric lines are impenetrable prison fences. It is ubiquitous, even condensed into a space barrier, not even spiritual power can penetrate. Zan Dai Wuxian, who tried to escape in vain, found that he could no longer move a single bit before flying out of the hall. Even the spiritual power in his body is imprisoned and it is difficult to operate. Space rules, horrible. Zan Dai Wuxian was terrified, he knew that he would never escape. What he has to face is death. But Su Lang didn't even kill him as simply as that. Those words insulting Chu Xiaobei seemed to still linger in Su Lang's ears, making him angry and murderous. That violent spirit floated in Su Lang's heart like a haze, and must be dissipated with Zan Dai's pain and screams. For Zan Heng, Su Lang would not let it go. Wind, thunder, fire. Su Lang paused, and the power of rules exploded with his wave of hands, carrying a majestic vision of rules, covering Xuandai Wuxian and Xuaneng Wuxian. The force of the terrifying rules descended on his body, and Wuxian Xuandai was suddenly drowned in pain and howled. And Zan Heng Wuxian was also convulsed in pain, and couldn't stop it. Gold, rock, soil. Su Lang waved his hand again, and the power of the three rules came again. The power of these three rules, one with sharp characteristics, constantly Ling Kai Xuandai, one with the force of terror suppressing, grind the two, and the other with the force of squeeze fiercely. Under the power of these six rules, Wuxian Xuandai and Wuxian Xuaneng are instantly different. Their bodies became broken and twisted, like deformities, extremely miserable. But Su Lang controlled the power so that they would not die easily. But even so, Su Lang was still puzzled. Su Lang was not satisfied with torturing the bodies of Xuandai Wuxian and Xuaneng Wuxian, but also tortured their souls. Spirit, yin, yang. Su Lang's eyes flickered with cold light. Wherever his heart came, the spiritual rules and the yin and yang rules shrouded fiercely. Chapter 876. Strong Face Laugh. These three rules are rules related to the soul. They can not only enable the comprehend to strengthen his own spiritual power, but also can be used as an enemy. Of course, in addition to the spiritual rules, the yin and yang rules do not have the destructive characteristics of instantaneous destruction for the spiritual soul. But these three rules can cause damage to the soul, which is indisputable. Especially the yin system rules can slowly consume the soul and bring extremely intense and prolonged pain. The rules of the yang system can also cause burns to his soul, which is also extremely painful. Using the power of these three spiritual rules to torture people is much more advanced than Kai Lao's method of torturing people with the reincarnation fairy pupil. Kai Lao's methods looked fancy, and could not cause the deepest pain to human souls. Wuxian Xuandai and Wuxian Xuaneng were enveloped by the power of these three rules, and suddenly stopped screaming. Because more intense pain came from their souls, leaving their brains and eyes blank. They were immovable, invisible, and unimaginable for a moment, and could only passively endure the endless pain. This kind of silent pain was revealed in their eyes, and the surviving warriors were horrified, standing upside down, and their souls scattered. That is a powerful martial immortal, but it is so terrifying to be tortured by various rules at this time. Suddenly there was a burst of breaking air outside the hall. Someone is coming. Could it be the Xuanyu clan warrior who followed Xuandai Wuxian? The surviving warriors turned their necks stiffly and looked out of the hall. Elder, I am late, please forgive me. Along with an apology, I saw a stream of light getting closer. Either the quasi-Xian level or the Great Sage level, one by one was extraordinary, menacing, and somewhat elated. However, all the surviving warriors saw them with deep pity in their eyes. These new warriors just hit the muzzle, it's really blood mold. Or some more ants here. It just happened to add firewood and fire for me to torment Wuxian Xuandai and Wuxian Xuaneng. Su Lang smiled coldly, letting go of the hall confined by space rules. This group of new martial sages also rushed into the hall. Immediately afterwards, they saw dead bodies everywhere, trembling surviving warriors, as well as the old man Xuandai and Wushan Xuaneng who were tortured by the force of a large number of rules. Grand Elder, what's going on? The lead Zunxian stopped in disbelief, and the people behind him couldn't break in time and almost crashed into a ball. Then, everyone was stunned. As the target of arrest, Chu Xiaobei stood calmly at the end of the hall, and beside him stood a handsome man with a sneer. That handsome man actually manipulated the power of the entire 9 rules, torturing the elders Zan Dai and Zan Heng who were extremely powerful in their eyes. However, the 2 elders Zan Dai and Zan Heng widened painful eyes, and occasionally let out a terrifying howl. Is this a nightmare? This is very different from the situation where Chu Xiaobei had been arrested in the imagination. All the warriors were stunned there, and began to tremble. This group of new martial sages also discovered that they have broken into the Tiger Wolf Cave. Even the 2 Wushan elders were imprisoned and tortured, and their group of small shrimps rushed in. Didn't they look for death? For an instant, everyone wanted to say, "Excuse me, just pretend I'm not here," and then walk away silently. Su Lang wouldn't let them just leave. The rules of space were extended to directly imprison the group of people. "We are imprisoned too. I can't move, it's over." One by one the terrified warriors became desperate. "You guys, are you here to help capture Chu Xiaobei?" Su Lang's indifferent voice came, like a cold wind blowing from the abyss. "No. We are not." The lead Quasi-Xian immediately denied with a trembling voice. Su Lang raised his head slightly and let out a loud laugh. Seeing that Su Lang laughed, the martial sages had to grin and laugh. The atmosphere is embarrassing and shameful. But you can't make a smile if you don't follow it. The big guys are all laughing. Try it coldly. Moreover, the big man laughed, indicating that he was in a good mood, and maybe they would let the group of passers-by go. Thinking of this, everyone is still a little excited. Su Lang's next sentence made them seem to have fallen from heaven to hell. Chapter 877, Burn Osmunda to cook beans. You panic, it's ridiculous. Could it be that you can use the quasi-immortal realm to fight against Zan Dai and protect Chu Xiaobei? There was a hint of playfulness on Su Lang's face, and there was a deep chill in the playfulness. In these words, the group of martial sages who were speaking were speechless, and even more desperate. Even if you lied, it was pierced. This is not a question of embarrassment, but a question of death. Obviously, terrible. My lord, I have to obey Zan Dai's orders. Chu Xiaobei's notoriety is all caused by Zan Dai. Yeah, we were forced. A group of Wusheng knelt down immediately, just like the Xuaneng Wushan before. When you came in just now, you were very happy. The corner of Su Lang's mouth raised slightly. I don't want to hear your sophistry begging for mercy. Thank you for coming so that I can torture Zan Dai and Zan Heng even better. Su Lang's words are like murmurs from hell, making people feel chills. But did not wait for those martial sages to beg for mercy. Su Lang smiled and stretched out his right hand. Everyone looked at his jade-like perfect hand, but they only saw the scariest thing. A series of fierce rules burst out, and terrifying power descended on Zan Dai and Zan Heng. Originally, Su Lang wanted them to only hurt but not die, but now with this level of power, they can torture them to death. Under the more intense pain, Wushan Xuandai and Wushan Xuaneng screamed like a pig at the same time, which made people frightened. Zan Dai and Zan Heng suffered more and more injuries, and their auras became weaker and weaker. They are like mice being constantly teased and tortured by cats, and they are about to die. Su Lang's gaze fixed on the new martial sages. In Su Lang's eyes, these people were just piles of firewood. Zan Dai and Zan Heng are about to die, their breath of life is getting weaker, but if they can replenish the breath of life, they won't die so easily. In this group of newly arrived warriors belong to the Xuanyushan clan as Xuandai Wushan and Xuaneng Wushan, and they are connected by blood. And the ones who practiced are the profound Jade Heart Sutra, the Ice Jade Immortal Yuanjun Record, and the Bodhi. Worshipping the moon profound arts. Therefore, the breath of life has similarities. As long as they are extracted, they can heal Xuandai Wushan and Xuaneng Wushan, and make them suffer longer. This method is like burning the dichotoma in the how to fry in a hurry, under the kettle, and the beans are weeping in the kettle. Qi is Zan Dai's subordinates, and Do is Zan Dai and Zan Heng. Su Lang murmured coldly. The power of the rules of life came and enveloped the group of warriors. The breath on them began to be stripped and decomposed. What happened? I'm weak, I'm so weak. It seems that something has been taken away. What the censored is this? No, I don't want to die. The breath of life of a group of warriors was gradually stripped away, and suddenly the collective became virtual, and they went further and further on the road to death. The breath of life that was stripped out was decomposed under Su Lang's operation, and then the breath of life that was the same as Zan Dai and Zan Heng was extracted. The two groups of intangible breath of life separated and merged into the bodies of Xuandai Wuxian and Xuaneng Wuxian. I have mental power. What did you post? What did that person do to me? My injury is getting worse and healed again. What is this? Why does he want to do this? Isn't it? He doesn't want us to die here. Only if we suffer enough pain will it give us a happy life. Ah, no, it hurts, the pain is clearer, ah. Wuxian Xuandai and Wuxian Xuaneng were pleasantly surprised at first, but after guessing Su Lang's purpose, they suddenly felt like falling into an ice cave, crying in despair. They couldn't think that targeting a descendant of their own race would cause such a huge disaster for themselves. Not only did they have to die, but they must also die slowly in the most painful way. The group of newly arrived warriors were drawn away by Su Lang from most of the aura of life, and they stayed on the ground, gradually losing their breath. But Xuandai Wuxian and Xuaneng Wuxian screamed louder and louder. Chapter 878, Black Face Old Nongshuan Yu. Su Lang listened very freely and couldn't help but smile. And this scene also fell into the eyes of the group of surviving warriors. Oh my god, torture is not enough, we have to use weird methods to continue his life with his subordinates, and make him more painful. This man is so cruel. Seeing this scene, everyone felt shivered and shaken. Some of them looked at Su Lang tremblingly, only to feel that he was a demon, a devil. They are right, Su Lang is their devil. But at the same time, Su Lang is also Chu Xiaobei's angel. Seeing those culprits who had oppressed her, abused her reputation and wanted to catch her, howled so painfully, Chu Xiaobei couldn't bear it. Because they deserve it. If it weren't for Su Lang, I would always live in their shadow. Even if I escaped, I would still be frightened and uneasy all day long. Unless he breaks through Wuxian, cultivates for several million years, and cultivates to a level stronger than Zan Dai, he can return to revenge these disgusting sinners. But before that time, the Xuanyu immortal clan was already annihilated, and I was always framed as the cause of the annihilation. As Chu Xiaobei thought, the gazes at Zan Dai and Zan Heng became increasingly cold. Streams of light flew outside. Here is someone again. Could it be the Xuanyu clan who came to capture Chu Xiaobei again? This is really. The surviving warriors turned their stiff necks again and looked outside the hall, with complex pity and regret in their expressions. How can these people of the Xuanyu immortal clan give away people like this one after another? Of course, Su Lang and Chu Xiaobei also found the visitor and couldn't help but look up. Zan Dai, you can't catch Chu Xiaobei. With an urgent cry, dozens of streamers rushed over. The head was a black-faced old man with withered hair, a rickety figure, and deep wrinkles on his face, like an honest farmer. But this person exudes the breath of 6 tribulations martial immortal. There is no doubt that this person is the patriarch of the Xuanyushan clan mentioned by Chu Xiaobei, Xuanyu Wuxian. Behind Xuanyu Wuxian, a group of Zunxian and Wusheng followed, also looking anxious and angry. Because Su Lang's space rules imprison the power and spiritual power cannot penetrate, everyone thought that something cruel and inhumane was happening in the hall, such as catching Chu Xiaobei and torturing. But when they saw the scene in the hall clearly, they were dumbfounded, their mouths opened wide, and even their jaws fell. What did I see? Why are there all dead bodies on the earth? Chu Xiaobei stood aside, with a beautiful man beside him. Elder Zan Dai and Elder Zan Heng are being tortured, and they are immortal. It seems that someone deliberately did it. These Xuandai Wuxian's subordinates are clearly unscathed, but one by one is dying, and is about to die. Who did all this? Is that the man standing next to Chu Xiaobei? His eyes are terrifying. Xuanyu Wuxian and the others looked at the scene completely different from what they expected, and the stormy waves immediately rose in their hearts, which could not be calmed for a long time. It seems that you are not here to trouble Chu Xiaobei. Su Lang smiled faintly and looked at the black-faced Wuxian who looked like an old farmer. You are the patriarch of the Xuanyu clan, Xuanyu Wuxian, right? Wuxian Xuanyu took a deep breath and saluted with a solemn expression. Thank you for protecting the younger generation of my clan. I thought you would ask me to let go of Zan Dai and Zan Heng first. Su Lang smiled, with a hint of playfulness at the corner of his mouth. Then, Chief Xuanyu, would you ask me to let them go? Xuanyu Wuxian hesitated, but soon his expression condensed, although these two are the only two of the 5 martial arts in our clan. However, they are the real sinners of the Xuanyushan clan. If it weren't for these two short-sighted people, Emperor Cheng of our clan would never be in danger again. At this time, Xiaobei was provoked by them back to the Xuanyu Immortal clan. The news would definitely fall into the ears of the Luoyu Emperor clan, and even greater trouble would follow. It was hard for me to let Xiaobei get out, but today, alas, the hope of the emperor of my clan. These two really deserved their sins, they deserved to die. After a pause, Wuxia Xuanyu continued, "Please give it to me, Your Excellency, so that I can rectify it on the spot and clean the door." As soon as these words came out, Su Lang's gaze suddenly eased, and his gaze towards Zhan Yu also respected. This Xuanyu Wuxia not only has a tough mind, distinguishes between good and bad, but also has great courage, long-term vision, and righteousness. He is a very good person. Chapter 879, The Death of Zhan Dai Xuanong. Although Su Lang also knew that Xuanyu Wuxia had the possibility of imagining and conspiring. But he is still a bit confident in his own vision of people. Moreover, even if it is wrong, Xuanyu Wuxia is only a 6th tribulation Wuxia. If he swallows a few clones, he can hang him without worrying about turning his face. I am grateful for Patriarch Xuanyu's release of Chu Xiaobei's kindness. Since Patriarch Xuanyu wants to clean the door personally and make sense, I should give you these two people. Su Lang smiled faintly and said, "But, if I don't kill these two with my own hands, the suffocation in my heart may be hard to eliminate." Su Lang would not hand these two Wuxia to Xuanyu Wuxia to kill. After all, with the perfect plunder function, killing them can get all of their wealth and spirit of martial arts. But Zhan Yu Wuxia hesitated, but stopped talking. "Nothing, Patriarch Xuanyu." Su Lang smiled, "Actually, it's me who kills. It's also self-cleaning." Xuanyu Wuxia was taken aback, and then suddenly realized, "It turns out that you are already Taoists." His eyes moved between Su Lang and Chu Xiaobei. He didn't expect the relationship between the two to be so close. The warriors behind him were also shocked from ear to ear. Chu Xiaobei bit her lip, feeling a little at a loss. She stared at Su Lang fiercely, and said, "Fuck off, big pervert." But for some reason, there is no desire to refute. "So, let me kill it." Su Lang smiled, "I won't torture them again, I will give them a good time." After all, the head of the family has done so, and Su Lang is embarrassed to continue torturing Zhan Heng and Zhan Dai. With a smile, Su Lang waved his hand gently. The half-dead Wuxia Xuandai and Wuxia Xuanong suddenly dispersed the force of rules. At this time, they had been tossed like tattered puppets, not only did not have a good place on their bodies, but even their souls were tortured to pieces. And the breath of life in them has been very weak. If you want to treat them, I'm afraid it will cost countless prices. No one will help them. Xiaoyu, kill them. Su Lang took out the Yudian sword and threw it directly. "Oh, master, you finally let me out. Haha, do you have to chop someone out as soon as you come out? Okay, yeah, watch me cut his head with a sword." Swish, hacked to death, happy. While Xiaoyu's mouth was spraying a steady stream of sorrows, he cleanly chopped off the heads of Zhan Dai and Zhan Heng. Ding, you get the soul of the elementary Wuxia 1, the Guide of Space, the regular Fairy Crystal 1, the middle grade Fairy Jade 9,563,256, the lower grade Fairy Jade 88,856,888, the best spiritual Jade 32554646. Material, Holy Refining Material. Ding, you get intermediate Wuxia Soul 1, Space Attraction, regular Immortal Crystal 1, elementary Immortal Ice Heaven Sword 1, high rank Immortal Jade 6,842,232, middle rank Immortal Jade 4,668,258, low rank Immortal Jade 725565668. The Fairy Level Refining Material. The Holy Level Refining Material. Two system prompts came, representing Zhan Dai Wuxia and Xuanong Wuxia completely dead. Seeing this scene, Wuxia Xuanyu sighed slightly. Zhan Dai and Zhan Heng always confronted him, and even caused big disasters, but after all, they were martial immortals of the Xuanyu clan. Xuanyu's subordinates, as well as the surviving warriors standing in the hall, thunderously and dumbfounded one by one, looking at the two Wuxia corpses, their brains were blank. That's Wuxia, a super old monster that can live millions of years. It turned out to be like a little chicken, beheaded by a sword, and fell instantly. This is Zhan Dai's fairy weapon, the Bingtian sword, which was returned to the chief Xuanyu. Su Lang took the Bingtian sword from the storage space and returned it to Xuanyu Wuxian. Zanyu Wuxian took over the Bingtian sword with a complicated expression, but did not mention Zan Dai and Zan Heng's other wealth. What does Patriarch Xuanyu plan to do next? Next, Xuanyu Wuxian's expression was gloomy. Next, please take Chu Xiaobei away, and I will lead the Xuanyu clan and Ludaoshan clan to continue the fight. In order to prevent Chu Xiaobei's whereabouts from leaking out, I will take all other insiders back and lock them up. Chapter 880. Have you heard of the name Langdi? In fact, Zanyu Wuxian knew. The Xuanyu clan couldn't resist the attack of the Ludaoshan clan. 2 Wuxians died at this time, which is really worse. The scourge of genocide is right in front of you. But Xuanyu Wuxian was also mentally prepared for this. As early as when he decided to let Chu Xiaobei go, he expected that the Xuanyushan clan would probably fall apart. But in order for the Xuanyu fairy clan to achieve the hope of the emperor, he still made that choice without hesitation. He is still insisting on his original aspiration to keep Chu Xiaobei, so that this unparalleled genius of the Xuanyu immortal clan can grow in a safe environment in order to become an emperor. The appearance of Su Lang eased his previous worries. With Su Lang protecting Chu Xiaobei, her safety has been greatly improved. Xuanyu Patriarch, Su Lang slightly said, don't you think about killing the 6 Dao immortal clan and counterattack Luoyu emperor clan? Your Excellency said and laughed. Xuanyu immortal clan is just a small ordinary immortal clan, and it is still weak to resist the 6 Dao immortal clan, let alone counterattack the emperor clan. Zanyu Wuxian smiled bitterly. Rebelling against the imperial clan with the power of a small clan is tantamount to hitting a stone with a pebble and using a praying man's arm as a car. How can it be successful? Who says it can't be successful? Su Lang clicked the corner of his mouth and patted Chu Xiaobei's head next to him. I said before I came here that I will eradicate the 6 Dao immortals for Xiaobai, and give it to her as a gift from Luoyu Emperor City. Chu Xiaobei blushed and wanted to catch Su Lang's paw and bite, but he still held back. But Xuanyu Wuxian and others, as well as those surviving warriors, were shocked again. Just eradicating the 6 Dao immortal clan is already unthinkable. You actually want to lay down Luoyu Emperor City as a gift to Daolu. That's the Emperor City. The number of martial immortals in it alone is more than 10 times that of the Xuanyu immortal clan. What's more, Emperor Wu still sits in the Imperial City. Unless they are both at the Emperor level, no matter how many Wuxians there are, it is absolutely impossible to defeat Emperor Wu. Even though the young man who talked was strong, he could kill Zan Dai and Zan Heng. However, no matter how strong he is just a Wuxian. In the realm of Wuxian, he dared to challenge Emperor Wu, and wanted to defeat Emperor Luoyu. What an arrogance this is. It's just crazy. The scene was silent. Wuxian Xuanyu stared and opened his mouth, not knowing what to say. Su Lang asked with a shallow smile, Patriarch Xuanyu thinks I don't have that strength. Zanyu Wuxian is not stupid, and immediately recovered from the shock. Your Excellency is not a lunatic, dare to say such a thing, is it really sure? Su Lang smiled and asked again, has the clan chief Xuanyu ever heard of the name of Emperor Lang? As soon as this remark came out, Zanyu's subordinates and those surviving warriors were all blank. Obviously they had never heard of the name of Emperor Lang. Lang, Master Langdi. Xuanyu Wuxian first showed doubts, and then his eyes brightened. Your Excellency said, but from the mainland fragments, who occupied the southern land? Your Excellency said, is Lord Langdi willing to help me Xuanyu immortal clan, and Your Excellency is the pioneer of Lord Langdi. Such a big thing happened in the south, and Honglian, Baiyu, and Wudi Palace personally sent people to investigate. Su Lang's information has long been circulated in the high-level Kandlan continent. As the second echelon of the Kandlan continent, the leader of the immortal clan, the intelligence system of Xuanyu Wuxian was not in vain. He will carefully investigate the major events in the world. Therefore, he also knew that a Wudi named Langdi appeared in the southern barrens. But he didn't pay too much attention either, firstly because the Xuanyushan clan was at stake, and secondly because the southern land was a little far away from the Xuanyushan clan. The Xuanyu fairy clan, but in the north-central part of the mainland, it is almost impossible to intersect with the southern Emperor Lang. The legendary messenger of Emperor Lang would actually stand in front of him 1 or 2 days after he inquired about the news. This is really shocking and explosive. Chapter 881. No sand in my eyes. Su Lang looked up to the sky and laughed, what the Emperor Wu? I am Su Lang, Emperor Lang. Suddenly, like thousands of thunders exploded at the same time. While there was a crash in the hall, there was also a different kind of dead silence. Each of the warriors opened their mouths wide, just like ordinary people, censored with ghosts, their faces full of weird and incredible. Your Excellency. No, you are Langdi. Xuanyu Wuxian was really stunned. He thought that Su Lang was just a subordinate of Emperor Lang. After all, Emperor Lang is Emperor Wu, and Su Lang in front of him is just Wu Xian. I am Langdi. Su Lang smiled and nodded. Although you look at me as a martial artist, this is just an illusion. It's really Langdi. Xuanyu Wuxian turned his gaze to Chu Xiaobei in disbelief, wanting to confirm from her. Su Lang is the Emperor Lang, who has unified the entire southern land. Chu Xiaobei said seriously. She knew that Su Lang's cultivation level was only a quasi-immortal, but she also knew that Su Lang's combat power was absolutely terrifying and abnormal. Even if he did not reach the realm of Emperor Wu, he could still be regarded as an emperor by relying on Su Lang's achievements in uniting the south and arranging the five elements heaven and spiritual array. The vast majority of Emperor Wu, just like Emperor Ni Chenzhou of Honglian Wu, only guarded one side and established several statues of becoming gods and saints. But Su Lang ruled the entire southern land and transformed it. One day it would definitely be more prosperous than the north. The southern land occupies almost half of the land of Kandlan continent. I dare to ask, how many of the living Emperor Wu have done more than Su Lang? Get confirmation from Chu Xiaobei. Xuanyu Wuxian had no more doubts. Zan Yu, see Lord Langdi. This powerful Wuxian, who was like a loyal farmer, knelt down with a thump, and sincerely crawled in front of Su Lang. This is not only out of awe of a Wudi. It was also because Su Lang came here to destroy the 6 Dao Immortal clan, defeat the Luoyu Emperor clan, and save the Xuanyu Immortal clan from the fire. The remaining warriors who were still standing all softened their legs and knelt to the ground, a short period of time. Langdi, that's a Wudi. When I wait for a lifetime, I will see a martial emperor. It's no wonder that Wuxian Xuandai and Wuxian Xuaneng are like little chickens just out of their shells in his hands, and they have no resistance. With the help of Lord Langdi, the 6 Dao Immortals must be like little chickens and can be easily eliminated. Only Emperor Luoyu has the ability to fight Lord Langdi. Great, Xuanyu Immortal clan is saved. Each warrior stared at his eyes, but he dared not look at Su Lang. Instead, he stared straight at the ground, letting his mind feel like a boiling sea. Clan Chief Xuanyu, please. Su Lang smiled and lifted up Wuxian Xuanyu. My true identity is requested by the Clan Chief Xuanyu not to disclose it for now. Xuanyu Wuxian nodded respectfully, and then asked thoughtfully, does Lord Lang want to directly attack the Emperor Luoyu? Not only that, there is no room for sand in my eyes. Su Lang smiled, slightly, so I want to find out the Xuanyu fairy clan who still resent Xiaobei. Those black sheep really should have been cleaned up long ago, I'm still too soft-hearted. As Wuxian Xuanyu said so, his eyes fell on Chu Xiaobei's body. This junior who has the posture of becoming an emperor is already Mrs. Langdi at this time. With the help of Emperor Wu, she did not know how many times her chance of becoming an emperor had increased. My profound Jade Immortal clan is expected to become the Emperor clan. Thinking of this, Zan Yu Wuxian was so excited. He gave almost everything, not just for this ideal. Patriarch Xuanyu, the aftermath here is left to you. Su Lang smiled. I took Xiaobei a step ahead and went to the Xuanyu fairy clan. Zan Yu Wuxian nodded. Although Zan Dai and Zan Heng were dead, it was a big deal for the Xuanyu fairy clan. But he still had many means to suppress this matter, making it as if it had never happened. Chapter 882, Ignorant Ants. Let's go one step ahead. Su Lang smiled, took Chu Xiaobei one step forward and disappeared from the same place. The rules of space. As expected of Lord Langdi. Feeling the power of space rules coming from around, Xuanyu Wuxian and others showed awe. From the teleportation hall, you are not afraid of not finding your way. Under the leadership of Chu Xiaobei, Su Lang rushed towards the largest city of the Xuanyushan clan, Xuanyuxianchang. Because the people of Chu Xiaobei's line of clan are weak and are deeply excluded. So there is no chance to live in the true lair of the Xuanyushan clan, and can only live in Shanchang. This Xuanyu fairy city is also the hometown of Chu Xiaobei's childhood. However, for Chu Xiaobei, there are not many happy memories here. Su Lang and Chu Xiaobei soon arrived at Shanyu Shanchang and landed outside Shanchang. Because of the battle with the 6 Dao Immortal clan, Xuanyu Immortal City was very tightly guarded. Not only was the formation fully opened, but there were also many powerful warriors patrolling and interrogating passers-by. As soon as Su Lang and Chu Xiaobei fell to the ground, they were stopped by a team of 5 warriors before they took a few steps. In order to show the ugly faces of those black sheep, Su Lang and Chu Xiaobei both reduced their auras and became ordinary 6-star martial sages. Therefore, the group of patrolling warriors led by the 8-star martial saint was very rude. "What is your status? Where are you from? Why are you here?" A martial saint took the lead, and when he ran in front of Su Lang and Chu Xiaobei, there was a burst of gunfire. Immediately afterwards, the 4 martial sages at the back also followed. 3 of them saw Chu Xiaobei's appearance clearly, and their complexion suddenly changed, revealing an expression of incomparable surprise. "It's Chu Xiaobei." "What? Chu Xiaobei? That woman is Chu Xiaobei, surround it." "Ha ha ha ha, I didn't expect that you, Chu Xiaobei, would dare to come back and be caught by us. Do you know that we want to seize the cause of you all the time, torturing him severely, and then hand it over to the Emperor Luoyu? Tread through the iron shoes and find no place to find it without any effort. Grab Chu Xiaobei, we can immediately save the Xuanyu Immortal Clan and become the hero of the Xuanyu Immortal Clan. Yes, we can still get the reuse of the Great Elder Zan Dai, soaring into the sky, looking at the realm of Wushan. Don't spread the message of Chu Xiaobei's return, we have to monopolize the credit. Ha ha ha, Chu Xiaobei, you can catch it before you stop." The 5 martial sages surrounded Su Lang and Chu Xiaobei with cruelty and greed. "Ha ha ha ha," Su Lang let out a long sneer, "I didn't expect to encounter a wave of silly forks before. Entering the Xuanyu Fairy City. Chu Xiaobei sighed helplessly. "Little bastard, you still dare to sneer." The 8-star martial saint's face was cold. "Chu Xiaobei must live, but you have to die." "Yes, kill him," the other martial saint yelled, sacrificed a handful of sacred artifacts, and hacked towards Su Lang. "The ignorant ant." Su Lang pouted his lips in disdain, and with a thought, the rules of death enveloped. The 8-star martial saint on the opposite side felt the crisis of life and death first and was about to run away immediately. The other 4 martial sages were also shocked immediately and wanted to flee in all directions. However, their speed is almost slower than that of a snail in Su Lang's eyes. Before they could take a step, the death rule had already taken away their breath of life. The 5 falling sounds merged into one, and the 5 martial saints immediately turned into 5 corpses. What followed was a burst of system notification sounds for the spoils. However, Wu Sheng's wealth, Su Lang, has long been despised, and only 5 Wu Sheng souls are still eye-catching. Su Lang led Chu Xiaobei and walked towards Xuanyu Fairy City with a small smile. On the road, he never encountered a patrol warrior again, until he was stopped by the formation of the city at the gate of Shancheng. There are warriors here too. However, not many people enter the city. After all the people in front of the city entered, Su Lang and Chu Xiaobei were left outside the city. Chapter 883, This group is pretty good, go. Su Lang and Chu Xiaobei came to the gate of the city and were ready to kill. A team of warriors at the gate of the city also immediately spotted Su Lang and Chu Xiaobei. They stared at Chu Xiaobei closely, with shock on their faces. With this effort, Su Lang and Chu Xiaobei have already stood in front of this team of warriors. Chu Xiaobei, an 8-star martial saint opened his mouth and asked nervously, "It's me." Chu Xiaobei's expression was indifferent and his voice was cold. "Quickly, surround her. Also, immediately start the divine consciousness shielding formation, hurry." Several martial saints shouted in low voices, and then hurriedly expanded their formations and surrounded Chu Xiaobei. Sure enough, it's another person who wants to arrest Chu Xiaobei. Su Lang showed coldness, and he was about to start. The 8-star martial saint headed by him eagerly said, "Chu Xiaobei, why are you back? Did you know that there are people searching for you everywhere, and they want to use you to calm the anger of the Luoyu Emperor family and let the Lu Daoshan family retreat? Tell me quickly, know who else you have come back, they must be arrested, not let the news leak." Having said that, the martial sage immediately said to another martial sage, "You quickly contact the patriarch, let the patriarch come to pick up Chu Xiaobei, hurry." "Yes, I will contact the patriarch." Na Wusheng quickly took out a special communication jade card and began to contact Zan Yu Wushan. Seeing these martial sages in a hurry, looking like ants on a hot pot, Su Lang and Xiaobai couldn't help but stunned. It turns out that these people are not here to arrest Chu Xiaobei, but to protect Chu Xiaobei. I think it should be someone who is loyal to Wushan Xuanyu. These people are pretty good. Su Lang smiled and nodded slightly. But at this time, the 8-star martial saint immediately focused on Su Lang. Chu Xiaobei, who is he? Why is he with you? Did he encourage you to come back? Speaking of the last, several martial sages are already murderous. Su Lang and Chu Xiaobei looked at each other, a little bit dumbfounded, but also a little touched. This group of people really gave everything for Chu Xiaobei's vague hope of becoming emperor. The head of Wu Sheng's face was as cold as ice. Quickly say, otherwise, for your safety, we have to do it. Who am I? Just ask Xuanyu. Su Lang pointed to the martial saint who was contacting Wushan Xuanyu. Dare to call our patriarch's name directly. The headed Wu Sheng was furious at first, and then turned into suspicion. His eyes turned to the Wu Sheng who was transmitting. Yes. There is news. The patriarch. The patriarch replied to me. The messenger Wu Sheng said in surprise. The patriarch said that he knew that Chu Xiaobei was back, and let us follow all the orders of Chu Xiaobei and that adult. The patriarch already knows. Then why didn't he come and pick up Chu Xiaobei himself? The headed 8-star martial god said in disbelief. Also, who is he? We can listen to Chu Xiaobei's order. Why should we listen to him? Ask them to follow Chu Xiaobei's orders. Yes. But the strange man next to Chu Xiaobei was not from the Xuanyu clan, so why did he listen to his orders? The patriarch. The patriarch has returned to me again. At this time, the messenger Wu Sheng stammered and said, Chu Xiaobei. The adults around him. Is it from the emperor's clan, or is it Chu Xiaobei's Taoist? He came to help us, so we must not leak the news. This handsome man turned out to be from the emperor clan. Terrible. Several martial sages were horrified. While not daring to look at Su Lang, they couldn't help but look at them, only to find that the emperor was really handsome. Are you clear? Su Lang smiled faintly. Do you understand now? Clarified. Little man Wang Li, pay homage to the Lord. Headed by Wang Li, the 5 Wu Sheng Chichi knelt in front of Su Lang. They know that this emperor is related to the life and death of the Xuanyu fairy clan. You guys are pretty good. Su Lang smiled and nodded. Come on, I'll give you a chance. With that, when Wang Li and the others were confused, a bottle of pill suddenly appeared in front of everyone. Chapter 884. This adult is too strong. The 5 people looked at the bottle in front of them, and they only felt that their pores were relaxed, because they had already felt the strong pill fragrance and the power of rules. In their opinion, the bottle contained in it is absolutely the most perfect sacred pill. This imperial-backed adult is really extraordinary. But then, Su Lang's words made them dumbfounded. Each medicine bottle contains 3 spiritual elixir of perfect quality. Thank you for protecting Chu Xiaobei. The spiritual elixir of perfect quality. Oh my god, it's such a treasured treasure. This kind of pill, I am afraid that even the patriarch will be extremely rare. Wang Li and the others were directly frightened by Su Lang's big hand, and one of them even wanted to return the pill bottle in his hand. You accept it. Chu Xiaobei smiled. He has so many things like this. Wang Li and the others immediately recovered. They are the origins of the emperor clan. There must be so many good things that are unimaginable. What are some pills? They couldn't help but look at Chu Xiaobei. The imperial posture woman who they placed their hopes on is already the Taoist companion of the great imperial clan. In this way, it is not only safe and sound, but also has a lot of resources to support, and has the opportunity to soar. A few people collected the pill and waited for Chu Xiaobei and Su Lang to order. They are also very curious what exactly the 2 of Chu and Xiaobei are doing in Shancheng. Su Lang said, you guys open the city gate formation, and Xiaobei and I are going into the city. Then, how many of us? Wang Li asked hesitantly. Don't you need to follow the adults? Wang Li, you will enter the city with us, and the rest will stay in. Continue to investigate the warriors. Su Lang originally wanted all these people to stay at the gate of the city, but Wang Li said so, and he also thought it would be good to bring a guide. Yes, my lord. Wang Li was so excited that he could hug the thighs of the great figures of the emperor clan, which was a great opportunity for nothing. The other 4 people looked at Wang Li's eyes suddenly full of envy. The gate formation opened. Su Lang and Chu Xiaobei entered the city under the leadership of Wang Li. Although it is only a fairy city and its scale is very large, there are already some signs of withering on the streets. Some shops were empty, and apparently even the merchants had moved away. This is the harm caused by the war. People are panicked, do not produce, and fled the eye of the storm. But there are many people who have taken root in Xianxia. Even foreigners, many have rooted here for tens of millions of years, and they will not leave their nest as a last resort. And none of the Xuanyu Immortal clan members left. My lord, I don't know where you want to visit. Wang Li, who was leading the way, couldn't help but look back and ask when Su Lang had not said his destination. Go to the city square. Su Lang smiled faintly. Then, you go to spread the news of Chu Xiaobei's return. It must be known to those who intend to trade Chu Xiaobei for the magnanimity of the Luoyu emperor. In addition, the people who have insulted Chu Xiaobei before are even more convened. This is going. Wang Qi was shocked and felt his hair horrified. This lord of the emperor clan wants to hate Chu Xiaobei. I don't know how many people have looked down upon Chu Xiaobei, humiliated Chu Xiaobei, and intended to sacrifice Chu Xiaobei for peace. But now, their fate is estimated to be miserable. Today's Xuanyu Immortal City, I'm afraid it's going to kill people, heads and blood will flow into a river. The imperial clan is really too strong. He also spoils Chu Xiaobei too much. But this is just right. Wang Li thought secretly, and then took Su Lang and Chu Xiaobei directly to the square in the center of Xianxia. He left the square and spread the news of Chu Xiaobei's return everywhere. Su Lang and Chu Xiaobei stood side by side on Xuanyu Square, looking at the surrounding scenery. In the center of the square is a huge jade stone protected by layers of arrays. But Su Lang could tell at a glance that this was a quasi-emperor level treasure, one of the secrets of the Xuanyu Immortal clan. Chapter 885, Raging Crowd. This is Xuanyu Immortal Stone. Every 10 years, a test of cultivation level and combat power is held here for the younger generation of warriors. Looking back, when I first used the Zan Jade Immortal Stone, I shined brightly among my peers, surpassing hundreds of thousands of people, standing in the clouds and receiving cheers. But later, the elders of our line felt that the matter was not appropriate, so they helped me conceal my cultivation base and suppress my combat power. The second time, Chu Xiaobei was talking about the past, but before she could finish her words, she was suddenly interrupted by people coming from not far away. Chu Xiaobei is here, Chu Xiaobei is really here, Chu Xiaobei is really back. Ha 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 ha, Chu Xiaobei, the white-eyed wolf, finally remembered that the Xuanyu Immortal clan is still in distress. Grab her, and give it to Emperor Luoyu. The 6 Dao Immortal clan will immediately retreat, and the scourge of the Xuanyu Immortal clan will be eliminated immediately. Come on, catch Chu Xiaobei, whoever catches it, is a great function and a hero to save the Xuanyu Immortal clan. A group of warriors rushed up with ecstatic expressions, like crazy and greedy crocodiles. A layer of formation barrier appeared out of thin air. Boom boom, puff and puff. One by one, fierce warriors slammed into the formation barrier, directly confused and dizzy. Immediately afterwards, the warriors at the back rushed up again, squeezing the dizzy warriors in front of them into an outrageous way. Waves of cursing were mixed with excited shouts. Damn it, how can there be formations? Whose wicked did it? Quickly get out of the way, let Lao Su break it, let me see Lao Su's 3-legged cat boxing. For Nima, you stepped on my crotch, censored it, let go of your foot and don't run it anymore. All the waist in front is let go, let me see what the vicious woman Chu Xiaobei looks like. Chu Xiaobei, you guys have the ability to come back, you have the ability to open the formation. Calls and screams kept coming, and the formation barrier was covered with warriors. Those warriors who saw Chu Xiaobei had their eyes lit up, and they took out weapons to try to destroy the formation in surprise. But that formation was arranged by Su Lang, and it was impossible for these warriors to destroy it. Su Lang looked at the crowds outside and smiled. This scene is so like a scene in a zombie movie. Are these people ignorant? Chu Xiaobei stood in the middle of the formation and looked around. Outside the formation are all ugly faces. Some people's faces were even squeezed out of shape on the formation barrier. Her heart is full of disappointment. Fuck me all, you short-sighted people, get out of the way, otherwise I will do it. With a loud shout, an old woman with withered and yellow hair flew from a distance, with a fierce face, and the breath of a 9-star martial sage exuded all over her body. Even if this old woman didn't do anything, the pressure alone made many warriors weaken their hands and feet, and fell from the formation barrier one after another. Through some of the gaps between the martial artists' fall, this old woman finally saw Chu Xiaobei inside the formation barrier. Chu Xiaobei, you are crazy, why are you coming back? The old woman flew over in pain, her whole body trembling slightly. Senior MI, When Chu Xiaobei saw this 9-star martial sage level old woman, his expression was moved. This Mawu sage is the strongest in Chu Xiaobei's line. That is, Mi Wusheng carefully concealed the talent for Chu Xiaobei, gathered a whole line of resources, so that she could successfully cultivate to the realm of 6-star Wusheng in a short time. Moreover, those resources are all resources without any side effects, in order to prevent damage to her foundation. For Chu Xiaobei, the kindness of this senior Mi to her is very heavy. Chu Xiaobei, who arranged this formation, quickly open it, and old lady Mi will take you to escape immediately. The old woman Mi yelled in peace, stretched out her hand to push away the weak warrior on the formation barrier, and rushed in front of the formation barrier. Chapter 886, Mi Old Woman and Gone Ain. No, Senior Mi. Chu Xiaobei shook his head, I won't run away again. Chu Xiaobei, you are crazy. The old woman Mi shouted in disbelief, are you going to waste our hard work? Please trust me. Chu Xiaobei looked at the old woman Mi with very firm eyes. The old lady Mi saw Chu Xiaobei's eyes, she knew Chu Xiaobei too well, and she immediately understood what she was doing. Did you come prepared? It's no wonder that according to my investigation, the source of the news is Wang Li. I originally thought that the servant had rebelled. The old lady Mi thought, her eyes could not help but fell on Su Lang, but she couldn't see anything. Mrs. Mi, you want to take Chu Xiaobei to escape. It's just a wishful thinking, a dream. It's fine if Chu Xiaobei hasn't come back. Since he is back, he must be caught and sent to Emperor Luoyu. A young man with an unscrupulous laughter flew outside the formation barrier, followed by hundreds of powerful men. It's Master Gan Ai, our Xuanyu Immortal Clan's first genius. Young Master Gan Ain is not a few years older than Chu Xiaobei, but he is already a 7-star martial saint. Get out of the way, all out, Master Gan Ai is here. Amid the noisy discussions of the crowd, a young man named Gan Ai was surrounded by hundreds of strong men and came to the formation barrier. Sweet. This name is good, exactly the same as liver cancer. Su Lang glanced playfully at this so-called genius, and found that it was nothing more than pure waste piled up with drugs. I don't know how many drug impurities have accumulated in his body, and there is little hope of stepping into the fairy gate in this life. The funny thing is that everyone still thinks he is a more powerful genius than Chu Xiaobei. Chu Xiaobei was also looking at Gan Ai, her eyes squinted, showing a trace of hatred. This kid has hatred with you. Su Lang noticed the strangeness of Beckham and turned to ask. Sweet boy, the old woman Mi's eyes were stern, in front of me, how can you speak? Old lady Mi, you are half of the person stepping into the coffin, so don't you just climb out and toss you. He glanced at Mi old woman with disdain, her defiant appearance was arrogant to the extreme. Old Mi's eyes rose with anger. But Gan Ai stopped talking to her, but looked down on Chu Xiaobei and Su Lang condescendingly. Chu Xiaobei, the escaped stray dog, you are back again, so courageous, admire and admire it. Looking at Chu Xiaobei with disdain, do you remember the first time you defeated me in front of the Xuanyu Immortal Stone? At that time, you concealed all my light, I really want to tear you apart. Later, I worked hard to cultivate and prepared to defeat you in the second test of the mysterious Jade Fairy Stone, but I didn't expect you to plummet, which is not worth mentioning. While I was happy, I was also very angry. You punched me on the cotton and made me feel uncomfortable. But I don't even bother to have a general knowledge of you. Until recently, I learned that you actually covered up your cultivation with the help of old lady Mi. Your true cultivation base has actually reached the 6-star martial saint, just like me. Now, in the few months you have fled away, I have gone one step further and become a 7-star martial saint. And you are still a 6-star martial sage, how about your extraordinary talent, so useless? Ha 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 ha, don't you understand? You are a waste, and your unparalleled qualifications are wasted on you. Your greatest use is to contribute your aptitude, so that the Xuanyu Fairy clan can make friends with the Luoyu Emperor clan, and let us climb higher, haha. Gan Ai laughed loudly, you are my stepping stone for my sweetness, you are the stepping stone for our Xuanyu Fairy clan, bitch, don't get out of here. Ha 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 ha, sweet, I will let you taste the most painful taste. Su Lang's eyes were like ice, and he immediately grabbed the foolishness and tortured him severely. But at this time, the old woman Mi actually moved her hands without saying a word. Little bastard, die to me. Granny Mi slapped out her palm, taking her sweetheart. Protect master. The bodyguard around Ganai is not a display, and among them is a 9-star master. Although he is not as profound as the old woman Mi, he still has no problem blocking the old woman Mi. Chapter 887, Gan Zidang. A muffled sound spread throughout the Xuanyu Fairy Clan square. The aftermath of the battle rushed around wildly, and each weak warrior vomited blood one after another, fleeing around. Old Lady Mi, you dare to shoot my son, don't you want to live? A middle-aged man with a full face and a thick beard fell to the front of the battle, followed by his frantic voice. Followed by dozens of streamers, very fast, all-powerful martial sages. Gan Zidang. The old woman Mi looked back, exclaimed in a low voice, showing fear. Ganzi hurts. I still have a stomachache, and my stomach hurts. Su Lang sneered. This father and son are really interesting. One liver hurts and the other has liver cancer. But this disease is heavier from one generation to another. It turned out that Gan Zidang was just a quasi-immortal. Su Lang's subordinates of the quasi-celestial rank grabbed a handful of them, hundreds of them. Therefore, the old woman Mi was afraid of Gan Zidang, but Su Lang only regarded it as a barking weak toothless dog. The formation that Su Lang arranged was not soundproof, and Gan Zidang heard his words immediately. A young child who is still young, dare to mock my name. Gan Zidang's noodles were like ice, and said coldly, after I will catch Chu Xiaobei, I will cramp you and behead your head. You censored little bastard, dare to insult our father and son. Gan I was even more furious, pointing at Su Lang and cursing, I will peel off your skin inch by inch, cut off your flesh and blood piece by piece, chop up your bones bit by bit, and then burn you with the poisonous soul. Soul, let you know what pain is. Yo yo yo, your method is pretty good. Su Lang was playful, after a while, I will use it on you. An ant who can't help it. Gan Zidang sneered and shook his head, turned to look at the old woman Mi, Mrs. Mi, although you and I usually fight very well, but for the sake of your own clan, you now let go and I will spare your life. Old woman Mi calmed down, her voice was cold, you must catch Chu Xiaobei, unless you step on my body. As the master of the line, but only a mere 9-star martial sage, I have already lost the face of my Xuanyu immortal clan. At this time, you dare to defy the general trend openly, and you don't take the will of all the warriors of the Xuanyu immortal clan in your heart. You only want to protect Chu Xiaobei for your own benefit. What if I kill you? My son is Xuanyu's first genius, and my grandfather is Xuanong Wushan. I have the right to cut first and play later. Gan Zidang sneered again and again, looking at the old woman Mi as if he was looking at a dead person. Go to Nima's liver hurts. Is the wish of all warriors to sacrifice Chu Xiaobei? Go to Nima. You people are the truly indifferent and selfish people. Why don't you give your heads to the Luoyu Emperor clan for forgiveness, and the Ludao immortal clan to beg for a strike? Also, what is the right to cut first and then play? Are you talking in a dream? How old is Wushan Xuanong in front of the patriarch? There was another row of curses, followed by a large group of warriors. The leader is a short stature, like a dwarf, but a quasi-immortal man with a different temperament. This reminded Su Lang of ice and fire that he had seen in his previous life. It looks like this group of people are facing you. Su Lang smiled faintly, and asked, who is the leader? It's Leibang. Chu Xiaobei smiled and said, he takes good care of our line. Su Lang smiled and nodded, it seems that it is indeed a friendly army. When Su Lang and Chu Xiaobei were talking, Leibang had already taunted Gan Zidang a lot. But on Leibang's side, there is still the line of Mi old woman, the two sides combined, overwhelming the line of Gan Zidang. Another group of people rushed up. Where is Chu Xiaobei? Today you must catch Chu Xiaobei and send it to the Luoyu Emperor clan. This group of people are feminine old men like an old eunuch, and it makes people nauseous to look at. Behind him was a group of people, mostly feminine men, the upper beam was not straight and the lower beam was crooked. Chapter 888. I have endured you for a long time. The return of Chu Xiaobei has been leaked out. If Chu Xiaobei can't appear in the Luoyu Emperor clan in a short time, then the 6 Dao Immortal clan will once again add a group of strong men, and our Xuanyu Immortal clan's life will be over. In the other direction, a group of people also flew, and the leader was a fairly normal quasi-immortal man. Hearing his remarks, it was clear that he wanted to arrest Chu Xiaobei and send it to the Luoyu Emperor. Su Lang smiled happily, good come, good come. The reason why he wanted to do such a big thing here, but didn't kill people immediately, was to wait for all these people to appear on the stage, stand in line, and then kill them all. If this is not the case, it is impossible to eradicate the unintentional. You know, after destroying the 6 Dao Immortal clan and defeating the Luoyu Emperor clan, the Xuanyu Immortal clan will definitely belong to Su Lang. Now he is not seeking talented people, like before. He has the conditions, of course he has to pick and choose. Even if a hostile person is willing to offer his soul fire, Su Lang must consider it. People who have enemies don't even need to think about it, they will find them all and hack to death. On the side of old Mi and Lai Bang, there are 2 people, but on the side of Gan Zideng, there are 3 people. The old woman Mi's line is weak, and Lai Bang has no wuxian in his line. On the other hand, in Gan Zideng, there are martial immortals in the 3 veins, which are very powerful. Of course, they didn't know that Zan Heng on Ganzi Tengsu was dead, and even the great elder Zan Dai was also dead. How many veins are there in the Xuanyu Immortal clan? Su Lang asked Chu Xiaobei next to him. 7 pulses. One line is the Patriarch Xuanyu line, and the other line is the second elder Xuanan line. The helm of the Xuanyu line is Ao Wenbin, and the helm of the Xuanan line is Xianxia. Chu Xiaobei said, pointing not far away, they are all here, but they haven't come out for the time being. They should come out now. Just finished. Before Su Lang mocked the name Xianxia, 2 groups of people flew in the crowd. People from Xuanan's line flew to Gan Zideng and others. People from Xuanyu's line flew to Lai Bang, Mi Laoyu and others, and Wang Li was among them. Obviously, the Xianxia Xuanan line also tends to grab Chu Xiaobei and give it to Emperor Luoyu. The entire Xuanyu Immortal clan had finished standing in line. As far as the people outside the barrier are concerned, Gan Zideng has completely blasted Lai Bang. They are fighting on it, but Lai Bang can't say anything about it. The people on Gan Zideng's side often argued against Lai Bang and Mi's people, and pointed at Chu Xiaobei from time to time, and spoke insults. Words such as vertical sun, female form, and cause are endless, just like a shrew cursing the street. It's time for me to play. The killing intent flashed in Su Lang's eyes, the corner of his mouth twitched slightly, and a little bit under his feet, he flew out of the barrier and came to everyone. Such a move immediately stunned the tens of thousands of warriors outside the barrier. The people on both sides who were arguing also stopped their war of words and looked at Su Lang one after another. Who is this kid? I don't know, but together with Chu Xiaobei, he is naturally from Chu Xiaobei's side. He even dared to fly out of the barrier. It's just looking for death. Yeah, he dared to insult Gan Zideng and Gan I just now. If he is caught this time, the end will be absolutely horrible. Skinning, cramps, cutting flesh and deboning, and burning his soul with poisonous soul. Tisk tisk, it is really horrible, but I really want to see it. The warriors who watched the show talked a lot, and Gan Zideng and others were not idle. Small awful. Gan Ain's face was cruel and grim. Don't stay in your tortoise shell, but dare to run out. Where do you get the courage? Or, you came out to beg for mercy. It's a pity that I won't spare you, ha 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 ha. Quote. Yellow-haired kid. Gan Zideng sneered, and just started directly. Ao Wenbin, Lai Bang, and old Mi yelled together, and then one after another shot to help Su Lang withstand Gan Zideng's attack. Ugly ants, I have endured you for a long time. Su Lang grinned with a ferocious sneer, and the terrifying aura of the 5 Tribulations martial immortal suddenly burst out of his body. Chapter 889, the audience is horrified. The breath of 5 Tribulations wuxian descended on Xuanyu Square. The next moment the world changes color, and various rules anomalies appear frequently, like the sky is collapsing, the world is end. Everyone who was shrouded in Su Lang's momentum felt like a small boat in the raging sea, and could be capsized at any time. The warriors who surrounded the formation barrier and tried to capture Chu Xiaobei exploded one by one and died instantly. Gan Zideng, Xianxia, the old, censored, and others were horrified, and the attack in their hands was like a dumb fart, and it disappeared. Wuxian. 5 Tribulations wuxian. Their brains were blank, and their mouths opened wide in horror, and they couldn't say anything in disbelief. How is this possible? Old Mi, Lai Bang, Ao Wenbin and others were equally shocked, staring at Su Lang dumbfounded, as if ordinary people had seen a ghost. They couldn't imagine that this young martial sage standing next to Chu Xiaobei was actually an extremely powerful wuxian. 5 Tribulations wuxian. Even the great elder Zan Dai wuxian was only at this level. Among all the surrounding immortals, The Wuxian of the five tribulations is also a figure on the tip of the pyramid, but he can arbitrarily determine a huge area for a long time. Among ordinary warriors, Wuxian is already an extremely terrifying old monster, and Wuxian of five tribulations is even a monster among monsters. But now, such a terrifying existence has come. The most important thing is that he and Chu Xiaobei are together. From beginning to end, the five tribulations martial immortal stood beside Chu Xiaobei, watching their performance. It was like a terrifying monster, observing the true colors of these ants in secret with a sneer, so as to distinguish them and give them constant treatment. And they did show their true colors. Except for Mi Lai Bang, and Ao Wenbin, the people are not bad-hearted and want to protect Chu Xiaobei. The rest of them all revealed their dirty and ugliest side without reservation. Down to ordinary martial sages, war gods, up to the great sages and quasi-immortals such as Gan Ain and Gan Zideng. One by one, these people are like zombies who have lost their minds, rushing forward, wanting Chu Xiaobei to be arrested to the Luoyu Emperor clan, so as to beg to linger. And Gan Zideng and the others were even more grim-faced. They even dared to speak insulting Chu Xiaobei, and they also uttered foul language, which is simply unscrupulous. Especially Gan Zideng and Gan Ai, not only scolded Chu Xiaobei, but also regarded Su Lang as a yellow-haired child who was overwhelming. They even dared to point Su Lang to rants and tortured to death with cruel punishment. In the end, they actually dared to attack Su Lang. That is a Wuxian of the five tribulations. Taking action against the Wuxian of the five tribulations, such actions are completely dead. He turned out to be the Wuxian of the five tribulations. Why is this so? We are finished, we are finished. At this time, Gan Zideng and Gan Ai remembered their previous actions, what they said and did, and they couldn't help but lose their souls. The great horror between life and death enveloped Gan Zideng and others, making them frightened and frigid, like falling into an ice cave. Looking at Su Lang's murderous face, everyone even felt that they were already a cold corpse. But if it can really become a corpse directly, it would really be the best end for them. However, Su Langming said before that he should return all the methods they have said before. Peel off the skin inch by inch, cut off the flesh and blood piece by piece, chop up the bone bit by bit, and then burn your soul with the poisonous soul. What a painful torture. Realizing this, Gan Zideng and others were almost completely desperate. Why don't you do it? Why don't you scold me? Su Lang was suspended high in the sky, his face was full of mockery and murderous, as well as creepy hostility. Hearing Su Lang's voice, Gan Zideng, Gan Ain and others shook as if they were electrocuted, their faces turned gray, and they trembled immediately. They wanted to beg for mercy, but they were so afraid that their tongues were knotted and they couldn't even speak. Chapter 890, Please give me a good time. Isn't it all high above, fierce and evil? Why do I just show off a little momentum, and you can't even speak before I do it? Su Lang smiled coldly, and then swallowed Gan Ai with a wave of his hand. No, do not want. I don't know Taishan, please forgive me. Gan Ain was so scared that excrement and urine flowed out, and the screams from the survival instinct spread throughout the Xuanyu Square. Calling me a little bastard, and expecting me to let you go. Su Lang grinned with a cruel smile, and with a thought, the rule of gold suddenly enveloped. The rules of gold turned into countless small sharp blades, and according to the punishment that Gan Ai said before, he began to peel and cramp, and cut flesh and bone. A series of regular sharp blades slashed across Gan Ai, cutting off her skin and flesh piece by piece. The thin flaky flesh and blood is countless times thinner than the best Lanzhou beef ramen noodle chefs. No, don't, I know it was wrong, Master Wuxian, don't. The violent pain came from Gan Ain's whole body, making him cry more hoarse, hysterical, and almost burst his lungs. But the pain has just begun, and the more terrifying pain is yet to come. I saw the rules of gold cut off Gan's flesh and muscles, and Gan's instantly transformed from a handsome young man into a censored, tattered body. But he did not die, and Su Lang specially kept his mouth and tongue, making him continue to scream. Pain, pain, please, give me a good time, ah. Screams came from Gan Ain's mouth, resounding through the entire Xuanyu Square. Countless warriors saw this scene, one after another frightened and stood upside down. Hearing Gan Ain's screams, Gan Zideng was even more frightened and shaken. Kneeling down into a ball in the air, shivering, like a dying quail. He was really regretful, his intestines were already blue, but what's the use? He knew that no matter how much he regrets, no matter how much he curls up, he can't escape the catastrophe of death. His son's tragic fate is his fate. Ganai had been cut off a lot of flesh and blood, and his screams became weaker and weaker, and he was about to die. I won't let you die so easily. If you dare to insult me, and dare to despise Chu Xiaobei, then you will have to pay an extremely painful price. Currently, these are obviously not enough. Su Langjiji smiled, waved his hand, and caught some warriors in the Gan Zidang camp. Master Wushan, we were coerced. I was forced. Sir, don't kill me, don't. Master Wushan, I have never treated you from the beginning to the end. I have not shown any disrespect to Miss Chu. Master Wushan, I have never insulted you and Miss Chu. Miss Chu, you are kind-hearted, please speak for us. The terrified warriors screamed miserably, like a New Year pig about to be killed. These people did not insult Su Lang and Chu Xiaobei basically, but stood in Gan Zidang's camp. But it was precisely because of this that Su Lang would choose them and give them a happy way to die. Su Lang turned a deaf ear to the miserable howls of these people, and with a single thought, he drew out the breath of life of a few of them and blended them into the dying person Ganai. The warrior who was drawn with the breath of life died directly, while Ganai seemed to have taken a big tonic pill, and was suddenly full of vitality. But this is the cruel punishment for him. If he can't die, he will continue to endure the pain, and then, it's the turn of, eviscerate, break the bones. The new penalty began. Ganai's screams grew louder and he seemed very energetic. In this scene, everyone trembled violently, as if they were in hell. Dozens of breaths passed. Ganai has been completely crushed. In this short period of time, for Gan Ain, Gan Zidang and others, seems to be too long. Although the old woman and others were terrified, they also let out a bad breath in their hearts. At the same time, they were even more in awe of Su Lang. Chapter 891, Gan Zidang, it's your turn. That's all about the pure golden rules. The rules of life that Su Lang later used were able to heal even those injuries that would undoubtedly die. It was simply unimaginable for them. Su Lang started the third round of punishment, which was to burn the soul. He doesn't use any kind of soul poisoning, and that method is not comparable to the power of spirit, yin and yang and other rules that directly point to the soul. Enjoy it. Su Lang displayed the power of rules, listening to the sorrowful howls, smiling coldly. Gan Zidang curled up in the air, becoming more and more frightened and desperate. Because his son is over, it's his turn, and he has to endure the unimaginable pain. In addition to Gan Zidang, there are Xianxia, the feminine old man who resembles an old eunuch, and the quasi-immortal of another line, all faceless, just like prisoners about to be taken to the execution ground. They wanted to escape, but everyone knew that they couldn't escape the palm of the five tribulations Wushan. Although Lao Mi, Lai Bang and others were on the side of Chu Xiaobei, they could see that they were frightened by Su Lang's methods, and a deep sense of fortune rose in their hearts. As for the crowds below the tide, they all looked like ants under the sky, 6 gods without a master, guts and souls flying, and their bodies stiff, and they couldn't even think of running away. Everyone can't figure it out. Except for Zhan Han Wushan and Zhanao Wushan guarding the big border city. Why did such a big event happen in Xuanyu Square, but the patriarch Zhan Yu Wushan never appeared? As the great elder, where is Xuandai Wushan who fully supported the arrest of Chu Xiaobei? Xuaneng Wushan guarding the teleportation hall is not far from Xuanyu Immortal City, why is he so late? The warriors who are aware of these problems feel like they are on the bottom of the sea, not knowing how deep the sea is. Ganai was finally wiped out a little bit, and completely dead. From the body to the soul, he has been crushed and annihilated. Gan Zidang, it's your turn. The corner of Su Lang's mouth hooked, and he reached out and grabbed it hard. Gan Ziteng was like a chicken that had just emerged from its shell, and was grabbed by Su Lang without resistance. Seeing this scene, all the warriors trembled fiercely. Gan Zidang is a powerful quasi-immortal, a leader of the same line, but he has no ability to resist at all in front of Su Lang. 5 tribulations Wushan, terrible. Gan Zidang who was caught in front of Su Lang no longer had the prestige before. He still crouched and curled up, closing his eyes tightly, as if doing such an act of covering his ears and stealing the bell would save him from suffering and tragic death. Are you ready? Su Lang looked down at Gan Zidang condescendingly, with a slight smile on his face. No. Please. Forgive. Gan Zidang stiffened with fear, his tongue knotted, and his begging for mercy was not as sharp as his son. Su Lang laughed, and the next moment Gan Zidang was to be punished. Zuzi, You stop me. A terrifying shout fell from the sky, and suddenly tore open the momentum of Su Lang covering Xuanyu Square. An indescribable old man with a purple robe and a high crown appeared in front of everyone. He was exuding a majestic martial arts aura, and he was able to compete with Su Lang's aura, each occupying half of the sky in Xuanyu Fairy City. Elder Zan Han. Gan Zideng, who was waiting for his tragic death, yelled in ecstasy. Xuanan Wuxian, like Zan Dai, is the same Wuxian of the Five Tribulations, and is the ancestor of the line of Xianxia. He originally guarded a big city on the border of the Xuanyu Xian clan and resisted the attack of the 6 Dao Xian clan. But after receiving a distress message from a certain eyeliner, he hurried back immediately. It's Elder Zan Han. Elder Zan Han is back. Great, great, my clan finally has a martial arts immortal to stop the devil's evil deeds. With Elder Xuanan, even if I can't clean up the evil 5 Tribulations martial immortal, I can still save my life. Xianxia, the feminine old man, and the others were also madly surprised, and they could hardly wait to dance, sing and dance. On the other hand, Mi Lai Bang, Ao Wenbin and others changed their expressions. Zan Han appears, then Zan Dai and Zan Heng are coming too. If that were the case, the Wuxian who was guarding Chu Xiaobei's side would have to retreat. However, they didn't know that Zan Heng and Zan Dai had already been tortured by Su Lang, and then had their lives cut off. Chapter 892, Die for me. Xuanan Wuxian. Su Lang smiled and said, You dare to stop me. The Xuanyushan clan has only left Xuandai Wuxian, Xuanao Wuxian, and Xuanhan Wuxian. Su Lang originally thought that Zan Dai would ventilate with this Xuanan Wuxian and let him change his camp so that he wouldn't end up tragically. Unexpectedly, this Xuanan Wuxian actually jumped out. It seems that Wuxian Xuandai didn't ventilate this guy. It can be seen that Wuxian Xuandai faithfully implemented Su Lang's orders without revealing a single bit of information about Su Lang. Of course, it could also be that Wuxian Xuandai thought that Wuxian Xuanan's position was too firm and not conspiring, so he should be killed, so he gave up on ventilating with Wuxian Xuanan. In Su Lang's view, the former is more likely. After all, Zan Dai Wuxian's virtue is indeed very good. Dog, miscellaneous, broken, you. How dare you kill my 18th generation bloodline? Xuanhanwu's immortal eyes were hovering in the air, screaming word by word, his voice trembling slightly. He can clearly capture the sweet body powder in the air, and even feel the residual pain and fear. Looking at the quail-like Gan Zideng, it is not difficult for him to imagine how cruel and inhuman punishment his 18th generation great-grandson suffered. Don't say killing your 18th generation bloodline, I dare to plan your 18th generation ancestral grave up. Besides, you scolded me as a shit. It seems that you want to taste the terrible pain. Su Lang didn't get angry but laughed instead, looking coldly at this reckless Xuanan Wuxian. Dog miscellaneous, don't think you are also the 5 Tribulations martial immortal. I can't help you. I will let you, a trash martial immortal who doesn't know which lumps pop out, know what is the real martial arts combat power. Zan Han Wuxian's eyes burst open, bloodshot, and a fairy spear suddenly appeared in his hand. A censored red snake lingers on the fairy spear, like the blood of hundreds of millions of creatures, which is chilling. The surrounding warriors just looked at this immortal weapon, and felt their scalp numb, and it seemed that they might be swallowed up and died at any time. Intermediate fairy, rubbish. Su Lang glanced at it casually, then he could see through the details of this fairy spear, and he couldn't help but curl his lips in contempt. In the eyes of others, the incomparably powerful fairy tools, in his eyes, are a little bit stronger than the parts he refined. Dog awful, die for me. Seeing Su Lang's disapproval look, even daring to contempt his own fairy tools, Wuxian Xuanan suddenly became even more angry. Sky-swallowing spear, he made smoke from Chichao, brandishing an immortal spear, and slammed Su Lang fiercely. I saw the power of various rules such as the fairy weapon long spear lingering around the golden rule, with a terrifying power, just like penetrating the space. The sharp spear point appeared in the center of Su Lang's eyebrows. The blood-red long snake opened its mouth wide, revealing 2 needle-like fangs. The majestic suction from its mouth acted on Su Lang, and while preventing Su Lang from escaping, it also swallowed him. Everything is in an instant. In the eyes of Gan Zideng and others, the tip of the gun has touched Su Lang's eyebrows. Su Lang is inevitable, there is no escape, and there is no doubt that he will die. Sure enough, it is Elder Xuanan. With a shot, the arrogant and cruel demon will immediately bow to his death. Great, great, The death of this demon will not only solve our plight, but also bring Chu Xiaobei into our hands again. If you catch Chu Xiaobei, you can send it to the Luoyu Emperor clan in exchange for the safety of the Xuanyushan clan. Elder Xuanan is the hero who saved our Xuanyushan clan. Countless thoughts flashed through everyone's minds. Their eyes fell on Chu Xiaobei one after another, wanting to see the panic on her face. However, everyone found that Chu Xiaobei's expression was indifferent, even with a slight smile, as if he were not worried about Su Lang's dangerous situation at all. What's the matter? How could this be? This idea flashed through everyone's mind. All of this was an instant after Zhan Han shot. 1 millisecond was too much. Zhan Han's blood-red spear stabbed Su Lang's brow fiercely. Chapter 893, My Fairy Weapon is Broken. A loud sound like a long-distance bronze bell spread throughout the world, and the blood-red spear was clearly nailed to the center of Su Lang's eyebrows, but he couldn't even hurt a single cell of Su Lang. Empty. Space rules. Zhan Han Wuxian looked at the spatial rhythm of Su Lang's eyebrows flashing, and was shocked. Space rules, what a mysterious and terrifying rule. Not only can it be used for transposition and assassination attacks, it is invincible, but also as a defensive method, using the power of space to forge barriers and directly block enemy attacks. Mastered the rules of space, almost invincible in the same level. He has such a terrifying rule power. While Xuanan Wuxian was horrified, he couldn't help but feel a deep fear in his heart. But he still didn't intend to stop there. First, it was because of the intermediate immortal weapon in his hand, and second, it was because Xuandai Wuxian and Xuaneng Wuxian had not yet come. Although he didn't know why Zhandai and Zhanheng didn't come, he just treated them as having other important things, and he didn't expect Zhandai and Zhanheng to have died long ago. Zhan Han Wuxian yelled again, and the spear in his hand shook, wrapping around Su Lang like a living thing. His idea was to entangle Su Lang first, and then with the help of the power of the immortal weapon, plus all his own power, give Su Lang a clever trick and entangle him to death. But this is obviously his wishful thinking. You are really too weak. Su Lang curled his lips in disdain, and did not see what he was doing. A black and white sword light slashed on the entangled spear. Ding chang, the pounding sound of gold and iron pierced deep into the brain penetrated the sky and the earth. A painful scream came from the fairy weapon spear, and it stopped abruptly, only the sound of the previous screams still echoed between heaven and earth. This question flashed in Zhan Hanwu's mind, and immediately found that the spear in his hand had been broken in two. The light of the spear was dim, the spirit of the weapon died tragically, and it was already a dead thing. My fairy weapon is broken. Zhan Han Wuxian instantly opened his eyes and his hair stood upright, almost torn apart. Gan Zideng and others, Mi Laoyu and others, as well as the tide of warriors in the land and Shanghai were all stunned. Unbelievable. That's a fairy artifact, and it's an intermediate fairy artifact. I don't know how long its history is. It has gone through countless battles without any damage. But now, it was cut like noodles. What kind of horror is it to cut off a fairy weapon? Countless people couldn't help but look at Su Lang. Su Lang was holding a long sword with a black pattern on a white background, and the two eyes on the grid were particularly attractive. They heard a girl-like voice from the long sword. Ah, so cool, it's been a long time since I cut a decent thing, master, I want it, I want it. What kind of weapon is this? Countless people's expressions are stagnant, but they feel that this weird long sword and that demon are a good match. Zhan Han Wuxian made a defensive posture in fear. Because he discovered that the long sword in Su Lang's hand was surprisingly more advanced than his fairy weapon long spear. Not only is the level higher, but also has its own characteristics, which completely crushes his spear. Who is he who actually owns such a fairy weapon? Zhan Han Wuxian was trembling in his heart. He originally thought that Su Lang was just a little dirty fairy who popped out of a pimple. But now, it seems that the opponent is probably a martial arts expert from some big power. Zhan Han's heart retreated. At the same time, he was anxious and resentful because Zhan Heng and Zhandai Wuxian were late. If Xuaneng Wuxian and Xuandai Wuxian were here, why would he use his own power to fight the devil on the opposite side, so that the immortal weapons were all beheaded? They haven't appeared yet. I'm afraid they have been entangled by Xuanyu. The person in front of him is the helper Xuanyu didn't know where to find. Damn, he actually led outsiders into the house and slaughtered his clan. But I am not this person's opponent at all now. I have only two choices, drop or escape. These two thoughts flashed through Zhan Han Wuxian's heart, and immediately chose to escape without hesitation. Without saying a word, The rules of Xuanhanwu fairy wind accompany him, turning into a light, and disappearing directly. Waste is waste. Even the way to escape is so common. Su Lang sneered disdainfully, then raised his hand and gently tapped in the direction of Wuxian Xuanan's escape. Chapter 894. Zan Han Wuxian crying. Xuanan Wuxian was about to fly out of Xuanyu Fairy City. But at this moment, the direction he was advancing showed a dense spatial rhythm out of thin air. The infinitely thin, infinitely many, and infinitely long lines form a big net with no loopholes, shrouded in Xuanan Wuxian. A space rule again. Zan Hanwu's fairy eyes showed fear, and immediately turned around, trying to go around. But as soon as he turned around, he saw that he had already been blocked by the spatial grid. It's over. Zan Han Wuxian was desperate. When he tried to kill Su Lang before, he used the strongest combat power. But even then, he couldn't hurt Su Lang a bit. What's more, now that the fairy weapon has been broken, and Xuanan Wuxian's combat power is reduced, it is even more impossible to break this space rule. And Zan Han Wuxian is not the kind of hard bones who would rather die than yield. After realizing that there was no escape, he immediately began to think of ways to save his life. The only way at the moment is to beg for mercy. Save my life first, and then ask the patriarch to come forward, so I can get out. I am one of the pillars of the Xuanyu fairy clan, and the patriarch cannot stand by and let me be killed. Thinking like this, Wuxian Xuanan instantly knelt down in the void. Zan Han Wuxian shouted sternly, "My lord, I have surrendered. I beg you to live around me, I'm still useful." At the moment Xuanan Wuxian finished saying begging for mercy, the spatial grid around him had shrunk to his skin. He knew that if these small spaces were reduced and tightened again, he was afraid that he would be broken into countless pieces. Even the dignified Wuxian of the Five Tribulations, when facing death, was so scared that he almost came out of censored and urine. The space grid continues to tighten. Zan Han Wuxian closed his eyes in despair, and the memories of those countless years before appeared in his mind. He regretted that he wanted to provoke the seemingly unknown young Wuxian. He also hated it very much, not for Su Lang, but for Gan Ain Gan Zi Tang. If it weren't for that younger generation, how could he be furious and attack a powerful and perverted Wuxian? But everything is too late. He is dying. Zan Han Wuxian was ready to die, had given up all resistance, and even no longer cared about outside sounds. Can wait a long time. He did not feel the pain of being split into countless pieces. Is it because the space rules are so sharp that I can hardly feel the pain, so I die? Zan Hanwu thought in his mind, that's good, it's better to die happily than dying painfully. But after these two thoughts disappeared, Wuxian Xuanan still felt that he could still think. This is, I'm not dead. Zan Han Wuxian opened his eyes in ecstasy. It was Patriarch Zan Yu who saved me. The ecstasy on his face froze. Because Zan Han Wuxian saw a young man with a sneer and a cruel outline at the corner of his mouth. This young man is not who Su Lang is. Looking around, isn't Xuanyu Square where is it? Countless warriors looked at him in horror. His 17th generation great-great-grandson Gan Zideng opened his mouth wide and his face was desperate. Obviously, Xuanan Wuxian was directly transmitted back by Su Lang's spatial rules. He ran to the edge of Xuanyu Immortal City after using his whole body to solve the number, but was caught by Su Lang with a thought. Are you ready to die just now? Su Lang mocked, so, are you ready to endure the pain? It was almost clear that he would torture him to death. Xuanan Wuxian immediately trembled fiercely, and the countless warriors, onlookers below also trembled and were stiff and cold. No, don't torture me. For the sake of both you and me as martial immortals, please give me some respect, please, please. Zan Han Wuxian cried bitterly like Su Lang begging for mercy, and his performance was not much better than that of his junior. Chapter 895, You deserve to be tortured. Give you respect, ha 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 ha, it's ridiculous. Have you ever given respect to my Beckham? One by one, you treat my Beckhams as goods and tools, and you must use them to please Emperor Luoyu, and let the despicable villain of Emperor Wuyu take the unparalleled treasure. You people, none of you can die well. You have to die in endless pain to wash away your sins. Su Lang's eyes opened in anger, and while carrying a trace of anger, she carried thousands of miles of freezing cold. Countless warriors in Xuanyu Immortal City heard his words and saw his expression. They were extremely frightened. They felt that a catastrophe was imminent, and the time of death had come. In an instant, a large number of warriors fell softly to the ground, feces and urine came out, and it was inaudible. I have done a lot for the Xuanyu fairy clan. Zan Hong Wushan still begged for mercy. I have no credit and I have toiled, please let me pay off the credit and give me a happy one. Wishful thinking. Su Lang smiled coldly and moved his hand in the next moment. A large amount of the power of the rules condenses, overwhelming the sky, and the rules and anomalies are illusory, which is chilling. The power of these rules fell on Xuanan Wushan and others. Yes, not only Xuanan Wushan, but also Gan Zidang, Shi Shangfei and other warriors who are enemies of Chu Xiaobei. Nearly 100,000 warriors fell into hell. The entire profound jade square almost turned into a special volcano, bursting out a horrible howling. It hurts. No, don't cut my flesh piece by piece, no. My bones, my hamstrings, my hand tendons, my ears. Kill me, please give it a go. A series of screams broke out, followed by a strong blood. Those warriors at the bottom of the cultivation base are okay, and they are in pain for more than 10 seconds and then cool. But those with a higher level of cultivation, such as Gan Zidang, Shi Shangfei, the old man and their subordinates, were miserable. For these high-ranking warriors, Su Lang is the focus. Not only to torture severely, but also to use the rules of life to extract the breath of life from other warriors to continue his life. The same as before. Of course, the worst is Wushan Xuanan. As a 5 tribulations martial immortal, his vitality is naturally extremely powerful. Su Lang changed various rules and various tricks to torture him, and he tried almost all the rules he had understood. Don't torture me, please give me a good time. Clan Chief Xuanyu, where are you, Chief Xuanyu? Please come and save me. I know I was wrong, I shouldn't support the arrest of Chu Xiaobei, I was wrong, I was really wrong. Ah, my eyes, my eyes. Xuanan Wushan was imprisoned by the rules of space at the feet of Su Lang, screaming and begging for mercy constantly. In a short period of time, this impossibly noble Wushan, covered in purple robes, has become even worse than the most miserable stray dogs. In the distance, countless warriors trembling all over looked at the warriors who were tortured by the power of the rules, their faces turned pale. At the same time, they are also very grateful that they did not stand in the wrong team. People like Wang Li and others are very proud. Among the Xuanyu Immortal clan, the vast majority support the exchange of Chu Xiaobei for peace. It is conceivable that that small group of people must have been under tremendous pressure, and even turned their eyes and humiliated them. The enemy who used to be bullying is suffering brutal punishment and suffering. The justice they insisted on was brought by Su Lang. Good abuse, good torture. My lord is wise, these dogs should be tortured to death. Our profound Jade Fairy clan finally has a posture of becoming an emperor. You, censored, actually want to use her in exchange for peace, you deserve to be tortured. The crowd of onlookers made a sparse applause, and immediately more and more people agreed. In the end, almost all the warriors clapped their hands and praised them, and even wished they would run up to bite Xuaneng and others. Of course, this also meant to please Su Lang. After all, it was an existence that was even more terrifying than a big demon who killed people without blinking. Chapter 896, Patriarch, please help me. The scene of Su Lang's punishment still continued. Nearly 100,000 warriors have died 9 out of 10, only the mighty martial god, martial saint has not yet died. Most of these warriors who had not died were already unable to shout, but there were still a lot of people begging for mercy. Su Lang has never been merciless to those who dared to swear at himself. With a move of mind, he first ingested some breath of life to heal his wounds, make him live and live, and then impose more cruel punishments on him, so that he knows what pain is. At this time, no one dared to swear, and could only continue to endure intense pain, gradually dying in despair. In a blink of an eye, the censored of war is dead, only the martial sages such as Xuanan Wushan and Gan Zidang are still alive. The sky and the earth changed suddenly, the clouds in the sky dispersed, and 2 martial immortals descended. One of them had his head covered with withered hair, his figure was rickety, and his dark face was covered with deep wrinkles. He was the patriarch of Xuanyushan clan, Xuanyu Wushan. The other person was expressionless, without saying a word, and immediately behind Zan Yu, was the third elder of the Zan Yushan clan, Zan Ao Wushan. Of course everyone has seen such a big movement of the 2 martial arts. The patriarch is here, the patriarch Xuanyu is here. There is also elder Zan Ao. I didn't expect elder Zan Ao to also come back. Why did the 2 Wushans appear at this time? Are they trying to save Xuanan Wushan? It's very likely that Wushan Xuanan is also a pillar of our Xuanyushan clan, no matter what, if he is willing to repent. Let's don't guess, we will know what the Patriarch and the Third Elder are coming from. The onlookers talked for a while, and then calmed down again, turning their gazes to Xuanyu Wushan. Of course Zan Han Wushan and the others also saw Patriarch Zan Yu. Patriarch, please help me. I know it's wrong, I really know it's wrong, I change it, and I will fight against the Luoyu Emperor clan together with you. Patriarch, Third Elder, please let that lord stop, we have died nearly 100,000. Zan Han Wushan and the others are like drowning people who grabbed a life-saving straw, and they endured the pain and called for help. They also thought that the reason why Zan Yu Wushan appeared now was to save them. However, something unexpected happened to them. Wushan Xuanyu didn't even look at them, came directly to Su Lang and knelt down. Zan Yu pays homage to your lord. Zan Ao pays respects to your lord. Wushan Xuanao also bowed down with Wushan Xuanyu. A trace of uncontrollable excitement appeared on his indifferent face. Obviously, he already knew the identity of Su Langzalongdi, through Xuanyu Wushan. With the cultivation base of the Three Tribulations Martial Immortal, Zan Ao was really honored to kneel in front of a martial emperor so close at hand. 2. Please. Su Lang's expression stretched, and he smiled kindly. Such an approachable behavior immediately made Zan Ao even more excited. This is Langdi, the Langdi who unified the South. I actually received the courtesy of Emperor Lang, this matter must be remembered for a lifetime. Zan Ao slowly got up, dizzy with excitement, as if drunk. Zan Yu Wushan received Su Lang's courtesy, he was also very honored and very excited, but because his temperament was better and his face was dark, he concealed his expression. The scene where Wushan Xuanyu and Wushan Xuanao met Su Lang stunned everyone in Xuanyushan city. Zan, Patriarch Xuanyu actually bowed down to the adult. Oh my god, isn't that Wushan the same generation as the Xuanyu clan chief? What kind of identity is he? Patriarch Xuanyu is the head of the clan, and even the Six Tribulations Martial Immortal, he can step into the ancient fairy realm in just one step. Can make Xuanyu clan leader kneel down willingly, his identity is at least similar to the Nine Tribulations Martial Immortal. In any case, this martial immortal whose shame Chu Xiaobei is definitely an important figure of a big power, maybe it is the origin of the Emperor. The Emperor. The Emperor. The great man of the Emperor, my god, really. If it's really an Emperor. Each warrior showed awe, and many people bowed to their knees, knelt on the ground, or even crawled on the ground. Chapter 897. Be a good individual in your next life. Zan Han Wushan and others are even more desperate. Those onlookers can see it, and they can see it naturally. Obviously, everything in the Xuanyu Immortal clan is the mysterious and powerful martial immortal, not the Xuanyu Patriarch. Well, Zan Yu Wushan must be the young Wushan looking only at the horse's head. Asking Wushan Xuanyu for mercy basically had no effect. Of course, Wushan Xuanan and others still hold a glimmer of hope, especially Wushan Xuanan himself. Xuanan pays homage to your lord. Zan Han has eyes and no beads, and ran into the adults, willing to give everything, beg the adults to forgive me like a dog. Zan Han Wushan forcibly endured the pain, crying to Su Lang for mercy. Su Lang looked indifferent and did not speak. Zan Han, you, Zan Dai and Zan Heng want to capture Chu Xiaobei to please the Emperor Luoyu. If it weren't for the protection of an adult, you would have arrested Chu Xiaobei, and you would never have my chance of becoming the emperor of the Xuanyu fairy clan. When you wait and ignore others, your sins are horrendous. I especially ask the adults to take action to suppress you. Now Zan Dai and Zan Heng have already apologized with death, and you, Zan Han, are no exception. In addition to you, there are Gan Zideng, Shi Shangfei and others, all of which deserve to die. It is an honor for you to wait for you to be able to grant you death by your own hands. Wushan Xuanyu stood up and scolded Wushan Xuanan, and attributed the reason for Su Lang's action to himself, saying that he invited Su Lang to make the move. It goes without saying that he wanted to bear Su Lang's back. Click the pot, my lord, Patriarch, the Six Immortal clan feed around, and the Luoyu Emperor clan is high above. Now the Xuanyu Immortal clan is in danger, I beg my lord to surround me with a useful body and die for the Xuanyu Immortal clan. Zan Han Wushan still refused to give up the last glimmer of hope. He moved out of the difficult situation of the Xuanyu Immortal clan, begging Su Lang and Zan Yu to take advantage of his Five Tribulations martial immortal combat power and save him alive. But where did he want to get it? Su Lang didn't pay attention to the 6 Dao Immortal clan. And Luoyu Emperor clan at all, instead he wanted to hit the door to kill Emperor Wu and seize the Emperor city. With adults, the 6 Dao Immortal clan and Luoyu Emperor clan are not to be afraid of. Xuaneng, if you make a mistake, you should be punished and be a good individual in your next life. Zanao Wuxian on the side also spoke. He was very excited and spoke quickly. The relationship between him and Zan Heng is very poor, and he has been oppressed by Zan Heng. Wouldn't it be nice to be ashamed at this time? Zan Heng Wuxian wanted to continue begging for mercy. But Xuanyu Wuxian bowed to Su Lang. Please, my lord, please clean up the black horse for the Xuanyushan clan. As soon as this remark came out, Wuxian Xuaneng's last hope was immediately lost. The gaze he looked at Su Lang and others no longer meant to please, but a trace of hatred revealed in despair. Seeing Wuxian Xuanyu from the tormented despair undoubtedly gave him a glimmer of hope, but now this glimmer of hope has been shattered. What is more painful and hateful than giving people hope and breaking it down? However, from another aspect, Zan Yu also helped him. Zan Heng. Xuanyu begged Su Lang to take action, then they would not have to suffer anymore. Su Lang also readily agreed. After all, it would be boring to torture. Death. With a thought, the rule of death enveloped every sinner. Suddenly, Xuanyu Wuxian and the others felt cold, the corpse fell, and the howls stopped abruptly. Ding! You get the soul of the intermediate martial fairy 1, the enlightenment of space 1, the regular fairy crystal 1, the top grade fairy jade 6,356,451, the middle grade fairy jade 3,565,638, the lower grade fairy jade 8456123. Grade refining material, holy refining material. Ding! You get the soul of high-level martial arts 1, the lead of space 1. A series of system prompts came, and Su Lang's storage space suddenly showed a lot of treasures. So far, within the Xuanyu Immortal clan, almost all the warriors who agreed to exchange Chu Xiaobei for peace have died. Even if there were a few others, they never dared to make a sound anymore, and even had to breathe carefully. The aftermath will be handed over to the chief Xuanyu. Su Lang smiled at Zan Yu Wuxian. My lord, rest assured. Zan Yu Wuxian bowed, and Zanao did the same. Su Lang nodded, turned around and removed the barrier of Xuanyu Immortal Stone, and came to Chu Xiaobei's side. From the beginning to the end, Chu Xiaobei was protected by Su Lang's formation, without facing even the slightest danger. Chapter 898, Xuanyu Immortal Clan's Heart for Taoism. Well, do you think I have killed too many people? Su Lang looked at Chu Xiaobei indifferently and asked softly. This time, he directly killed nearly 100,000 warriors of the Xuanyushan clan, and they were all elites living in Xuanyushan city. It can be said that Xuanyu Immortal Clan's 7-channel martial artist has only 3 channels left at this time. This is probably from below the heart, all amputations. Speaking privately, just to help me humiliate me and kill the culprit, you don't have to kill so many people. But I know that you did this to clean up the dross for the Xuanyu Immortal Clan by the way. Although there are few people left, they are all the essence. The path of martial arts is the eternal path of the martial artists, the eternal topic, the eternal goal, and the realm of the Emperor of Martial Arts is a dream that every martial artist and every race must pursue. If you have the hope of realizing your dream, but you don't chase it, what is the difference with Xuanyu? Chu Xiaobei said with a smile as if I wasn't fooling you. Ooh, do you still know the illusion of salted fish? Su Lang smiled blankly. Continue to talk about your views. Hey, that is, I know a lot about the ancient culture of Blue Star, not only salted fish, but also, get back to business. The dross is very harmful, and it is a huge obstacle to the progress of the Xuanyu Fairy clan. If you don't get rid of it, the Xuanyu Immortal clan will be difficult to move, suffocating, and even going backwards and decline. The people left behind today are all willing to resist difficulties for me and help me pursue my dream of becoming an emperor. And what they see is not only me, but also the hope of becoming an emperor in me. They have pinned their dreams on me. In other words, when any tribe has the posture of becoming an emperor, they will pin their hopes and support him. This kind of spirit belongs to the heart of our entire race. Because of the desire to seek the truth, I dared to grit my teeth to challenge the powerful emperor and fight for the glimmer of hope in the crack. Now, I am the one that everyone has placed their hopes on for Emperor Cheng, and I must become emperor to be worthy of everyone. As Chu Xiaobei was talking, Looking at the sky, his expression became more serious and firm. In his opinion, what happened to Chu Xiaobei can be compared with some things in his previous life. For example, in the previous Blue Star, if there is a student showing the qualifications and potential to be admitted to Qingbei University, then his whole family would definitely have to confess when they smashed their pots and sell iron, and even if they would not hesitate to beg, they would also provide for their children to study. If someone in this family refuses to let the student go to school, but lets him drop out of school to work, then this person will definitely be resisted. If the whole family does not let the students go to school, and let them go to work to earn money, then the family is finished. The previous Xuanyu fairy clan is like the second more serious example. Su Lang eliminated those who prevented Chu Xiaobei from going to school and asked everyone to support Chu Xiaobei's test of Qingbei. This is the world of martial arts fantasy. Everything is spoken with the fist, otherwise no one will listen to reason, so Su Lang's methods appear to be very tough and cruel. In general, Su Lang became the devil of Zan Dai, Zan Heng, Zan Han and others, but became the angel of Chu Xiaobei and even the entire Xuanyu fairy clan. And Chu Xiaobei also clearly understood Su Lang's painstaking efforts and made up his mind to never let anyone down. Xuanyu Wuxian, as the core figure of the Xuanyushan clans, heart of seeking Taoism, of course understands better. Therefore, he supported Su Lang's mass killing from the very beginning, even if he felt uncomfortable, he never pleaded for anyone. As for Zan Ao, as Zan Yu Wuxian's confidant, he also understood. And the ordinary warriors in the fairy city below may not understand it so well, but they have already felt the desire for Taoism condensed from the entire race. The entire profound Jade Immortal clan has been condensed into a ball, and then, he must look up to the front and chase the dream of becoming an emperor. In front, there were the 6 Dao Immortal clan and the powerful Luoyu Emperor clan. The Ludaoshan clan in the Ming dynasty was the precursor of the Luoyu Emperor, and the Luoyu Emperor secretly provided the powerful and resources to support the Ludaoshan clan to attack the Xuanyushan clan. The pressure of the Xuanyu Immortal clan is too great. If it weren't for the Luoyu Emperor clan to be able to end in person, and the support for the 6 Dao Immortal clan could not be too obvious, the Xuanyu Immortal clan would have long been unable to hold it, and would have scattered and fled. But things are different now. Chu Xiaobei brought back a strong man, Su Lang. Chapter 899. But it's really long enough. The dialogue between Su Lang and Chu Xiaobei did not last long. Because the old lady and others looked at them eagerly from a distance, but didn't dare to come over. They watched Chu Xiaobei grow up, and gave countless cares and hopes in Chu Xiaobei's life. At this time the stormy sea subsided, of course they wanted to talk to Chu Xiaobei. As for Chu Xiaobei, he is not an unreasonable person, and he wants to reminisce with the elders who have taken care of her. Go ahead, I happen to have something to do. Su Lang smiled and pointed to old Mi and others, and said to Chu Xiaobei. I'll be back to find you soon. Chu Xiaobei smiled, and then hopped to find the old woman Mi, like a little girl who has not grown up. Oh, you actually said that you will come back to me soon, this girl has become clingy. Su Lang smiled brightly, then looked around, his eyes fell on a martial sage. This Wu Sheng was Wang Li who had led Su Lang into the city before. Zan Yu and Zan Ao went to the aftermath personally, and sent Wang Li, the man who had run errands for Su Lang, to wait for instructions. Seeing Su Lang looking at him, Wang Li opened his eyes and smiled, excitedly ran over to salute. Find me a quiet room in the city. The corner of Su Lang's mouth raised slightly, and he smiled faintly. Wang Li bowed and took his orders. My lord, please follow me. Under the leadership of Wang Li, Su Lang entered the best quiet room in Xuanyu Immortal City and opened up all the formations to assist in cultivation, which is bound to create the best cultivation environment for Su Lang. But these were of little use to Su Lang. The cultivation bases in the sea of his cultivation are simply useless, and there is no need for special cultivation at all. Sitting cross-legged on the ground, Su Lang began to take stock of his belongings. 5 system functions were upgraded before, and a total of more than 155 million yuan was spent on the best immortal jade. After that, the number of the best immortal jade has not been supplemented. After killing the 3 martial gods Zan Dai, Zan Han, and Zan Heng, as well as 100,000 dregs, Su Lang also got more than 200,000 best immortal jade. That's right, therefore, Su Lang's fund balance has basically not changed. For Su Lang, what is more gratifying is that he has obtained 3 regular fairy crystals, 3 Wuxian souls, and some materials. At present, the system functions are to be upgraded, and there is a total difference of nearly 10 million fine jade. I'm afraid, only by beheading a quasi-emperor and plundering all his wealth can he make up for it. Thinking of this, the corners of Su Lang's mouth curled up slightly, revealing a sneer. However, the war is about to start, and I will soon be able to fill this funding gap. Forget the spoils of harvest. Su Lang looked at his cultivation status and mental strength again. The state of cultivation is still the same, constantly increasing, in a state of surplus but not overflow. But rushing from Yaoqi to Xuanyu Ferry City, and going through 2 more incidents, it seemed like a long time, but it didn't take much time. Add up before and after, and it's only an hour. Therefore, Su Lang's mental power has only recovered a 12th degree, and he is still at a relatively weak level in the realm of the sun. We must be the enemy of Emperor Wu. My spiritual power has to be elevated to the state of emptiness in nirvana. Otherwise, Emperor Luo Yuwu will attack him with a mental attack. Even if I won't die, it will be very uncomfortable. At my current cultivation speed, my mental strength cultivation will only take another 8 or 9 hours, and I will be able to reach a state of fullness, and I can break through to empty nirvana. The soul-burning plan can only be continued later. Determined in his heart, Su Lang set his sights on the 7 immortal swordsmanship. The rate of 1-key martial arts training is slower than 1-key training. It takes a whole day, or 24 hours, to practice a fairy-level exercise. At this time, it only took a few hours to finish the practice. It would take about 20 hours to complete the practice. It's really long enough. Su Lang murmured a word that caused all warriors in the world to vomit blood. He couldn't wait to try those 7 immortal sword moves named Broken. Moreover, Su Lang has always been obsessed with the source of the practice, and wants to perform his own moves. Chapter 900. Mountain River City Accident. We can only wait. Su Lang sighed helplessly, then took out the cauldron and materials, and began to refine the super-humanoid weapon. This behemoth has a total of 120,000 fairy-level parts, and Su Lang has only refined about 6,000 so far. This is only 1/20th. A long way to go. However, this weapon that was extremely difficult to complete even for Su Lang, once it was completed, it would definitely not know how terrifying it was. This is also the reason for Su Lang's perseverance. In the next time, Su Lang has been refining parts for super-humanoid weapons. Until Zan Yu Wuxian and Zanao Wuxian ran over to see you. 2 Wuxians respectfully knelt down in Su Lang's quiet room. Has the aftermath been completed? Su Lang kept moving in his hands and asked directly through the quiet room door. Return to Sir. We have killed some remnants and appeased the rest of the tribe, and the tribe has been completely calmed down. Xuanyu Wuxian replied, and his voice immediately changed, but in this short time, something happened in the border city of Xuanyushan clan. Something big happened in the border town. Su Lang asked with a smile, did the 6 Dao Immortal clan seize the moment when Zan Han and Zanao are away, and get into trouble? Return your lord, that's it. Zanao Wuxian was a little anxious. The things Zan Han and I came back were clearly confidential, but it was still leaked. There are spies in the border town. And I just received a secret report from my subordinates. Although they killed the spies, the catastrophe has already happened. The mountain and river city where I was stationed has been captured by the Ludaoshan tribe. The life in the city has been disastrous. All my troops have fled, and 2 quasi-immortals have died in battle. Shan City is the frontline of the Xuanyu Xian clan against the Ludao Xian clan. This city was not a border city before, and it was even located near the hinterland of the Xuanyu Ferry clan. However, the 6 Dao Immortal clan was secretly supported by the Luoyu Emperor clan, and in the battle with the Xuanyu Immortal clan, they descended into a city by day and landed at night. The city near the hinterland became a border city. This shows how dangerous the situation of the Xuanyu Immortal clan is. Xuanyu Ferry clan, this big son who fought for Chu Xiaobei to become emperor, really blocked the entire race. Su Lang admired in secret, immediately put away the cauldron, stood up and opened the door. See the quiet room door open. Wuxian Xuanyu and Wuxian Xuanao suddenly shorted their heads to show their awe. The 6 Dao Immortals are just dogs and horses who are the precursors of the Luoyu Emperor clan. They kill the meat before killing their owners. The Xuanyu Ferry clan is now empty inside. Zan Yu, you are highly respected in the clan, stay in guard, I will send a clone to protect it secretly. Su Lang looked at the 2 people below and smiled, Zanao, you will lead me to the mountain and river city to kill the dog and horse. The two Xuanyu bowed their orders. Zanao was very happy, because it was a great honor for him to lead the way for the Emperor Lang himself. Zanao, you go get ready. Su Lang left a word and left the quiet room to look for Chu Xiaobei. Yes, he is going to deal with the 6 Dao Immortals, so naturally he has to bring Chu Xiaobei. Firstly, Chu Xiaobei was worried about staying in Xuanyu Immortal City, and secondly, because the 6 Dao Immortals had chased Chu Xiaobei and almost killed her. Although it was said that there was no 6 Dao Xian clan chasing and killing Chu Xiaobei, Su Lang was unlikely to meet Chu Xiaobei. But 1 yard goes to 1 yard, and Su Lang will not spare anyone who has hurt Chu Xiaobei. When I found Chu Xiaobei, she is still chatting with the old woman Mi. In addition to the old woman Mi, Lai Bang and other people gathered around Chu Xiaobei. From time to time there was exclamation from the crowd. It's worthy of being an emperor. In the past few months I have been promoted from a 6-star martial sage to a quasi-immortal. The cultivation base is second. In addition to the rules of the 5 elements, I also comprehend the rules of space, the rules of life and death, the rules of yin and yang, etc., and I was blinded. Ms. Chu said that this was taught to her by the mysterious adult. If so, how powerful is that adult? I think it should be humble words. How can the power of rules be taught? At most a few words, everything can only be understood by yourself. Yeah, it's not bad, it's Miss Chu who is fighting for herself. In my opinion, the chance of becoming an emperor is really great. Haha, I tremble with excitement when I think of the day when our Xuanyu clan can also become an emperor. Chapter 901. I also thank you very much. Everyone talked a lot, although Chu Xiaobei also said that his progress was made by Su Lang alone, but everyone didn't believe it. Indeed, Su Lang's methods are too abnormal, too unreasonable, and completely beyond people's imagination. Su Lang appeared in front of everyone. Everyone gradually closed their mouths. They are still very afraid of Su Lang. Chu Xiaobei smiled and ran to Su Lang with a happy expression. The villain thanked the Lord for taking care of Beckham. The old woman Mi knelt and kowtowed to Su Lang. Her expressions and words were very sincere. Immediately afterwards, those warriors who were silent also knelt down and bowed to Xie Salong. There is less fear and more respect. Some small children even worship Su Lang very much, thinking that being a martial artist should be so powerful and domineering. Everyone, please. Su Lang smiled faintly. I heard Chu Xiaobei say that you did not take care of her less before, and I also thank you very much. After that, he also took out some cherished medicines and rewarded them to Mi Lai Bang and others. Almost everyone who had cheered around Chu Xiaobei received a reward. Holding the pill given by Su Lang, they were directly stunned. They were sacred pill and quasi-elixir of perfect quality. What they didn't know was that if their cultivation level were not too low, Su Lang would have rewarded them with elixir. Mi Laoyu and others also drew a conclusion from Su Lang's words and actions. That is, this mysterious adult has regarded Chu Xiaobei as his own person, that is to say, the two are very close, as if they are one body, that is, the relationship between the Taoist couple. With such a powerful Taoist guardian, Chu Xiaobei's cultivation path will be much safer. When everyone thought about it like this, they suddenly felt that Chu Xiaobei's hope of becoming emperor was much greater. Zan Ao had already brought some confidence and came to Su Lang's side, obviously ready to go. I'm about to set off to clean up the 6 Dao Immortals. You wait and practice in Xuanyu Fairy City, and don't worry about me and Xiaobei. Su Lang left a word to stop the old woman Mi and others from wanting to follow. He took Chu Xiaobei, Zanao and others to Shan City. As the front line of Xuanyu Fairy City, Shan City has no direct teleportation formation on the surface, in order to prevent the enemy from attacking the hinterland through the teleportation formation. Of course, there is a secret teleportation array. This is also the reason Xuan and Wushan can run back from the outside so quickly against Su Lang. Through a teleportation array, Su Lang and his party arrived at a mountain stream 10,000 miles away from Shan City. In the narrow mountain stream, there is a huge cave made of conferred god stone, which can block and deceive the exploration of the gods. The cave can accommodate tens of thousands of people, and at the same time, it is also the place where the secret teleportation array is located. The light flashed, and Su Lang led Chu Xiaobei, Zanao and dozens of others out of the teleportation formation, and saw a group of remnants and defeated generals. There are more than 10,000 of them, most of them are of the level of the censored, of war, and there are only about 20 of them, and the leader is a quasi-immortal. But no matter how high or low the cultivation level is, all of them are covered in injuries, obviously undergoing a hard fight. Presumably, they are the warriors of the Xuanyu Immortal clan who collapsed in Shan City, condensing and repairing again here. 2. The opponent is so strong, a group of defeated generals can't escape far, they can only hide. Moreover, this group of people did not escape back to Xuanyu Immortal City through the teleportation formation. They were obviously not reconciled, and wanted to wait for reinforcements and counterattack back. This group of people, like Xuanyu, is a tribe with a heart of seeking Tao. Master Zhan Ao, a badly injured quasi-immortal, was crying and fell to his knees. The villain lost a city of mountains and rivers, a capital crime, please be punished. Yu Hu, the enemy is too strong. It's not a war, so excuse me. Zhan Ao waved his hand, and then quickly said, come and meet this Master Su and Chu Xiaobei. While talking, Zhan Ao also gave a demonstration and performed a very, very humble prayer to Su Lang. When Yu Hu and the warriors under his command saw this scene, they were so surprised that their tongues were about to fall. Chapter 902, Sad Mountain River City. What is the identity of this lord? Why does Lord Zhan Ao kneel down and worship him? Also, Chu Xiaobei, that is Chu Xiaobei, yes, I have seen the portrait, it is exactly the same. She is back, the hope of Emperor Chang, the hope of Emperor Chang. Why do you want to come back? Why do you have to take risks yourself, come to this most dangerous place? Chu Xiaobei, there are unknown mysterious men, what are they doing here? Everyone had different thoughts, but there was no negligence in the etiquette, and immediately followed Zhan Ao and bowed down to Su Lang. Get up, it's important to heal your injuries. Take these pills and heal your injuries quickly. We will soon counterattack the 6 Dao Immortals and retake Shan City. Su Lang asked everyone to get up, and gave a lot of the best healing pills. God, this is a quasi-elixir. Not only is the elixir of high grade, it is also a perfect quality pill. What on earth does this mysterious lord come from? He can give so many cherished pills at his fingertips, just like spilling a handful of beans. Stormy waves rose in the hearts of everyone, only to feel that Su Lang's figure became taller and magnificent, and was shrouded in a layer of mist, unpredictable. Everyone took the pill, and the medicine was almost cured. The wounds healed quickly, and they couldn't help but rejoice. How is the situation in Shan City now? Su Lang looked at everyone and asked aloud. Yu Hu, come on. Zhan Ao nodded to Yu Hu. The battlefield situation is changing rapidly. Although he left Shan City and returned to Xuanyu Fairy City in a short time, no one can say whether Shan City has any new changes. Yu Hu was signaled by Zhan Ao and saluted Su Lang. After Master Zhan Ao and Master Zhan Han left, the news was revealed, and the 6 Dao Xian clan attacked Shan City under the leadership of 2 Wuxians. Shan City fell in an instant, and we were scattered everywhere. We were chased and killed by the 6 immortals. During the period, the enemy was chasing after us. We tried to kill the spies before we got rid of the enemy and gathered here. However, there are still surveillance methods of our Xuanyu Fairy clan in Shan City. Then, we witnessed the scene of the 6 Immortal clan massacre. In Mountain River City, all members of the Xuanyu Immortal clan, as long as they were not from the 6 Dao Immortal clan, were killed. A city with mountains and rivers, even if it was reduced to a frontline battlefield, and many people moved away, there were still millions of people. But now, those millions of people have all been killed, all dead. The blood flowed into small rivers and gathered into big lakes, flooding the entire mountain and river city. The corpses were piled on the ground, forming a mountain in the city. The city with beautiful mountains and rivers has become a city with corpses as mountains and blood as rivers. At this point, Yu Hu was already in tears. But he didn't stop, wiped a tear, and continued. We also discovered that after the fall of Shan City, another mysterious 7 tribulations Wuxian came. He discovered the surveillance methods we left behind and destroyed them. We are now blind and have no ability to spy on the outside world. Yu Hu's voice echoed in the silent cave. One by one the defeated warriors gritted their teeth and bowed their heads, their eyes split. With just a few words, Su Lang could feel the blood and horror of the massacre scene. And the tyrannical, fierce and vicious faces of the 6 Dao Immortals. Su Lang took a deep breath. He killed 100,000 people himself, already thinking that he was cruel, but the 6 Dao Immortals were truly cruel. Millions of people were killed directly. 6 Dao immortals are as cruel. Since you are unkind, don't blame me for being unrighteous. Su Lang's eyes flickered with cold light, sweeping across the crowd. After a quarter of an hour, let's go. I want the people of the 6 Dao immortals to know what cruelty is. The crowd was thunderous, their faces unbelievable. Except for Zanao, they didn't know the true identity of Su Lang, and only thought that he was a powerful martial immortal from the clan who invited him to help. But in Shan City now, there are 2 Wuxians from the 6 Dao immortal clan, and 1 mysterious 7 tribulations. Can only rely on them, the defeated generals, the 3 tribulations martial immortal Zanao, and this mysterious lord, can counterattack Shan City. This is impossible, unless this mysterious adult is a powerful martial immortal of the 8 tribulations, then he can counterattack. Everyone couldn't help taking a look at Su Lang, and found that he didn't look like the 8 tribulations martial immortal. Chapter 903, Ridiculous, Extremely Ridiculous. My lord, just those of us, go to attack Shan City. Yu Hu rubbed his eyes and asked in disbelief. Su Lang laughed loudly. To be precise, I went to attack Shan City by myself, so you should call 666. What is 666? Everyone looked dumbfounded, only Chu Xiaobei covered her mouth and chuckled. She knew about the ancient culture of the blue star of 66. You just go to witness, Master Su will take care of everything. Zanao Wuxian on the side solemnly said to everyone. Seeing that their old bosses were so serious, the ideas of Yu Hu and others were immediately reversed. It seems that this mysterious lord is really a martial immortal of the 8 tribulations, or even a more powerful martial immortal. With the help of this Wuxian, we will be able to recapture Shan City. At this time, there are only 6 immortal people in Shan City, so we will kill them all. Everyone's eyes lit up, and everyone was excited. As the defeated generals, they all took a breath, and they were about to spit out smoothly at this time. Wouldn't they be excited? If you have no doubts, let's go. Seeing everyone rising to war, Su Lang smiled happily. Leading by Zanao and Yu Hu, Su Lang and his party flew out of the cave and headed for Shan City. The crowd was large in number, and the momentum was not small, and soon attracted the attention of the Ludao Shanzu warriors. First, a group of 6 Dao Xian tribes who were searching for Yu Hu and others discovered the escape of Su Lang and his group. A lot of people, they all seem to be from the Xuanyu immortal clan. There are at least tens of thousands of people, which is exactly the same as the number of the Xuanyu immortal clan who fled before. I couldn't wait to find them, but at this time they ran out of their own accord. It really didn't take much effort to break through the iron shoes and find nowhere to look. Quickly, send a message back to the city, telling Master Liuming that the little cubs of the Xuanyu immortal clan ran back to look for death. One by one, the excited 6 Dao immortal clan warriors took out the jade card for communication and sent it to their boss. They also flew towards Shan City. But before they could fly far, a terrifying mental power suddenly descended. It turned out that Su Lang used a mental attack. The terrifying mental power attack launched by the Wuxian Sunshine Realm was simply not something those Wushangs could resist. In just a moment, all the 6 Dao immortal clan warriors within the range of Zanao's spiritual power were all dead. With this move alone, there were more than a dozen martial sages, and thousands of martial sages died in Su Lang's hands. The soul of Wushang, the soul of Valkyrie, the guide of space, and various materials suddenly entered Su Lang's storage space. Zanao originally wanted to do it, but seeing Su Lang did it, he held back. Mountain River City. The 3 Wuxians were sitting in the sky, holding a beautiful woman Wushang, while admiring the blood-colored mountains and rivers at their feet, drinking small wine, wanton debauchery, so happy. 2 of them are the Liuming and Liuchang Wuxians of the Ludaoshan clan. Both of them look like old men with the bones of a mortal wind. The 2 of them guarded a middle-aged man, who was the Wuxian of 7 tribulations in the mouth of a tiger. The 7 tribulations Wuxian was named Jieming Wuxian, and he was a member of the hidden force under the Luoyu Emperor clan, who specialized in dirty work. Just when the 3 of them were eating, drinking and having fun, the news that the Xuanyu Fairy clan warrior had fled and returned reached their ears, causing a burst of laughter. The female saints also agreed and laughed. For a while, the sky over Shan City was full of smiles. It's ridiculous, extremely ridiculous. Liuming Wuxian was full of sarcasm. I never thought that the warriors of the Xuanyushan clan would actually do stupid things like moths fighting the fire. Wuxian Liuchang shook his head contemptuously. I originally planned to let them live for a while, but I didn't expect that. Haha, I sent it to the door by myself. Perhaps, did they come prepared? Let me see what they are here. Jia Ming Wuxian smiled playfully, and thought in his heart, I'm afraid that Zhan Yu, the clan chief Zhan Yu, will be off in person. If this is the case, I will be very lucky. Chapter 904, Did it come to surrender? However, when Jia Ming Wuxian unfolded his mental power and saw the incoming person clearly, he was disappointed. Because the people who came were only the defeated group of soldiers before. In addition to these people, there is also a three tribulations martial immortal Zhan Ao, and there is also a young martial artist who seems to be at the quasi-immortal level, but whose actual combat power is a little weird. There is also a female quasi-fairy. This woman is Chu Xiaobei. Jia Ming Wuxian was taken aback for a moment, and then he showed ecstasy. Liuming Wuxian and Liuchang Wuxian saw that Jia Ming Wuxian was so surprised, they couldn't help their expressions, and they started to look at them. At this time Su Lang and others were very close to Shan City. Wuxian Liuming and Wuxian Liuchang noticed Chu Xiaobei instantly. It's Chu Xiaobei. Chu Xiaobei, the emperor of the Xuanyu fairy clan. Didn't she escape? Why is she here? Liuming Wuxian muttered, his face mixed with surprise and surprise. Their group did not have the strength to fight us, but they went and returned. Wuxian Liuchang thought with his face. Moreover, I also brought Chu Xiaobei with him. Could it be that he came to surrender? It should be like this. Xuanyu Immortal Clan has long been unable to withstand the pressure we exerted. The surprise on Wuxian Liuming's face gradually disappeared, surrendering at this time and offering Chu Xiaobei as their only choice for the whole world. But there is something wrong. They came to surrender, why kill the warriors we sent out to hunt them? Liuchang Wuxian frowned, that's not less than a dozen martial sages and thousands of martial gods. In my opinion, they just want to mention conditions and strive for some benefits, so they pretend to be tough. Jia Ming Wuxian sneered on the side, a look of contempt that had already seen everything. Haha, Master Jia Ming can see it clearly. This group of remnants must have such thoughts. Liuming Wuxian sneered, but they think that pretending to be tough can cover up their weakness and weakness. This group of people are already on the fish, we are knives, we can cut how we want. Wuxian Liuchang was also full of disdain, it's ridiculous to pretend to be tough, ha 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 ha. Stop talking for now, go, we will meet these fish and meat, and then think about censored them. Jia Ming Wuxian waved his big hand, and didn't let go of the female saint in his arms, so he hugged the female saint and flew towards Su Lang and the others. Liuming Wuxian and Liuchang Wuxian followed suit, holding a woman and closely behind Wuxian Jiaming. Behind them, a whole 100 more martial sages rose into the sky and followed. When these martial sages heard the discussion of the three martial immortals, they naturally thought that Su Lang and others had come to surrender, and all of them looked relaxed, with a hint of sarcasm. The three martial gods of Jiaming, Liuming, and Liuchang, and 100 or so wuxiang stood on the edge of the mountain river city. Across the newly established city guard formation, you can see that Su Lang and more than 10,000 people are not far away, and they can see their figure clearly with the naked eye. Turn off the formation. To deal with a bunch of trash, what are you doing with the formation? Jia Ming looked around the formation, waved his hand, and ordered it to be turned off. Some martial sages suddenly laughed and turned off the formation. Such a move shows how contemptuous it is for Su Lang and others. Su Lang, Chu Xiaobei, and Zhan Ao Wuxian's 10,000 people all stopped to escape. What are these people going to do? Zhan Ao Wuxian was a little puzzled, you turned off the formation directly. They looked down on us. There was a sneer at the corner of Su Lang's mouth. Even looking at their relaxed and smiling expressions, it is not difficult to guess that they think we are here to surrender. Surrender. It's so ridiculous. Chu Xiaobei snorted arrogantly, we must kill her crying father and mother later, let them see if we are here to surrender. It's more than crying father and mother who killed him. I said before, we will kill the city. Su Lang showed murderous intent, go, let's go up and see these idiots. Chapter 905. You can fan open with a wave. Su Lang took the lead and flew forward. Chu Xiaobei clung to Su Lang's side, and Zhan Ao and others followed. 10,000 people like Su Lang are within easy reach of Shan City. Both sides can clearly see each other's beard, hair and look with bare eyes. Jia Ming Wuxian and the others discovered that Su Lang and his party were not led by Xuanao Wuxian, but by the somewhat weird quasi-Xian, and they were suddenly a little surprised. Zhan Ao child, are you so timid? Even though he pushed a quasi-immortal out to take the lead, but he hides behind him. Are you trying to laugh at me? Liuming Wuxian pointed at Xuanao Wuxian, mocking and laughing wildly. Hundreds of martial sages behind him also agreed with laughter, and for a while, the world was full of disdainful voices. Lu Ming old chopsticks, you 6 Dao Immortal Clan are bullying and cruel, and my profound Jade Immortal Clan specially invites Master Su to take action. Today is your death date. Zanao Wuxian sneered, it's ridiculous that you still don't know it when you die, and you dare to open the defensive formation. It's ridiculous. Jia Ming, Lu Chong Wuxian and the hundreds of Wu sages suddenly looked stagnant. Aren't these people here to surrender? How could you say such a thing? Zanao child, I thought you were a little self-aware. The reason why I came back is to offer Chu Xiaobei and make peace with the 6 Dao Immortals. But now it seems that you want to hit the stone with the pebbles and use the mantle arm as a car. Don't you really know how to write dead words? Do you want me to teach you? Liuming Wuxian raised his chin, facing Su Lang and the others with his nostrils. His face was sneered. The Lord Su in your mouth is just a quasi-immortal. At most, he can also be used as a weak Wuxian. With such waste, he wants to kill us. It's a horrible thing in the world. Xuanao child, I wonder if you were deceived by this trash quasi-immortal. Would you like me to help you to expose him as a liar? Liuchang Wuxian was also mocking, shaking his head constantly, looking at Su Lang and others as if he was looking at a fool. You are waste, your whole family is waste. Chu Xiaobei stared at Liuming 3 men viciously. These people dared to slander Su Lang. She was very angry. You violent people are just ants in front of Master Su. It's ridiculous that you dare to speak up in front of Master Su, and watch, you will die miserably. Zanao Wuxian sneered. He seemed to have seen the tragic death of Liuming Wuxian and others. Su Lang is still merciless to the internal enemies of Zan Han and other Xuanyu Immortal Clan, and he will definitely be more cruel to the people of the 6 Dao Immortal Clan. I don't care if you are crazy or stupid. Since you are automatically sent to me, I will accept your life, and I will accept Chu Xiaobei too. It's a pity that Chu Xiaobei was the one named by Lord Luoyu, otherwise I would have to see if she tastes better than other women, hee. A wretched smile appeared on Wuxian Jiaming's face, and then he grabbed it with a big hand, and the world suddenly changed color. I saw countless black clouds condensed above the mountain and river city, and thunder and electricity flowed in the lingering clouds, just like fierce wild beasts. Countless lightning strikes instantly, covering everyone on Su Lang's side. The power of the 7 tribulations martial immortal. Zanao Wuxian looked up at the sky, his face pale. He is only the martial immortal of the 3 tribulations, and under the rules of thunder cast by the martial immortal of the 7 tribulations, he can't afford a trace of resistance at all. Even the Wuxian Zanao was so afraid, and the 10,000 people including you who under his command were trembling with fear. However, out of trust in Su Lang, they still stood up straight and faced the terrifying lightning strike. Are you trying to shock us to death with a fart? Su Lang, who had been laughing and not speaking, finally laughed and laughed at the rule of thunder cast by Wuxian Jiaming as a fart. But in fact, for Su Lang, the trick of Jiaming Wuxian was really no different from the power of a fart. Anyway, it can be opened with a wave of hands. Chapter 906. Don't be whimsical. But Su Lang didn't bother to fan the fart himself. Calabash baby, come on. With a thought on his mind, the slaughter sky sword sheath rose into the sky and broke into the sky. Qi Ling gourd baby controls the scabbard to eject dozens of terrifying sword auras. These sword auras are at least the power of the 9 tribulations martial immortal, immediately like blazing sunlight, directly dispelling all cloud auras. Those thunder and lightning were also cut off and wiped out like earthworms, which was simply vulnerable. This piece of heaven and earth shrouded in black clouds changed once again. The sky is cloudless, and the light shines on the earth. Such a scene suddenly stunned everyone, as expected of Master Su. This trick Calabash baby is so powerful, it defeated the 7 tribulations martial immortals' attack all at once. Ha ha ha, I already knew that Master Su is very powerful. What 7 tribulations martial immortal is just a shit. Yu Hu and others showed excitement and couldn't help talking. Jiaming, Liuming Wuxian and Liucheng Wuxian were directly dumbfounded. This is quasi-emperor soldier. How could it be possible that the quasi-emperor soldiers must at least be owned by the quasi-emperor? Who is this Master Su, what is his background, and why can he be in charge of the quasi-emperor's army in the realm of quasi-immortality? Jia Ming Wuxian stared at the horrible scabbard with his mouth stunned. the stormy sea in his heart was about to break his heart. Quasi-Emperor Soldier. This quasi-immortal actually has quasi-Emperor soldiers. A quasi-Emperor soldier is equivalent to a quasi-Emperor. No wonder they dared to go and return. It turns out that they really found their support. Liuming Wuxian and Liuchang Wuxian looked at each other, their eyes and faces were full of horror. The female sage in their arms, and the hundreds of martial sages behind them, have long lost their laughter, each of them frightened to death. Who is the chicken egg? Who is the rock? Who is the praying mantis and who is the chariot? Who is the fish? Who is the sword? When Jia Ming and others were frightened, Su Lang walked through the air step by step, asking rhetorically every word. The ridicule and mockery immediately caused Jia Ming and others to be extremely ashamed. But they dare not refute it at all, and the only option is escape. Jia Ming Wuxian shouted. Suddenly a burst of light burst out of his body. That was a sign that the portable teleportation array had been activated. In the blink of an eye, Jia Ming Wuxian could escape the danger. Will Su Lang give him this blink of an eye? Of course not. Want to escape? Don't be whimsical. While Su Lang sneered, the rules of space had already imprisoned the entire city. Not only that, there are also a large number of formations appearing out of thin air, covering the entire mountain and river city into a dead prison. Space rules. Suddenly rising formation. How is this possible? Impossible. This is a nightmare. Seeing the light of the teleportation array on his body stopped abruptly, Jia Ming Wuxian was shocked. The Liuming Wuxian and Liuchang Wuxian around him have become even more arrogant and helpless. Those martial sages were so scared that their legs became weak and they were urinating. At the first thought of Su Lang, they couldn't escape and became a turtle in the urn. It's over, we can't escape. What to do? What to do? He has quasi-imperial soldiers, we cannot escape. Surrender, only surrender can survive. Each Wu Sheng talked in a panic, and the idea of surrender gradually spread. Compared to the warriors of the Xuanyu Immortal Clan, these 6 Dao Immortal Clan's warriors are really unscrupulous. The knife hadn't been cut on the body, just closed it, thinking of surrendering. Those who dare to surrender, die. Jia Ming Wuxian was about to kneel down when he saw those cartilage heads, and he was furious and wanted to kill them himself. My prey, can you move it? The corner of Su Lang's mouth twitched, and a formation appeared out of thin air, completely confining Jia Ming Wuxian. Those martial sages represent the souls of martial sages in the lead of space, and they can't bear to be killed by other people. Chapter 907, You can go and die. You. Sir, who the censored are you? Jia Ming Wuxian was anxious, but not desperate, because he had a backstage. Who am I? You are not qualified to know. Su Lang looked down at Jia Ming Wuxian disdainfully. You, don't be too arrogant. I am under the command of Emperor Luo Yuwu, and I work for Emperor Luo Yuwu. If you kill me, you will offend Emperor Luo Yuwu. Jia Ming Wuxian moved out of his backstage and gradually calmed down. Even Su Lang came from an imperial clan, and he would stop immediately after knowing his identity. After all, there are only 29 Emperor Wu of Kandlin Continent. Everyone does not see what they see when they look down, so there is no conflict easily. Each step back in peace is the best choice, unfortunately. Jia Ming Wuxian was very wrong. Su Lang was determined to kill Emperor Luo Yuwu. How could he be afraid of offending Emperor Luo Yuwu? Emperor Luo Yuwu is a fart. In a few days, I will chop off his head and kick it. Su Lang sneered disdainfully, his gaze at Jia Ming grew colder. You dare to insult a martial emperor. You still want to kill Emperor Wu and kick the head of Emperor Wu as a ball. You lunatic, you are dead. Jia Ming Wuxian was stunned by Su Lang's words, and finally became flustered again with his calm emotions. Liuming Wuxian and others, even those on Zhan Ao's side, thought that their ears were broken, and auditory hallucinations appeared. Cut off Emperor Wu's head to kick the ball. How arrogant and bold this is. Hee, isn't he just a Wudi? What's wrong with Emperor Wu? Emperor Wu can't kill him. A joke. Su Lang shook his head contemptuously. Stop talking nonsense with you. Now, answer my question. What? What's the problem? Liuming Wuxian tremblingly asked. In his opinion, if Su Lang offended Emperor Luo Yuwu, he would definitely end up miserably, but no matter how miserable it is, it will be afterwards. The top priority now is to save lives. And Su Lang wants to ask them questions, and this may contain the hope of survival. Su Lang looked around at the crowd and asked faintly, who is the fish, and who is the sword? I am a chicken egg. I am a mantis, I am a fish. Master Su is a rock, Master Su is a chariot, Master Su is a sword. When I offend Master Su, I don't know how to live or die, and I beg Master Su for mercy and go around us. Wuxin Liucheng hurriedly answered Su Lang's question, and begged for mercy by the way. Jia Ming Wuxin said before that those who arbitrarily surrendered were dead, but at this time even the Wuxin of the 6 Dao Immortal clan begged for mercy, and his face was suddenly blue and red. Su Lang got the answer from Liucheng Wuxin and couldn't help but laugh up to the sky. Ha ha, ha ha, ah ha ha. Wuxin Liucheng agreed and laughed, and Wuxin Liuming and others also laughed, their faces full of flattering. Zanao and the others also thought about whether to agree with Master Su Lang and laugh together. Su Lang suddenly looked cold. You dare to call me a stone, a car, a kitchen knife, and you think you got the answer right. It's ridiculous. The laughter of Wuxin Liucheng and others stopped abruptly, their faces full of daze. If you don't answer that way, how should you answer? Liucheng Wuxin was not stupid, so he immediately changed his mind and said, Master Su is as high as the sky and as wide as the earth. You should compare it to the universe of the sun and the moon. The answer was not satisfactory. Seeing this, Wuxin Liucheng immediately strengthened his skills and slapped Su Lang's flattery. Unexpectedly, no matter how good the answer is, it's no use. Su Lang was full of playfulness. I just want to see how respectful you are, and play with you. Now, you can go and die. As soon as the voice fell, the power of the rules fell on Liucheng Wuxin. Master Su, don't kill me. I am willing to serve as a slave, and give everything. Ah, no. Wuxin Liucheng screamed, and then found that he was not dead. He couldn't help but feel happy. But then, the intense pain made him want to die, especially when the soul was tortured by the rules of spirit, yin and yang. Liucheng Wuxin almost wished that he was never born. Chapter 908. Haha, as you wish. Su Lang tortured Liucheng Wuxin in full view. Including Liuming Wuxin, the warriors of the Ludaoshan tribe were trembling with fright and stood upside down. Even Jiaming Wuxin is like falling into an ice cave, cold all over. Because he suddenly discovered that Su Lang not only mastered the rules of space, but also mastered the mysterious rules of the 5 elements, life and death, yin and yang, and spirit. Let alone the quasi-immortal, even the quasi-emperor is unlikely to master so many mysterious special rules at the same time. This person keeps saying that he wants to kill Emperor Wu. It can display so many rules. Could it be that he is not a martial emperor? Thinking of this, Jia Ming Wuxin's line of defense suddenly collapsed. He felt unprecedented fear and despair. He began to tremble and began to want to ask for mercy. Su Lang walked in front of Wuxin Liuming. Liuming Wuxin plopped and knelt in front of Su Lang, but could not speak. I also ask you a question. Su Lang raised his mouth slightly and asked with a smile, do you know how the dead word is written? How is the dead word written? This question is exactly what Liuming Wuxin said when he mocked Su Lang and others. I know, it's written this way, it's written this way. Wuxin Liuming hurriedly carved out the word, death, on the ground with trembling fingers. He first deliberately wrote the words of the Xuanyushan clan, and then wrote the words of the great emperors. Finally, he wrote all the dead words he knew, and thousands of different dead words were written on the ground. It can be seen that Liuming Wuxin's desire to survive is very strong. Sorry, you are all wrong. Dead words, that's how it is written. Su Lang showed a playful and icy smile, and pointed at Wuxin Liuming. Liuming Wuxin screamed and fell softly to the ground. Countless rules of power were also shrouded in his body, and the intense pain made him doubt life. At the same time, he also understood that his tragic end was the word, death, in Su Lang's mouth. It's your turn. Su Lang came to Jiaming Wuxin with a deep sneer on his face. If you want to kill, you have to pluck, just listen to it. Jiaming Wuxin's legs were weak, and in the weakest tone, he said this very hard sentence. He could see that Lu Ming and Lu Chong Wuxin suffered more than just ordinary punishments. He just imagined the pain that went deep into his soul, and he couldn't help shaking. Haha, as you wish. Su Lang shrugged his shoulders with a smile, and immediately displayed a lot of power of rules, and began to torment Jiaming Wuxin. Jiaming Wuxin screamed soaring to the sky, scaring the animals and beasts tens of thousands of miles away from Shan City to tremble. In the city, the warriors of the 6 Dao Immortal clan looked at the 3 martial immortals who had been punished. All of them looked blank and their brains were blank. That's a superior wuxian who dominates countless creatures. But at this time they are like weak ordinary old men, unable to fight back, they are tortured with tears and feces. Su Lang's gaze fell on these 6 Dao Immortal Clan warriors again. He had said before, to slaughter the warriors of these 6 immortal races. You can't go to death easily. Then let you become a hot oil fire for cooking Zhi Ming, Liu Ming and Liu Cheng. Su Lang looked indifferent, and his words were like a cold wind blowing in the abyss. The hundreds of martial sages, including the city head, and the tens of thousands of elites of the 6 Dao immortal races in the city, were all wrapped up by the power of Su Lang's rules. In addition to the power of various torturing rules, there are also rules of life that extract their breath of life to make up for the 3 of Jiaming, Liu Ming and Liu Cheng, so that these 3 will not easily die. The whole mountain and river city was full of screams of despair. This scene made the warriors of the Xuanyu Fairy clan look very happy. The 3 old wuxian men are the chief culprits who have slaughtered millions of people in Shan City. Those tens of thousands of warriors slaughtered Shan City's minions and weapons. At this moment, they finally got the severe punishment they deserved. Ha 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 ha, just can't let them die too happy. The Xuanyu people who died in Shan City, have you seen it? The murderer who killed you has been punished. It was Master Su who avenged us. I should pay tribute to Master Su, and remember this grace forever. One by one, the warriors of the Xuanyu Immortal Clan bowed down to Su Lang and kept kowtow. This is just the beginning. Su Lang looked at the direction of the 6 Dao Immortal Clan, with a charming smile at the corner of his mouth. Chapter 909. A gift for the next city. Soon, the ordinary warriors of the 6 Dao Immortal Clan were drained of their breath and fell to the ground one by one. But the 3 of Jiaming Wuxian, Liu Ming Wuxian and Liu Cheng Wuxian are still alive and well. Screaming Zhang Tianchong, the whole mountain and river city was about to be shaken by the cry of these 3 wuxians. This short time, the pain they tasted is more and deeper than all the pain in their millions of years of life combined. Su Lang did not have the idea of slaughtering them directly. Just like this, accompanied the martial artists of the Xuanyu Immortal Clan, quietly watching the 3 sinful martial arts howling. At the same time, watching them scream, it is estimated that there are still millions of Shan City residents who were massacred. Over time, Ji Ming Wuxian and the other 3 were not able to get supplemented by the breath of life. Under the power of Su Lang's rules, their injuries gradually worsened, and their crying became weaker. I don't know what moment it is. Wuxian Liu Cheng, the weakest, burped first. Immediately there is Liu Ming Wuxian, followed by Jiaming Wuxian. System prompts came one after another, which meant that these 3 people were completely dead, without any suspicion of escape and hope of resurrection. Looking at the dead wuxian and warriors of the 6 Dao Immortal Clan, Xuanao Wuxian and other Xuanyushan warriors are sad and happy. I am pleased that the culprit has been put down, and the 6 Dao Immortal Clan has also lost 2 powerful martial immortals, which is regarded as a serious injury. The sad thing is that people are already dead, and the Xuanyu people who died in Shan City can no longer survive. Su Lang faintly called. Zanao quickly ran to Su Lang's face. You left some people to bury the warriors of Shan City. The corpses of the 6 Dao Xian clan warriors, all beheaded, and the heads are handed over to me. Next, we are going to recover all the cities that were captured by the 6 Dao Immortal Clan, and in turn capture all their territories. Su Lang gave the order in a relaxed tone, as if what he said was just a trivial matter. Zanao Wuxian took the lead, then immediately led thousands of Zan Yushan martial artists to execute Su Lang's orders. Su Lang accompanied Chu Xiaobei to talk. Zanao Wuxian and the others took care of everything. I have to say that the efficiency of the warrior is really too fast. Are all the heads in here? Su Lang took the ring that Wuxian Xuanao handed over, and took a look. It was filled with the hideous heads of the 6 Dao Immortal Clan warriors, tens of thousands. And these people are all pioneer warriors of the 6 Dao Immortal Clan. All of them are elites, at least at the level of the censored of war. This is the gift I want to give to the next city. It is given to the city that originally belonged to the Xuanyu Immortal Clan, to comfort the warriors of the Xuanyu Xian clan who died in battle, and also to the 6 Dao Immortal Clan warriors who guarded the city. Su Lang whispered, and immediately waved his big hand, leading Chu Xiaobei, Zanao Wuxian and others to the next city. Shan City only left a part of the Valkyrie, responsible for cleaning up the city and other chores. Anyway, there is a formation left by Su Lang, so there is no need to worry about their safety. The team of Su Lang and others shrank to thousands. After obtaining the space coordinates of the next city from Wushan Shuanao, Su Lang directly used the space rules to send everyone there. Zanao and others admired this trick. A city named Xuanzhou appeared in front of Su Lang and the others. The warriors of the Xuanyu fairy clan in this city were not slaughtered, but those who had not had time to escape were all turned into slaves and received inhuman treatment. Many men of the Xuanyushan tribe were casted and used control methods to make them worse off than pigs and dogs. Women are even more miserable. Seeing this scene through the formation, Su Lang did not hesitate at all and chose to do it directly. Dark. With a thought, dark rules shrouded. The entire profound Arc city suddenly changed colors, turning dark and invisible. The warriors in the city were shocked and panicked. But those warriors of the Xuanyu Immortal clan who had suffered so quickly came back to their senses with surprises on their faces. Chapter 910, Really Reckless. It must be the power of the clan to rescue us. Great, great, we are going to be saved. Xuanzhou is going to return to the embrace of the Xuanyu Immortal clan. Ha ha ha, I'm so happy. This terrifying darkness, on the contrary, brought hope to the warriors of the Xuanyu Immortal clan. The warriors of the Six Dao Immortal clan were terrified, because they know that it is Wushan who can use such horror rules. A Wushan attacked our Xuanzhou city. How is it possible? There is still mountain and river city ahead, as well as Master Liuming and Master Liucheng. Could Shan City have been beaten back by the warriors of the Xuanyu fairy clan? Impossible. How many kilograms of Xuanyu Immortal clan, we don't know yet. Yes, not to mention that we still have an adult from the Emperor clan to help. But, what's going on? Maybe it's not from the Xuanyu fairy clan, there is a misunderstanding in this. The high-level warriors of the Ludaoshan clan stationed in Xuanzhou city were frightened and talked. Countless heads fell from the sky and scattered all over profound Arc city. These heads all carry the racial characteristics of the Six Dao Immortal clan, and they are obviously all heads of the Six Dao Immortal clan warriors. It's a warrior in our clan. Oh my god, aren't they the warriors who attacked Shan City? This head belongs to Master Liuming. Master Liuming died in battle, how could it be possible? Not only Master Liuming, but Master Liucheng, and Master Jiming from the Emperor. Just received the news, all the warriors who went to Shan City could not be reached. All dead, all dead. From bottom to top, all the warriors who attacked Shan City are dead. Report. A slave from the Xuanyu Immortal clan in the city took the opportunity to make trouble. The warriors of the Six Dao Immortal clan in Xuanzhou city have thoroughly recognized the facts. The city of mountains and rivers has been broken, and the three martial arts of Lu Ming, Lu Chong and Jia Ming have all died. It was the terrifying enemy who killed the three martial immortals who used the methods to cover the entire profound Arc city. Aware of the identity and horror of Su Lang and others, the warriors of the Six Dao Immortal clan guarding Xuanzhou city were all desperate. Even the mountain and river city guarded by three Wushans was destroyed. What's more, their city is not guarded by Wushan. Up until now, I can only surrender. The matter of the Six Dao Immortal clan in Xuanzhou city made a decision. Su Lang only used the dark rules, dropped his head, and before he could kill, all the six immortal warriors in Xuanzhou city took to the street, kneeled on the ground, and descended. Su Lang was not surprised at this scene either. The six immortals bullied the soft and feared the hard, even Wushan knelt to beg for mercy, let alone these little martial sages. My lord of the Xuanyu fairy clan, I am waiting to come down. The words of the Six Dao Immortal clan warriors crouched in front of Su Lang, trembling, not even daring to lift their heads. Did I say that I would accept your surrender? Su Lang looked down at the martial sage of the Six Dao Immortal clan, and a sneer spread throughout the city. What I want to do is to kill you all. This person mustered up the courage to raise his head. There are still a large number of warriors of the Xuanyu Immortal clan in the city, and we are willing to change their lives, otherwise they will undoubtedly die. This is to treat those Xuanyu Immortal warriors in the city as hostages. Play tricks in front of me. Su Lang sneered coldly. It's really reckless. He used the dark rules, but he was not aimless. Enveloping the whole city, the dark rules that are ready to take off seem to have come alive, directly killing all the Six Dao Immortal clan warriors. The Six Dao Xian clan warriors kneeling in front of Su Lang were slumped to the ground, shivering, trembling all over, and they didn't even have the strength to speak. Leave some people to rescue the Xuanyu fairy clan warriors in the city, and temporarily take them back to Xuanyu Shancheng to avoid accidents. Su Lang ordered, Then cut off the heads of all 6 Dao Immortal Clan warriors and go to the next city. Zanao bowed in excitement, and then first chopped off the Lu Dao Xian clan who was limp on the ground. Chapter 911. Recover a city in 10 minutes. Zanao took people everywhere to save people and beheaded. It didn't take long for the entire profound Arc City to be handled properly. Each of the rescued Xuanyu immortal warriors knelt at Su Lang's feet, grateful, and willing to give their lives to repay Su Lang's kindness. Haha, it will be useful to you in the future. Su Lang laughed loudly, dropped a word, and left Xuanzhou City with Chu Xiaobei, Zanao and others. Using the same rules of space, everyone directly arrived at the next city. There was no accident. The city was still vulnerable. The 6 immortal warriors in it were all killed, and all the Xuanyu immortal warriors were rescued. Su Lang harvested the heads of a group of 6 immortal warriors and continued to the next city. Zanao followed Su Lang, horrified and enthusiastic. He participated in the war between Xuanyu Xian clan and Lu Dao Xian clan from beginning to end. Even if the 6 Dao Immortal clan had a fierce offensive with the help of the Luoyu Emperor clan, they could conquer a city in a day at most. And now, under Su Lang's leadership, their profound Jade Fairy clan was regaining their homeland at the speed of 10 minutes per city. This is something they couldn't even think of before. In a blink of an eye, night fell. 10 hours have passed since the killing of Jiaming and others in Shan City. During these 10 hours, Su Lang led Chu Xiaobei, Zanao, and others to regain all the homeland occupied by the 6 Dao Immortals. At the same time, more than 100 cities were recovered, and more than 3 million warriors of the 6 Dao Immortal clan were killed. If the 6 Dao Immortal clan hadn't left too many warriors in the city that originally belonged to the Xuanyu Immortal clan, the number of deaths might have exceeded 10 million. But Su Lang did not kill the innocent indiscriminately. Zanao, as a martial immortal, resisted the 6 Dao Immortals from beginning to end, clearly remembering which warriors were involved in the war. All of these warriors who participated in the war were contaminated with the blood of the Xuanyushan clan, and they all died. And Su Lang also has rules such as spirit, yin and yang, and it is easy to discern who is truly kind. For those who are innocent and have no resentment, Su Lang directly let go. This was an extremely benevolent manifestation in the race battle on the Kandlan continent. In half of the cases, race battles are the result of the complete destruction of the race on which side. The defeated race basically means death. Su Lang took Zanao, Chu Xiaobei, and Yu Hu and a few other martial sages, hovering over a giant city. This huge city is a border town belonging to the Ludaoshan clan. And this land is also the real border between the Xuanyu Immortal clan and the Ludaoshan clan. The giant city is called Tongshan, which is similar to the Red Maple City in Dongfang City where Su Lang once stayed on Blue Star. Surrounded by the mountains, the city has a huge barrier, engraved with countless formations. It can be said that it is armed to the teeth. Su Lang could clearly see that the formation on the barrier of Winding Mountain City had reached the level of the 9 tribulations. In addition, there are a total of 6 powerful martial immortals in the city, as well as a 9 tribulations martial immortal with a reduced aura, obviously. In the 10 hours since Su Lang regained the homeland of the Xuanyu Immortal clan, the 6 Dao Immortal clan had already reacted. Their own power is similar to that of the Xuanyu Immortal clan, and they consciously cannot withstand Su Lang's attack, so they invited people from the Luoyu Emperor clan to take action. That 9 tribulations martial immortal, and the additional martial immortal, were the warriors sent by the Luoyu Emperor. Hiding in the dark, do you want to attack me? Unfortunately, whether it is the formation or the 9 tribulations martial immortal, they are all scum in front of me. Su Lang smiled coldly, waved his big hand, and millions of people's heads fell like raindrops to the outside of Chaoshan City. The whole land was instantly filled with the breath of death and blood. Vertical. In Winding Mountain City, 6 martial immortals are gathering together, and 3 of them are extremely angry, almost making smoke. These 3 Wuxians are the patriarch and 2 elders of the Ludaoshan clan. Among them, the patriarch of the Ludaoshan clan is known as the Liubei Wuxian, which means sheltering Lufang, and the remaining 2 are Luwan Wuxian and Luji Wuxian. There are 3 others, like Wuxian Jiaming, who specialize in dirty work for the Luoyu Emperor. They are not affiliated with the Luoyu Emperor clan, or they do not belong to the surface. Chapter 912. Where did the dog come from? Lu Dao Patriarch, don't worry. After I kill this arrogant person, I can kill the Xuanyu Immortal clan. At that time, the 6 Dao patriarchs can kill as many people from the Xuanyu immortal clan as they wish. An 8 Tribulations martial immortal had a relaxed expression and spoke slowly. This 8 Tribulations martial immortal was slightly fat, wearing a gray shirt, with 2 upper front teeth raised high, covering his lower lip. It looks a lot like the groundhog on the blue star in Su Lang's previous life. It's the kind that yells from the side of the road. Master Laya is right, with an adult, today is the death date of that doggy. At that time, we must slaughter the Xuanyu fairy clan from top to bottom, not to mention human beings, the weakest spirit beasts will kill and eat meat. Wuxian Liapi twisted his face and said with a grim expression, "Don't kill them first." Wuxian Luwan showed a wretched face, "I want to arrest all the young women of the Xuanyushan clan, hehehehe. We must kill all, weeds and roots." Wuxian Luji said, "Otherwise, leaving a mixed race will be a big trouble. If you want to kill, kill it clean. You want a woman, Luwan Wuxian, you have so many people from the 6 Dao immortal clan, is it not enough for you to play?" Another 7 Tribulation martial immortal said with a lot of fun. Next to him was a 7 Tribulations martial immortal, who also agreed with a smile and nodded. In short, it can be seen from the discussion of these 6 Wuxians that they are very relaxed and did not put Su Lang in their eyes at all. In fact, based on the information they received about Su Lang, as well as their own strength, and the secret emperor, their attitude was quite normal. Unfortunately, they didn't know that Su Lang possessed the emperor-level means, and even teased 2 quasi-emperors to the point of collapse. In other words, the 2 unlucky children of Li Filo and Xiao Lushan are miserable enough, and they seem to be facing great danger now. After Su Lang dropped the heads of millions of 6 Dao immortal clan warriors, he took out the Slaughter Sky sword and handed it to Chu Xiaobei. "Calabash baby, protect Beckham." "No, not." Su Lang warned with a serious face that the other party had a quasi-emperor, and he didn't want Chu Xiaobei and others to be affected. "Master Langdi, don't worry. I have bred 10 sword auras that are infinitely close to Emperor Wu. Keeping them can protect Master Xiaobei." The spirit of Slaughter Sky Sword Sheath answered very seriously, and it had no choice but to accept the ghost named Calabash Baby. "Oh, by the way, protect Zanao and the others." Su Lang smiled faintly, and then turned around and flew towards Winding Mountain City. The majestic momentum descended on the mountain city, and there was a huge pressure in the world. Liapi Wuxian and the others were indeed shocked. 5 Tribulations martial immortal. He turned out to be just a 5 Tribulations martial immortal. Impossible. If it is the Wuxian of the 5 Tribulations, how could he kill the 3 of Wuxian Jiaming? I guess I want to confuse us, but such a trick is really ridiculous. It's like a very weak beast disguised as a weaker beast, trying to count us, ha 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 ha. Quote. Yes, although he can kill Jiaming and the others, in my eyes, he is just a beast that lives and lives. Take a look at me and others, look at me, and they all showed amused expressions. 6 Wuxians flew together, came to the outside of Chaoshan City, and stood opposite Su Lang. "I don't care what your background is, if you dare to kill me from the 6 Dao Immortals, then you have to pay the price. I will use the most cruel punishment to torture you, so that you will never want to live forever, and death is better than life." The patriarch of the Lu Dao, that is, Wuxian Liapi, stared at Su Lang with a look of resentment. Although he thought that Su Lang would die, but when he thought of the dead Liuming and Liucheng, as well as the millions of people on the ground, Liapi Wuxian hated to go crazy. Su Lang looked at Wuxian Liapi with disdain. Where did the dog come from, yelling and barking at the sight of people? You wanna die? Wuxian Liapi has his eyes protruding violently, and he must do it immediately, slow. Wuxian Laya stretched out his hand to stop Wuxian Liapi. Wuxian Liapi flicked his sleeve bitterly, and his knife-like eyes slashed across Su Lang fiercely. Chapter 913. Xia Wuxian exploded instantly. Dare to ask what is this fellow Taoist's name? What is the origin? Wu Xian said with an indifferent expression. He looked down on Su Lang, but he was a little afraid of the unknown forces behind Su Lang. My name, you are not qualified to know. The corner of Su Lang's mouth raised slightly. I want to know, what is the name of your groundhog? Groundhog. Xian Wuxian looked cold. Although he didn't know the marmot, he knew that Su Lang was scolding him. Just forget it. Anyway, if you don't tell me, I know. Su Lang mocked. One is called Guya, one is Niubi, one is Luan, and there are 6 hemorrhoids. He had already seen the attributes panel of these people. The names of these people are also somewhat speechless. However, Su Lang just smiled. After all, these people are dying people. When Xianxia heard Su Lang's mockery, he suddenly lost all patience. Wuxian Liapi and others were even more angry, and they were about to explode in the next moment. Since you don't accept the last chance, then go. To die. Wuxian Lia narrowed his eyes, and the terrifying rules of the Earth system suddenly burst out of his body. The whole world turned yellow in an instant, as if it came to the bottom of the earth and was about to be squeezed into a ball by the majestic pressure. Even if Wuxian Liapi and others were not the target of Xiaoxia's attack, they felt unbearable and quickly dodged in the surrounding mountain city formation. Behind Su Lang, the Slaughter Sky Sword sheath released a sword aura, which firmly protected Chu Xiaobei and others. And Su Lang himself sneered coldly, using system functions that he hadn't used for a long time, devouring the clone. Su Lang swallowed 12 clones. The majestic breath dissipated from Su Lang like a wave. And the waves are higher than the waves, and the waves are more terrifying. First, the breath of the Wuxian level of the 6 tribulations, and then the 7 tribulations, the 8 tribulations, and the 9 tribulations did not stop. Lia Wuxian and others dismissed it first. However, when the breath of Su Lang 9 tribulations martial immortal came out, everyone was stunned. The whole mountain winding city is silent. He turned out to be the 9 tribulations martial immortal. How come? How can I hide so deep? This fellow is too insidious, the dignified 9 tribulations martial immortal, even disguised as the 5 tribulations martial immortal. A turbulent wave rose in the heart of Wu Xianxia, and without hesitation, immediately fled to the city. From here to the city, for Wuxian, it is estimated that less than 1 millisecond will be spent. Xianxia Wuxian also deeply believed that he could escape into the city. Including the 9 tribulations martial immortal who was dormant in the city, he was not worried that martial immortal Leia would not be able to escape. Therefore, he did not do anything for the time being. But they were all wrong. Space imprisoned. At the moment of Su Lang's thoughts, Wuxian Leia's figure directly solidified, and he could no longer move, even with a trace of panic on his face. With Su Lang's own strength, it is impossible to confine the 8 tribulations martial immortal with the rules of space. But now he has the power of the 9 tribulations martial immortal. Isn't it easy to imprison a tribulation immortal? Everyone in Tongshan City was stunned. Empty. Space rules. Wuxian Liapi and others opened their mouths in disbelief. The 9 tribulations martial immortal also looked astonished. No, martial immortal Leia is in danger. Even think about it, the 9 tribulations martial immortal who was dormant in the dark started instantly. I saw a pure dark rule emerge, to erode the space rule that Su Lang used. Want to save people? It's too late. Su Lang curled his mouth in disdain, and immediately hooked his finger. The terrifying space force squeezed fiercely, and the martial immortal cliff immediately exploded. This groundhog-like Xianxia usually likes to use the rules of the earth to crush others, but now it is his turn to be crushed. Dead. Dead. Xiaoya Wuxian is dead, my god. Master Lian Ku failed to save it personally. In Winding Mountain City, Liapi Wuxian was dumbfounded, and the brains of the others were blank. Damn, dare to kill my subordinates. No matter who you are, I will kill you. Luo Kuwu's fairy eyes are about to split, and at the same time he feels a little bit ashamed. He is a genius of the Luoyu Emperor clan, and has always been invincible at the same level. But now, he suffered a loss on an unknown martial immortal of the same level, and lost an 8 tribulations martial immortal for nothing. Even if there was a careless underestimation of the enemy and Su Lang was the first to make a move, Wuxian Luochu couldn't swallow this breath at all. Su Lang's faint ridicule came. The people who hide their heads and show their tails, aren't they coming out? Chapter 914, Green Puppet. Since you want to die so much, I will fulfill you. Do you think that if you control the rules of space, you are invincible at the same level? Today, I will let you see what is truly invincible to the 9 tribulations. Wuxian Luochu rushed out of the mountain winding city formation in an instant, and his cold eyes fixed on Su Lang. Do you think you can sweep the 9 tribulations? A joke. What's more, what's so great about the power that is invincible to the 9 tribulations? Facing the menacing Luochu Wuxian, Su Lang showed a playful expression. You are a trash, you are also attached to the same level. You have never thought about killing the enemy by jumping above the level. Are you embarrassed to pretend to be forced? Kill the enemy leapfrog. Wuxian Luochu sneered. It's really arrogant. In his opinion, this kind of thing may still happen in low-level warriors. But at the Wuxian level, every small realm is a moat, and it is almost impossible to leapfrog the enemy. Arrogant. You are too rubbish. Su Lang shook his head disdainfully, and immediately hooked his finger at Luochu Wuxian. Hurry up and die, I don't want to talk to you rubbish. As a well-known genius of the Luoyu Emperor clan, after being humiliated by Su Lang many times, the anger in Luochu Wuxian's heart erupted like a volcano. With a wave of his hands, the endless dark rules enveloped the world, turning into an endless black huge mouth, swallowing towards Su Lang. That terrifying breath suppressed millions of miles away, and even the birds and beasts thousands of miles away fled in panic. The dark rules are good. Su Lang smiled non-committal. Unfortunately, it's just that. Facing Luochu Wuxian's full blow, Su Lang didn't even move his finger. The censored mouth that seemed to have replaced the sky swallowed, but it automatically stopped at a height of a kilometer above Su Lang's head. The censored mouth is constantly twisting and struggling, quite terrifying. Luochu Wuxian was shocked to see this. He actually mastered the dark rules. Furthermore, and my attainments are not worse than mine, even higher. When Luochu Wuxian was horrified, he used the strength of the milk to fight with Su Lang for the control of the dark rules. Even if he tried his best, the dark rules would not move, and he could no longer act like an arm. Luochu Wuxian immediately panicked. The dark rule is his strongest method. But now, the best aspect has been restrained, which makes him both shameful and powerless. Damn it, you can only use that thing. After realizing that his own strength could not defeat Su Lang, Luochu Wuxian did not insist on using his own strength to fight Su Lang. He took out something from his inner martial arts world. It is a black skull. Two mungbean-like flames were burning in the skull's eyes. Quasi-Emperor soldier. No, it's a half-puppet, half-weapon refined with the head of the Emperor Zun. Su Lang saw the origin of the black skull at a glance, and showed a disdainful smile. This black skull refines the head of a quasi-emperor into a half-puppet and half-weapon in a very special way. Although it looks like a quasi-emperor, it is actually far inferior. In short, this black skull is something stronger than the 9 Tribulations immortal tool. Just when Su Lang was looking at the black skull, Luochu Wuxian has urged it. I saw that the black skull head came back to life, issuing a terrifying roar. A layer of green streamer flowed from the flames of its eyes, covering the surface, forming an emerald green head. Not only that, there are more green lights hanging down like flowing water, gradually framing the body and limbs under the head. A green humanoid creature appeared in front of Su Lang. Its body exudes a faint quasi-emperor aura. Just standing there, it is like a mountain that suppresses the world. Quasi-emperor class. Ha ha ha, I didn't expect Master Luochu to have such a powerful whole card. As soon as this quasi-emperor level puppet appears, that arrogant 9 Tribulations martial immortal will definitely retreat. No, not only will he retreat, he will also be beheaded on the spot by Lord Luochu, in order to avenge Wuxian xianxia. Chapter 915. You never have a chance. Surrounded by mountains in the city. Wuxian Liapi and others talked, their faces full of excitement and excitement. They were terrified by Su Lang before, and now they seem to see the end of Su Lang being killed. How can they not be happy? Su Lang looked at the quasi-emperor level puppet in front of him, somewhat startled. This quasi-emperor is really sad enough. Not only was he killed, but he was also made green. This is not a tragic word. Su Lang shook his head sympathetically, but if you meet me, you are considered lucky, and I will free you. As Su Lang whispered, the green puppet was already in Luochu Wuxian's hideous look of resentment, and slayed at Su Lang. It carries the terrifying rule of poison all over it. Wherever it passed, the vegetation instantly turned into poisonous water, and even the ground turned into a green swamp in an instant, like festering skin. Even the space has been corroded, revealing the grid of space faintly. Su Lang stood in place. He only needed to swallow 3 more clones to reach the quasi-emperor level, easily pinching this green puppet to death. But he didn't do that. The sword is coming, Su Lang whispered, but instead of calling the Yutian sword, he called the Slaughter Sky sword sheath. I saw a semi-imaginary white small sword flying out of the Slaughter Sky sword sheath, and it didn't fall into Su Lang's hand, just pierced straight at the green puppet. The white little sword exudes a frightening breath, as if it can penetrate everything. Luochu Wuxian, who was originally murderous and grim-faced, opened his eyes when he saw the white little sword. Quasi-Emperor Sword Chi. Moreover, it is a powerful sword spirit far surpassing the general Quasi-Emperor. That scabbard, capable of displaying such a powerful sword aura, must be a quasi-imperial soldier. That goblin also has quasi-imperial soldiers, and they are stronger than mine. When it's over, I'm not his opponent at all. Wuxin Luochu felt that the scabbard was a bit familiar, but after a few thoughts flashed, he couldn't recall where he had heard it. His only idea at this time is to escape. The decisive Luochu Wuxin immediately abandoned the green puppet, cast the secret technique of escape on the spot, and turned and fled away. He also knew that Su Lang had mastered the rules of space, and he didn't dare to use teleportation methods at all. He only used the power of the rules of the whole body to protect himself from escape. Just in the next moment, the quasi-emperor level sword aura of Slaughter Sky's scabbard violently hit the violent green puppet. An earth-shattering explosion sounded. The green puppet exploded directly, and countless rules of poison splashed everywhere, and the whole world seemed to turn into an abscess. Su Lang couldn't bear the suffering of this land, waved his hand, and used the rules of space to imprison these scattered poisonous rules. Then they used the rules of thunder, fire, light, and yang to wrap it up, and gradually wear off. This scene happened in an instant. The Liapi Wuxin and others in the city were still smiling, but their smiles were already stiff. Everyone in the 6 Dao Immortal clan couldn't imagine that the quasi-emperor level puppets would be wiped out all at once, and the powerful Luochu Wuxin did not even think about it, and fled in embarrassment. This unexpected change directly makes them dumbfounded and their brains are blank. Su Lang looked into the distance and let out a chuckle. Even Li Filo and Xiao Lucian can't escape from my palm. A 9 Tribulations martial immortal also wants to escape under my nose. A clone was dispatched by Su Lang. In the distance, Wuxin Luoku, who fled with 12 points of strength, breathed a sigh of relief. It seems that although I lost the quasi-emperor puppet, I also stopped the mysterious Wuxin. With the horrible poisonous rules of the quasi-emperor puppet, you must use the rules of thunder, fire, and yang to extinguish it. That mysterious Wuxin possesses a quasi-emperor level sword energy, but it is absolutely impossible to master so many rules. While thinking about it, Wuxin Luochu's eyes were full of resentment. He is a genius with victorious battles, but it is shameful to have a big somersault here today. Xuanyu Fairy Clan, if you can run, the monk can't run the temple. I will definitely come back, I must take revenge. Wuxin Luochu, fleeing quickly, clenched his fists, gritted his teeth and said. A voice that made him utterly dispelled came from the front, vengeance. Sorry, you will never have that chance. Chapter 916. The Death of Luochu Wuxin. Luoku Wuxin looked forward, shaking all over. I saw a man standing in the air in front of his escape route, and it was Su Lang who beat him to the ground. You, how could you be here? You are not entangled by the rules of poison, and you can rush to my front so quickly. Wuxin Luoku yelled in disbelief, and his body couldn't stop backing away, his staggering appearance, embarrassed like a panicked donkey. Is it difficult to deal with the mere rules of poison? Su Lang curled his lips in disdain. Stop talking nonsense, Luochu Wuxin, your death date is here. You can't kill me, you can't kill me. The immortal Luoku roared Lily, and immediately turned and fled in the other direction. Su Lang didn't have the thought of a cat playing with a mouse, stretched out his hand. Luochu Wuxin was immediately imprisoned by the power of space. Luochu Wuxin let out a hoarse roar, the dark rules on his body burst out violently, trying to break away from the power of space imprisonment. No matter how hard he struggles, it will not help. I am a genius of the Luoyu Emperor clan, and I am highly valued by Emperor Wu. If you dare to kill me, you will be chased by Lord Luoyu. If you let me go, I will plead for the Xuanyushan clan after I go back, and ask Lord Luoyu to let go of the Xuanyushan clan and Chu Xiaobei. After discovering that he could not break free, Wuxin Luochu's expression immediately changed and moved out of the background of Emperor Luoyu. Since I chose to help the Xuanyu Immortal clan, and killed Jiaming and Xia Wuxin, don't I know your background? I might as well tell you this, dying person, the 6 Dao Immortals are just lambs for sword sacrifices, and what I really want to cut is the Emperor Luoyu. Su Lang looked down at Luoku Wuxin condescendingly, with a slight sarcasm on his face. Zan Luoyu Emperor clan. Wuxin Luoku's eyes widened in disbelief. Since his birth, he has never heard such arrogant words. The Luoyu Emperor clan is a powerful emperor-level force with a history of 6 million years, an everlasting and powerful dynasty of warriors, and one of the peak overlords of the Kandlan continent. There are not only emperor-level warriors in the clan, but also a large number of martial arts powerhouses. Even other Wudi, Forces did not dare to say such things as Zanluiodi. But now, a mere 9 tribulations martial immortal, dared to speak so boldly. Wuxin Luochu couldn't help but mockingly said, Zan Luoyu Emperor Clan, I think you are a mad and stupid person. I am afraid that it is not because of your cultivation that you have become crazy. An ant's vision, that's it. Su Lang shook his head disdainfully, and immediately raised his right hand with a light wave. An invisible and intangible death rule fell on Wuxin Luochu. My life, no. Luochu Wuxin let out the last miserable howl, and immediately lost his breath. Ding! You get the Soul of High-Level Martial Arts 1, the Guide of Space 1, the Regular Fairy Crystal 1, the Middle-Level Fairy Tool Chengye Muyu Clothing 1, the Best Fairy Jade 9,834,586 Top Grade Fairy Jade 16842232. Xian Level Refining Material, Holy Refining Material. There are so many Fairy Jade. Moreover, it can still be called Luochu, and its status should not be low in the Luoyu Emperor clan. Su Lang pointedly cut off Wuxin Luochu's head directly. This is a good gift. Su Lang twisted Wuxin Luochu's head and returned to the outside of Chaoshan City. Zanao Wuxin and others greeted him. Looking at Su Lang's hand, the head of the Ku Wuxin could not help showing awe and admiration. After Su Lang went back and forth, it took more than a dozen breaths. In such a short period of time, he chased up and killed a 9 tribulations martial immortal, carrying his head and turning back, which is simply astounding. The warriors of the 6 immortal races in the city were almost scared to pee. The 8 tribulations martial immortal, Lia Wuxin, is dead, and now the real Luoyu Emperor clan is also dead. Their 6 Dao immortal clan is completely finished. Even if Su Lang didn't kill them, Emperor Luoyu would kill them in rage. Chapter 917, Upgrade Clone Dispatch. Riding on the defensive formation can resist for a moment, let's run away. Liu Bei and other 3 Wuxins rushed to the teleportation formation, trying to abandon the city and escape. Contact Ku Wuxin can't escape, let alone the 3 of them. With one thought of Su Lang, the defense formation method directly changed hands, and another thought, the teleportation formation in Winding Mountain City instantly became invalid. Start the formation quickly. What's the matter? The formation cannot be activated. I can't control the formation, how is this possible? The 3 of Wuxin Liapi stood on the teleportation formation, cold sweat broke out on their foreheads, and their faces were covered with anxiety and despair. Where do you want to go? Su Lang's figure appeared in front of the 3 of them, with their hands behind their backs, with a relaxed and comfortable look. The 3 of Wuxin Liapi were frightened like thunder, shaking as if they were sifting chaff. At this moment, the cold sweat was gone, the anxiety was gone, everyone was left with despair. Ha 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 ha. Su Lang showed a glamorous smile. Lu Ming Wuxin and the others are waiting for you underground. After enjoying the pain, go find them below. After speaking, Su Lang did not wait for the 3 of Wuxin Liubei to beg for mercy, but directly abandoned the power of the rules and tortured them. No, no, it hurts. Please forgive us, we are willing to be your dog. Ah, please, please go around us. Under the instinct to survive, they began to beg for mercy. But to no avail. Instead of reducing the power of the raging rules, it is more and more violent. Shortly after, Liapi Wuxin and others begging for mercy became a begging for death. I hope that Su Lang can give them a happy way to die. But this is obviously a delusion. Su Lang smiled coldly, turned and left the teleportation formation. He ordered Zanao to suppress the 6 Dao Immortal Clan warriors in the city and leave everything to Zanao. Anyway, the Wuxins of the 6 Dao Immortal Clan have been wiped out, and the Immortal Clan has been misnamed. With the power of the 3 Tribulations Martial Immortal, Zanao could completely sweep the entire 6 Dao Immortal Clan. The conquest of the 6 Dao Immortal Clan, for Su Lang, has ended here, and the 6 Dao Immortal Clan that survives in name only needs to be handed over to the Xuanyu Immortal Clan. The enemy Su Lang had to face was no longer the 6 Dao Immortal Clan, but the Luoyu Emperor Clan. The death of Luochu Wuxin and others must have been known by the Luoyu Emperor. The revenge of Emperor Luoyu will soon come. Emperor Luoyu probably won't end up personally so soon. Perhaps, he will send the real quasi-emperor to kill me. Su Lang sat in a quiet room prepared by Zanao, and the corners of his mouth raised slightly. If this is the case, I would like to come soon. I am very short of money. Su Lang's gaze fell on the fund balance in the mysterious black space. The previous balance of over 90 million has become 116 million of the best immortal jade. The one who contributed the most funds is the Luo Kuwushin, who alone contributed more than 10 million fine jade. So much money is enough to upgrade a system function. Su Lang opened the property panel and took a look at the system function level he currently mastered. The ones that can be upgraded are 1 key training function, level 31, 1 key training function, level 31, clone dispatch function, level 30, 1 key treasure hunt function, level 30, 1 key empowerment function, level 10. The speed of cultivation base savings is already very fast. Unless I break through to the realm of Wushin, I can open up the inner realm before I can use my cultivation base to open up the inner realm of 10 directions. One-click martial arts training can also be put on hold for the time being. The practice of the 7 immortal swordsmanship will be completed soon, and the holy martial arts skills will be practiced next to improve the types of rules. One-click treasure hunting upgrades are of little significance, and 1 key empowerment is currently sufficient. Su Lang silently analyzed, then, the clone is left to dispatch, and after the upgrade, there will be an extra clone and a clone incarnation. In addition, an extra clone is equivalent to an extra life, and the benefits are not insignificant. System: upgrade the clone dispatch function. After making the decision, Su Lang immediately issued the order. Chapter 918. Spirit, the Realm of Emptiness. Ding. The amount of funds is too large, and the current unit has been changed to xianxia. Ding. Consumption of 10,000 lower multipliers. The clone dispatch function is upgraded to level 31, and the number of clones is +1. The system prompts Su Lang for a moment. It turns out that there is a currency unit on top of the best immortal jade, called xianxia. Furthermore, according to the system prompts, it can be seen that the exchange ratio between the best xianyu and the xianyuan is actually 10,000, 1. In this way, this xianyuan is a bit interesting. While thinking about it, Su Lang took out a piece of the best immortal jade from the storage space, and then took out an inferior immortal source from the balance. It is not so much 1 as 1. Xianxia is a completely transparent bead, giving a very pure and clean feeling. Comparing the best immortal jade with the xianxia, Su Lang quickly discovered the extraordinary of the latter. The best fairy jade is actually an upgraded version of the spirit jade. Although there is a fairy character, the energy contained in it is still aura. However, xianyuan is different. This is a higher level of energy than aura, and it is more pure and easier to absorb. However, although it is higher than the spiritual energy, it has not been elevated to another level. Su Lang played with the xianyuan in his hands. This kind of thing should be the essence extracted from the best immortal jade, and the one who can refine the xianyuan should be at least Emperor Wu. Perhaps, Shanyu could no longer satisfy Emperor Wu's cultivation, but he couldn't find better cultivation resources, so he refined this kind of inferior source of immortality. There is a lower source of immortality, and there should be a superior source of immortality. I don't know what the exchange ratio between the two will be. While thinking about it, Su Lang deposited the subordinate xianyuan into the system balance. Su Lang suddenly changed his expression and turned his gaze to the cultivator in the mysterious black space. At this time, the villain is full of golden light. The halo behind his head was completely golden. Mental power is fully restored, and it has reached the peak level of the sunshine level. Su Lang showed joy in his eyes, which meant that his spiritual realm could advance to a higher level. System: break through the spiritual realm. Su Lang gave an order, and a drastic change suddenly occurred in his mind. I saw that the golden sun that was suspended high in the sky, surrounded by a halo, suddenly burst into a terrifying light. The halo covering the sun shattered instantly. Its fragments splashed around, then turned into nothingness, and merged into the world of consciousness. The golden sun that lost the shackles of the halo did not scurry around, but trembled, and then split. It really cracked a super big hole. Not only that, but the second and third cracks soon appeared. A brighter golden light was ejected from the cracks, and a beam of light directly penetrated the edge of the current sea of consciousness, dispelling the unknown darkness. More and more cracks. The whole sun, like she was molting, got rid of the old shell and ushered in a new life. In Su Lang's senses, this process seemed to last a long time, but it seemed only a moment later. The outer shell on the surface of the sun finally disappeared completely, revealing a bright core that could not be seen directly. It seemed to be a real sun, shining on Su Lang's entire world of consciousness and dispelling all darkness. And its light seems to be able to turn the whole world of knowledge of the sea. There is no shadow. Su Lang's knowledge of the sea, completely and thoroughly, is completely presented before his eyes. The whole sea of consciousness seems to be transformed into a bright world. A bright sun in the sky shines on all things, and the earth is covered. The phantom of the fire of the more than 100,000 souls has been irradiated with bright light, and there is actually a solid trend. All the warriors who dedicated their souls to Su Lang felt warm. Some warriors who are cultivating spiritual power feel that their cultivation speed has become faster. This immediately aroused the joy of countless people. Kani. Is this the realm of Kani? Nirvana with the sun will form the true soul sun, shining on the whole sea of consciousness. And my sea of consciousness seems to be transformed into an illusory world. This is really nirvana, the beginning of a new realm. Su Langne looked at the sea of consciousness, and there was an unconcealable surprise on his face. Chapter 919. Go to Qingyu Emperor Realm to see. Nirvana of the sea of consciousness has become the prototype of an illusory world. This also reminded Su Lang of the upcoming Wuxian Inner Realm, and even the Wudi level life universe. One side of the illusory world, one side of the universe of life. I don't know what is the relationship between the two. Su Lang has not yet practiced the Emperor level exercises, so he doesn't know much about the cultivation of Emperor Wu level yet. He didn't panic either. Anyway, even the Immortal level has not broken through yet. The top priority is to break through the Wuxian level and create a 10-square inner boundary. Su Lang moved his attention away from the sea of consciousness, and then began to sort out the various materials in the storage space. Moreover, during this time, the exchange shops in the White Moon Emperor City also harvested a large amount of high-level materials. Su Lang took them all from the clone. The purpose of sorting out the materials is to see if the materials for refining superhumanoid weapons are enough, but to prepare the materials for the Emperor rank formation. Su Lang's current method of dealing with Emperor Wu is just single thoughts. Swallowing clones is also a whole card, but Su Lang is not yet sure whether swallowing 30 clones can reach the Emperor rank. He estimated it would not work. The gap between Emperor Zun and Emperor Wu was really too big. Swallowing 30 clones, it may be infinitely close to Emperor Wu's rank, but it is impossible to cross the sky and reach the other shore representing the Emperor's rank. With some careful thoughts, Su Lang synthesized most of the materials in the storage space into Imperial level array materials, and piled up a huge mountain. Almost a dozen 5 elements can be arranged with these materials, and the quantity is completely sufficient. However, the combined formation of Wuxingtian focuses on defense, and I have to engage in some battle-type Imperial formations. Thinking like this, Su Lang used perfect possession, and his consciousness descended on the clone in the Red Lotus Emperor City. The avatar sitting on the ground opened his eyes. On the opposite side, Honglian Wudi Ni Chenjo was still burning that set of Emperor-level exercises, completely obsessed with the exercises. Wake him up now, I guess he will be very upset. Su Lang smiled secretly in his heart, the corner of his mouth twitched, and he reached out and patted Emperor Wulian on the shoulder. Emperor Wulian broke out in an instant. Those eyes ejected terrifying flames, seeming to burn the world. However, after a short while, the anger in Ni Chenjo's eyes was forcibly suppressed, and a smile was squeezed out of his face. Oh, sorry, Ni Chenjo said with an apologetic face, I'm too absorbed, please forgive me, Emperor Lang. If other people dared to disturb him in this way, just burn it to ashes. But Su Lang did not dare to offend him. Ni Chenjo still owes Su Lang a great favor. I rushed to interrupt Emperor Wu Lian because I wanted to ask some questions. Su Lang said with a smile on his face, I don't know which Emperor clan in Kanglan continent is best at formations, I want to learn some offensive Emperor-level formations. It turns out that Emperor Lang is still an array mage. Ni Chenjo's face was surprised, and then his face was embarrassed. Emperor-level formations are regarded as treasures by anyone, and they are afraid they won't teach Langdi. Honglian Wudi just say it. Su Lang chuckled, what I have is a way for them to give me the Emperor rank formation. 2. Ni Chenjo suddenly remembered that Su Lang was willing to exchange even the Emperor-level exercises. If you want some Emperor rank formations, as long as you come up with enough chips, those Emperors are still willing to trade. Ni Chenjo's eyes lit up again. My 3 Imperial formations are arranged by the famous Shang Fizi master. If Emperor Lang wants an Emperor rank formation, maybe he can go and see it. It's true. I have already seen your formation. Su Lang smiled. Although I can't see through Guicheng's formation, I can also see that it is a defensive formation. I want an offensive formation. Ni Chenzhou nodded, and then said, if you want an offensive formation, you can go to Qingyu Emperor Realm. Qingyu Emperor Realm? Su Lang looked surprised, that Emperor-level alliance force that has 4 Wudi sitting in town. Chapter 920, 18 Imperial Formations. It's there. The Qingyu Emperor Realm is almost the force in Kandlan continent that is best at formation. Furthermore, the 4 martial emperors of the Qingyu Emperor Realm are all warm-tempered, approachable and hospitable. Ni Chenzhou said with a smile on his face, the Emperor Lang already has the skills of formations. Going to the Qingyu Emperor Realm, there is a high probability that he can trade what he needs. Thank you Honglian Wudi for your guidance. Su Lang nodded and asked, how much do you know about Emperor Luoyu Wu? Emperor Luoyu Wu, the Emperor Luoyu clan near the north. Ni Chenzhou didn't know why Su Lang asked Emperor Luoyu Wu, but he didn't care much. After pondering for a moment, he said, Emperor Luoyu Wu has become an emperor with a dark avenue. He is better than me, but he probably hasn't reached the rank of rank 4 Wudi yet. Su Lang smiled, and immediately closed his eyes, releasing his perfect possession. Ni Chenzhou looked at Su Lang's clone with some envy. He could see that the Emperor Wu from the mainland fragment was not only not poor, but dying rich. At the beginning, he asked Shang Fizi to help him arrange 3 Emperor rank formations, which almost consumed all his savings. As for Emperor Lang, not only could he exchange the Emperor rank technique, he had to go to the Qingyu Emperor Realm to exchange the Imperial rank formation technique. After a while of envy, Ni Chenzhou continued to study and record the Emperor level exercises. He possessed a clone of Baiyu Emperor City, went to the teleportation hall, and reached the main city of Qingyu Emperor Realm through the teleportation array. The main city is called Qingyu City. It is not an imperial city, but it is bigger than the imperial city. Even Baiyu Imperial City can't compare with it. After all, this is a city jointly ruled by the 4 Emperor Wu. Su Lang did not visit the master of the Qingyu Emperor Realm and exchange the Emperor rank formation as Ni Chenzhou thought. Exchange a fur. Just look at it and learn it. Su Lang strolled around the city happily and learned all the formations here. I have to say that the Qingyu Emperor Realm is indeed an Emperor-level force that is good at formations. This Qingyu city alone has 18 Emperor rank formations, 640 fairy-level formations. There are 15 defensive formations and 3 offensive formations in the Imperial formations. Each of these formations has its own characteristics, and it can be seen at a glance that they are from different formation mages. The attributes of the formation are relatively common, namely wood, water, soil, and wind. The Imperial formations of each attribute are linked to each other, supplemented by a large number of immortal formations to form a combined formation. Although this array is not as complete as the 5 Elements United Imperial Array, its size is much larger than that of the 5 Elements United Imperial Array in the Baiyu Emperor City, and its defense power is also very high. The attacking array rule made Su Lang's eyes brightened. The 3 attacking Imperial formations are actually lightning, gold and space. Attributes. Every Emperor-level formation has an offensive ability of the 3 Tribulations Emperor Wudi level. As long as there is enough energy, a formation can be compared to a 3-rank martial emperor. In particular, the Emperor-level formation of the space system possesses extremely powerful trapping and killing capabilities, like Emperor Red Lotus and his ilk. Once trapped, they will lose half their lives if they don't die. However, the formation masters of the Qingyu Emperor Realm obviously have limited attainments. Although there are these 3 attacking formations, they cannot be united. I didn't expect the harvest to be so rich. Those defensive formations, I can take them back to strengthen the 5 elements heaven. These 3 offensive formations, you can think of ways to unite them to create a stronger attack formation. What the Qingyu Emperor Realm can't do can be done easily with me. Who gave me the formation skills of the primordial realm? Su Lang touched his chin, his eyes gleamed, and his heart felt happy. Su Lang sent many avatars again, and opened an exchange shop in this Qingyu city. Everything is in accordance with the specifications of the shop in Baiyu Emperor City. Originally, Su Lang intended to slip away after learning the formation technique secretly. But I didn't expect that there were so many Emperor rank formations, and more materials were needed. And Qingyu City is bigger than Baiyu Emperor City, and it is also a good untapped market, so you can't just let it go. In addition to the material exchange business, Su Lang also launched the material sales business. The main thing is to prepare for the formation energy. The imperial formation requires too much energy, and it is difficult for Su Lang to support it. Chapter 921. The whole city bows down. Su Lang gave full authority to the avatar to open the shop. These avatars have high intelligence and experience in opening a shop. Opening a exchange house franchise shop is a trivial matter. After leaving the avatar incarnation to open the shop, Su Lang's consciousness returned to the deity in Chaoshan City. It just so happened that Xuanao Wuxian had already cleaned up the 6 Dao Xian clan warriors in the whole mountain winding city, and was outside the door, waiting for Su Lang to meet him. Come in. Xuanao Wuxian entered the quiet room, knelt in front of Su Lang, and said with some excitement, "Should we strike while the iron is hot, pursue the victory and destroy the 6 Dao immortals in one fell swoop?" He was fed up with the shame brought by the 6 Dao immortals. At this moment, as soon as he turned over, he immediately wanted to strangle the 6 Dao immortals to death. The 6 Dao immortal clan has a huge area, and with many martial sage forces, it is even greater. Liu Bei, Lu Ming and other Wuxians have all died. The people of the Lu Dao Xian clan must have known it. Maybe they have already begun to flee at this time. We don't know how or where they flee, so no matter how fast they move, they cannot be wiped out in an instant. Therefore, it will take a long time to completely eliminate the 6 Dao immortal clan, so there is no need to rush for a while. Furthermore, once Luochu Wuxian dies, Emperor Luoyu will definitely send someone over. This time he is a real strong man. At this moment, it's not a good time to deal with the 6 Dao immortals. When I deal with Emperor Luoyu, where can the Lu Dao immortal clan go there? Su Lang shook his head and analyzed. Xuanao Wuxian suddenly lowered his head in shame. Assemble everyone, we will return to Xuanyu Fairy City. In addition, in order to prevent Emperor Luoyu from going crazy, send people to massacre the Xuanyushan martial artists. You, contact Wuxian Xuanyu and ask him to summon all the warriors of the clan, erect walls to clear the land, and enter Xuanyushan City for refuge. Su Lang gave the order at once, and he already had a lot of experience after going through the large-scale war with the Slaughter Sky Tower. In order to concentrate on dealing with Emperor Luoyu Wu, the rear area must be protected first. Xuanao Wuxian respectfully took his life, and then retreated. Chu Xiaobei and others all gathered beside Su Lang. With a thought in Su Lang, a large number of spatial grids emerged, forming a black hole channel. With a big wave of his hand, Su Lang led Chu Xiaobei, Xuanao, Yuhu and others to leave the deadly mountain winding city. Xuanyu Fairy City. A spatial channel appeared in the air. Countless Xuanyu Fairy clan warriors looked up and suddenly found the figures of Su Lang and others. As a result, the entire Xuanyu Fairy City was like a big pot, boiling instantly. The mysterious emperor is back. Master Chu Xiaobei, they are all back. Master Xuanao and Master Yu who are back too, great. We have won, we have completely defeated the 6 Dao immortals, ha 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 ha. All of this is the credit of the adults from the mysterious emperor. If it weren't for him, our Xuanyu Fairy clan would be finished sooner or later. I will wait and thank this lord, he is the lifesaver of our Xuanyu Fairy clan. In less than a day, he conquered the lost ground of the Xuanyu Fairy clan. He also killed all the martial immortals of the 6 Dao immortal clan, leaving them in name only. In retrospect, it was like a dream. Some of the warriors in Xuanyu Fairy City were dumbfounded, some shouted loudly, and some talked. But more, it is a warrior who is so excited that he is speechless. Wuxian Xuanyu, who had heard the news, knelt in the void a long way away, bowing to Su Lang 3 times and 9 times, with tears on his face. God knows how much pressure he endured after letting Chu Xiaobei go. Whether it was from the Luoyu Emperor clan, from the Lu Daoshan clan, or from the opposition within the clan, he couldn't breathe. Although Emperor Luoyu still overlooked the Xuanyu Immortal clan from above, the urgent need of the 6 Dao Immortal clan has been resolved. 2 of the 3 major worries were gone, and Xuanyu Wuxian finally breathed a sigh of relief. Looking at the Xuanyu Fairy City surrendered at his feet, Su Lang smiled faintly. Chapter 922, Not Enough Words. 6 Dao Immortal clan has been destroyed, but the Emperor Luoyu is still weighing on everyone. Next, with the Xuanyu Immortal clan's desire for Taoism and the hatred towards Luoyu, I will go to the Luoyu Emperor clan and kill Emperor Luoyu Wu. Su Lang threw out his goal and left everyone's sight with a bright smile. Kill Emperor Luo Yuwu. Oh my god, you want to kill Emperor Luo Yuwu. The mysterious lord from the Imperial clan is actually a real Wudi. I'm waiting for Emperor Wu to take pity, revenge for us, and seek for the truth for us. It's really an unprecedented opportunity. Su Lang is gone, but Xuanyu Fairy City is still boiling. Su Lang received Zhan Yu Wushan, accepted his kneeling again, and let him go to work with Zhan Ao Wushan. By Su Lang's side, Chu Xiaobei was left alone. Is it really sure? The next step was to face the Luoyu Emperor. Even if Chu Xiaobei had liked Su Lang's constant miracles, she was still a little worried. Without him, the Emperor clan is really terrifying. An emperor has suppressed a land for 6 to 7 million years. Over such a long period of time, the creatures have reproduced from generation to generation. I don't know how many creatures live and die like ants. But the Imperial clan is still immortal. That long-lasting sense of history has made countless creatures dare not offend. The concept of imperial invincibility was engraved in the minds of most people in Kandlan continent. Chu Xiaobei believed that Su Lang had the ability to kill Emperor Wu, and he was amazed by it. But when things came, she couldn't help but worry a little. I will definitely kill Emperor Wu Luo. Even if there is an accident and I can't kill him, nothing will happen to me. Su Lang patted Chu Xiaobei on the head, gently relieved. Then, you must pay attention to safety. Chu Xiaobei nodded earnestly, like a little daughter-in-law sending her husband out. I will. Su Lang smiled brilliantly. Su Lang continued to prepare for the war. The first is to set up an emperor-level defensive formation for Xuanyu Fairy City. Then all the nearly 3 billion treasure-hunting flying gliders were released to act as scouts to ensure the safety of the rear. Immediately afterwards, Su Lang began to study the formation. He wants to combine the lightning, gold, and space formations newly obtained from Qingyu City to create a more terrifying emperor-level formation. It didn't take much time to combine several emperor-level formations with Su Lang's formation skills in the primordial realm. The brand new offensive combined imperial formation appeared in Su Lang's mind. This formation was named the 3 Kills Prison Emperor Formation by Su Lang. It was a very powerful formation. Its power has reached the real rank 4 Wudi level, higher than the level of the 5 Elements United Emperor Formation. According to Emperor Wulian's statement, Emperor Luo Yuwu hasn't broken through to rank 4, and he is currently Emperor Wu of rank 3. This set of 3 Kills Prison Emperor Formation is enough, and if one set is not enough, I will give him 2 sets. The corner of Su Lang's mouth twitched, giving a hint of playfulness. His expression changed suddenly. Come yet. Su Lang closed his eyes, using perception sharing, and a scene appeared before his eyes. I saw a large amount of light emitting from a teleportation formation on the outskirts of Xuanyu Fairy City. An old man covered in black robe walked out of the teleportation formation, rose up into the sky, and came towards Xuanyu Immortal City. He had the racial characteristics of the Luoyu Emperor clan, and he could tell at a glance that he was a member of the Luoyu Emperor clan. Sure enough, it is the Quasi-Emperor. It seems that Emperor Luo Yuwu still didn't realize what kind of opponent he was facing. I want to think about it. The Xuanyu Immortal clan is originally a force under the Luoyu Emperor clan, and other Wudi forces will not rush in. So, in the eyes of Emperor Luoyu Wu, it is basically impossible for the Xuanyu Immortal clan to be supported by the Emperor. Since it is not an Emperor, it is more than enough to send a Quasi-Emperor. But is it more than enough? Haha. Su Lang thought about it, and then sneered, waiting for the Quasi-Emperor to come and die. The black-robed Quasi-Emperor had already arrived not far from Xuanyu Immortal City. Chapter 923, Haipao Zhundi is extremely embarrassed. Where is Zhan Yu Wushan? Hurry up and get out and bow down to the deity. The black-robed Emperor Wu made a loud roar and his voice was earth-shaking. Many birds and beasts in the wild were shocked to death by him. However, no one paid attention to him, because the entire Xuanyu Fairy City was guarded by the Emperor-level formation. Not to mention the sound, even if the black-robe Wudi tried desperately, it would not help at all. After yelling, no response was received. This black-robed Zhundi from Luoyu Emperor clan was extremely embarrassed. His heart burned with raging anger. I am still aloof among the Imperial clan. Most people, see me, they have to kneel and call their ancestors. But this little fairy clan dared to ignore me, it's really unreasonable. Lord Luo Yuwu asked me to do things cheaply, then I will raze this profound jade city to the ground. The black-robed quasi-emperor's face was sinking like water, and his body was murderous. I saw a horrible palm condensed, covering the entire sky of Xuanyu Fairy City. This hand with astonishing momentum instantly slapped on the defensive formation of Xuanyu Fairy City. A blow that seemed to ruin the world, but it was like a fart on the stone, and even the dust could not be raised. My heaven and earth palms have not broken the formation of a small fairy city. How is it possible? Haipao Zhendi's eyes were bulging, and he only felt that he had hallucinations. He is a quasi-emperor, an invincible existence under Emperor Wu. That terrifying world is in the palm of your hand, and it can easily destroy a land with a radius of hundreds of thousands of miles. However, what is the situation now? Such a powerful attack, even the ripples of other people's protective formations could not be set off. Could it be the Imperial Defense Formation? Haipao Zhendi took a deep breath, carefully looked at the protective formation of Xuanyu Fairy City, and then trembled like thunder. He was not good at formations, so at first he didn't see that the formation of this small city was an emperor-level formation. But at this time, I used all my mental energy to look at it, and I saw it immediately. How could it be possible? A mere fairy clan can actually have an emperor-level formation defense. You know, even the huge Luoyu Emperor clan has only 4 emperor-level formations. Haipao Zhendi opened his mouth wide and couldn't believe his eyes. He also felt something bad in his heart. I originally thought that it was only an unknown emperor who helped Xuanyushan clan fight back against Ludaoshan clan. With his 3 million years of accumulation in Emperor Zun, and with the means bestowed by Emperor Luo Yuwu, he should be able to handle the opponent easily. But now it seems that helping the people of Xuanyu Fairy clan is not easy. Although the opponent could not be Emperor Wu, the quasi-emperor who was able to set up an emperor-level formation was almost half the Emperor Wu. Such a character can be regarded as a guest even among the great emperors. That status is almost higher than his veteran Zhendi. No wonder the other party dared to provoke my Luoyu Emperor clan. Now, what should I do? Should I temporarily retreat to report to Emperor Wu, or use the means given by Emperor Wu to try to destroy this formation? Haipao Zhendi frowned and fell into entanglement. He carefully figured out the choice Luo Yuwu Emperor would make. First, kill the opponent directly regardless of their identity or origin. The second is to give up Chu Xiaobei's capital to become an emperor, and turn the other party into a jade silk. No matter what the origin of the other party, they were the first to intervene. Therefore, Emperor Luoyu Wu will never give in. This is not only about the wealth of Emperor Wu, but also the dignity of Emperor Wu. If I retreat in a desperate way, I will definitely welcome the anger of Lord Wu. The opponent is just a quasi-emperor who can arrange an emperor-level formation. Once the formation is cracked, he will be a toothless tiger. Let me kill him. Thinking of this, Haipao Zhendi already knew what to do. Appear. The black-robed Zhendi whispered. A black illusory bead emerged, with a trace of faint thoughts entwined on it. This bead was the weapon of Emperor Zun in the black robe, but it was filled with a casual blow from Emperor Wu Yu, which was very scary. Let me see how sacred you are. The black-robed Wudi narrowed his eyes and launched an attack in the next moment. Haipao Zhendi suddenly felt the world shake. The sky turned purple in an instant, the earth turned golden in an instant, and the world was covered with countless black twisted cracks. Chapter 924. Kill the black-robed quasi-emperor. Haipao Zhendi was stunned at once. He felt very violent spatial fluctuations, violent and distorted rules of lightning, and the rules of gold that would slash oneself with 1,000 swords. Not only that, Haipao Zhendi also found that he was completely disconnected from the outside world. He is now in an independent space. A sense of life and death crisis came from all directions. This is the trapped killing array in the space. This type of formation shouldn't only be available in the Qingyu Emperor realm. How come? Why did you suddenly appear here? Is it the Qingyu Emperor clan who helped the Xuanyu Immortal clan? The Haipao Zhendi was shocked, terrified, and at the same time felt incredible. In the Xuanyu Fairy City, Su Lang curled his lips helplessly. This 3-kill prisoner emperor formation was originally prepared for Emperor Luo Yuwu. To deal with this black-robed quasi-emperor, Su Lang only planned to use the sword energy conceived by the Slaughter Sky Scabbard. But what I didn't expect was that the Emperor Zun who came to the door actually brought the emperor-level means bestowed by Emperor Luo Yuwu. As a result, Su Lang could only use the 3-kill prison emperor formation. This made him quite uncomfortable with being forced to use a sledgehammer. My Emperor-level methods are still too single. With a sigh, Su Lang stared at the black-robed Zhundi in the three-killing prison Emperor formation. With a thought, the 100 subordinate Shanyuan was immediately sucked up by the formation. The three-killing prison Emperor array also launched a terrifying attack. I saw that in the independent three-kill prison space, countless golden sword blades suddenly rose on the golden ground, densely packed. In the purple sky, countless purple thunder dragons suddenly landed. Golden thunder strikes and complements each other, and the power becomes more terrifying. A large number of space blades were also condensed between the heavens and the earth, with violent space power, piercing towards the black-robed quasi-emperor. Haipao Zhundi only felt that a life-and-death crisis had come to him, and could not help showing despair, and shouted wildly. But he also knew that screaming could not help, so he immediately urged the quasi-imperial soldier in his hand. The quasi-emperor soldier who looked like a pearl suddenly burst out with a fierce light. A black shadow sprayed out of it, sweeping all around with imperial power. This black shadow seems to have weak intelligence, and it can automatically defend against enemies without the control of the black-robed quasi-emperor. It hovered around the black-robed quasi-emperor, constantly resisting the attacks from the surrounding area, and it actually blocked a lot. The reason why this black shadow was able to resist for a while was entirely because Su Lang didn't give much energy to the formation, and he could not fully display the power of the formation. What's more, it's just rootless duckweed after all. Although it can block it for a while, it is constantly being consumed. I saw countless thunder and lightning falling from the sky, like a waterfall scouring down, forming an endless thunder field on countless golden knives. Heads of thunder dragon rushed out of the thunder domain and rushed to the black-robed quasi-emperor fiercely. Even more undefeatable spatial cracks surfaced from time to time, and if the black-robed Zhundi couldn't dodge, he would suffer a terrifying attack. It's over, I'm over. Master of Qingyu Emperor Realm, I know I was wrong, please let me go. The black-robed Zhundi was like an ant in the storm, his face pale and shaky, his eyes full of despair. He is not reconciled. He is the quasi-emperor of the Luoyu Emperor clan. He controls countless wealth, power, and beauty, and is the figure at the top of the Kandlan continent. He hasn't enjoyed enough yet. If he knew all this early, even if he risked rebelling against Emperor Wu, he would never come to provoke Su Lang. But everything is too late. The three-killing prison emperor formation will not disappear because of the unwillingness and regret of the black-robed Zun Emperor. Su Lang is even more unlikely to let him go. After a dozen breaths, the shadow protecting the black-robed Zhundi was completely wiped out. This old man who rushed over to look for trouble was completely exposed in the three-kill prisoner formation. Countless thunder and lightning, golden blades, and space cracks all rushed, and directly flooded the black-robed quasi-emperor. Haipao Zhundi didn't even have time to scream, he just belched. Ding! You get the Soul of High-Level Martial Arts 1, the Guide of Space 1, the Regular Fairy Crystal 1, the Quasi-Emperor Soldier Molian Taiju 1, the Best Fairy Jade 112,834,586, the Top Grade Fairy Jade 1336485574. Xian Level Refining Materials. Holy Refining Materials. Chapter 925. Decompose quasi-imperial soldiers. You should be glad you died so happy. Compared to those in Luochu Wushan, you are really lucky. The corner of Su Lang's mouth raised slightly, and he waved his hand to use one key decomposition, and the three-kill prison emperor formation immediately decomposed into various materials and returned to the storage space. Killing this quasi-emperor, the harvest is pretty good. There are more than 100 million top-grade immortal jade, and more than 100 million top-grade immortal jade. So many immortal jade, basically can support me and Emperor Luoyu Wu in the battle, but it is still not very safe. Su Lang thought, with a faint smile on the corner of his mouth. The energy that urges the three kills prison emperor array is actually very easy to solve. Just dispatch the flying treasure to grab countless treasures in an instant, which naturally includes a lot of fairy jade. Save all the celestial jade into the system, and watch them exchange for more than 10,000 Shanyuan. Su Lang took out the quasi-emperor soldier named Molian Taiju. The beads are translucent and illusory, with looming lines on the outside, which looks like a bead-shaped lotus flower. It seems that this quasi-imperial soldier is indeed extraordinary. But Su Lang knew at a glance that this was just a crippled quasi-imperial soldier, and its spirit was almost wiped out. It should have been fatally injured in a certain war. Also, The one who manipulated the Black Shadow before is probably the weapon spirit of this quasi-emperor weapon. Su Lang muttered to himself, after the Black Shadow was obliterated by me, the Qi Ling suffered another blow and almost completely disappeared. After playing with Molian Taiju for a while, Su Lang disassembled it and obtained 49 high-level martial arts souls and some rare materials. 49 senior martial immortal souls are used to refine this quasi-emperor soldier. The skill of the refiner is too weak. Su Lang couldn't help but shook his head contemptuously. He refines the 5-element quasi-imperial soldiers such as the sky and the sea, the sky and the flame, and only consumes 3 primary wuxian souls when each evolves. The 5 quasi-imperial soldiers only consumed 15 parts of the elementary wuxian soul. This Molian Tai Pearl is not stronger than the sea of the sky, but it uses 49 high-level martial arts souls, which is really a waste. It can be said that this is not an exaggeration. I don't know how many wuxian souls can be obtained after decomposing the Slaughter Sky Sword Sheath. The Slaughter Sky Sword Sheath is not an ordinary quasi-emperor soldier, and the harvest after decomposition must far exceed Molian Taiju. Having tasted the sweetness of dissolving the quasi-imperial soldiers, Su Lang couldn't help but think so. In the storage space, the spirit-gourd baby in Slaughter's sheath suddenly felt an inexplicable coolness, and couldn't help shaking. Su Lang just thought about it. The Slaughter Sky Sword Sheath is quite useful, and the tool spirit is very familiar, so keep it. After decomposing Molian Taiju, Su Lang checked the Black Robe Zhundi's exercises again. It's a pity that there are only 3 immortal level exercises, all of which are Dark Rule attributes, and Su Lang temporarily put aside. Immediately, he flicked with one hand, and 2 heads appeared in front of him, one from Luochu Wuxian and the other from Haipao Zhundi. The poor Black Robe Zhundi, from appearing to death, failed to say his name. Su Lang found Chu Xiaobei. Huh, whose head is this? Chu Xiaobei looked at the head of the deadly black-robed quasi-emperor, and asked strangely. The head of a quasi-emperor of Emperor Luoyu. Su Lang smiled faintly. He came to offend Xuanyu Fairy City and was killed by me. Emperor Zun came to the door. I didn't know at all, and you killed him silently. Chu Xiaobei said with a startled look, and his eyes lighted slightly towards Su Lang. You don't know it is normal. No one in Xuanyu Fairy City knows. Su Lang's smile remained unchanged, because I set up an emperor-level formation in Xuanyu Fairy City to cover up all the sounds. Chu Xiaobei said with some excitement, you actually set up an emperor-level formation in such a short period of time without making a sound, and also beheaded the emperor. It's really amazing. Chapter 926, Zhenshin Fuai Emperor Formation. Haha, what is this? Next, I'm going to cut off Emperor Yu Wu's head. And these 2 heads are gifts for Emperor Luo Yuwu, I hope he likes them. Su Lang chuckled, then put the 2 heads in a box. Are you going to leave now? The excitement on Chu Xiaobei's face gradually became solemn. Be careful. Su Lang smiled and patted Chu Xiaobei on the head, and disappeared from where he was in the next moment. In the north-central part of the Kanglan continent, there is an endless black lake, just like a black ocean. From the perspective of the blue stars, it is a black sea, a super black sea 10,000 times larger than the Pacific Ocean. The black sea water is as pitch black as ink, and under the gust of wind, a lot of huge waves rise on the sea, like a black mountain range. The real name of this black sea is called Luoyu Lake. It is where the core of Luoyu Emperor clan is located. In the center of Luoyu Lake, there is a huge city with no edge in sight. This is a huge city floating on the sea, also painted black, with tall, square and solemn internal buildings, like black temples. This huge city is Luoyu Emperor City. Unlike the rest of Luoyu Lake, the water surface where Luoyu Emperor City was located was calm, almost like a mirror, and like a smooth, endless black boulder. Luoyu Lake was pitch black, and the sky of Luoyu Emperor City was pitch black. The black clouds rolled like black rocks that would collapse at any time. This unique color of the sea and the sky would be extremely shocking to anyone who saw it. However, the warriors in Luoyu Emperor City were obviously used to it, not surprising. These warriors are also wearing black, solemn clothes. It seems that the whole person has been integrated into the city and has become a part of this city. Most of the warriors in the city are Luoyu Emperor clan warriors, and the warriors of other races are basically invisible. Even if they did, they all went to the countryside to do as they were, learning to dress up as the warriors of the Luoyu Emperor clan. Obviously this is a city completely opposite to the Baiyu Emperor City. It refuses visits from outsiders. But some people cannot refuse it. A ray of light flew from a distance and stayed on a sea surface, revealing Su Lang's figure. The reason to stop here. It is because the sea under the feet presents a strange scene. I saw that it was as if a straight line cut the sea surface, one side was calm as a mirror, and the other was choppy, like a tsunami. The defensive formation, Zhenshin Fuai Emperor Formation, it's also a good 3-ranked Emperor rank formation, now it belongs to me. The corner of Su Lang's mouth twitched, revealing an enchanting smile, and immediately stretched out his right hand to tap. I saw that the empty void in front of me suddenly burst into waves, outlined the formation barrier, and passed it towards the distance. In such an instant, this Zhenshin Fuai Emperor Formation fell into Su Lang's hands. In Luoyu Emperor City, thousands of array masters who were maintaining the operation of the array suddenly changed their expressions. Zhenshin Fuai Emperor's control has been transferred. What's the matter? We didn't do anything at all. It's over, the Zhenshin Fuai Emperor Formation has been stolen from the control, and we are dead. Who stole the control of the Imperial Formation? Who is it? Come forward and confess guilt. It is impossible for any of us to be able to steal the control of the Imperial Formation in an instant. It is not our people. It is an outsider. Could it be the Xianxia Formation Master who helped us arrange the formation before? It's impossible. He has no grievances against us, how could he do such a thing? Stop arguing, don't quarrel with you. Zhenshin Fuai Emperor Formation has disappeared, completely disappeared. When the mages of the array were talking in panic, even more terrible news came, and the Zhenshin Fuai Emperor array disappeared out of thin air. The noisy scene suddenly became extremely quiet. The next moment, it was like pouring cold water into a hot oil pan, and it suddenly boiled. Chapter 927, Learning makes me happy. The formation has disappeared. How is it possible? This is impossible. Could it be the formation talisman? It was the formation talisman that destroyed the formation. No, absolutely not. The breaking talisman is to destroy the formation, not to let the formation disappear out of thin air. Stealing the control of the formation is unbelievable, and let the formation disappear out of thin air. This is impossible. Even the Emperor Wu who is proficient in the formation can't do it, even the Emperor Wu of the Qingyu Emperor realm can't do it. But the fact is right in front of you, the formation has disappeared. A group of array mage looked at each other in disbelief, and everyone was about to stare out their eyes. They are all martial sages and martial immortals who are proficient in formation, otherwise they would not be arranged by Emperor Luo Yuwu to control the Zhenshin Fuai Emperor Formation. But now, in what they are best at, something incredible and completely incomprehensible has happened. All this is like an ordinary person seeing a ghost, totally unexplainable. Another array mage exclaimed. Our detection array found a warrior is approaching Luoyu Emperor City. Judging from the speed of his flight, it should be a 5 tribulations Wuxian. 5 tribulations Wuxian. Could it be the ghost of this 5 tribulations martial immortal? Impossible, absolutely not. It should be an unknowing martial artist who happened to encounter the strange thing that the formation disappeared and broke in. Yes, although the formation has disappeared, the spirit jade of Luoyu Emperor City is still not to be offended. Open the counterattack formation and kill him. A group of mages screamed like a ghost again, and then they were ready to activate an offensive formation to kill Su Lang. On the sea in the distance. While flying, Su Lang played with the Emperor-grade materials in his hands. After taking control of the Zhenshin Fuai Emperor Formation, he directly decomposed it. Unexpectedly, in addition to a large amount of Emperor-level materials, he actually obtained more than a dozen Wuxian souls. There was such a big sales harvest before it even started. It's not bad. Su Lang received the Emperor-grade materials happily, and a faint smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Su Lang found that there was a wave of formation in front of him, and immediately countless black arrows shot over the sky. 8 tribulations Immortal Formation. Why do you always use formations to deal with me? This is not a meat bun. Bah, what do you say about me? Su Lang awkwardly disturbed the back of his head, then stretched out his hand and waved, and immediately controlled the attacking fairy formation, breaking it down by the way. At this time, a large amount of fairy-level materials were obtained, and there were still many spirits of Wusheng. The gang of mages were completely confused. Die, disappear again. Our offensive formation has just disappeared. This 5 tribulations martial immortal is the culprit who made Zhenshin Fuai Emperor Array disappear out of thin air. Oh my god, How could he have such an unreasonable ability to directly change the formation? How sacred is he? What method did he use? What is the principle that we don't know? Hurry up and report it to the upper echelons. We can no longer decide on this situation. Go now. Let's open up the rest of the formation. His use of this weird ability must be accompanied by extremely strong consumption. Maybe there is a limit on the number of times. As the formation masters were talking about it, they opened up all the formations while reporting to the upper level. In addition to the outermost Genshin Fui Emperor formation in Luoyu Emperor City, there are also 3 Emperor rank formations and a large number of Immortal rank formations. 2 of the 3 Imperial formations are defensive and 1 is auxiliary. At this time, all the formations were opened, and bright masks were immediately propped up in the black world. There are so many formations. Even if I haven't seen it before, I learned it. Learning makes me happy, learning makes me happy. Su Lang looked at the ridged formation mask with an excited smile on his face. He speeded up and flew forward. All the formations he came into contact with along the way were broken down. The barriers that were difficult to destroy by Emperor Wu were simply treasures at hand in front of Su Lang. Chapter 928. Don't come to ask if it works. This time, all the array masters in Luoyu Emperor City were completely stunned. That 5 Tribulations martial immortal has that kind of weird ability. Who is he? Is it a stranger from outside the Kandlan continent? It's terrifying. Even the Emperor level formation will disappear directly in front of him. Absolutely can't go beyond the forbidden ground of a thunder pond. It is like an open hall in front of him. Here is someone, Master Luo Qi is here. In the horror of everyone, a quasi-emperor brought a large number of martial arts to the place where the array mages were. This quasi-emperor is Luo Qi. His face is very ugly, because he just participated in a senior meeting of the clan. At the meeting, Emperor Luo Qi learned that his brother Luo Jizun had fallen in that small place of Xuanyu Fairy clan. Emperor Luoyu Wu also became angry because of this, and said murderously that he must raise the Xuanyu Immortal clan to death. Emperor Luo Yu also inquired about the great emperors and investigated the man behind the Xuanyushan clan. As a result, he expected all the suspected quasi-emperors to be ruled out. Emperor Zun ruled it out. The target's identity was probably Emperor Wu, but Emperor Wu Yu couldn't figure out who was going to oppose him. Luoyu Emperor City's defensive formation had an unbelievable problem. Emperor Luoyu Wu became even more angry and ordered Emperor Zun Qilu to come and check. Emperor Luo Qi was walking in the crowd. On both sides are the formation mages kneeling on the ground, one by one, trembling and cautious, not dare to let out the atmosphere, dare not to let go. Lujun, did you understand the disappearance of the formation? Emperor Luo Qi's gaze fell on a Wushan who was the immortal level array mage who presided over all the formations. Wushan Lujung shook his head with a bitter expression. I don't understand at all. What method was used by the 5 Tribulations Wushan? What a waste. You group of formation mages tout how good the formation is every day, and the result? Forget it. I will personally know that little thing and see what is going on. Emperor Luo Qi shook his head and sighed, then his eyes appeared fiercely. Where is that little thing now? Master Luo Qi, Wushan Lujun said cautiously, the 5 Tribulations Wushan marched all the way, and is now approaching the Imperial City. We only have the last Emperor level formation. This formation is the Sun Moon Immortal Spirit Emperor formation, which is related to the concentration of spiritual energy in Luoyu Emperor City. The implication is that this Sun and Moon Fairy Spirit formation is the foundation of the Imperial City. You must stop that person from Emperor Luo Qizun. So fast, those formations can't even stop him for a few breaths. Emperor Luo Qi frowned, and immediately took a step forward, carrying the tyrannical wind, rushing out of Luoyu Emperor City. Just now, Su Lang was looking at the last Emperor rank formation with joy. This Emperor level formation called the Sun Moon Immortal Spirit was actually similar to the Shenshin Spirit formation he had studied. The Sun and Moon Fairy Spirit Array has the dual functions of absorbing the aura of the Earth and absorbing the essence of the Sun and the Moon. It can support the entire Luoyu Emperor City, which shows that its spirit gathering function is really powerful. My Shenshin Spirit formation is just a fairy level formation. If the advantages of this Sun Moon Fairy Spirit Emperor formation are combined, it will definitely become an Emperor rank formation. In this way, my plan to improve the barren land in the south can be better implemented. Su Lang smiled, secretly saying that this trip really made a lot of money. A figure flew in front of him, but before the sound arrived, he arrived first, showing how fast his speed was. Emperor Luo Qi came to Su Lang. His face was as ugly as he had eaten shit. You are not qualified to know my name. Su Lang looked at Emperor Luo Qi Zun and curled his lips. This sentence has almost become my mantra. I am a little self-aware, don't ask if it works. It is easy to see through the attribute panel that this guy is more censored than the dead black robe quasi-emperor. I am not qualified to know your name. Arrogant, bold. Zun Emperor Luo Qi stared his eyes, his face was angry, and his orifices were full of smoke. He was really irritated by Su Lang's arrogance, and his whole body exploded with a terrifying aura, and he pressed down against Su Lang. Su Lang stretched out his right hand and swiped his fingertips lightly. An array barrier emerged, immediately blocking the aura of Emperor Luo Qi Zun from the outside. Although Emperor Zun Luo Qi didn't like formations, he still had some common sense about formations. Chapter 929. This is another trick. The formation in front of him can stop his aura, absolutely extraordinary. But with such a high-level formation, the young man on the opposite side can not only arrange it, but also arrange it with a stroke of his finger. This is incredible, unimaginable. What is the purpose of coming to Luoyu Emperor clan? My clan's defensive formation, what exactly did you use to make it disappear? The aura of his own failed to overwhelm a small 5 tribulations martial immortal, and Zun Emperor Luo Qi's expression became even more ugly. All said, you are not qualified to know my name. My method of making the formation disappear is not something a waste like you can understand. However, the purpose of the Emperor Luoyu clan is to tell you that I am here to kill you. You Luoyu Emperor clan offended me, and the only end is genocide. The corner of Su Lang's mouth twitched, revealing an enchanting smile with a trace of murderous aura. You actually said I was a trash. You dare to say, come and kill us. Emperor Luo Qi opened his mouth in disbelief. He couldn't believe that the little 5 tribulations martial immortal in front of him was so arrogant that he wanted to exterminate an emperor. This is like an ant saying that he wants to eat a mountain range. At the same time, Emperor Luo Qi was extremely angry. The majesty of the Emperor Luoyu clan has not been offended for thousands of years. Those who dared to disobey the Luoyu Emperor clan in the past are all dead, and even annihilated the clan. Not only did this person offend the majesty of Emperor Luoyu, he even dared to say that he would destroy Emperor Luoyu. Such an arrogant person must be punished with the most terrifying punishment, so that his life will never be better than death until his life is exhausted. Give you a chance to abolish yourself. Then follow me to meet Lord Wu and confess your sins. Emperor Luo Qi stared at Su Lang closely, his eyes seemed to burst into flames. In his opinion, although the martial immortal in front of him was weird, in front of absolute power, any sideways were useless. If it weren't for this Wushan to be a bit weird, it might be useful to stay alive, and Emperor Luo Qi Zun had already started. Hey, another person who doesn't believe me. Su Lang curled his lips, then smiled. Since you don't believe it, let you see in advance the gift I prepared for Emperor Luo Yuwu. Su Lang waved his hand gently. A box appeared in front of him. Immediately afterwards, the box opened automatically, exposing the 2 heads inside. These 2 heads are full of hair and beards, and they do not stare at them, and there is still a strong coercion around them. Luo, brother Luo Ji, and my nephew Luochu, it turned out to be you who killed my brother and nephew. Emperor Luo Qi looked at the 2 heads in the box, suddenly thunderous, his eyes cracking. The monstrous hatred erupted from him, as if a terrifying active volcano began to shake and tremble. It is me. As the saying goes, the family must be neat and tidy. Su Lang sneered, next, I will kill you, so that your brother and nephew will not be alone on Wangquan Road, and of course you will not be alone. Die. To me, Emperor Luo Qi could no longer control his anger. He didn't bother to think about why Su Lang could kill Luoji and Luochu, and why he could make the formation disappear and appear out of thin air. The monstrous hatred, anger and pain left him with only one word: revenge. Heaven and earth are in the palm of your hand. Following Emperor Zun Qi's loud shout, the black ferocious palm that had been covering the sky condensed and slapped Su Lang fiercely. It's this trick again. Do you people from Luoyu Emperor clan like to fart so much? Su Lang curled his mouth in disdain, squeezed his left hand, and a scabbard emerged, and immediately with a flick of his right hand, a small white illusory sword rose into the sky. This small sword was only 3 inches long at first, but after it was launched, its body suddenly soared, instantly turning into a terrifying sword energy that penetrates the world. Zun Emperor Luo Qi's black giant palm was like a hydrogen balloon pierced by a long needle, and it exploded in an instant. The aftermath of the endless battle spread towards the surroundings, like a world-destroying storm raging across the world. In Luoyu Emperor City, a large number of Wuxians who guarded the city flew out, each showing their magical powers, and they dispelled the boss's energy. Chapter 930. Emperor Luoyu. The breathless warriors of the Luoyu Emperor clan were shocked. The Wuxian of the 5 tribulations in the detection formation can actually fight his own quasi-emperor. At the same time, Emperor Luo Qi's eyes widened. Quasi-emperor grade sword Qi. No, it's stronger than the general quasi-emperor rank. What kind of quasi-emperor soldier is this? Emperor Zun Luo Qi's confident move was dispelled by his hands like a fart, and he was shocked. Immediately afterwards, something bad rose in his heart. He can kill my brother. I am not his opponent. Although he did not want to admit it, Emperor Zun Qilu had to admit it and reacted accordingly. He didn't say a word, and immediately turned and flew into the city. At this time, he was only a mere 100,000 miles away from Luoyu Emperor City, and he could fly over in the blink of an eye. As long as I enter the city, I will be safe. Although that Wuxian is weird and has quasi-emperor soldiers, I can't stop me if I want to run away from him. Wait for Emperor Luo Yuwu to take action. Even if it is weird, there will be no place to be buried. With this in mind, Emperor Zun Luo Qi seemed to have seen himself in a safe area and witnessed the scene where Emperor Wu took action to eliminate Su Lang. His thoughts just emerged, and before he could fall down, he slammed into the formation barrier. How come there is a formation? Moreover, it's an emperor rank formation. How can it be possible? Lord Luoyu Wu, save me! Emperor Luo Qi exclaimed in disbelief, his voice full of horror. It seems that he heard the distress call of Emperor Luo Qi Zun. A black mist like a dragon rushed out of Luoyu Emperor City and brought a roar that shocked the world. Stop it! That voice with endless majesty, almost any creature will kneel to the ground involuntarily when hearing it, and worship it reverently. But for Su Lang, there is no use at all. Emperor Luoyu Wu, I want to give you more gifts again. Su Lang smiled. The sword moved with his heart. A sword aura that was infinitely close to Emperor Wu's level instantly broke through the defense of Emperor Luo Qi Zun, and cut off his head. The system prompt sounded, and the corpse of Emperor Zun Qi Luo fell into the sea like a kite with a broken wire. How dare you kill my quasi-emperor of the Luoyu Emperor clan? The voice with endless majesty came again, and the sea that shook hundreds of thousands of miles was rough like a tsunami. A middle-aged man wearing a solemn black robe, a high crown and a pair of ruthless eyes appeared in Su Lang's vision. He stood high, overlooking the secluded sea, like a censored looking down on a mortal. Su Lang looked like a little ant in his eyes. This is Emperor Luoyu Wu. With a single effort, Luoyu clan has been pushed to the peak, traversed Luoyu High for 6 million years, and held countless emperors who lived and died. Of course, in the eyes of Su Lang, this is nothing remarkable. Although Luoyu was strong, he was still a powerhouse at the same level as Emperor Wulian. However, adhering to the principle of knowing oneself and the enemy and never ending 100 battles, Su Lang still checked the attribute panel of Emperor Luoyu Wu. Name: Zhou. Race: Luoyu Emperor Clan. Realm level: 3 turn Wudi. Attack level: 3 turn Wudi plus. Defensive level: 3 turn Wudi plus. Shenfa level: 3 turn Wudi plus. Endurance level: 3 turn Wudi plus. Mastering techniques: Luoyu Heart Sutra, Shenyu Delu Emperor level, Shaocheng Dark Days and Long Night Fairy Sutra Xian level, Founding Wuming Xian Jing Xian level, Founding Immortal Jew of Dead Soul Xian level, Consummation Heaven and Earth Comes to Chaos Immortal Code Xian level, Consummation Wufang is the World Fairy Map Xian level, Perfection. Looking at Emperor Luoyu Wu's attribute panel, Su Lang was a little surprised. This guy actually has a founding level proficiency technique. Could it be that he created the Dark Days and Long Night Fairy Sutra and the Wuming Fairy Sutra by himself? If it is true, then Emperor Luo Yuwu is really a generation of talents. Su Lang's senses for Emperor Luoyu Wu had changed slightly. Of course, the killing intention still existed, even stronger. Chapter 931. You remembered my name Su Lang. Looking at the property panel, it is also between the electric light flint. At this time, Emperor Luo Yuwu's voice just fell. Su Lang, who has seen the details of Emperor Luoyu Wu, smiled faintly, "Zhou, when we first meet, there is nothing to give you. I can only kill a few of your subordinates and give you a gift." Su Lang threw the 3 heads of Luochu, Luoji, and Luoqi to Zhou with a look of disdain and provocation. Zhou looked indifferent and didn't even look at the 3 heads. But he was also a little surprised, because Su Lang actually said his real name. The name Zhou, except for a few Wudi knows, even the warriors of his clan are very few. But Su Lang said it. Su Lang's laughter came again. "Zhou, why don't you even thank me? Is it because my gift is not heavy enough?" Su Lang raised his brows and smiled. "In that case, I will send you to death, you should be satisfied." Hear what Su Lang said. A trace of killing intent flashed in Zhou's eyes. He didn't talk nonsense, and directly urged the terrifying mental power to kill Su Lang fiercely. Under Emperor Wu, all were ants. In the eyes of Zhou, no matter who Su Lang is, he is a small martial immortal, and if he offends himself, then he is guilty of death. Even if the other party really has a background, Zhou is completely fearless. Not to mention that it was the other party who came to the door. Even if he didn't care about it, no one would say anything to kill a Wuxian. This is the supreme position of Emperor Wu. It's close to the point. Zhou's mental power had fallen on Su Lang's body, and he slayed fiercely towards the sea of knowledge. At the same time, he turned around and wanted to leave. In his eyes, the opponent was already dead. Zhou realized that his mental power had encountered a strong obstacle and was unable to penetrate the opponent's sea of consciousness. Not only that, but there is also a horrible counterattack force, like a wave, following his spiritual power to counterattack the sea of knowledge. The realm of Kongni, you are Emperor Wu. Zhou finally changed his expression, and turned half of his body back. He finally understood why the other party dared to fight against Emperor Luoyu clan over and over again, and even dared to hit the door and send 3 heads to humiliate him. It turned out that the other party was just like him, the supreme Wudi standing at the top of the Kanglan continent. "Who are you and why are you against me?" Zhou frowned and stared at Su Lang, with a hint of surprise in his murderous eyes. Kanglan continent has so many martial emperors, and everyone is familiar with them. But the Emperor Wu in front of him was extremely strange and had never seen him before. So, is this person disguised by a certain Wudi? Still new, or crawled out of the grave? I finally met someone who is qualified to ask my name. Su Lang looked up to the sky and laughed. "Zhou, you remember, my name is Su Lang, Emperor Lang." "You are Langdi," Yunyu suddenly realized. In the Wudi circle, of course he had heard of the Langdi who had just appeared. But in the eyes of Zhou, that was the 2 nationality who came from the mainland fragments to the Kanglan continent, and was lucky to break through Emperor Wu with the unaverted. At the same time, the weak Emperor Wudi in the Barrens was not worth mentioning compared to him, who was close to the intermediate Wudi level. Therefore, Zhou never thought that it was the little Langdi who dared to help the Xuanyu immortal clan, and dared to hit the door to humiliate him, unfortunately. The corner of Su Lang's mouth raised. "Although you have heard of me, you haven't seen my portrait. You still can't get rid of the label of ignorance." "I am ignorant," Zhou sneered. "Just you, a lucky 2 nationality who ran over from mainland debris, dare you say I'm ignorant? Just you, a newly promoted martial emperor, dare to humiliate me many times, kill my subordinates, and blatantly want to send me to death. In my opinion, you really don't know how high the sky is, thinking that if you dominate the small fragments of the continent, you will be invincible in the world. Today, I will let you, the frog at the bottom of the well, understand how big the gap is between the new Emperor Wudi and the old one. Of course, the moment you understand it is the moment you die." Speaking of the end, Zhou's face was already full of ice, like the immortal mysterious ice. Chapter 932, Fight for the Quiet. "Zhou, who do you think of as a fool? Not sure, I will run over to kill you." Su Lang looked at Qianyu like a silly roe, his face was full of sarcasm. "I want to see what you mean by grasping." Zhou's eyes condensed. He looked down on Su Lang, but the other party was Emperor Wu. No matter how, he still wanted to show 3 points of seriousness. "Zhou, don't be scared to cry later." Su Lang laughed loudly, and his expression faded as cold as ice. "Both sides are ready to fight." The atmosphere became more solemn, and almost all the space of hundreds of thousands of miles was frozen. The terrifying aura deterred Luoyu Emperor City, making the warriors inside dare not show up. Through the detection of the formation, These warriors also knew that Emperor Luoyu Wu was about to go to war with another Emperor Wu who created the door. Lord Luoyu Wu is invincible in the world, and he will definitely be able to kill the invader. I don't know which martial emperor it is, but he even hit the door. I really don't put the Luoyu Emperor clan in his eyes. Our Lord Luoyu Wu controls the Dark Avenue, and we also control the Death Luoyu City. We don't know how rich. The background is, the Emperor Wu who breaks in will undoubtedly die. I just hope that Lord Luoyu Wu can kill the servant as soon as possible, and don't let Luoyu Emperor City be affected, otherwise we don't know how many people will die. Don't worry, none of us will die, each of the warriors whispered, and in their words, they were full of confidence in Emperor Luoyu Wu. Also, Emperor Luoyu Wu ruled the Emperor Luoyu clan for 6 million years, and its strength has long been carved into everyone's heart. No one thought that Emperor Luoyu Wu would lose to Su Lang. After confronting Su Lang for a dozen breaths, Zhou Yu finally made a move. Dark Avenue. It resounded through the entire secluded sea like the sound of a deep hell. The world was suddenly enveloped by a terrifying force, there was no light in all directions, and it was completely plunged into darkness. Su Lang was in the secluded Dark Avenue, and only felt that she could crush the body of the Wuxian of the 5 tribulations by simply squeezing the huge force. Not to mention, the Dark Avenue also carries extremely terrifying abilities such as seals, erosion, deception, confusion, and weakening. Every negative buff can torture a powerful quasi-emperor to death. Fortunately, Su Lang had already put on an emperor-class defense formation on his body, and he could hardly block the power of the Dark Road. However, the emperor-level defense formation is constantly eroding, and the speed is very fast. Su Lang did not hesitate to use the swallowing clone instantly, swallowing 30 clones directly, leaving only one as a substitute for death. Rumble. A powerful aura erupted from Su Lang, and his combat power soared from the Wuxian of the 5 tribulations to the quasi-emperor level, and it was constantly improving. 15 clones are enough to make Su Lang reach the rank of quasi-emperor, 30 minutes, a full double. However, this did not allow Su Lang's cultivation to break through to Emperor Wu's level. It just made his combat power far surpass the average quasi-emperor, greatly shortening the gap with the real Wudi. But this is enough for Su Lang. What he relied on against Emperor Luoyu Wu was not his own combat power, but the formation. 3-kill prison emperor formation. The ultimate move that had been prepared for Luoyu appeared in an instant. Even under the cover of the Dark Avenue, Su Lang was a little dizzy, but after all, he was the spiritual power of the state of emptiness, and he also understood the rules of space. Therefore, there is no problem finding the location of Luoyu. I saw the power of endless space abruptly overflowing from the darkness, instantly forming a space prison, separating the Dark Avenue, trapping Emperor Wuyu Luo in it. The Purple Sky Thunder Domain and the Golden Blade Forest also directly filled the entire triple-kill prison space. The sudden scene directly changed Zhou Yu's expression. This is an Emperor-level killer formation. And the level is not low, it has reached the realm of rank 4 Wudi. What method did the Emperor Lang use? Such a terrifying formation was arranged in an instant, and I have no time to dodge. Moreover, I seem to have seen this formation in Qingyu City. What is the relationship between Emperor Lang and Emperor Qingyu? Chapter 933, Emperor Bingluoyu Jing. A lot of thoughts suddenly appeared in Emperor Wu Yu's mind. In the next moment, countless space cracks were torn apart, and thunder dragons bite down in groups, and countless golden blades pierce the sky from below, space. Thunder element, gold element. Do you think I have not mastered these 3 rules? Turn squares into boundaries, gold, thunder, earth, rock. Facing the fierce formation beyond his own realm, the power of a large number of rules surged out between the waves of Zhou Yu. Among the power of these rules, there are also space rules, gold lightning systems, and other rules for restraining gold lightning. Under this trick, the space cracks, the purple thunder dragon and the golden blade that have been besieged over have slowed down, as if pressing the slow key, they can't be instantly added to the secluded body. Although the speed has slowed down a bit, but it was only for Emperor Wu's level. The 3 terrorist attacks are still advancing, and the speed is still extremely fast. It seems that Emperor Luoyu Wu will be crushed to pieces in the next moment. Luoyu Jing. Zhou Yu flicked his hands at the same time, and a round black mirror appeared on his chest. This black mirror is double-sided, with a smooth surface that can be seen by light. It is thin as soft as ice, decorated with simple edges, and exudes a powerful atmosphere. The real imperial soldier. Su Lang's expression changed and he couldn't help exclaiming. Emperor soldiers are the strongest weapons in Kanglan continent. Like the genus of Emperor Wu Lian, they can't own them, they can only use their own rules and treasures. The Emperor Slaughter on Shao Slaughter's ancestor can only use the quasi-emperor soldier of Slaughter's sheath. From the beginning to the end, Su Lang had only seen one real imperial soldier, that was the Baiyu Emperor Gate of the White Moon Emperor City. An emperor soldier is almost equivalent to a martial emperor. Luoyu Endless Abyss. With the movement of Zhou Yu's thoughts, one side of the Luoyu mirror burst out with black light, forming a huge black hole around Zhou Yu. The terrifying 4th-rank Wudi attack of the 3-killing prison emperor array fell on Zhou Yu viciously. The giant black hole waved with waves, as if it would disintegrate in the next moment. But it abruptly held on, and was still devouring the attacks of the 3-kill prison emperor array. It seems that the abyss behind the black hole is really endless. 3 kills the prison emperor outside the array. Su Lang's entire body was equipped with an imperial defense array, resisting the attack of the Dark Avenue, and his expression was a bit solemn. I originally thought that when the 3-killing prison emperor array came out, Luo Yu would surely punish him, but I didn't expect that this guy would have an emperor. This means that Su Lang is equivalent to facing 2 emperors, and they are 2 emperors who cooperate closely and seamlessly. The 3-killing prison emperor array cannot directly kill Zhou Yu, it can only enter a protracted battle. Although I can set up a 3-kill prisoner king array again, but I have several emperor-level formations on me, as well as the 3-kill prison emperor formation. The consumption is too terrifying. If the 2 3-kill prisoner formations can't kill Zhou Yu instantly, then I will be stretched out. We must find a way to solve the energy problem. Su Lang narrowed his eyes, a sneer gradually appeared on his solemn face. In the 3-kill prison emperor formation, Zhou Yu also showed a deep sneer. The previous battle changed rapidly, and a wrong step was the death abyss, but the battle situation at this time was slightly settled. Zhou Yu was also able to discover that Su Lang's true combat power turned out to be only the quasi-emperor. Although it is very close to Emperor Wu, it is still a quasi-emperor. A mere quasi-emperor, dare to call himself emperor, and dare to come to my troubles. I really can't help it. This formation is really powerful, but how long can you support it? The moment you run out of energy is when you die. Now, let me speed up your energy consumption. Luo Yu dead soul, immortal. Zhou Yu's face was full of sneers and sarcasm, and when his thoughts moved, the other side of Luo Yujing also burst into intense black light. Chapter 934, Luo Yucheng in the mirror. The black light on the other side of Luo Yujing is quite strange. It unexpectedly passed through the blockade of the 3-killing prison emperor formation and landed on the entire Luoyu Emperor city. This is willing force. Su Lang's expression changed, and he felt the special energy from the black light. This kind of energy that passes through the 3-kills prison emperor array is a willing force, with omnipotent attributes. Su Lang suddenly remembered that among the exercises Zhou Yu practiced, there were 2 exercises named Dead Soul Eternal Life Immortal Ju and Tian Di Lai Chao Immortal Code. At this time, after careful consideration, these 2 exercises are really like the Wish Power exercises, which are incense-type exercises. Su Lang also practiced a practice called The Secret of the Immortals, and clearly knew the characteristics of the force of the wish. Although Yuanli has very difficult side effects, it cannot hide its horror. At this time, in the realm of Emperor Wu Yu's 3rd transformation, the means of urging willpower to display must be extraordinary. Su Lang thought about it. I saw that the entire endless Emperor Luoyu city had undergone strange changes under the black light of Yuanli. The whole city seemed to be turned into a mirage, twisted and hazy, becoming more and more illusory. However, under the city, on the sea like a mirror, the shadow of Luoyu Emperor city was reflected. The shadow of the imperial city was reflected on the sea, but it became clearer, just like a real city. And the real Luoyu Emperor city has become its shadow. This weird scene of virtual reality conversion was completed in an instant. In the next moment, hundreds of thousands of shadow warriors flew out of the Luoyu Emperor city in the mirror, densely packed and overwhelming, each with a powerful aura. The most trash inside are all senior martial sages, the backbone is all Wuxian, there are 8 quasi-emperors, and a powerful existence that is infinitely close to Emperor Wu. The terrifying aura swept the world, as if to completely wash away any enemy. These shadow warriors have no breath of life, nor souls, they are not alive. Su Lang saw the details of the shadow warriors at a glance. It should be a method similar to I think, therefore I am, to resurrect the powerful men who died in the history of the Luoyu Emperor. It's just that they are not the real resurrection, they are the powerful in the minds and thinking of the people of the Luoyu Emperor clan today. The living warriors of the Luoyu Emperor clan remember, commemorate and worship them. Supplemented by Emperor Luoyu Wu, Emperor Bingyu Mirror, and cultivation method Dead Soul Eternal Life, they condense aspiration and make them recast the body of the dead soul. As long as the incense and aspiration power is endless, they will be immortal forever. Unexpectedly, the method I expected was actually displayed by someone. Qianyu, you are really extraordinary. Quote. After thinking about it, that powerful dead soul warrior has rushed to Su Lang's side. One by one, they have no intelligence, only the instinct to fight. After approaching Su Lang, all the dead soul warriors launched an attack. Hundreds of thousands of martial sages, thousands of martial immortals, and 9 quasi-emperors all shot together. That momentum and power really seemed to destroy the world, especially the quasi-emperor who was infinitely close to Emperor Wu. Between the hands and feet, the space was distorted, and the rules roared, like the existence of terror that suppressed the ages. The power of countless rules flew all together. Obviously it was an attack method, but because of the large number, a huge wall was formed that was advancing quickly, and he slayed at Su Lang. Zhou Yu, you are so awesome. The corner of Su Lang's mouth twitched, and immediately stretched out his right hand and tapped gently. 5 elements unite the Imperial Formation. A formation barrier gleaming with colorful light slammed up and collided with the attacks launched by hundreds of thousands of dead soul warriors. The horrible crash sound seemed to penetrate the earth and the clouds. Apart from the violent crash, there was no other sound in the entire world. But the impact sound has not yet disappeared. Hundreds of thousands of dead soul fighters launched another attack. Another extremely terrifying crash sounded, connected with the previous one, like a heart beating violently from the sky and the earth. Of course, no matter how many people there are, and there are 9 quasi-emperors, they can't break the formation of the emperor-level range shield. Chapter 935. Treasure Hunt. Flying. Su Lang's 5 elements united imperial formation steadily blocked the attack of hundreds of thousands of dead soul warriors. However, in the storage space, countless celestial jade is being consumed rapidly, and Su Lang has to take out the system balance and use it for array consumption. No, we must fight quickly. Su Lang looked solemn, his right hand flicked, and his heart moved. 3 kills prison, Emperor array. The countless material treasures in the storage space disappeared out of thin air, creating the second 3-kill prisoner formation. Hundreds of thousands of dead soul warriors had not launched the third attack, they were all enveloped and captured by the 3-kill prisoner formation, and sealed in the 3-kill prison space. The purple sky thunder dragon roars, the golden earth sword is like a forest, and countless space cracks are like the big mouth of an unknown terrifying monster. The 3-killing prison emperor array instantly launched an attack, killing hundreds of thousands of dead soul warriors. Under the attack of these 4-turn imperial formations, even if the number of dead soul martial artists reached hundreds of thousands, they were still vulnerable. The vast majority of the dead soul martial artists were annihilated in an instant, and the 8 quasi-emperors also persisted for a few milliseconds before they died. Only the dead soul Zhundi, who was infinitely close to Emperor Wu, persisted for half a breath before being wiped out. It can be said that this army of hundreds of thousands of terrorists was wiped out within Su Lang's fingers. However, Su Lang was not happy. Because he knows. Anyway, Zhou Yu's purpose has been achieved, and Su Lang has consumed a lot of energy. Moreover, those dead soul fighters are not really gone. Can you really kill my dead soul warrior? In the 3-kill prison emperor formation, Zhou Yu Yangtian, who was holding a Luoyu mirror, laughed. I saw that Emperor Luoyu city in the mirror flew out of hundreds of thousands of troops again. The army is exactly the same as before, hundreds of thousands of martial sages, thousands of martial immortals, 8 quasi-emperors, one infinitely close to Emperor Wu. As soon as this group of troops appeared, they pounced on Su Lang fiercely. With the lessons learned, they no longer formed in groups, but scattered and fought against Su Lang. My 3 kills prison emperor formation has spatial attributes. The corner of Su Lang's mouth raised, and his thoughts moved, and the 3-kill prison emperor array suddenly spread, like a huge mouth that suddenly opened, directly engulfing all the dead soul warriors. In the next moment, the attacks of rank 4. Martial Emperor level descended, killing all the dead soul martial artists. Langdi, I see how long you can hold on. In the 3-kill prison Emperor formation, Zhou Yu sneered and stared at Su Lang as if looking at a dead person. Even if Su Lang is the Lord of the South, how many immortal jade and energy can a quasi-emperor have? It's so stupid to fight a protracted battle between the realm of the quasi-emperor and the emperor of the Third Revolution. Zhou Yu, you are too happy too soon. Su Lang smiled disdainfully. In the realm of Emperor Wudi of Third Transformation, against my 3-kill prison Emperor formation, even with Emperor soldiers in hand, it must be uncomfortable. Zhou Yu sneered again and again, it's still that sentence, you can't beat me. In the Luoyu Emperor city in the mirror, hundreds of thousands of dead soul warriors flew out. After being killed twice, their aura has declined, but they still maintain their previous realm. Is it? Then, let you see my methods. Su Lang curled his lips contemptuously, raised his hands, and shouted, treasure hunting flying drifters. I saw that there were countless golden patterned honey gliders in the sky and the earth. They were chirping, flying around, as fast as electricity. What's the use of small things? After seeing the treasure hunting fly, Zhen Yu showed disdain. Su Lang smiled faintly, waved his hand, and the treasure hunt flying towards Luoyu Emperor City abandoned. Although the real Luoyu Emperor City became hazy, it did not hide in the other space. Su Lang could easily locate the true location of Luoyu Emperor City based on spatial rules. This huge imperial city contains huge wealth of Luoyu Imperial City. Once plundered, countless resources can be obtained. Want to deal with my imperial city? Delusional. Although Zhou Yu seemed to disdain those little golden flying squirrels on the surface, he didn't intend to let them wreak havoc in his heart. After all, Langdi is really weird, who knows what use these mice are. Under the control of Qianyu, hundreds of thousands of dead soul warriors rushed over and intercepted the treasure-hunting flying gliders. The lead quasi-emperors launched a range attack one after another, and the power of destroying the world covered a large number of flying treasures. Chapter 936, Plunder the Imperial City. In the eyes of Zhou Yu, although these treasure-hunting flying gliders are numerous, they are absolutely vulnerable. Something that horrified him happened. I saw the seemingly weak and fragile treasure-hunting flying in the overwhelming terrorist attack, there was no damage. Not even one. The treasure hunt flying through the blockade of the dead soul warriors, instantly broke into the real Luoyu Emperor City. These little flying squirrels have not lost even a single hair. I am an army led by hundreds of thousands of martial sages, thousands of martial immortals, and 9 quasi-emperors. Zhou Yu was stunned. His lifespan is measured in millions of years, but he has never seen such an incredible thing. The countless Luoyu Emperor clan warriors who were watching the battle were shocked and panicked. I thought that under Emperor Wuyu's hands, the other party had no power to fight back, but I didn't expect that the other party not only dragged him down, but also used strange methods to attack Luoyu Emperor City. These densely packed weird flying squirrels are monsters that even hundreds of thousands of dead souls cannot stop. Run away. Once caught by these flying squirrels, we will undoubtedly die. Can't escape. Gather together and resist these monsters. There was chaos in Luoyu Emperor City, some people fleeing everywhere, and some people gathered together to resist the treasure-hunting flying gliders. The swift flying hunters caught up with countless yelling Luoyu Emperor martial artists. A warrior showed despair, tears and nose muddy. But then, he was stunned. Because the treasure hunt flying swan who caught up with him did not kill him, but took away his space ring, and then quickly left. The same thing is happening everywhere. Especially those shops were immediately looted. These flying squirrels don't kill people, they only grab treasures. One by one, the escaped warriors stopped and hid their treasures strictly. However, no matter how they hide, they will be found by the treasure hunt flying gliders. The point is, whether it is Wu Sheng or Wu Xian, there is no way to deal with these little flying squirrels. Someone found that the treasures hidden in the inner space would not be robbed, and they immediately told each other. One by one, the gods of martial arts began to open their inner space to rescue the treasures left in the city's shops. But they didn't open the inner space. Once opened, the treasure hunt flying rushed in and swept the treasures away. There was even a quasi-emperor who was hidden donated more than 10,000 yuan to Su Lang. In just such a few breaths, countless warriors went bankrupt, and the wealth accumulated over the years was robbed. When everyone reacted, almost 1/10 of the wealth of the entire Luoyu Emperor city was plundered. Don't underestimate this 1/10 of the wealth, which can be compared to several quasi-emperors. Although not all of these wealth are immortal jade or spirit jade, only a small portion is. But even so, Su Lang had harvested a full 20,000 inferior immortal sources, which was able to support the 3-kill prison emperor formation for not a short time. The scene of Luoyu Emperor City being looted in the eyes of Zhou Yu made him extremely shocked. These treasure hunt flying gliders are really terrifying. It's simply a big killer for aggression. Unexpectedly, you still have this method. It seems that you can dominate the mainland fragments, and even occupy the barrens of the south. You have some ability. Zhou Yu looked at Su Lang and slowly sneered. Unfortunately, your flying squirrels have already been used, and I know their weaknesses. Your flying squirrels are no longer useful. No matter how many immortal jade you rob, it is no more than a few 100 million to support the 4-turn imperial formation. The one who will die is never me. Su Lang smiled faintly, and soon dispatched the treasure hunt flying gliders to other cities of Luoyu Emperor clan. He hadn't been idle on the way to Luoyu Emperor City, he had already visited many big cities of Luoyu Emperor clan. At the same time, he secretly synthesized the looted materials. He also controlled the exchange shops in Baiyu Emperor City and Qingyu City, and began to sell these materials at low prices. Chapter 937, Is it really immortal? Judging from the current situation, Su Lang could not make a quick battle, and could only continue to fight the war of attrition. This requires a lot of fairy jade, and the high-level materials synthesized by Su Lang, because of their high quality and low price, were loved by countless powerful people, and caused a huge sensation in the Baiyu Emperor City and Qingyu City. In particular, Su Lang even took out the Emperor-grade materials for sale, which shocked countless people's eyes. The quasi-emperors of the Baiyu Emperor clan rushed over, wanting to take in all the Emperor-grade materials. Unexpectedly, dozens of quasi-emperors popped up and asked for purchases, so that they had to form a bidding trend. The situation is similar in Qingyu City. Even the 4 martial emperors of the Qingyu Emperor realm sent clones to buy them. The 4 martial emperors, who had always been harmonious, were quarrelsome because of the low-level materials sold by Su Lang. It's not that no one tried to probe the forces behind Su Lang. But after inquiring, there was no trace at all, so I felt uncomfortable and gave up. In just 10 minutes, Su Lang relied on plundering Luoyu City and selling materials, and obtained a full 150,000 Hinayana source. This has been able to support all the formations currently deployed by Su Lang to operate for a long time. But Su Lang has to face another problem. The duration of devouring the clone is about to end. How can this be good? Zhou Yu has the power of wish, and can clearly see my movement and state in the 3-kill prison emperor array. If the devouring clone is over, he will definitely discover my true cultivation. But if the formation is arranged to cover up, it is no different from having no silver 300 taels here. Forget it, it's not a big deal to be known to him. Anyway, the 3-kills prison emperor formation has been set up. Su Lang frowned, did not think of a way, and could only let the true cultivation base be exposed. Other preparations are required. The clone dispatch has the function of cooling down, and it can be completely cooled in 1 hour. During this period of time, we must ensure that Zhou Yu cannot escape, otherwise I will lose this battle. While thinking about it, Su Lang disintegrated the 3-kill prison emperor formation that had previously besieged hundreds of thousands of dead souls. I said before, 1 set is not good, then 2 sets. Su Lang looked at Zhou Yu in the 3-kills prison emperor formation, smiled coldly, and his heart moved, and another set of 3-kills prison emperor formation was embedded in the previous set of emperor formation. Su Lang's formation skills are so advanced. Although they are 2 separate formations, they have also formed a force of alliance, greatly enhancing their combat power. The roaring thunder dragon, the cold golden blade, and the terrifying space cracks are becoming more and more. You can even arrange such a formation. Zhou Yu's expression changed, and the black hole formed by Luo Yujing's black gloom turned out to be faintly unstable. Su Lang was also somewhat delighted to see this scene. The 3-kill prison emperor formation is worthy of the 4th rank martial emperor level, and the 2 sets have forcibly combined, even making the emperor holding the emperor's army show instability. Unfortunately, bears and fish palms are not available. If I want to maintain the 3-kills prison emperor array, I have to sell materials. I sell the materials, but I can't set up a third 3-kill prison emperor array. For the current plan, we can only see who can't hold on first. However, just dragging like this is not a solution. The second set of 3-kill prison emperor array is used to deal with Zhou Yu, and those dead soul martial artists must find another way to solve it, otherwise it will be enough to cause huge consumption to me. Su Lang looked at hundreds of thousands of dead soul warriors outside the emperor-level defense formation. After they intercepted the treasure-hunting flying wing to no avail, they ran back under the control of Qian to consume Su Lang's imperial defense formation. Those powerful attacks fell on the emperor rank formation, constantly consuming Su Lang's subordinate fairy source. Dead souls live forever. Is it really immortal? Su Lang sneered coldly. He, who was familiar with the rules of willingness, clearly knew the weakness of these dead soul fighters. And this weakness is not in the dead soul warriors, but in Luoyu Emperor City. To be precise, not only in Luoyu Emperor City, but the warriors of the entire Luoyu Emperor clan. Chapter 938, Cut 100,000 with a sword. It is precisely because of countless Luoyu Emperor clan warriors' longing, worship, and awe, condensing a steady stream of incense and aspirations, that allows the dead soul warriors to survive forever. The stronger the living warriors are, the more incense will they provide and the stronger they are. Especially those Wushen and quasi-emperors, one person is worth 1,000,000 weak and small warriors. Then, to kill these warriors is to draw a salary. Su Lang chuckled. Even if the powerhouse in Luoyu Emperor City is like a cloud at this time, can he stop him? Zhou Yu was trapped by the 3-killing prison emperor array. Su Lang was not trapped by the dark road of darkness. Luoyu Emperor City, I'm here. With a faint smile on his face, Su Lang supported the emperor-level defense formation, lined up the suppression of the Dark Avenue, and flew towards Luoyu Emperor City. Even though the Dark Avenue suppressed Su Lang's speed very slowly, there were still a large number of dead soul fighters blocking it. But Su Lang still quickly arrived at the real Luoyu Emperor City. Seeing Su Lang's arrival, countless warriors in the city were so scared that their souls were dissipated, and their hearts and guts were torn apart. The remaining 3 quasi-emperors who contacted Yu Emperor clan were all trembling, their hands trembling. In their eyes, Su Lang is a martial emperor. And they still suppressed Emperor Wu Yu. How could they be opponents? Stop him, a bunch of trash. What are you afraid of? He is only in the realm of quasi-emperor. What's more, even if you die in battle, you can still enter the Luoyu city in the mirror and be immortal. Zhou Yu's voice resounded through the ears of the powerful, with irreversible majesty and domineering. This person is just a quasi-emperor. How could Emperor Zun suppress Master Zhou Yu? The 3 Luoyu Emperor clan Zhundi showed bitterness, but they still had to stand up. They brought 100,000 strong and an army of hundreds of thousands of dead souls, one after another, surrounded Su Lang. Regardless of the dead soul army, they have been attacking Su Lang's imperial defense formation. The 3 quasi-emperors of the Luoyu Emperor clan also gradually suppressed their fears, condensed their fighting spirit, held immortal weapons, and killed Su Lang. Chi-Chi's sky-shaking roar was mixed with the chaotic roar of the dead soul army, and it drowned Su Lang at the same time. At this moment, Su Lang is simply fighting thousands of troops alone with his own power. But he was not afraid. Slaughter Sky sword sheath. With a thought in his heart, a scabbard appeared in Su Lang's hands, simple and mysterious, with a powerful aura. An invisible field radiated from the scabbard, covering the entire Luoyu Emperor City. This is the swordless domain that can be obtained by practicing the Swordless Immortal Sutra, but it is also one of the characteristics of the Slaughter Sky sword sheath. The swordless realm rejects all existences without sword hearts. In today's world, there is only Xiao Lucian, a swordman with a sword heart. In Luoyu Emperor City, all the sword weapons buzzed like a mouse and a cat, shivering. At least half of the warriors of the Xiwan Luoyu Emperor clan used sword-like treasures. At this time, they couldn't even control the weapons in their hands. Even at the level of the fairy sword, its spirit is too scared to shrink. The sacred and immortal weapons of the warriors are their own reliance. The weapon is gone, and the combat power is directly destroyed by a half. Before the war has started, the weapons I'm waiting for will no longer be dictated. Gouda, can we really stop this powerful enemy? Each warrior trembled physically and mentally, and couldn't help slowing down. But the battle between the strong is in a flash. When they hesitated, Su Lang waved his scabbard, and thousands of sword auras had already rushed down the sky. The weakest of these sword auras is also the 9 Tribulations martial immortal level, and the strongest is infinitely close to Emperor Wu. Moreover, these sword auras don't care about those dead soul martial artists, they all attack the living people with the breath of life. Even if there are 3 quasi-emperors taking the lead in the army of 100,000 warriors, where is Su Lang's opponent? 10 Dao infinitely close to Emperor Wu's sword energy besieged and killed the 3 quasi-emperors first. The remaining Wuxian and Wusheng were directly defeated, and they were harvested by sword energy like leaks. Every sword chi disappeared without killing one person. As long as it is not exhausted, you can continue to kill the enemy. 100,000 army, a dozen breaths, all will die. Ha 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 ha, refreshing. Su Lang was very happy. After killing 100,000 Luoyu Emperor clan powerhouses, he gained more than 40,000 lower fairy sources. Chapter 939, cut another 300,000. After seeing this scene, Zhou Yu, trapped in the 3 killing prison emperor's array, saw his eyes cracked, his eyes were blood red, and his pores were so angry that smoke would be emitted from his pores. Counting the previous Luo Ji, Luo Qi and others, 5 quasi-emperors have been beheaded by Su Lang. In addition, there are nearly 1,000 martial gods and countless martial sages who died in a united battle. That was the accumulation of most of the Luoyu Emperor clan over the past millions of years, and they all died in a few breaths. Zhou Yu could hardly wait to cramp Su Lang and eat his meat. However, he was trapped in the 3-kill prisoner emperor formation and couldn't get out of it for a short time. He blocked Su Lang. Do you think I'll be finished by killing you 100,000? Su Lang turned around and smiled coldly at Zhou Yu in the 3-kill prison space. Your Emperor Luoyu is so big, killing a few 100 million more is not too much, ha 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 ha. Zhou Yu's forehead bounced with blue veins and his face was twisted. Hee hee, why don't I dare? You can secretly support the Xuanyu Immortal Clan of the 6 Dao Immortal Clan formations, and you want to destroy it. Why don't I dare to kill your widowed and cold-blooded race? Su Lang sneered, with a hint of killing intent, and waved his hand gently. A large amount of sword energy flew out from the Slaughter Sky sword sheath, like a fairy sword whizzing past. The dense sword chi shuttles through Luoyu Emperor City, and all those above the realm of martial god will die. Even the 13 clans including the Chu Xian tribe can raise more than 100,000 martial, censored quasi-sages. In this Luoyudi city, the martial, censored, is more than 100,000. Although the powerhouses above the martial god of the Emperor Luoyu are distributed in the major cities, the city of Luoyu Emperor is only a part, but it is still 300,000. And most of the wealth of this imperial city is in the hands of Emperor Luoyu Wu, and the rest is hidden in the inner space of these warriors and above. These wealth have escaped the plunder of the treasure-hunting flying squirrels, but they can't be avoided by Su Lang personally. Su Lang has a lot of celestial jade in his hands, which can be used to support the operation of the 3-kill prison emperor array. You bastard, how dare you slaughter our people like this? Unexpectedly, I want you to survive, not to die. To make you want to live, it is better to die. I want to hit your southern land, and slaughter all the creatures in your southern land, from Wuxian to Mayfly, all weeds and roots. Seeing that the warriors in his imperial city were killed one by one, Zhou Yu was so angry that he vomited blood and cursed. He was a high-ranking 3rd martial emperor who was abruptly frustrated by Su Lang. Zhou Yu, I only killed some of you who are strong, which is less than 1/100th of the total number of Luoyu Emperor clan. And you want to kill all the creatures in my southern land. You are so cruel, and I can't compare it with a horse. Unfortunately, your cruelty will dissipate with your fall. You can't make me feel bad for life, life is better than death, and you can't kill me on the southern land. Su Lang looked at Zhou Yu in the 3-killing prison emperor array, calmly, unmoved by the threat of Zhou Yu. At this time, he obtained a large number of subordinate fairy sources. In addition, the exchange shops of Baiyu Emperor City and Qingyu City are enough to consume with Qianyu. The formation is able to continue to operate, and the time for the swallowing clone is approaching, which is not to be feared. The big deal, without the support of Su Lang's infinite proximity to Emperor Wu, the consumption of the formation would increase a lot. But even so, it can last a long time. Not to mention, those dead soul warriors have lost most of the strong people's incense aspirations, and they have become weaker and weaker. I saw that those dead soul warriors who kept besieging Su Lang's emperor-level defense formation became weaker. First of all, those of the martial sage level, they are not well known, and they get very little incense power. At this time, the source of the incense's aspiration power was reduced, and even the realm could not be stabilized. What's more, it drops directly into the martial saint realm, turns into fly ash, and disappears completely. Without the support of the incense willingness, the immortality of these dead soul fighters is a joke. The dead soul martial artist of the martial arts level is also unstable, and all have slipped. Only the 9 quasi-emperors, in the vast territory of the Luoyu Emperor clan, were praised and worshipped by countless people, in order to maintain the quasi-emperor realm, but their combat power also weakened a lot. Due to the consumption of the dead soul martial artist, Su Lang took his salary from the bottom with a single move, which reduced a lot. Chapter 940, Will I Keep Consuming It? The anger on Zhou Yu's face gradually disappeared, turning to a sneer. Su Lang, child, do you think you can really kill me? With my cultivation base of Emperor Wudi of 3rd rank and millions of years of background, you want to play a war of attrition with me? What a joke. Zhou Yu looked at Su Lang disdainfully. It looks like I am trapped at this time, and you can wreak havoc everywhere, but how long can you support such a situation? Killing my subordinates is nothing but ants biting and itching to me. I have won this war before it is fought. I only need to wait slowly, and your death will come slowly. Disdain for Zhou Yu. Su Lang didn't sneer, but only faintly admitted, I have an emperor formation, and there are hundreds of thousands and hundreds of thousands of immortal sources, but you have my accumulation 10 times 100 times. If the current situation is maintained, then I will definitely not be able to consume you. In the world of warriors, great strength is concentrated in one person. Like the Emperor Luoyu clan, everything is quiet. The Luoyu Emperor clan is located in the north-central part of the Kanglan continent. Although its chassis is only 1/10 of the Selong territory, its resources are super rich. After millions of years of accumulation, Zhou Yu's wealth is really not comparable to Su Lang at this time. HMPH, you understand. No matter what's strange about you, you are just an ant. In the body of an ant, fighting against me, Emperor Wu, is simply overwhelming. Unfortunately, you understood it too late. Even if you run away now, or even surrender, I will not let you go. Zhou Yu's cold eyes fixed on Su Lang, full of violence and killing intent. Zhou Yu, you are so funny. You're right if I can't consume it, but I said, will I continue to consume it? Su Lang shook his head, with a faint contempt at the corner of his mouth, fleeing. Still surrendering? It's ridiculous. When the 2-3 kill prison Emperor Array failed to kill Zhou Yu, Su Lang had already begun to find another way to kill Zhou Yu, and thought of several ways. The first method is the Tai Chi Meteorite, Censored Thunder. This whole card, Su Lang had already gotten out of the Battle of the Wind Spirit clan, but it was never used. As the enemy became stronger and stronger, the Tai Chi Meteorite Thunder was also evolved to the fairy weapon level by Su Lang. Moreover, this one-time weapon does not produce weapon spirits, and the materials required for upgrading are much less than normal weapons. As long as Su Lang consumes materials, he can evolve into a sufficiently powerful imperial soldier. Then shove it into the 3 kills prison emperor formation to have a deep-fried turtle in the urn, which will blow you up abruptly. However, this method is quite expensive. The key is that once the Taiji Meteorite God Thunder explodes, the material will definitely be lost 7 or 88. Therefore, Su Lang intends to temporarily shelve Tai Chi Meteorite Thunder. The second method is similar to the first method, but the upgrade target becomes Yudian Sword. Yes, it is the Yudian Sword, not the Slaughter Sky Scabbard. Slaughter Sky Sword Sheath needs to grow sword energy. It takes a long time. Even if it breaks through to the Emperor Soldier, it can't kill Zhou Yu in a short time. But Yudian Sword is different. Although the consumption of materials must be more, as long as it is raised to the point where it can break through a trace of defense, then Zhou Yu will undoubtedly die. However, the consumption of this method is also very large, and the materials are not necessarily enough. Wouldn't it be embarrassing if you run out of materials, but Yudian Sword still cannot break through the defense of Qianyu? Therefore, Su Lang plans to use the third method first. This method is to delay for a while and wait for the completion of the practice of the 7 immortal sword techniques, then there is a lot to do. Zhou Yu didn't even know that Su Lang still had many methods, and thought he was too poor. In my opinion, it is ridiculous that you are right. You don't plan to fight a war of attrition with me. Is there a way to kill me like a bamboo shoot? If you had such a method, you would have used it long ago. Kill me. Now, what is the use of you fooling around? I will kill you in the end. Zhou Yuxi didn't believe that Su Lang could have thunder means indirectly beheaded him. If anyone comes, I'm afraid I won't believe it. No way, the gap between Su Lang and Zhou Yu was too big. One is the quasi-immortal who mentioned the realm of the quasi-emperor by secret technique, and the other is the Emperor Wu Luo who has dominated billions of creatures for millions of years. Chapter 941. Even the realm of Emperor Zun is fake, but this is the ignorance of the world. Except for Xiaobei, Rushui and other insiders, how many people know that Su Lang is an unreasonable threat? My method of beheading you, you will see it soon. Su Lang smiled faintly. Now, you can enjoy the happiness brought to you by the 3 kills prison Emperor array. When death is imminent, I'm not ashamed. Zhou Yu snorted dismissively, no longer looked at Su Lang, and concentrated on fighting the 3-kill prison Emperor formation. The 2 3-kill prisoner formations united, and the attacks continued. Even if Zhou Yu held the Emperor weapon, he also controlled the space rules, the thunder system rules, and the gold system rules, and he could eliminate the 3-kill prison Emperor's attack to a certain extent, but he was still very sad. To be honest, he can survive until now, except for the last whole card, he has used all the methods he can use. And that one whole card is not a last resort, Zhou Yu won't use it. The battle was at a stalemate again. Su Lang sat in the barrier of the Emperor rank formation, silently resisting the siege of hundreds of thousands of dead soul warriors. In the 3-kill prison Emperor formation, Zhou Yu held the network mirror in his hand and resisted endless attacks. 10 minutes passed quickly. The accident happened suddenly. I saw that Su Lang's quasi-emperor level aura suddenly disappeared. Instead, the weak aura of the 5 tribulations martial immortal was even mixed with an extremely weak quasi-celestial aura. Such a change directly stunned Zhou Yu. This guy, even the quasi-emperor realm is fake. This guy actually used quasi-wonderland to provoke me, the 3rd-rank martial emperor. This is so crazy, how can there be such mad people in this world? Lu Yu, who discovered the truth, was stunned and dumbfounded. Compared with Tianel, Zunxian and Emperor Wudi Sanjuan, it is almost like a bacteria. Compared with Taishan, the gap is almost beyond description. At first, Zhou Yu thought he was wrong. Then he used more willpower to run his eyes, clearly see through Su Lang's cultivation base, completely stunned. It's really just a quasi-Xian level realm. This guy who is known as the Emperor Lang, who rules the south, is really just a quasi-fairy level yellow-haired kid. Once again, Zhou Yu couldn't help but opened his mouth wide in horror. This is so special, it's simply the most incredible thing in his life. No, it's the entire Kanglan continent. No, it's the most incredible thing in the history of several continents including Jingtian continent. Zhou Yu was also very surprised and delighted. That kind of sentiment is like the inexhaustible fight after the start of the group. When the situation is very tense, the other party suddenly clicks to surrender. Su Lang, child, I can't even think of breaking my head, you are just a little quasi-immortal. Haha, I laughed to death, really laughed at me, a quasi-immortal dared to offend me Luoyu Emperor clan. Furthermore, I dare not brazenly ask me to wait, and use unknown means to kill me, my big teeth are really going to laugh. Children Su Lang, you are really the most crazy, rampant, and boldest person I have ever seen. I actually have a kind of admiration for you, ha ha ha. Zhou Yu Yangtian laughed, even tears burst out. The admiration in his mouth is true. Su Lang's madness and boldness, in the eyes of Zhou Yu, really reached the extreme. The key is that Su Lang still really fought him for several rounds. Although the Kanglan continent is 1 trillion people, no one can compare it. Zhou Yu, I don't agree with you. Su Lang also faintly smiled. Crazy. No, I am clear and bold. No, I am cautious and presumptuous. No, killing you is just a common thing. Zhou Yu was still laughing wildly. Now that your secret technique has failed, and you have fallen from the original cultivation base, how long can you trap me? You talked and laughed happily with me, just to cover up your inner fear and despair. How long will you be trapped? Su Lang shook his head, his expression unchanged, still smiling. I can trap you to death. Still saying that I am not crazy. Zhou Yu smiled dumbly. Well, you die with a hard mouth, I don't bother to talk nonsense with you. Chapter 942. The Noisy Martial Emperors. Zhou Yu controlled some of the dead soul fighters to evacuate from the battlefield, and went to the remaining cities to gather the fighters to besiege Su Lang. Luoyu Emperor City is a very special place for the Luoyu Emperor clan. Without permission, the warriors in the rest of the city must never step into it. Even if there was a great chaos in the city and hundreds of thousands of people were killed by Su Lang, the warriors of the Luoyu Emperor clan in the remaining cities did not dare to come to rescue. Only Emperor Luo Yu spoke in person, and the rest of the city dared to support him. This is true even for the own race, and the rest of the races are even less likely to participate in this war. The war also passed for half an hour. The well-informed emperors already knew about the battle, but they did not come to support it unless Qianyu spoke. In fact, this is also an unspoken rule among the great emperors. There was something wrong on one side, and the rest of the emperors could not break in without authorization. As a result, many bloodsheds occurred in the history of Kanglan continent. Zhou sent a dead soul warrior to order warriors from other cities in Luoyu to come over, probably because he wanted to take advantage of Su Lang's illness and demand Su Lang's life, so that Su Lang would be consumed here earlier. Su Lang didn't care about it, and even didn't care about those dead soul martial artists. He is now paying close attention to the martial arts villain in the mysterious black space. The 7 martial arts villains are practicing the 7 immortal level exercises of Bro Life and Death, Bro Yin Yang, Bro 5 Elements, Bro Sun Moon, Bro World, Bro Void, and Bro Shen Xing. According to speculation, it should be completed in 6 hours. After these 7 exercises are completed, Su Lang's next series of methods can be unfolded. Hopefully this plan alone can kill Zhou Yu. Su Lang secretly said in his heart, if it doesn't work, you can only use other expensive methods. A Zhengwu emperor is paying attention to the battle here. They didn't enter the territory of Emperor Luoyu clan, they just used some methods that didn't cross the bottom line to observe. There are those who use magic weapons, those who use rules have them, and some have also activated the undercover in Luoyu Emperor City, and directly started the live broadcast with things like video stones. In short, the great majority of Emperor Wu knew about the battle between Su Lang and Zhou Yu. Just like Emperor Red Lotus, or those who practice in retreat or refine alchemy at a critical juncture, they didn't pay attention. The emperors who were observing the battle also sent clones to gather together and communicate with each other. It has been inferred that the Emperor Wu who is fighting against Zhou Yu is the Emperor Lang Nan, Su Lang. This Su Lang is really bold. He broke into the Kanglan continent from mere fragments of the mainland and seized the barren land. As soon as he got a firm foothold, he dared to fight Zhou Yu. This Su Lang still doesn't know which continent fragment it came from. He is unidentified, and he is suspected of being an undercover agent in Jingtian continent. He tried to kill Zhou Yu in vain. Wouldn't it be the conspiracy of Jingtian continent? It should not be. As far as I know, the conflict between Su Lang and Zhou Yu comes from a woman named Chu Xiaobei. This woman is an incomparable asset, and is admired by Zhou Yu, who has to use special means to transfer her aptitude to his emperor. But unfortunately, Chu Xiaobei became Su Lang's Taoist companion. How could Su Lang give up? And of course he had to call the door. It turns out that it's because you don't have any reason to use that inferior method to obtain unparalleled capital, and you are in vain as Emperor Wu. Emperor Qingxiao Wu, you can't say that. The Xuanyu Immortal clan is originally under the command of Emperor Luoyu, and everything belongs to Qianyu. Hehe, Emperor Ling Juwu, you and Zhou Yu have a relationship, of course you will say so. HMPH, I am waiting for Emperor Wu to be the overlord who slaughters the world. Everything under his command is private property. Use it whatever you want. It's not right for others to dare to interfere. So arrogant and wanton, I am ashamed to talk to you. Don't quarrel between the two. I don't know who will win this battle. Of course it was Zhou Yunang who won, but he has emperor soldiers, and he is about to break through to rank 4 soon. It should be the Zhou Trist that won. After all, Su Lang is a fledgling, unknown name, and no emperor. Then, after Zhou Yu wins, he will kill Su Lang. Now the battle of the mainland is coming, should we save Su Lang? What did he do to save him? The origin of this person is unknown and rebellious. After he died, using his inheritance, it may not be impossible to create an obedient martial emperor. I don't think Su Lang can die. This son has great talents in the formation. I want to pull him into the Qingyu Emperor realm. In the future, I will be a good helper against the Jingtian continent. Fart, it's a trivial formation, the energy is exhausted and it becomes waste. Those materials are not as good as weapons. Chapter 943. I'm already smiling. A group of Woody quarreled, almost opened up another battlefield, and fought. But everyone thought that Su Lang should lose in this battle. Time just passed by a little bit. The war of attrition between Su Lang and Zhou Yu continued. The warriors besieging Su Lang, in addition to the dead soul warriors, there were also a large number of powerful men from the Luoyu Emperor clan. Although Su Lang was unscathed under the protection of the imperial formation, the energy consumption has indeed increased a lot. Su Lang did not do anything to the new warriors. From Zhou Yu's point of view, this was due to the sequelae of the occult surgery, and was unable to do anything. Today is your death date. Zhou Yu sneered all over his face. He was already confident, and he was ready to win. Su Lang's aura suddenly soared, and he directly restored the quasi-emperor level. Zhou Yu's mouth twitched in shock. This kind of secret technique against the sky cannot be used continuously for a short time. Now it's only half an hour since his combat power has fallen back. He actually used secret techniques again. Moreover, the side effects of this secret technique are absolutely terrifying. Is he really crazy? He dared to use this secret technique. How could Zhou Yu dare not believe that Su Lang actually used that kind of heaven-defying secret technique again? On the contrary, the group of noisy Emperor Wu, because they couldn't feel the changes in Su Lang's breath, they didn't know what happened. Zhou Yu suddenly had a clear mind. Su Lang's child must have wanted to escape. That's why he used the secret technique regardless of it. But as soon as this idea came to him, it was broken by Su Lang. I saw Su Lang holding the slaying sky sword sheath, launching a sword aura, killing all the living warriors. A large number of wuxia fell like meteors. You still dare to do it? Zhou Yu really couldn't understand. Su Lang is clearly in short supply of energy and his defeat is imminent, but he does not want to flee, but consumes his strength to kill some warriors. In the eyes of Zhou Yu, this is simply a way to die. Why don't I dare to do it? Zhou Yu, I also hope you send more warriors to attack me. Su Lang smiled all over his face, without the slightest frustration about losing. Bluff. Zhou Yu smiled contemptuously. Since you want to die faster, then I will fulfill you. Talk about it. Some dead soul warriors left the team and moved to bring reinforcements. Zhou Yu didn't know that Su Lang was already laughing. The warriors who came to support later were all wuxia, and each of them was rich in wealth. Su Lang beheaded them all and gained a lot, and the fairy jade spirit jade he obtained could support the formation for a while. Zhou Yu had no idea that Su Lang possessed the incredible ability of perfect plundering. He also thought that the treasures of the inner space of those dead warriors would be directly crushed by the power of space. As a result, Zhou Yu continued to make enemies of Su Lang, and he was complacent, thinking that Su Lang would soon be consumed. This move. It wasn't until Zhou Yu lost a lot of his subordinates that Su Lang's formation did not weaken in the slightest, and doubts arose. However, Zhou Yu still didn't think that those dead men had not played the role of consumption, only when Su Lang's reserve of immortal jade had not been used up. The war of attrition continued. Zhou Yu's own energy has also been consumed a lot. After all, he maintains the imperial soldiers all the time, and has to use the power of the Dark Avenue and various rules to resist the 3-kill prison Emperor formation, which is not a big consumption. But as Emperor Wu, he has no idea how rich he is. The energy in the body was consumed a little, and Zhou Yu took out the subordinate immortal source to make up, not afraid of the war of attrition. Wait for you to disappear this time. Zhou Yu's face was full of sneers. Your death date is here. Ha 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 ha. Chapter 944. Just laugh. Time passed by every minute. Zhou Yu no longer sent the people of Emperor Luoyu to consume Su Lang. Because if this continues, the entire Luoyu Emperor clan martial arts and above will be killed. Especially Wuxia, even Qianyu couldn't bear to take them all to death. Moreover, Zhou Yu believed that even the weakened dead soul martial artist could cause huge consumption to Su Lang and accelerate his death. Su Lang's swallowing clone effect disappeared again, and his combat power returned to a normal level. Seeing this, Zhou Yu couldn't help his eyes shining, and he was extremely happy. The second time the secret technique disappeared, I think you have any means to sustain it. Zhou Yu did not hide the smile on his face, looking at Su Lang's eyes as if he was looking at a dying person. Just laugh, you won't be able to laugh soon. Su Lang curled his lips in disdain, then threw a large number of subordinate Shanyuan into the formation. The defensive formation supported by energy maintains the same power as before, constantly resisting the attacks of hundreds of thousands of dead soul fighters. It was the 3-kill prison emperor formation, but gradually slowed down the attack, and Su Lang cancelled one. Since the formation can no longer kill Zhou Yu, and the war of attrition cannot be sustained, it is enough to reduce the investment in the 3-kill prison emperor formation and make it enough to besiege Zhou Yu. But from Zhou Yu's point of view, it was clearly Su Lang's failure. You have even revoked the formation, and it seems you will not be able to maintain it anymore. You dare to speak up. Zhou Yu let out a wild laugh, and immediately showed disdain, even more sure that Su Lang would soon be unable to hold on. The group of Emperor Wu who watched the battle between Su Lang and Zhou Yu also discovered the changes in the battlefield. Although everyone couldn't see through Su Lang's 3-kill prison emperor formation in a short time. However, the superposition of the two 3-kill prison emperor formations has anomalies and characteristics, and this characteristic makes the formation look very powerful. At this time, the characteristics of the vision disappeared, and the 3-kill prison formation became thinner. This kind of change could not be hidden from Emperor Qingxiao Wu from Emperor Qingyu realm. The other Emperor Wu, with the exception of the Emperor Ling Juwu, had basically dabbled in the formation, and also saw the changes in the 3-kill prison emperor formation. Suddenly, everyone looked different. Some have a sneer, and some have a pensive expression. The formation of Emperor Lang has become weaker. It is estimated that the consumption is too large, and it can't be maintained anymore. I'll just say, how can the only formations be able to trap Qianyu who has the Emperor soldiers? This Langdi is afraid that he will soon lose. If he can't escape, I won't help. Since I dare to cause trouble, I must be prepared to face death. Our Qingyu Emperor realm will protect Langdi. His formation looks similar to our Qingyu city formation, but it seems more advanced and mysterious. Such talents should not be allowed to fall. Everyone talked a lot, all waiting for Su Lang to be defeated. In a blink of an eye, another half-hour passed, but Su Lang was still alive. The martial emperor's onlookers couldn't help but stare at each other, quite surprised. Qianyu also frowned slightly, a little surprised. Zhou Yu took a deep breath and snorted coldly, I want to see how long you can last. Everyone waited like this again. Su Lang didn't bother to use devouring clone either. With the quasi-Xian realm, the 5 tribulations Wuxian level combat power controls the formation, and the consumption is high, but Su Lang can afford it. The point is that Su Lang also noticed that someone was watching. He controls the rules of fate, involving the mysterious rules of cause and effect, and it is not difficult to achieve this. In Su Lang's view, most of the Wu emperors who were spying secretly were enemies and not friends. After all, he was a newcomer. A group has an innate rejection of newcomers and is prone to hostility. Therefore, Su Lang still intends to keep the devouring clone to deal with the accident. His choice made Zhou Yu's heart sure again. Can last so long, it is indeed somewhat capable. But since you can't use the secret technique anymore, then you are really incapable of guilt. The end of the battle. The pressure of the 3-killing prison emperor array became less and less, and Su Lang showed no support again, and Zhou Yu completely relaxed. The whole card that I was hesitant to use before was also deeply hidden again. Chapter 945. I'm dozing off. What happened next, whether it was Zhou Yu, Qingxiao Wudi and the others, were a little surprised. Because more than 2 hours passed, Su Lang did not even retreat, and even dozed off in the formation. Seeing that Qin looks little by little, it really seems to be falling asleep. This is a battle of Emperor Wu level. In this level of war, I can still sleep, and I have to fall asleep. Qingxiao Wudi and the others looked at each other, speechless. And Zhou Yu's mouth twitched, feeling a deep shame. Su Lang didn't even care about such a high-end battle. He simply looked down upon him. Zhou Yu also felt a little bad. Emperor Qingxiao Wu and others also felt the strangeness in the battlefield. Su Lang clearly couldn't hold it back and he was about to retreat, but this state lasted for more than 2 hours without any deterioration. Moreover, Su Lang didn't worry about being defeated at all, so he sat cross-legged in the emperor-level defense formation. Is this a big-hearted or well-informed one? This son must be a bluff. He must be looking for an opportunity to escape, but he hasn't found a good time or the means are not enough, so he didn't act rashly. Yes, it has been so long. If you can launch a counterattack, you will have counterattacked long ago. It is absolutely impossible to wait until you are consumed weaker before counterattacking. It's so pitiful. He must be very scared at this time, very panicked, very desperate. The Wu emperors who were watching in secret talked in a low voice. The strangeness in the battlefield was also see-through by everyone, thinking that Su Lang would eventually retreat in silence and despair, or even defeat. Zhou Yu is not stupid, and his thoughts coincide with those of the onlookers Wudi. His slightly surprised face slowly showed a sneer. Su Lang, who was dozing off, suddenly shook his whole body, and his eyes opened suddenly, revealing unpredictable eyes. Ding! Breaking life and death has reached the founding level. Ding! Broken yin yang has reached the founding level. Ding! Broken god form has reached the founding level. The 7 system prompts are exactly the reason for Su Lang's vigor. Finally, is all the training finished? Liu, I'm done dozing off, and your death date is approaching. There was a slight light in Su Lang's eyes, and a smile was drawn at the corner of his mouth. The 7 strands resembled the same origin, but completely different energies appeared in his body out of thin air. When these energies merged into Su Lang's limbs, every cell, and even his mind, Su Lang immediately felt that he had mastered 7 extremely terrifying swordsmanship. And his real attack level has also soared from the 5 tribulations wuxian to the 9 tribulations wuxian. The increase of the attack level by 4 small realms is the gain brought to Su Lang by the 7 immortal swordsmanship. However, this is not what makes Su Lang the most excited. What makes him happiest is that the 7 immortal level swordsmanship training is completed, then the follow-up plan can be launched. The next plan. It's very simple. Continue to practice the exercises. Su Lang hooked his mouth and immediately selected 7 holy level exercises. These 7 saint level exercises are relatively ordinary, basically not worth mentioning for Su Lang at this time. But they correspond to rules that Su Lang has never practiced. Su Lang's goal is to understand the power of these rules. The level of the one-click martial arts function is 31, and the training speed has reached 2,864 million times that of ordinary wuxian martial artists. It only takes half an hour at most to practice a holy level exercise to the founding level. Ordinary, easy to practice exercises, this time will be greatly shortened. Su Lang narrowed his eyes, placed the technique on the 7 martial arts villains, and then slowly waited. When Zhou Yu saw that Su Lang suddenly moved, his expression was shocked, and he thought that Su Lang was finally about to make the final resistance. But he discovered that Su Lang immediately recovered his previous appearance, as if he was asleep. Chapter 946, Deduction, Break a Sword. Are you planning to make the final resistance, but then back down? Zhou Yu showed contempt. In the face of death, the previous rampant, the previous wanton, the previous boldness are gone. It really laughs at me. After sneer, Zhou Yu continued to lie dormant. He believed that the moment when Su Lang gave the lead was not far away. In a blink of an eye, the 7 system prompts appeared in Su Lang's mind again. As the practice finished, then, continue to practice other exercises. While thinking, Su Lang placed the new 7 exercises, and at the same time did not forget the rules of comprehension. Su Lang understood the 7 remote and weak rules in only 10 minutes. It just so happened that a few newly placed holy level exercises were finished, and Su Lang began to comprehend the rules again. In this way, Su Lang practiced the exercises intensively. Basically, you can comprehend 30 unfamiliar rules in 1 hour. In this way, time passed quickly, and 4 hours passed quickly. In addition to the more important basic rules and mysterious special rules that he had previously understood, Su Lang had already understood 168 rules at this time. And the practice of the exercises and the comprehension of the rules are over here. Firstly, because Su Lang has no exercises to practice, all exercises that can add new rules have been practiced. Secondly, it was because Su Lang's reserve of Shunyuan was running out, and it would last for another hour or 2 at most. To break through wuxian, the bottom line I set for myself is to comprehend 360 rules. Now the number of rules is far from enough. Don't think about breaking through wuxian, you have to wait for a while. In the original plan, there was no breakthrough in wuxian, but another method. I don't know what kind of moves can be deduced with my current immortal level unnamed practice. With a hint of expectation, Su Lang focused completely on the system function that had never been used. The source of power. How perverted can this one key martial arts exercise only after reaching level 30? The system. Use the source of the exercises, and perform deductions. Su Lang did not hesitate at all, and directly issued the order. Ding! Start deducing the source of the exercise. As the system prompt came, I saw that the various energies of the colorful streamer began to converge in the middle of Su Lang's martial sage domain, and in the chaotic area. These colorful streams of energy are the source of the various exercises Su Lang practiced. They will gather together, merge, transform, and sublimate into extremely powerful and terrifying moves. Hundreds of energy streamers finally merged together, forming a strange transparent sphere. The sphere looks transparent, but its interior seems to reveal countless different colors. Moreover, the surface of the sphere is constantly flowing and distorting, and it seems that endless conflicts are erupting on it, so that it cannot be calm. But at this point, the deduction of the source of the exercise is not over. I saw the light inside the transparent sphere gradually turned white, and the twisted and fluctuating surface finally calmed down. The whole sphere sinks and floats in Su Lang's wuxia realm, like a beautiful pearl. But this is still not the end. The beautiful orb suddenly burst out, forming a white torrent, surging in all directions, blending into the martial arts realm, limbs and skeletons, and even the sea of knowledge of the brain. I seem like an extra instinct. Su Lang's eyes widened, only to feel that his body had undergone tremendous changes. After the white torrent merged into the body, every cell of him seemed to have mastered an ability. This ability is like blinking, stepping, punching, breathing. It can be called an instinct. And the name of this ability is called Broken One Sword. This is what the system prompts to tell Su Lang. The move he deduced is called Po Yi Jian. Broken One Sword is a super move that integrates hundreds of Su Lang exercises and perfectly integrates them into one. Of course, powerful exercises such as immortal level exercises accounted for the majority. For example, Broken Life and Death, Broken Sun and Moon, and other fairy level swordsmanship can be called the predecessor of Bro Yi Jian. Chapter 947, Emperor Level Attack Realm. Bao Yi Jian is an extremely powerful attacking move. As the name suggests, this is a sword technique. The one in it represents both one and all. The so-called Dao begins with one and does not produce one. Therefore, it is divided into yin and yang in a broad sense. The combination of yin and yang produces all things. Therefore, one life two beget three beget all things. In popular terms, the one represents the source and all things. Source refers to the origin of heaven and earth, the power of rules, and even the heavens condensed by 3,600 imaginary rules. And the one in Po Yi Jian has this meaning. However, it also has a literal meaning, which means unity, that is, one's efforts to make it break. Simply put, it is a very strong single skill. And the first is all, which means breaking a sword to restrain everything. All things here refer to different kinds of all things, but also to the superficial meaning, 10,000 things. In other words, breaking a sword is a ranged skill and can restrain countless things. Well, sum it up in human terms. Breaking a sword is not only a super single skill, but also a super AoE range skill. It can restrain the origin and all things. In short, it is a very strong, invincible, and perverted sword move. Goose at this time, Su Lang has mastered this Wuti level abnormal sword move, and it almost turned into instinct. This is a sword technique that has entered the realm of Dao. With this sword technique, I can cut all the way and restrain any Emperor Wu. The man in front of you, who controls the dark road, can easily restrain him with a broken sword. Moreover, this trick can continue to be deduced. Perhaps one day, it can reach the point where the sword slashes the sky and truly destroys the world from its origin. Feeling the abnormal energy in his body, Su Lang couldn't help but stun to himself. At the same time, he was very excited and opened the attribute panel. Attack level 1 turn Wuti. Activated system functions, 1 key practice function, level 31, 1 key martial arts function, level 31, clone dispatch function, level 31, 1 key treasure hunt function, level 30, 1 key alchemy function, level 15, 1 key mixer function, level 15, 1 key refinement function, level 15, 1 key synthesis function, level 15, 1 key initiation function, level 10, 1 key decomposition function, no level. The realm of Emperor Wu. Su Lang's eyes widened suddenly, staring straight at the attack level of the 5th column. His attack level, after deducing Po Yi Jian, has reached the real state of Emperor Wu. Although it is one transition Wuti, it is also the real Wuti realm, far surpassing Zhundi by many times. The symbol of Emperor Wu's realm is the realm of condensing the Great Road, the universe of life, and the realm of emptiness. At this time, I have the realm of empty nirvana, and I also got a sword that can cut the avenue, so there is no living universe, and my combat power has crossed the sky and entered the realm of Emperor Wu. Su Lang was beaming with joy. With Po Yijian, and with the strength of Emperor Wudi, he had already succeeded in killing Qianyu for the most part. You know, Su Lang hasn't used the normal state of devouring clone now, but he already has Wudi level combat power. If you use the devouring clone, you can't rush up. And the reason it was said that it was mostly successful was because across the two major bottlenecks of Wuxian and Emperor Wu, the effect of swallowing the clone was uncertain for Su Lang. In order to be safe, we must increase our combat power. Su Lang's eyes flickered. Although I am strong now, I am bare-handed, unable to exert the greatest power of Po Yijian. Swordsmanship, naturally, is to be performed with a good sword. Although Su Lang's flesh and blood body can also use a broken sword, but the power is not satisfactory. It seems that we have to pick up the second plan that was shelved and promote Yudian's sword. Su Lang pondered for a moment, but did not think of any other way, so he made this decision. Speaking of it, the characteristics of this Pui sword and Yudian sword are a bit similar, and they both have an invincible taste. Chapter 948, Play as the clone of a mysterious businessman. After making a decision, Su Lang took the Yudian sword out of the storage space. The cute Xiaoyu has appeared. Master, do you miss me? It's so uncomfortable to be locked up in a dark room, hug. As soon as the Yudian sword was taken out, Qiling Xiaoyu ran out and talked about tuberculosis. Su Lang looked speechless. I'll give you a personal lift. Xiaoyu looked longing and looked like she wanted. Headache. Su Lang held his forehead with his hands, covering his head with black lines. Xiaoyu didn't realize Su Lang's helplessness, or didn't care at all. She was chattering nonstop, a good fairy sword, alive and well turned into a whispering bird. Okay, stop talking. Su Lang rolled his eyes severely. If you dare to speak, I will turn you back into raw materials. Xiaoyu suddenly ran into the main body aggrieved, and while getting in, she said, the master is fierce to me. Call. Su Lang let out a long sigh, feeling that Xiaoyu was more of a headache than the opposite Qianyu. He looked straight and gave the order to evolve the Yudian sword. System, evolve Yudian sword into Emperor Soldier. Ding. Insufficient materials. Yudian sword evolves into Emperor Soldiers and lacks the Imperial level material Qihen Fake Jade 2, Daedon 2-3. The system gave a response, and lacked a lot of materials. Su Lang didn't have much surprise. After all, he was building an emperor, he was already mentally prepared. He immediately began to initiate corresponding countermeasures. The first is to continue to synthesize materials, all with the goal of emperor level, for synthesis. The second is to send clones, change into various appearances, play as mysterious merchants, go to the major cities through Baiyu Imperial City, and trade the necessary emperor-level materials. Because of the tight time, all the major clones were openly shouting to trade emperor-grade materials. He even held the emperor-level materials used for trading and showed them to everyone. At the beginning, everyone held that Su Lang's clones were liars. When the clones took out the emperor-level materials used for trading, they shocked the big cities. After the shock, everyone felt that Su Lang's clone was a fool and a lunatic. Because Su Lang's clone only had a quasi-Xian level aura, and he dared to show off all over the place with imperial level materials. Isn't this the way to die? As a result, many clones were coveted, and some even attacked Su Lang's clone directly. Everyone kicked on the iron plate and was directly killed by the clone counterattack. Even those powerful ancient immortals, and even the quasi-emperor, secretly attacked and were directly killed by Su Lang clone. No way, the clone at this moment has the same combat power as Su Lang. What kind of combat power is Su Lang now? Emperor Wu. Although the attack level alone has reached the Emperor Wu level, it is also Emperor Wu. The warriors below Emperor Wu came to cut a stubble, just like cutting leeks. What's more, Su Lang still has the spiritual power of the realm of emptiness. With one thought, the warriors in the city will turn into corpses. Su Lang is kind-hearted, so he will adopt a fair and harmonious way of trading. If you change to other black-hearted warriors, if you suddenly have such strength, you can't kill and rob innocent people everywhere. A group of black-hearted warriors tried to kill people and steal treasures, but after being killed by Su Lang's clones, no one suddenly jumped out to do bad things. One by one, the ancient immortal quasi-emperors with strength and financial resources found Su Lang's clone carefully, respectfully, tremblingly, and tried to trade. The mysterious merchants played by the major avatars of Su Lang were naturally known by the major Wudi. Suddenly, all Emperor Wu was dumbfounded and dumbfounded. I won't talk about selling imperial materials everywhere, it's shocking. But even more shocking and palpitating are the mysterious merchants selling imperial-grade materials. All of these mysterious people who suddenly appeared had Wudi-level attack power, and the most important thing was that the number was as many as 50. 50 Wudi-level powerhouses. What is this concept? You know, in the entire Kanglan continent, there are only 29 Emperor Wu on the bright side. These sudden emergence of Wudi, where did they come from, and where they belonged, it is extremely terrifying to think about it. Chapter 949. Where did they come from? An unpleasant feeling spread among the martial emperors. Emperor Wu even felt that Kanglan continent had been invaded by unknown forces. As a result, a retired Emperor Wu walked out of the quiet room, and the background of the major forces was temporarily awakened. There were also Emperor soldiers from all sides, all waiting. Emperor Wu, the twins of the Baiyu Emperor clan, left the pass halfway. The existence of Qingyu Emperor realm, Xuandaotai and even Wudi Palace have also gathered together to discuss countermeasures. Even in a corner, the Ziming Emperor clan, who has always been mysterious and mysterious, also got in touch with Wudi Palace. The emperors who sent their avatars to gather together to watch the battle between Su Lang and Zhou Yu also looked at each other instantly, their faces solemn, and even implied fear. That is 50 Emperor martial level powerhouses. Where did they come from, and what purpose do they have? Another news came. The two emperors of the Baiyu Emperor city left the pass to meet the Wudi who appeared out of thin air in the White Moon Emperor city. A lot of information about those mysterious Wudi also came back. First of all, each of the mysterious Wudi only had the strength of the first-rank Wudi. No, they were a bit weaker than the first-rank Wudi. Moreover, only the attack aspect reached the Wudi level, and the other aspects did not reach the Wudi level. It can be said that these newly appearing emperors are all imperfect emperors. The two emperors Baiyu called these imperfect emperors pseudo-emperors. Then, the two emperors tried to make a deal with the pseudo-emperors, and attacked side by side, trying to find out the origin of these pseudo-emperors. However, the pseudo-emperor remained silent except for the transaction. Even the pseudo-emperor used spiritual power to cover his face, as if he did not want to be exposed. The two emperors Baiyu didn't dare to act rashly, killing the pseudo-emperor without authorization, and could only trade with that pseudo-emperor. Immediately, the wealth of the pseudo-emperor made the Baiyu emperors dumbfounded. Most of the materials that the Baiyu emperors wanted could be obtained by the puppet emperors. You know, the materials requested by the White Moon emperors are all Wudi-level treasures. Moreover, they are the strongest among Emperor Wu. The Emperor Baiyu has a long history and has accumulated a lot of materials that they don't know, even the materials they lack, so you don't need to think about how rare they are. However, even if it is rare, the pseudo-emperor can take out most of it, and he said that he can find it after a little time. It can be found, not nothing. Light from this point, the two emperors of Baiyu had made up for the huge terrorist forces behind these pseudo-emperors. What a powerful force that can be sent out one by one pseudo-emperor to trade. Only by possessing so many imperial treasure materials and channels for searching for those materials. The Emperor Baiyu was stunned on the spot, and even more dare not move. However, through the pseudo-emperor, they actually exchanged a large amount of treasures they urgently needed, and the price paid was completely affordable, and even earned. After the transaction is completed, another thing happened that shocked the White Moon twin emperors. Because the pseudo-emperor who traded with them disappeared directly, using a method that they couldn't see through, disappeared out of thin air, unable to find any remaining traces. This is another mysterious method that cannot be detected. The two emperors of Baiyu have already shared their experience of contact with the pseudo-emperor and the information they have found to communicate with all the emperors. Some ancient immortals and quasi-emperors who had traded with the pseudo-emperor were also summoned, hoping to learn more about the pseudo-emperor. Those martial emperors who were watching the battle between Su Lang and Zhou Yu temporarily turned their attention to the pseudo-emperor. But more information is no longer detectable. As far as we know, the 50 false emperors that appeared suddenly came with the purpose of trading. The emperors speculated that these pseudo-emperors may belong to a transcontinental superpower. Wandering between the continents like Kanglan and Jingtian, engaged in high-end business activities, specializing in doing business with Emperor Wu. Of course, it does not rule out that these pseudo-emperors have other purposes, and the vigilance of the Wudi has not decreased at all. Chapter 950. Don't use this word to me. The White Moon Twin Emperors, as well as those ancient immortal and quasi-emperors, indeed traded many rare items from the pseudo-emperors. Therefore, other Wu emperors, or those with financial resources, are also tempted. After all, at their level, already standing at the top of Kandlan continent, these treasures that can't be found yet, basically don't want to find them on Kandlan continent. Now those pseudo-emperors have what they want, the opportunity is rare, no one will let it go. Everyone including Emperor Ling Juwu, Emperor Qingxiao Wu, etc., began to send subordinates, clones, or simply go out in person to contact the pseudo-emperor and conduct transactions. When the great Wudi was very vigilant, but carefully looking for Su Lang's avatar to trade, Su Lang couldn't help laughing. At this time, Su Lang had already contacted more than 20 emperors of Wu, and had known most of them in Kandlan continent. From the actions and attitude changes of these Wudi before and after, it is not difficult for Su Lang to guess their thoughts. It must be my clone as the manpower of some transcontinental superpower. They must be a little wary at this time, some panicked, and a little curious, and can't help but trade with my clone. How can all this be a bit like on the Blue Star, after the discovery of the New World, the attitudes and reactions of the primitive natives on it towards visitors from the civilized world? Su Lang thought about it, but couldn't help but laugh a few times. Although Zhou Yu was resisting the 3-kill prison emperor formation, he had been observing Su Lang's reaction. Since Su Lang went from dozing off to waking up suddenly, Lu Yu became alert. But just when Zhou Yu thought that Su Lang was going to die, or find a chance to escape. Seeing that Su Lang's expression changed, sometimes he was shocked, and sometimes he smiled inexplicably. Zhou Yu was confused, and then determined that Su Lang did this deliberately, and wanted to use his scheming to confuse him, so he slowly sneered. Later, Su Lang took out the Yudian sword again, and Zhou Yu became vigilant again. However, Su Lang held a long sword in his hand, but his eyes flashed, not knowing what he was thinking. Zhou Yu sneered even more, and secretly said, "Su Lang child, you can't be scheming, you can only fight with me, are you hesitating at this time?" But it didn't take long for Su Lang to smile again, and he still couldn't hold back his smile, as if he saw a big joke. Seeing this, Zhou Yu was taken aback for a moment, and immediately laughed. "Su Lang child, are you completely out of tricks? You have used this trick of mystery many times. I never expected that you actually put your hope on this useless strategy, you really laughed at me." Zhou Yu laughed, while unscrupulously despised Su Lang. Su Lang raised his eyebrows and smiled faintly. "Zhou Yu, are you a frightened bird? Any of my actions may be threatening in your eyes, and you have to deal with it with a strong spirit. Even if I look at you, I can make you think so much. How afraid of me are you?" He also said that I am ridiculous. Who is the ridiculous person? It is very clear. The expression of Zhou Yu's expression stagnated, and then he sneered even more. "I am too lazy to fight with you, a dying man. Please don't fight me with this word, disgusting." Su Lang looked like he was vomiting and rolled his eyes severely. Although Zhou Yu didn't understand the meaning of Su Lang's words, he also knew that Su Lang was scolding him, so he sneered again and stopped talking. Just like what he said, Su Lang was a dying person in his eyes, and quarreling with the dead was a waste of saliva. Zhou Yu didn't speak, and Su Lang didn't bother to scold him. In Su Lang's eyes, Zhou Yu was not a dying person. It is not only Su Lang himself who is constantly producing synthetic materials. There were also more than 20 Emperor Wu and a large number of ancient immortal quasi-emperors who found Su Lang's clone for trading. Those Wudi, ancient immortals and quasi-emperors, but accumulated wealth for most of their lives. They come from all corners of the Kandlan continent, and they have a variety of local specialties. Even if Su Lang does not have the materials that these people need, he can still use medicinal pills and other materials to induce them to trade. Therefore, the materials for the evolution Yudian sword are being quickly gathered. Finally, at a certain moment, the materials needed to evolve the Yudian sword are gathered. Chapter 951, Emperor Soldier Yudian Sword. It's so cool. It's like gathering the 7 dragon censored, and you can summon the dragon. The corner of Su Lang's mouth twitched, revealing an excited and expectant smile. Su Lang ordered. The system, in accordance with the old rules, evolved the Yudian sword into an Emperor Soldier. Ding! Consumes the Emperor-level material, the Red Soul Fake Jade 2, the Dadiandi Soil 3, the Emperor Yuan Strange Crystal 6, the Fuqing Hixin Jade 10, the Weiyu Emperor Wood Crystal. Core 10. Immortal Grade Material Xuanming Pear Flower Heart 100, Qibao Anger Stone 200, Typing Eternal Jade 300, Wuxian Soul 50. Saint Level Refining Material Bingfeng Tianwu Stone 5000, Tianyu Holy Earth 5000, Jade Girl Everlasting Hatred Stone 6000, Wusheng Soul 3000. The Yutian sword has evolved into a rank 1 Emperor soldier. In the next moment, Yutian sword has undergone extremely huge changes. The black lines on the sword began to spread continuously, and almost instantly swallowed all the white parts. The entire sword body is like countless slender lines intertwined with knots. The closer the sword spine is, the denser the lines. The black lines on the 2 blades of the sword body are much less, and the sharp blade is shining with black light, just like the stars in the deep universe. Except the sword body has changed. The sword grid has also changed, to be precise, the eyes on the sword grid. This pair of dizzy eyes, which looked very dishonest, were the core of Yutian sword and the real body of Xiaoyu Qi-Ling. If you look at the rules of life and death, you can find that the breath of life in the eyes of the sword grid is far stronger than other parts. The breath of life in these eyes is more than hundreds of times stronger than before. And this meant that Ling Xiaoyu itself had been greatly improved. I don't know if this promotion will weaken her TB attributes. Su Lang licked his lips, and immediately planned to call out Xiaoyu. A small sword flew out of the Yutian sword's body, and its appearance was exactly the same as the Yutian sword, except for its size. This is what Qi Ling Xiaoyu really looks like, Su Lang has seen before. I'm stronger and darker. Qi Ling Xiaoyu's tone was dragged long, and he looked very emotional. Yes, you have become stronger, and you have become completely black. Well, except for the eyes. When you roll your eyes, they are still white. Su Lang's mouth twitched, and immediately said, I think the spirits of the Baiyu Emperor's door can be transformed into human forms. How about you? Weapons that are promoted to the Emperor rank have this opportunity, of course I can too. Xiaoyu uttered a silver bell. Barbell-like laughter. Master finally can't help it anymore. Do you want me to become a girl? The corner of Su Lang's mouth twitched. Xiaoyu still hasn't changed this familiar poem, familiar aura. What kind of girl does the master want me to be? Like a little loli like Shui? Or an intellectual beauty like Slim? Or censored like Sister Xiaobei? Or, the master doesn't want to make choices, but wants them all. Qi Ling Xiaoyu smiled happily. Oh, the master is really not a control, just pure lust. The corners of Su Lang's mouth twitched more severely, and he secretly said in his heart, Xiaoyu, this fellow, not only hasn't become serious, but he seems to have become more serious. How dare you to tease me? Master, why don't you speak? Not speaking is a default. The master really is just pure lust. If that's the case, then I have to change. Xiaoyu's playful tone also specifically changed her voice into an ambiguous and soft voice. Su Lang looked speechless. Of course he would not be picked up by Xiaoyu. This guy is a stubborn, black-bellied little weapon spirit. Now he's bold enough, he's playing with Su Lang. How could Su Lang fail to see it? It would be really funny if it was played by my own tool. It's going to change fast. However, it is difficult for you to become a beauty. Su Lang rolled his eyes, showing disdain. I'm so afraid that you, the black thing, will become an African. Su Lang is not guessing. Just like Yutian sword, a black sword like a burning stick, except for the white of the eyes, where it is black, can it become a black girl? Chapter 952, I'm good at cutting people. Master, you are optimistic. Xiaoyu snorted dissatisfiedly. Xiaoyu, beautiful girl transformed. Su Lang almost spit out old blood. You are so poisonous. But then, Su Lang was stunned, because Xiaoyu really turned from a black sword into a beautiful girl. A young girl wearing a large black robe appeared in front of Su Lang. Day's black straight hair is like a smooth waterfall, reaching her slender waist. Under the large black robe, a pair of small and lovely feet are exposed, pink and white, mixed like pearls and jade. A pair of small hands are looming in the wide sleeves, pale and slender, soft and boneless. Going up, you can see the graceful collarbone in the neckline, the white neck of snow, and it seems to have a fragrance. Further up, Xiaoyu has a perfect face, with pink makeup and jade, vermilion lips like cherry blossoms, white teeth looming, brows like distant mountains and daisies, eyes like horizontal waves of autumn water. All in all, Xiaoyu has become a slim and beautiful girl. Moreover, it is really a collection of cute, sexy, intellectual and other characteristics, and it looks almost perfect. Su Lang was stunned. Obviously an unscrupulous slogan, can he become so beautiful? What's more, the Yutian sword was so dark, how did it turn into a tender girl? Xiaoyu. You haven't turned into a black girl. Su Lang's eyes widened, still a little unbelievable. People are originally white, those black lines are just people's clothes. Xiaoyu said in a coquettish tone, but those eyes that kept turning around had completely destroyed her quiet and intellectual temperament. That perfect little face also had a hint of cunning, just like a ghost, which made people uncontrollable. Su Lang looked at Xiaoyu suspiciously, and then suddenly realized, yes, your inside is a white sword body, but it is covered by black lines. That's it. Xiaoyu snorted twice, with an arrogant expression on her face. Immediately afterwards, she blushed again, with a shy look. What will the master do to Xiaoyu next? What can I do with you? Su Lang rolled his eyes speechlessly. No matter how beautiful, he is also a spirit body. What can he do? Yes, Xiaoyu still wants to pick Do Su Lang. Stop. Su Lang rolled his eyes and interrupted Xiaoyu. Didn't you see that the opposite Wang Yu was staring at this side? People must be anxious. The top priority is to kill Qianyu first. Su Lang looked straight. If you don't kill him, my subordinate fairy source is losing a lot every minute and every second, and I will die of poverty. I'm good at cutting people. Xiaoyu looked eager to try. Don't look at me, I have only turned the Imperial Soldier now, but my defense-breaking ability has reached the 3rd turn. The Yutian sword is not an ordinary weapon. Evolving to this day, its 3 characteristics, breaking defense, slashing the gods, and indestructible have become more terrifying. Especially the ability to break defenses is super powerful. As long as the enemy's defense is not enough, even if it is only weak by a tiny bit, the Yutian sword can instantly cut open and directly kill the enemy. This is a feature close to Dao, just like a plug-in, it doesn't make sense at all. Zhou is only the 3rd martial emperor. But he has taken a big step to the 4th revolution in the realm of the 3rd revolution martial emperor. So, if you want to kill Zhou with the Yutian sword, you have to weaken his defense. It is obvious that we cannot rely on consumption to weaken his defensive power. It is based on our shortcomings and the strengths of attacking the enemy. There must be thunder means to instantly weaken Zhou's defenses and kill him before he recovers. My current attack level has reached Theon rank martial emperor, but I don't know what level 1 can upgrade to after using the swallow clone. After all, in the realm of Emperor Wu, the gap between a small realm is greater than that of the Wuxian level, so you can't completely expect to swallow the clone. Su Lang thought silently, his eyes finally fell on the Taiji meteorite thunder in the storage space. Chapter 953, Xiaoyu, kill the enemy with me, did not expect. At the end, I will use all 3 of the plans I envisioned. It's really not easy to kill a martial emperor. While sighing, Su Lang issued an order, the system, evolve the Taiji falling sun god thunder into an emperor soldier. Ding! Taichi meteorite god thunder has evolved into an emperor soldier. Continue to evolve. Su Lang gave orders without hesitation. Anyway, it is easy to evolve Taichi meteor thunder, any messy materials can be thrown in, and the consumption is not very large. Moreover, it is not necessary to really use Taichi meteorite thunder, just as an insurance method. Under Su Lang's will, Taichi meteorite god thunder has successfully evolved to the level of the 4th rank emperor soldier. It has become the appearance of a night pearl, but inside it, there is terrifying energy tossing around, like a shrinking sun. And, for some unknown reason, the aura of Taichi meteorite god Lei had disappeared completely. This bomb has completely turned into a dead object and a tool. 4th rank emperor soldier level. Once it explodes, the power may reach 5 revolutions. Su Lang raised his eyebrows, and with this trump card, Zhou couldn't escape. Su Lang still hoped that he couldn't use this thing. After all, it consumes a lot of materials, once used, all those materials will be wiped out. If that were the case, Su Lang would be so distressed that he would hug his shoulders and squat for a while. Everything is ready, and the east wind is coming. Su Lang's expression condensed, and he squeezed the hilt of the Yutian sword. Xiaoyu, kill the enemy with me. Good host. Xiaoyu also put away his seriousness, she knew that the enemy was very strong. Seeing Su Lang's momentum changed, Emperor Wu Yuwu suddenly knew that Su Lang was about to do it. He kept watching the scene of Su Lang evolving the Yudian sword. At first, Zhou Yu didn't care, until he discovered that the spirit of the long sword had turned into a human form, and he was shocked. Humanoid weapon spirit, this is the symbol of the Emperor soldier. Unexpectedly, this Su Lang child also has Emperor soldiers. However, it seems that they are not very advanced soldiers, blocking is not a problem. Zhou Yu thought in his heart, as long as it can be blocked, Su Lang's consumption will be even greater for children, and the formation will not be attacked by itself, and then it will be his death. Thinking of this, Zhou Yu sneered again. Zhou Yu, Su Lang is holding the Yudian sword and facing the Emperor-level defense formation, with an indifferent expression. Today, you die and I live. Zhou Yu stared at Su Lang's eyes, his gaze was lightning, and murderous. The opposite, it's you who died. Su Lang's indifferent face showed an enchanting smile, and immediately waved his big hand. A thought is formed. A 3-kill prisoner formation formed. This formation overlaps with the previous 3-kill prison emperor formation, completely throwing aside all worries, and attacking Qianyu with the greatest power. 3 kills in the prison space. The purple sky became a dragon's nest, and thunder dragons roared and bitten. The earth became a sword mound, and a sharp blade revived, rushing to the sky fiercely. Between heaven and earth, countless space. Cracks twisted and twisted, like deadly chains, killing Xianxia. Do the old tricks be repeated? It's just a little trick. Zhou Yu smiled coldly, the endless majestic energy in his body circulated wildly, and the black light of the mirror in his hand flourished, forming a black hole-like mouth, constantly absorbing various attacks. Su Lang stepped forward, and the Emperor-level defense formation around him automatically decomposed. He was like this, holding the Yudian sword, alone, and killing Xianxia among the hundreds of thousands of dead soul martial artists. The surrounding dead soul warriors were no longer blocked by the Emperor-level defense array, and they suddenly came to Su Lang like a wave. Su Lang's quasi-celestial aura, like a match in the sea, will be wiped out in the next moment. Su Lang suddenly burst into a terrifying Emperor aura. Cut. Yudian sword did not show up in the slightest fancy. An army of hundreds of thousands of dead souls, including 9 quasi-emperor-level dead souls, have all fallen. It really is an emperor soldier. Zhou Yu's eyes condensed, but he didn't call out the dead soul army anymore, he knew it was futile. Chapter 954, This is not true. The time when thoughts flashed. Su Lang has come to the outside of the 3-killing prison emperor. Su Lang thought, except for Li Shenyang, all the other 30 clones were swallowed. An aura like a world-destroying storm erupted from Su Lang. At this moment, the sky changed suddenly, the sea trembled, and the creatures far away from hundreds of millions of miles felt that the sky was about to collapse. Countless creatures fled farther in horror, for fear that a step slower would usher in death. And the most horrified and most terrifying thing is that the person concerned is secluded. 4. Fourth turn Wudi. Lu Yu, who had originally implicitly sneered, was stunned, dumbfounded, and his pupils trembled violently. The 3-kill prison emperor rushed, revealing the passage. The momentum of Su Lang's 4th-rank martial emperor was more clearly pressed on Zhou Yu. Zhou Yu screamed wildly in his heart, almost hysterical and heart-piercing. Su Lang is just a quasi-immortal. Even if he uses an unknown secret technique, he can only reach the realm of quasi-emperor. But now, Su Lang has exploded with the breath of rank 4 Wudi. This is simply something that would never happen in a dream. Su Lang also had some surprises. 30 clones, every 10 increased his combat power at a small level. At this time, his attack level reached the 4th rank Wudi, and his other attributes were infinitely close to the Wudi level. The attack state of rank 4 Wudi level could already kill Zhou Yu. It seems that Tai Chi Meteorite God Thunder can be collected. The corner of Su Lang's mouth raised, and immediately stared at Zhou Yu coldly, and raised the long sword in his hand. No, it's impossible. Zhou Yu screamed wildly in his heart, but all the senses told him that Su Lang's aura was real. Although he didn't believe it, his body had already reacted. Dark Avenue. Turn fangs into world. Dead souls live forever. Heaven and earth come. Zhou Yu burst out all his tricks in an instant, even the whole card that he would never use, he also used it. In the space of the 3-kill prison, the dark road burst open, filling the surrounding area, constantly weakening and eroding the 3-kill prisoner formation. A series of space barriers rose up, guarding Zhou Yu inside, isolating the attack of space cracks. There was also a ray of light on Zhou Yu's body, and waves of powerful aspiration swarmed out, unexpectedly once again condensed into a Zhou Yu. This is the clone of Zhou Yu, cast by the power of incense produced by a large number of creatures in the living universe. He allowed the powerful men of the Luoyu Emperor clan to transform into immortal and immortal dead soul warriors and survive in Luoyu City in the mirror. You can also use the means of incense and desire to create an immortal clone for yourself. The avatar in front of him is the hard work of Zhou Yu's life, possessing the powerful power of a rank martial emperor rank, and it is his trump card to try to relive his second life after his life is exhausted. But Zhou Yu knew that although this avatar was the Emperor Wudi of the first rank, it was completely vulnerable to Su Lang at this time. He drew the last card Fusion Incense Wish Force Clone. As soon as the clone of Zhou Yu appeared, it was directly integrated into the body of Zhou Yu, and Zhou Yu suddenly increased in strength, and he broke through to the rank of 4th rank Martial Emperor. The most important thing is that after Zhou Yu merged with the Incense Aspiration Power Clone, he gained the characteristic of immortality. Even if he dies today, he will be resurrected from the graveyard of time. Unless the warrior of the Emperor Luoyu clan, as well as the intelligent creatures in his life universe, are all dead. Zhou Yu used all kinds of methods, and it took only half of the time. As soon as Su Lang raised his long sword, before he had time to cut it down, Zhou Yu broke through to the rank of 4th rank Martial Emperor. As expected of the veteran Emperor Wu, he still has a whole card. The corner of Su Lang's mouth raised slightly. Unfortunately, you, the 4th rank Martial Emperor, are weaker than me. Seeing that Zhou Yu had already used his whole cards, he didn't do anything immediately, but instead opened the attribute panel of Zhou Yu to take a look. The result is very reassuring. There are several minus signs behind every 4-dimensional attribute of Zhou Yu. Chapter 955, I will return. The hatred in Zhou Yu's eyes is overwhelming. He has been reluctant to use methods such as dead soul immortality on his body, because the side effects of incense are too great. Even if he is not dead, he will be eroded by incense and gradually become what all living beings imagined. Even his behavior and way of thinking will be affected. By then, Zhou Yu will not be the real Zhou Yu. But he has no other choice but to use this whole card. Otherwise, he dignifiedly contacted Emperor Yu Wu and would die at the hands of unknown Su Lang. Zhou Yu believed that Su Lang's strength was temporary and was supported by secret techniques. Whether it is the secret technique or the 3-kill prison emperor formation, it will bring horrible consumption to Su Lang. As long as he does not get killed by Su Lang with a single blow, he will be able to bring the situation back again and continue the war of attrition. In this way, as long as the 3 kills prison emperor array collapses without energy support, he can walk away calmly. If Su Lang's secret technique time is over and he falls into the martial wonderland, then he can even kill him. Zhou Yu's guess is half right. Su Lang's subordinate fairy source is indeed not enough, and the secret technique has a time limit. But he was wrong, he couldn't do it at all, he wouldn't be killed by a single blow by Su Lang. Hate me, hate it. Haha. Seeing the hatred in Zhou Yu's eyes, Su Lang smiled faintly, took a step forward, turned into streamer, and the Yudian sword in his hand pierced Zhou Yu. Broken a sword, a frightening aura condensed from Su Lang's body and gathered on the Yudian sword. The dark avenues and space barriers in front of Su Lang are all like rotten wood, vulnerable to a blow. Almost instantly, the tip of the sword arrived in front of Zhou Yu. All this surpassed Zhou Yu's imagination. Luoyu Jing. At the time of horror, Zhou Yu's pupils shrank suddenly, and he raised his imperial soldier without hesitation. Kang Dang. The 2 emperor soldiers collided, and the Yudian sword confronted Luo Yujing. The latter couldn't even stop it for a millisecond, and was directly fragmented. A scream in the dark flashed away, with deep despair and unwillingness. That is the dead emperor weapon spirit. Zhou Yuji wanted to cry blood. The Yudian sword in Su Lang's hand did not stop at all, killing xianxia fiercely. At the time when Zhou Yu was alive and dead, he gathered his whole body means to once again condense a rank 4 Wudi level defense. Under Su Lang's 4th rank Wudi level power and Po Yijian, this defense is simply not enough. The Yudian sword directly broke through Zhou Yu's defenses, drove straight in, and pierced the center of Zhou Yu's brow fiercely. I lost. Zhou Yu couldn't believe it, he couldn't even stop Su Lang with a sword. What a war of attrition, there is no chance to fight it. Get on the road. Su Lang flipped his wrist and Yudian sword stirred. Emperor Wu Yu suddenly fell to pieces. I will return. There was a faint cry of endless hatred in the dark void. The system prompt did not come. This means that Zhou Yu hasn't really fallen yet. But Su Lang had already seen through Zhou Yu's backhand and knew that Zhou Yu was using incense and wishing power. To resurrect with incense and willingness. Countless wise creatures must worship and provide incense aspirations. The intelligent creatures who can worship Zhou Yu are nothing more than the warriors of the Luoyu clan and the creatures in the universe of life. Su Lang sneered, but he didn't plan to slaughter the Emperor Luoyu. Because Zhou Yu didn't escape his palm at all. Although the universe of life is called the universe, it is only the inner space of Emperor Wu, and its entrance is at the Dantian. This entrance is a space coordinate, and its body is the guide of space. But this space coordinate is not a certain coordinate in the space of Kandlan continent, nor is it a certain space coordinate in the boundless universe. It is independent of this big world. To use a familiar phrase to metaphor, it is to jump out of the three realms, not among the five elements, which is the entrance and gate of an independent world. Under normal circumstances, after the death of the warrior, this independent space coordinate. If there is no prior arrangement, this space coordinate will be like a fish entering the sea, hard to find, and slowly blending into the boundless universe. When this coordinate is completely eroded by the space power of the boundless universe, the independent space inside it will gradually be assimilated, and finally completely return and merge into the boundless universe. Chapter 956, Fish in the Net. From the perspective of Zhou Yu, it is impossible for Su Lang to find the coordinates of the entrance to his life universe. And his universe of life also used special methods. Although it was unavoidable to gradually merge into the boundless universe, the location was indeed a designated safe zone. Therefore, Zhou Yu is sure that he has a chance to make a comeback. However, Zhou Yu never thought that Su Lang mastered the rules of space and was more proficient than him. Using space rules, you can find space coordinates that have not yet been integrated into the boundless universe. Su Lang had never used the space rules in front of Zhou Yu, only the three-kill prison formation had space-based killing methods. However, mastering the space system formation does not mean that the people who deploy the formation master the rules of space. An ordinary warrior, relying on the formation, can fully display the power of the rules that he has not yet understood. The rules of space are extremely difficult to comprehend, not only requires a strong understanding, but also a lot of time. It took Zhou Yu a lot of years to comprehend it after becoming an emperor himself. In the eyes of Zhou Yu, Su Lang's methods were weird and powerful, but after all, he was only in the realm of quasi-fairy. Therefore, Zhou Yu never thought that Su Lang would master the rules of space. This resulted in his only retreat, his only backhand, with nowhere to hide in front of Su Lang. "Let me see, where are you?" With a tick at the corner of Su Lang's mouth, a large number of spatial rhythm lines emerged, forming an airtight net. The three-kill prison space was originally a closed space. Su Lang never withdrew from the three kills prison emperor formation, and the passage had already been closed when the sword was slashed. Therefore, although the space coordinates of the Zhou Yu life universe are scattered around, perhaps some means have been imposed to transfer them, but they cannot escape the scope of the three-kill prison space. Not only did Zhou Yu think that Su Lang did not master the spatial rules, he also believed that Su Lang could not maintain the three kills prison emperor formation forever, and the spatial coordinates might be trapped for a while, but not forever. In short, Zhou Yu is very confident in his backhand. However, Su Lang uses the rules of space to condense the net of metrical rules, just like fishing for fish in his own small pond, searching around for the space coordinates of the universe of life in Chaoyu. Zhou Yu's backhand is about to change from a fish in the net to a fish. Space metric lines are infinitely thin, infinitely long, infinitely many, and everywhere. Although the spatial grid formed by it is said to be a net, in fact it has no mesh at all. Where can the fish escape? As the spatial grid continues to shrink, a strange spatial coordinate was finally captured by Su Lang. This space coordinate is hidden in the grid of space, and it is still wandering, but it can't hide Su Lang's eyes at all. Sure enough, I did a method in space coordinates. Unfortunately, Chenyu, you become an emperor with the dark road, but you are not as good as me in terms of space rules. The corner of Su Lang's mouth slightly twitched, and he reached out to his right and tapped gently. The grid that besieged the space coordinates suddenly gathered into a small ball, like a cage, shutting the space coordinates inside. The gate to the universe of Zhou Yu life, I got it. With a smile on his face, Su Lang brought the small space ball in front of him, carefully observing and speculating with the spiritual power of the state of emptiness. Su Lang passed the rules of space and opened the door to the universe of life. I saw the small space ball in Su Lang's hand once again transformed into countless space rhythm lines, forming a channel leading to the unknown. Even if he had not entered the passage, Su Lang could vaguely see the vast world behind the passage. This is really an independent world. This world is very huge, its size is almost equivalent to the 3 southern continents ruled by Su Lang, not worse than the Kandlan continent. Moreover, in this world, there is the sky and the earth, the 5 elements are all, the sun and the moon are in the sky, and there are living trees that survive. Is this the universe of life? The characteristics of Emperor Wu's creator. Who could have imagined that a mere mortal fetus who has cultivated to the realm of Emperor Wu could actually nurture a real world? Su Lang admired his expression, and immediately sent an avatar into the space channel. Su Lang used perfect possession to occupy the body of the clone. Through the space channel, Su Lang controlled the avatar directly descended into the universe of life in Kyo. As soon as he arrived in this world, Su Lang began to observe. Chapter 957, Answer to the Ultimate Question. Time. Synchronized with the boundless universe. Space seems to be more fragile than the endless universe. The world is spherical, like a planet. Above the sky, there is a chaotic space power. Further out is the pseudo-space barrier turned into by the space array. Is this a means that Keanu laid out in advance to prevent the universe of life from blending into the infinite universe? It is thoughtful. Su Lang's gaze was wide, his face groaned, and immediately he felt 2 extremely contradictory feelings. One is repulsion and the other is suction. The repulsion is because this world is repelling Su Lang. First of all, Su Lang is an outsider, and this world is a secluded private world, so it is normal to be excluded. Except besides, this avatar incarnation of Su Lang possesses a rank of Wudi level attack realm, which is already a well-deserved power. No matter the quality of the body or the energy in the body, it is very scary. And this world looks very vast and huge, but it is actually very fragile. The arrival of Su Lang's emperor-level clone made it seem like a bed that was creaking and creaking, which seemed unbearable. The suction power is that this world is very, very barren, and the spiritual power contained in it is very weak, even lower than the concentration of spiritual power on the blue star. The world is barren, like a dry sponge, while Su Lang contains huge energy, as if full of water. Therefore, this world instinctively wanted to absorb the moisture from Su Lang's body to make up for itself. This caused the suction that Su Lang felt. Neither repulsion nor suction had much influence on Su Lang. Go and see on the ground. Su Lang thought, leaving the space channel and flying to the ground. Almost instantly, Su Lang arrived on the earth and unfolded the spiritual power of the realm of emptiness. In the realm of the sun, Su Lang's mental power can detect billions of miles. In the realm of Kongni is the sublimation of the realm of the sun, and the beginning of another new realm, so the promotion is very terrifying. At this time, Su Lang's spiritual power coverage has reached a terrifying trillion-mile range. Under the detection of Su Lang's spiritual power, this large area of the world suddenly disappeared. I saw that there were some plants and animals growing in the lofty mountains on the earth, and more intelligent creatures existed, only. Whether it is plants, animals, or intelligent creatures, they are all very single. The first is color. The colors of these creatures are basically black, and the abilities they use are all negative energies, possessing certain characteristics of the dark rules. In addition, the total number of animals and plants in the world is only tens of thousands of species, and the ecosystem is very fragile. The only kind of intelligent creature is the ruler of this world. They are humanoid, short but strong, and swarthy. They like to ride a wolf-like creature. They also have spoken and written languages, established a unified dynasty, ruled the entire world, and there were a large number of tribes in every corner. They also practice martial arts, and the strongest has practiced to the peak of Wuzun, the emperor of the dynasty, aloft, like a god. Through the ability of language and written proficiency, Su Lang instantly learned the language of these intelligent creatures, and found that this language had the same origin as the language of the Luoyu emperor. At the same time, Su Lang also learned more information. For example, such intelligent creatures call themselves the Haifu tribe, and they believe in the supreme black god. In every part of the dynasty, even the most remote and weak villages, the gods of the black god were enshrined. Every black Fu prays and worships to the gods every morning and evening. The Haifu tribe believed that it was the black censored who gave birth to them and gave them civilization so that they could rule the world and stand on top. See here, Su Lang tugged and smiled. It seems that these Haifu are one of the sources of Wang Yu Incense's aspiration power and are his trump card for resurrection. The black censored that the black Fus believe in is Zhou Yu. No, it should be the emperor-level clone of Zhou Yu. Zhou Yu didn't dare to directly absorb the incense aspiration power. I am afraid that the aspiration power he used was borrowed from the branch. And Thesahaifu tribes are not the lives created by Zhou Yu, but the natural and intelligent creatures with dark attributes captured from the boundless continent. Zhou Yu can't do it, he can't create his own life, unlike the 9th rank martial emperor, even the creatures and creatures of the Wuxian level can do it. Chapter 958, Zhou Yu's Resurrection Plan. Su Lang thought of the Wuxian level creation that had been killed outside the emperor's death domain. Compared to the strongest martial arts leader here, that creature is more than 1,000,000 times stronger. And that was just one of the creatures created by Emperor Wudi of the 9th Revolution. Of course, the creation of Emperor Wudi also failed, because those creations did not have a complete mind and could not even cultivate and progress. Moreover, to create a powerful creature, just an individual is very expensive, let alone a race. Grasping suitable natural creatures from the outside world and putting them in one's own life universe to multiply, becomes a choice of good quality and low price. But the disadvantage is also there. We must build a civilization of wisdom in the universe of life. The first is that intelligent species have to be suitable and adapt to the universe of life. Emperor Wu's life universe already has a lot of rules and is approaching perfection, but it is still not perfect. Many intelligent species seem to be suitable, but they become extinct within 1 or 2 generations when they are put into the living universe, sometimes even the reason is not found. The more powerful the intelligent creature, the more pretty and fragile in this respect. Highly intelligent creatures with infinite potential like human beings can hardly thrive in the universe of life. Of course, short-term retention is completely fine. After finding suitable intelligent species, these species are generally very backward, which requires Emperor Wu to guide and teach them, help them create exercises, and help them develop civilization. This is an extremely long and resource-consuming process. The vast majority of Emperor Wu's resources were used on the foundation stone of the universe of life, and with limited resources left, it would not be possible to quickly promote the development of intelligent creatures. For a Wudi, it is a very, very difficult challenge to build an intelligent civilization in the universe of life. Once you make such a choice, it is very likely to drag down your own path of cultivation. The purpose of creating a wise civilization is generally incense and willingness. Incense aspirations are very strong and powerful, which can be called almighty energy, but the side effects are also great, which can be called fatal. For example, in the early days of Emperor Wu, there were not many Emperor Wu who began to guide intelligent civilization in the universe of life. The average junior Wudi relies mostly on the power of heaven and earth, of the life universe to bless oneself. But in the later stage, Emperor Wu couldn't break through the shackles, and basically set their sights on the incense aspiration power again. Su Lang guessed that Emperor Wudi of rank 9 might only focus on the incense aspiration power when he could not break through. Moreover, Emperor Wudi of rank 9 has a great appetite. He wants to directly create holy and immortal creatures and provide himself with a huge amount of incense power. But he failed. How could he be so good to be the creator? The way of martial artist is already difficult. At the realm of Emperor Wu, if you want to go further, it is more male to male. Therefore, the incense aspiration power is basically a path that Wu emperors can't bypass. Even the famous 9-turned Emperor Wudi, who has been dead for so long and respected by all Wudi, can't avoid it. But I am different. With one key practice, I not only practice fast enough, but also there is no bottleneck. The realm of Emperor Wu is just a smooth road to me, but the censored has become steeper. The corner of Su Lang's mouth raised slightly. However, the incense aspiration power still needs to be studied. This thing is too strong, it is linked to eternal life. While thinking about it, Su Lang covered up his breath, walked on this land, and set off toward the center of the world. Along the way, Su Lang found that the black Fus from all places had been summoned and went to the Black God Temple to worship and pray. These black Fus are numerous and densely packed, and each city is like a nest of black ants, crowded together. Not only that, most of them led a wolf-shaped creature with a lot of intelligence. These wolf-shaped creatures even kneel down to worship. Has it started? Zhou Yu's resurrection plan. The quality of these hives is not good, but the quantity is really huge, and the quantity of incense power must be enough. But, the larger the number, the more complicated the incense aspirations. Su Lang shook his head and continued to walk forward. Those black fuss couldn't detect Su Lang's existence at all. Su Lang was not far from the world center of the universe of life, Haifu King City, and soon arrived at his destination. Chapter 959. Hef King City is also a very large city. Although the entire Haifu race does not have a warrior of the Valkyrie level, the city is built comparable to a holy city. At this time, all the warriors of the Haifu tribe in the entire city were also summoned to worship at the Black, Censored temple in the city. There are more people in the city, and the pedestrians are like running water, they are almost rubbing shoulders, and even their crotches are worn out. But the Black Fuwu warriors are very orderly and not chaotic at all. Black God is on. Black God is everywhere, knows everything, and can do everything. The Black Censored, bless us, the Black Censored is immortal and immortal. They look pious, like believers, looking at the Black God temple enthusiastically, and praying as they gather. Su Lang watched all this in secret. Using the rules of willingness, he suddenly saw a faint air current, rising from the eyebrows of every Black Fu warrior, and converging into the Black Temple in the center of the city. The stronger the Black Fuwu warrior, the more and stronger the airflow rising from the center of the eyebrow. These airflows are golden, but they can't hide the variegated colors inside. Some are mixed with red, some are mixed with black, and some are mixed with green. In Su Lang's eyes, these faint air currents had already formed golden clouds when they gathered in the Black God Temple. An invisible suction suddenly came from the Black Temple. The golden clouds in the sky were drawn by the suction force and turned down abruptly, forming a funnel cloud shape and poured into the temple. The Black Temples all over the world have also produced suction and began to absorb the power of wish. These aspirations will all be transmitted to the main temple of Haifu City through special channels. Gathering the power of the whole world to resurrect one person is also spectacular. With a faint smile, Su Lang flew towards the Black Temple in the royal city. Walk into the Black Temple. I saw a gorgeously dressed Haifu Wuzun, kneeling on the ground, worshipping and praying. This person is the strongest martial artist of the Haifu clan, and he is only one step away from being a quasi-censored after he has cultivated to the peak of Wuzun. Behind it, there are also a dozen weaker Wuzun, hundreds of Wu Huang and more Wu Wang. And it is the statue of Zhou Yu that these Black Fuwu warriors worshipped. However, unlike the deity of Zhou Yu, there are some more characteristics of the Haifu tribe, perhaps to strengthen the identity of the Haifu tribe. The idols are like real flesh and blood, made with many special materials. Su Lang's mouth twitched when he saw one of the materials. It turned out to be the flesh and blood of Zhou Yu himself. I don't know how many times Qianyu cut himself for this whole card. Well, he is a ruthless person. The Black Fu warriors were completely unable to detect Su Lang's arrival. Even Su Lang walked around among them, looking left and then again, without knowing. Su Lang had already walked under the Black Censored idol, and felt a somewhat familiar breath, and began to recover. This familiar breath is naturally a quiet breath. The action is quite fast. Su Lang raised his eyebrows. It is estimated that Zhou Yu will stop the loss in time before dying, and withdraw most of his aspirations back to the universe of life. Heaven and earth come to the kingdom, the dead soul will live forever. In the darkness, there are mysterious existences shouting and screaming, with endless hatred, to return and revenge, eternal life. Immortality is about the same. Su Lang sneered and shook his head. Time passed by every minute and every second. In the eyes of the Black Censored idol, a gleam gradually condensed. In the dim light, there were memories and confusion, and a trace of hatred. Gradually, the glimmer became brighter, and the hatred became stronger, lost, and deeper. Until a certain moment, the light in the eyes of the censored is like a torch, and the will to dominate the world has finally come. I, Zhou Yu, are back. The Black Censored idol, or Zhou Yu idol opened his mouth and murmured. The entire statue is shrouded in divine light, like a god, completely resurrected from the dead. It exudes a huge aura of the martial arts level. In the eyes of a crowd of Black Fuwu warriors, it is simply an arrogant god. Chapter 960. God, Black God, it is here. The Black God has appeared again, and we will usher in another big development. The Black Fuwu warriors who worshipped below were all excited, as if they were going crazy, they continued to bow down. My people. Zhou Yu looked down, and was about to pretend to be a king. But he was taken aback suddenly, because he saw a familiar figure. You are. Zhou Yu and Su Lang faced each other, their pupils shrank suddenly and began to tremble. I think, therefore I am, but I am not me. Su Lang looked at Zhou Yu and said with a smile, Zhou Yu, I told you my name, and I told you to remember it, how can you forget it? Su Lang. Zhou Yu's face appeared in horror, and he was desperate. From the mixed thoughts, Zhou Yu completely remembered it. Isn't the person in front of him the Su Lang who forced him to death, and thus had to use his will to resurrect? You. How could you be here? This is my universe of life, no one can find my universe of life. Fake, all this is fake. You can't be here, who are you, who are you? Zhou Yu couldn't believe it, and shouted incoherently. Below, the weak black Fuwu warriors were instantly shocked. The black gods they enthusiastically believe in, the master of this universe, unexpectedly showed a frightened face like mortals. God is angry. Why is God angry? God is not angry, he is frightened. God is frightened, he is afraid. How could God be afraid? Impossible. God is also afraid, why are you afraid? The black Fuwu warriors couldn't believe it, although they didn't dare to speak, the thoughts in their minds kept rising. They didn't know that Su Lang frightened Zhou Yu. Because they couldn't see Su Lang wouldn't let them see themselves. The existence of the unknown, the existence that frightens the gods, will leave an extremely profound impact on these ignorant hives. Fear me and fear me, will also produce aspiration. The unknown existence that made the black gods fear was enough to break the belief of the Haifu tribe, condensing a second stronger, censored, in their hearts, that is, the incense aspiration power belonging to Su Lang. Su Lang didn't want to deal with incense willing force when he was not ready. Zhou Yu, who recognized Su Lang, became more horrified. The resurrection plan he left behind, which he thought was a seamless resurrection, failed. Zhou Yu thinks that even the real Emperor Wu will be difficult to decipher what he left behind. What's more, Su Lang is just a quasi-immortal in essence. Moreover, his movements were already extremely quick, but Su Lang turned out to be faster than him, and even came to welcome his resurrection, just like a cat waiting for a mouse to throw himself into a trap at the entrance of a cave. The only hope after putting it to death is so precious, but now, the quiet hope has not been maintained for a few breaths, it has become despair. You are not Su Lang, you are not Su Lang. He can't be here, who are you? No matter who you are, don't kill me, I'm willing to pay all the price. I am Zhou Yu, I have the Luoyu Emperor clan, I have the universe of life, I have countless people, I can give it to you. Zhou Yu tried to escape, tried to beg for mercy, without even a trace of Wudi's mighty spirit. He has been affected by the side effects of willpower. From the incense aspiration, he is greedy for life, fear of death, cowardly, and unscrupulous in order to survive, without any bottom line, affects him. Especially at this time of life and death, under the horror of death, this influence is magnified to the extreme. Therefore, a generation of Emperor Luoyu Wu, who has dominated the Emperor Luoyu clan for 6 to 7 million years, began to beg for mercy. It's sad that a generation of Emperor Wu has fallen to this point. The power of incense is more terrifying than I imagined. Su Lang shook his head. He originally thought that after Zhou Yu experienced the initial panic and despair, he would go to death generously. However, he did not expect that Zhou Yufei incense wishing force would affect this, and he actually knelt directly. And this is just the tip of the iceberg of the side effects of incense willingness. This shows that incense is really poisonous. Chapter 961. Zhou Yu, who am I? Su Lang looked at Zhou Yu and asked lightly. You. Su Lang. No, it's Langdi. A strong sense of humiliation rose in Zhou Yu's heart, and the enemy in front of him was incomparable, but he did not dare to have revenge at all. Instead, in order to survive, he knelt. Zhou, you also knew that he must have been affected by the incense power. But what can he do? Now he is full of incense and willingness. The incense aspiration has perfected his body and even supplemented his soul. The incense aspiration is his life. Zhou Yu can no longer get rid of the incense aspiration power. He has received eternal life, and even the torment of eternal life. Unless the Haifu clan died and the Luoyu Emperor clan died, he would gradually become annihilated because he could not get supplements. You are actually dead, The current you are no longer the previous you, so I don't even bother to kill you. Su Lang smiled faintly. However, as you said, everything about you is mine. Killing Zhou, Su Lang can still get everything about Zhou. But Su Lang intends to keep this guy to study the power of incense. To study the power of incense, one must gain the realm of Emperor Wu. And the vast majority of Wu emperors can only experiment with themselves and advance cautiously. One step wrong is an abyss. Now there is the ready-made, Shanghai Wudi, Zhou, as well as the Haifu Life Universe, the Dynasty of Incense, which is a ready-made laboratory. In addition, there may be other uses, such as the aftermath of the Emperor Luoyu clan, such as blocking the mouth of the Emperor Wu of the Kanglan continent. I surrender to you. Zhou opened his mouth, and said this sentence amidst fear, despair, hatred, unwillingness and helplessness. Hurry up and offer everything you have. Su Lang's eyes showed an extremely strong dangerous light. I give. Zhou cast aside his dignity for the emperor, nodded quickly, and then forced out his soul. The fire of Emperor Wu's soul is no longer a light spot, but a human shadow. It's like those phantoms in Su Lang's knowledge of the sea. The key point is that the soul fire before it reaches Su Lang's sea of consciousness, it is already a human form. It should be that Emperor Wu's soul origin has been sublimated. Therefore, even the soul fire has become more high-end. Su Lang thought silently, reaching out his hand to catch the soul fire, but did not put it into the sea of consciousness. At this time, Zhou was created by the incense's willingness, and his body was poisonous, and his soul was transformed by the origin of Zhou's soul. Su Lang didn't want to be contaminated with incense accidentally. Thought about it, Su Lang waved his hand gently, and there was a broken lens in his hand, which was one of the wreckage of Luoyu mirror. After slashing Zhou to pieces, Su Lang collected all the remains of Luoyu mirror. This is an emperor soldier, used to decompose and don't know how much material can be obtained. However, before Su Lang had time to decompose, he allowed it to continue to use its residual heat to support Chu Yu's soul. Su Lang threw away the wreckage of the imperial soldier in his hand, with some emotion. Even if it is a wreck, this broken lens has quasi-emperor power. With a lightly thrown by Su Lang, Zhou Yu's soul was melted into the fragment of Luoyu mirror. Emperor Zhou Yu, the Emperor Wu, became a slave of Su Lang, an experiment. What about the treasures you have collected over the years? Su Lang stared at Zhou Yu and asked indifferently. Just in this universe of life. Zhou Yu cried and said with a sad face, I specially created a space for all my treasures, take me to. The corner of Su Lang's mouth twitched, and it took a lot of effort to clean up this secrecy, and now it was finally time to harvest the spoils. Zhou Yu ruled the Luoyu Emperor clan for 6 to 7 million years. Like a squirrel, he searched for wealth day and night, and he didn't know how much good he had saved. How could Zhou Yu dare to resist his orders and hurriedly flew outside the Black God Temple. Su Lang took a step forward and followed Zhou Yu unhurriedly. Chapter 962. Black God. Black God has left. Where is the Black God going? Is this going to leave me waiting? Even the Black God is about to leave, our world is about to usher in the end. The powerhouses of the Haifu dynasty looked at the departed Qianyu, and couldn't help becoming even more frightened and desperate. On the contrary, those ordinary black Fuwu warriors outside the temple, seeing the terrifying streamer flying into the sky, suddenly knelt and prayed fervently. Follow behind Zhou Yu. Su Lang came to a piece of ice and snow. This is it, I am the Emperor Lang. Lord, open it. Zhou Yu gritted his teeth, and now that the tree is done, he changed his mouth to say that Su Lang was the master. Su Lang was noncommittal. Even if he had control of Zhou Yu's soul fire, he would not trust this guy. Let Qianyu show his loyalty no matter what. He will always be just an experiment, and a servant summoned to fight at any time. I saw that Zhou Yu struggled to operate the space rules, and soon opened the treasure space. Immediately, a gray space appeared in front of Su Lang. In the space, there is a land, rivers and mountains made up of treasures. The fairy jade is the soil, and the fairy source is the river. The endless treasures are mountain peaks and hills, and the tangled treasure turns into clouds. Su Lang looked at this land composed entirely of treasures and couldn't help but sigh, Emperor Wu, it's really too fat. All these treasures belong to Su Lang. Su Lang waved his hand gently, the space rules enveloped, and immediately wrapped all the treasures and threw them into the storage space. When Zhou Yu on the side saw this scene, he suddenly realized, it turns out that Su Langdi actually masters the rules of space, and he is even more proficient than me, and he is close to Tao. No wonder he can decipher what I left behind. Backhand. Zhou Yu, what do you think? Su Lang glanced at Zhou Yu coldly, and immediately frightened Zhou Yu's expression and did not dare to speak. Now you are my servant. Everything of Emperor Luoyu is mine. Su Lang said faintly, in order to avoid being overwhelmed, I want you to lead the Emperor Luoyu clan to submit to me. After all, Zhou Yu had notified Luoyu Emperor clan for 6 or 7 million years, and his words were completely golden rules for the warriors of Luoyu Emperor clan. As long as Wan Yu takes the lead, the Luoyu Emperor clan can completely submit to Su Lang. The Luoyu clan, which has developed for millions of years, and its countless population are also a huge wealth. Determined to be the Lord will do it well. Zhou Yu had been Emperor Wu for too long, and for a while, he couldn't get used to his status as a servant, stuttering like a master. You first comfort the creatures of this life universe. Su Lang looked at the outside of the universe of life, showing a trace of contempt, and I will help you improve the pseudo-space barrier, your space rules are in a mess. After all, it belongs to his own laboratory, so Su Lang plans to repair this life universe. Anyway, that pseudo-space barrier does not belong to this universe of life, and Su Lang can intervene. Yes, thanks. The Lord's kindness. Zhou Yu thought for a while, bowed to Su Lang, hesitated again, and then fell to his knees. Zhou Yu also learned how his former subordinates bowed to him, and bowed to Su Lang. Su Lang didn't care about Qianyu anymore, and directly soared into the sky, outside the sky of the universe of life. Outside the sky is the power of chaotic space, and beyond is the pseudo-space barrier. But the power of this chaotic space couldn't stop Su Lang at all. Su Lang, who was shrouded in space rules, moved freely here. Su Lang touched the pseudo-space barrier. After some observation, Su Lang was a little surprised. This pseudo-space barrier, in addition to the formation and space rules, actually uses an incredible method. It is this method that makes the obstacle avoidance formed by the force of the mirror array and space become a pseudo-space barrier. Su Lang looked closely, and his eyes brightened immediately. Yes, it uses the almighty characteristics of incense will power.